Next Wang Hao. Above the podium, the massive awakening apparatus let out a deep mechanical hum as it powered up. A test sphere that emitted a faint white glow floated quietly in midair. A few seconds later, a synthetic female voice echoed through the lecture hall. Spatial area 50,000 square meters. Attached skill plant acceleration capable of instantly stimulating plant growth and development. Skill rating F. Overall evaluation grade Divine Kingdom. The student named Wang Hao let out a quiet sigh and walked down from the platform with slumped shoulders. Whispers rippled through the surrounding students. Murmurs rose from the seats. 50,000 square meters is really too small. Well, it's still something. At least he has plant acceleration. In the future, he can grow spiritual herbs and sell them. That's still a way to make a living. The temporary homeroom teacher Zhang Hai held the class roster and looked up to call the next name. Guhan, come up. Guhan rose to his feet and walked toward the awakening apparatus. He was a transmigrant, and it had been 18 years since he arrived in this world. In this society, anyone who turned 18 and made it into university had the chance to awaken their own inner divine kingdom for free. Awakening a divine kingdom at a professional institution cost 100,000 credit points, a sum his family simply could not afford. Because of this, he had studied with particular diligence, and he had long been waiting for this moment. In this parallel world, the divine kingdoms were extraordinary. 1 year inside a divine kingdom was equivalent to only a single day in the outside world. As long as one purchased resource cards and invested them into the divine kingdom for slow cultivation, the more prosperous the divine kingdom became, the more life force it would feed back to its host. Anyone who opened a divine kingdom could at least live to 100. When a level 5 extraordinary life form was born within it, the host could break through mortal limits and step into a demigod realm. Physical strength transformed and lifespans soaring to 300 years. Guhan raised his hand and pressed his palm against the test sphere. A surge of electricity shot from his palm straight into his mind. Deep within his consciousness, there was a muffled bang like thunder rolling in the distance. Within his awareness, an empty world slowly took shape, like a game environment being generated from nothing. At the same time, the numbers on the awakening device's display began to jump wildly, and everyone fixed their eyes on it. 10,000, 50,000, 100,000, 500,000. At last the digits froze. Spatial area 700,000 square meters. The entire classroom erupted in an instant. 700,000 square meters. That foundation is outrageous. My brother only awakened 600,000 square meters back then, and was directly rated a grade Divine Kingdom. Now he's already a key trainee in the military district. They say this Guhan got the top score in the entire county, but his family couldn't afford to send him to a city school. Looks like he's really about to take off now. Hearing this, Zhao Su, seated in the front row, turned his head, his expression darkening. He had just awakened a space of 400,000 square meters, and had thought he would easily secure the top position among the new students. He had not expected to be surpassed by Guhan, and by nearly double. Even Zhang Hai's fingers tightened around the roster, his breathing growing a shade heavier. A starting space of 700,000 square meters. So long as the attached skill was not too poor, it was a guaranteed grade evaluation. The principal would be overjoyed. However, the awakening device had not finished its report. The test sphere flickered twice, then projected a line. Attached skill forced breeding compels 2 living beings to reproduce and produce offspring. Skill rating F. Overall evaluation downgraded. Final rating grade Divine Kingdom. The classroom fell silent for 2 heartbeats. Then laughter burst forth loud enough to lift the roof. Mocking voices overlapped, some focusing crudely on how the skill worked, others jeering its grade rating, treating such a powerful space, paired with such a low-ranked ability, as a complete joke. Some students ridiculed the ability as shameless and useless, laughing at its lowest tier F rating. They scoffed that with a space this large saddled to such a worthless skill, there was nothing meaningful he could do with his Divine Kingdom at all. Jokes flew that Guhan might as well use his Divine Kingdom for livestock, that with this ability, he would be suited only to supplying meat for others, drawing loud, relentless laughter from all sides. Taunts and jeers poured in from all directions. Zhao Su also joined in with a cold sneer, shaking his head. Relieved, he had worried that Guhan would outstrip him again, only to discover that the result was merely something to laugh at. Now he no longer had to endure comparisons at home. A grade Divine Kingdom like Guhan's could not be compared to his own grade at all. Without a powerful combat skill or a strong support ability, a Divine Kingdom was nothing more than an oversized, empty plot of land. On the podium, Zhang Hai slammed his palm on the lectern. Quiet. What are you all making such a fuss about? Have you looked at your own evaluations? The noise in the classroom dropped a notch, though many students still covered their mouths, snickering in secret. Zhang Hai looked toward Guhan, regret coloring his tone, yet he still spoke to offer comfort. Guhan, you may say, a grade evaluation isn't the end of the world. Forced breeding can rapidly increase offspring within your Divine Kingdom. If you take a livestock and husbandry route, you can still build a solid future. What Zhang Hai said was not empty consolation. The living beings within a Divine Kingdom were not mere data. They possessed their own joys and sorrows. Unless they were in the right season, most rarely chose to reproduce on their own. Guhan calmly withdrew his hand. Having lived 2 lives, his state of mind was steadier than most. He walked back down the aisle to his seat, utterly unmoved by the laughter and ridicule around him. He opened the interface in his mind to inspect his divine kingdom. God host Guhan. Divine kingdom area 700 square meters. Awakening skill forced breeding compels 2 living beings to reproduce and produce offspring. Livestock. Guhan sneered inwardly. Their thinking was far too rigid. Who had ever said a skill like forced breeding could only be used on the same species? The interface spelled it out plainly. He could compel 2 living beings to reproduce and create offspring. Those few words contained far more potential than anyone in the classroom seemed capable of seeing. What if he put a dragon together with a pig? What if he paired a centipede with a broiler chicken? In the face of such a skill, the usual barriers between species simply ceased to exist. As long as he used it well, he could crossbreed his way to countless new extraordinary species. The artificial intelligence behind the evaluation clearly had no idea what such interspecies combinations might lead to, hence the skewed rating of his skill. Guhan sat steadily in his chair, quietly waiting for the awakening ceremony to end. Half an hour later, every student in the class had completed their awakening. Zhang Hai took out a black briefcase, inserted the teacher's ID card hanging at his chest into a slot, and tapped through a series of options before opening it. Next, I will distribute the study credit points allocated to you by the Ministry of Education. These are the startup funds provided by the state for you to construct your initial divine kingdoms. When I call your name, come up to receive your card. Wang Hao, a grade evaluation, 2,000 targeted credit points. Zhao Su, a grade evaluation, 100,000 targeted credit points. Zhao Su walked up to the podium, face flushed with pride. As he passed by Guhan, he deliberately paused and lifted his card slightly in a show of triumph. Guhan did not even raise his head. He could not be bothered to respond. His father worked as an employee in Zhao Su's household. There was no need to create conflict. Right now, all his thoughts were fixed on the credit points he would receive. And a grade evaluation brought 100,000 targeted credit points. He wondered how many he would receive for a grade. Targeted credit points could only be spent on Divine Kingdom resources. They could not be used for everyday expenses. Even so, for a student like Guhan, it was still a considerable sum. Guhan, level evaluation, 10,000 designated credit points, Zhang Hai called out. Only 10. The difference in credit points between ratings was indeed huge. Guhan cursed the foolish artificial intelligence in his heart, took the card from the teacher's hand, and let out a quiet sigh. Still, he had no intention of arguing. The effect of his skill was truly extraordinary and hard not to arouse greed, even from teachers at the school. In this world, the legal system had only limited power to restrain those who possessed a divine kingdom, within especially deities who wielded extraordinary power. At the front of the classroom, the awakening device gradually came to a halt, its humming fading into silence. Zhang Hai finished distributing the remaining credit cards and closed the black briefcase with a soft click. He cleared his throat, his gaze sweeping over the students below, each with a different expression. You may decide for yourselves how to use the designated credit points. But it would be best to wait until after the school assigns you to classes tomorrow. Let your homeroom teacher examine the size of your divine kingdom and your skills, then give you a concrete long-term development plan before you decide which resource cards to buy. Zhang Hai continued earnestly. If your initial resource configuration is wrong, you will simply waste your funds. As the class bell rang, the students surged out of the classroom. Guhan slipped the card with 10,000 designated credit points into his pocket and quickly left the school. After crossing several bustling main roads, the buildings around him visibly grew more cramped and oppressive. Tangled, haphazard power lines crisscrossed overhead, almost blocking out the sky. This was where Guhan's family lived. He pushed open the mottled iron gate, and the aroma of food drifted out from inside. Brother, you're back. His younger sister, Gu Xian, leaned halfway out from the kitchen, a handful of scallions in her hand. Her eyes sparkled with expectation. Guhan changed his shoes, washed his hands, and sat down at the table. The small square dining table felt slightly cramped. Before long, his father, Gu Yanxiao, came out carrying a plate of scallion fried eggs. He took off his apron, a trace of nervousness in his eyes. His mother, Tang Yanran, brought over 2 bowls of rice, set them in front of Guhan, and sat down beside him. The 4 of them sat around the table, the atmosphere subtly heavy. How did the awakening ceremony at school go today? Gu Yanxiao picked up his chopsticks, then set them down again, rubbing his hands on his knees. The awakening was successful, Guhan said evenly as he ate a mouthful of rice. My initial space is 700,000 square meters. Overall evaluation level. The table fell silent for an instant. 700,000. Gu Xian's eyes widened, her chopsticks almost slipping from her hand. Brother, that's incredible. I heard from my classmate that her brother's divine kingdom is only 500,000 square meters. Joy lit up Tang Yanran's face, and she nodded again and again. I knew my son wouldn't fall behind. An initial space of 700,000 square meters. That's a foundation usually reserved for scions of great clans. Yet Gu Yanxiao's brow only half unfurrowed before creasing again. He had keenly caught the core issue. With an area of 700,000 square meters, it shouldn't be just a clever evaluation. What is your innate skill? Guhan set down his chopsticks and replied vaguely, a reproduction-type skill. The artificial intelligence rated it level, dragging down the overall score. Silence settled over the room once more. The smile on Gu Yanxiao's face froze. Tang Yinran also stared blankly for a moment. In this world, a divine kingdom had to be paired with a powerful skill in order to quickly nurture high-level life forms. Acceleration of growth, environmental adaptation, elemental bestowal, bloodline refinement. These were the mainstream divine arts. A reproduction-type skill was indeed rather ordinary and widely used. It's not bad either. Tang Yinran was the first to recover. She picked up a piece of meat and placed it in Guhan's bowl, forcing a small smile. In any case, it's a practical craft. In the future, if you develop some kind of farming or breeding industry, at least you won't starve and life can be lived steadily, she added. Gu Yanxiao lowered his head, shoveled down 2 mouthfuls of plain rice, then pushed his bowl away. He took a cheap cigarette from his pocket, glanced at his wife and daughter, then tucked it back into the pack. Han. His voice was a little hoarse as he raised his head and looked straight into Guhan's eyes. Perhaps you shouldn't go to university. Gu Xian's hand stilled her face, turning pale as she bit down tightly on her lower lip. Guhan did not speak. He quietly watched his father. You know our family's situation, Gu Yanxiao continued. Your space is indeed large, but after awakening, going to university means buying resource cards, building ecological chains. Money will be burned everywhere. Gu Yanxiao did not dare meet his son's eyes, fixing his gaze instead on the grain of the tabletop. Since you've already successfully awakened a divine kingdom, it might be better for you to stay home. With this 700,000 square meters of space, you could slowly develop breeding on your own, or simply rent it out to those major commercial firms. At the very least, you wouldn't have to worry about having enough to eat. He paused, his voice dropping even lower. Your sister will be taking the university entrance exam next year. Her grades are decent. If she gets into university and earns the chance to awaken, that will be another huge expense. Our family simply can't afford to buy resources for 2 university students. It was a harsh reality. Countless ordinary families had sold everything just to send their children to high school, all for the slim chance at a single government-funded awakening. Once awakened, even if one did not go to university, the inner divine kingdom alone could already be used to earn credit points and change the family's place in society. Guhan understood his parents' difficulties all too well. He did not feel anger, nor did he think his father was being unfair. In such a completely different world, the fact that his parents had supported him until he reached 18 and could awaken at all already meant they had given everything. He turned his head and looked at Gu Xian sitting opposite. His sister kept her head bowed, her hand no longer moving the rice in her bowl. Her shoulders trembled slightly, and in her eyes there was both guilt and an unhidden longing for the future. Dad, Mom, I want to continue my studies. Guhan's expression did not change, and his tone was utterly calm, yet carried an unquestionable firmness. The knowledge system at university will help me develop my divine kingdom more effectively. The school has also given me a sum of credit points. As for my sister's tuition, you don't need to worry. I'll find a way to handle it myself. He stood up and gave his sister a smile. Xian, study hard. If I really can't raise the money, I'll rent out part of my divine kingdom to save up for your tuition. With that, Guhan turned and walked toward his bedroom, pushing the door open and stepping inside. In the living room, Gu Xian, eyes red, dutifully stood up to clear the leftovers from the table. Carrying the bowls and chopsticks to the kitchen, she turned on the tap, and the sound of running water drowned out the silence in the house. Tang Yinran looked at the closed bedroom door and sighed. Turning to her husband, she frowned slightly. Should I go and borrow some more money from my mother? With such excellent spatial potential, it would be a pity if Han couldn't go to university for systematic study. Don't go. Gu Yanxiao suddenly raised his head, a flash of pain and humiliation crossing his eyes. His hands clenched into fists under the table, veins bulging on the backs of his hands. Back then you left the Tang family to be with me, defying them. They said long ago they'd never give us a single coin. Gu Yanxiao's face darkened, his voice pressed low. Thankfully Han inherited your genes. With a space of 700,000 square meters, if we truly rent it out, it will definitely be enough to pay for Xian's tuition next year. At this point he raked his fingers hard through his hair, his voice very low. I really am useless. When I took you away back then, I bragged about how we shouldn't underestimate the poor youth. And now I can't even afford the resources for our child to attend university. You and the children have suffered because of me. If it really comes to it, I'll borrow more from Zhao Kun or sell my divine kingdom to him outright. I'm already crippled anyway. Tang Yinran's eyes grew slightly moist. She reached out and gripped his trembling hands tightly, her voice soft, yet full of strength. Don't do this. It's not your fault. If not for what happened back, then you wouldn't be like this. Life will get better. Leaning against the back of his bedroom door, Guhan heard every word clearly. Guhan remained silent, leaning against the door panel, his hands unconsciously clenching the seams of his pants. He had traversed here, and he remembered his childhood clearly. When his mother was pregnant, she unfortunately encountered an accident leading to his severe premature birth, and he could have died at any moment. To pay for the exorbitantly expensive special care incubator fees at the hospital, his father Gu Yinxiao sold off most of the high-level resources he had accumulated over the years in the Divine Kingdom. This was still not enough. To raise the astronomical medical expenses, his father, possessing N-level combat skill, resolutely went to the underground black market to participate in the Divine Kingdom's war arena, where he signed a life-and-death contract. During a setup that resulted in a series of sniping, his opponent, relying on overwhelming resources, slaughtered all the beings in his father's Divine Kingdom. The entire ecological chain collapsed completely, and the source of the Divine Kingdom was damaged, leaving a chronic issue. Years of hard work were destroyed in an instant, and the once ambitious Gu Yanxiao became a useless person, even renting out the Divine Kingdom. Over the years, most of the income was spent on the family, and his father relied solely on some basic medications to maintain his health, never once considering making a comeback. Gu Han was very aware of his father's difficulties, so he studied hard from a young age. Last year in the college entrance examination, he achieved the highest score in the county, securing a recommendation to a top-tier university in the city. But in the end, he quietly changed his application and chose this ordinary university in the county. The reason was simple: even with a recommendation to the city's key university, the various resource fees each year added up to an astronomical figure, while the county's university would waive all tuition and miscellaneous fees for his first year due to his excellent grades. Clearing his emotions, Gu Han sat down at his desk. Now that he had successfully awakened the Divine Kingdom, the most urgent task was to immediately initiate his development plan. Since understanding the operational rules of this world, Gu Han filled 3 thick notebooks, devising hundreds of different initial development plans. He opened the drawer and pulled out a notebook with a worn cover. He flipped to the page marked Rapid Development Route for Animal Husbandry. The pages were densely filled with records of various biological chain species, growth cycles, and market prices that could be referenced in the initial stages. Gu Han picked up a pen, resting the cap against his chin, staring at the data above his brow, slightly furrowed. All the previous 100 plans were based on the normal skill settings for constructing an ecological chain. He indeed did not expect to awaken such an outrageous skill. Forced breeding. This skill completely shattered the conventions of biology and the development logic of the Divine Kingdom. The normal animal husbandry route simply involves buying a few cows and sheep and gradually expanding the population. To quickly earn credit points, one must first consider what is easiest to monetize in the market. This world still has a majority of lower-class people, and meat is always a hard currency. If one were to forcibly crossbreed a fast-growing high-yield creature like broiler chickens with other species, what would come out? Gu Han activated the portable device on his wrist, projecting it onto the desktop. He opened the largest resource trading platform in the Divine Kingdom, Pinduoduo, and searched for multi-legged and multi-winged species. The page refreshed, quickly displaying a long list of products. Gu Han first clicked on the ordinary biological centipedes, spiders, mutated crabs, deep-sea octopuses. He focused on a giant centipede priced at 2 credit points, falling into deep thought. The centipede certainly has many legs. If ordinary broiler chickens were forcibly crossbred with centipedes to produce a batch of 100-legged chickens, or chicken-legged centipedes, how many large chicken legs could one produce? This would definitely yield a production comparable to a money-printing machine. But this plan was quickly shot down by centipedes themselves possess strong toxicity. If the resulting 100-legged chickens were toxic, it would lead to safety issues and could result in being caught by the Safety Bureau. Ordinary creatures were not suitable. He needed to find meat that was safe and delicious to stand out quickly. Gu Han immediately swiped the screen, switching to the exotic species section. Prices generally soared dozens to hundreds of times, with various bizarre creatures dazzling to behold. 6-winged beasts, 8-armed monkeys, 10-legged ground birds. After more than half an hour of comparison and selection, Gu Han's gaze finally locked onto a product listing. 6-winged beast, juvenile adult, basic information, 4 legs, 6 wings, non-toxic. Omnivorous animal, easy to raise. Maturity cycle 100 years in Divine Kingdom time. Economic value, the meat is delicious and rich in trace extraordinary energy, earning the reputation of spiritual mushroom in meat in the dining industry. Price, juvenile, 300 credit points, each adult, 3,000 credit points each. Gu Han carefully checked the comments section and detailed parameters below. The quality of this meat is absolutely top-notch, and many high-end restaurants consistently purchase 6-winged beasts at high prices. Its 4 hooves and 6 wings are delicacies favored by the wealthy. However, the drawbacks are also very fatal. The maturity cycle is too long. 100 years in the Divine Kingdom equates to a full 100 days in the outside world. It takes over 3 months to break even, which may not be significant for large trading groups, but for ordinary people like Gu Han, who urgently need to recoup funds, this cycle is enough to be fatal. There are also grass chickens known as broiler chickens, which offer extremely short growth cycles and astonishing reproduction speeds. The six-winged beast provides high-quality nutritional meat genes and physiological traits of multi-legs and wings. A perfect complement. Although an adult six-winged beast costs 3,000 credit points, which is indeed a painful price. But one cannot catch the wolf without letting go of the child. Guhan gritted his teeth and entered the quantity in the product interface. Purchase 2 adult six-winged beasts, 1 male and 1 female. Clicking confirm, 6,000 credit points instantly disappeared from his account. Then he skillfully switched back to the ordinary poultry section, spending 10 credit points to directly buy 2 broiler chickens in the breeding stage. Again, 1 male and 1 female. Payment successful. Please provide the Divine Kingdom receiving coordinates, and the platform will deliver via Divine Kingdom teleportation. Guhan immediately closed his eyes, communicating with the Divine Kingdom deep within his mind, generating a spatial anchor point, and sending it to the Pin Dao Dao platform store. The Divine Kingdom space portal guaranteed by the official trading platform has a very high safety level, so there is no need to worry about coordinate leaks attracting Divine Kingdom bandits. This is also the most mainstream trading method of this era. The merchant has shipped the goods, and the teleportation channel is being established. Guhan did not dare to delay. A thought flashed, and his consciousness completely sank into his Divine Kingdom. His vision expanded in an instant. This is a vast and boundless space. With an initial area of 700,000 square meters, it is roughly equivalent to 100 football fields combined. A great plain. This is the untouched original Divine Kingdom. Just as Guhan descended, a faint blue teleportation portal tore open in the air several dozen meters ahead. Thud, thud. 2 round hefty creatures, each the size of an adult pig, tumbled directly out of the portal, landing heavily on the plain and kicking up a cloud of dust. These 2 six-winged beasts have round heads and big ears with 6 bat-like wings covered in fleshy feathers on their backs. Below, 4 sturdy hooves stomped on the ground, making them appear very solid. Immediately after, 2 terrified chicken clucks sounded. 2 white feathered broiler chickens flapped their wings and tumbled from the portal, coincidentally landing right at the feet of one six-winged beast. The six-winged beast, still a bit dazed, sniffed twice, clearly having been starved by the merchant. After all, it is an omnivorous animal. The slightly larger male six-winged beast let out a grunt, opened its wide mouth filled with small teeth, and with a push of its hind legs lunged directly at the male broiler chicken. The broiler chicken, frightened, ruffled its feathers and desperately flapped its wings, running wildly on the ground. Damn, my chicken. Guhan's heart sank suddenly, and he activated his skill. Forced breeding. In this world that belongs to him, he is the absolute master. The moment the skill activated, the power of the rules descended directly. Guhan's consciousness quickly paired them up, separating them 2 by 2. The mother six-winged beast suddenly halted its charge, stopping mere half a meter away from the rooster. Its broad back stiffened momentarily, and the pupils that had been raised for the hunt expanded in an instant, cloaked in an unusually affectionate gaze. Immediately after, the rooster strutted boldly forward, its white feathers standing on end, and its comb instantly turned a deep shade of red. It turned its head, fixating intently on the mother six-winged beast, which was dozens of times larger than itself. The next moment, a spine-chilling scene unfolded. The mother six-winged beast surprisingly turned around and submissively lay down, spreading its 6 wings. The rooster let out an exuberant crow, kicked off the ground, and directly flapped onto the back of the mother's 6. These 2 biologically disparate species were gearing up for an epic collision that transcended reproductive isolation. Guhan stood not far away, his lips twitching, feeling utterly bewildered by the wind. Damn, this skill is for real. Not far away, the male six-winged beast charged towards the nearby hen. Stop, stop, stop. Guhan thought to quickly cut off the skill. He certainly didn't want to see a beast the size of a pig crush a hen. But the next moment, both experimental subjects were enveloped in white light. Guhan observed from the side for a few minutes, but the paid content was obscured by the white light, rendering everything. After a while, the white light dissipated, leaving the rooster flopped on the ground resting, while the mother six-winged beast continued to stroll about in high spirits. On the other side, the hen was unharmed. The male six-winged beast lay on the ground, appearing not exhausted, but its eyes were filled with unusual emotions. Perhaps it was hungry. Guhan decisively exited the divine realm and opened the trading platform. Feeding the six-winged beast posed a significant problem. He typed six-winged beast feed into the search bar. The prices of the items that popped up made Guhan's mouth twitch. Adult six-winged beasts have enormous appetites, and the specialized feed is sold by the ton, costing thousands of credit points, which he simply couldn't afford. Guhan immediately changed his strategy. Since forced breeding could cross species, surely plants would be no problem. He rummaged through the cheap goods section. Spending 1 credit point, he bought 100 regular aquatic duckweeds. This plant has no other advantages, but its growth cycle is extremely short, capable of rapidly covering the entire water surface with just a bit of water. Next, he looked up the plant preferences of the six-winged beast. The page displayed that six-winged beasts particularly enjoyed a type of plant called lingy grass. Guhan gritted his teeth and spent 200 credit points to buy a bundle of lingy grass. His consciousness returned to the divine realm, and he began to shape the terrain. A large section of flat land near the six-winged beast collapsed with a rumble, forming a pit of about 200 square meters. He then drew out the underground water from the base of the divine realm quickly, creating a small lake. Guhan tore open the packaging and poured all 100 duckweeds into the water. After that, he sprinkled the lingi grass along the lake shore. The two types of plants were in place. Guhan focused his mind and reactivated forced breeding. An invisible wave enveloped the lake and shoreline, binding the duckweeds and lingi grass together, initiating a marvelous fusion that defied botanical knowledge, with white light glimmering on the lake's surface. Having completed these tasks, Guhan clapped his hands. Fortunately, in this parallel world, technology was advanced, and personal handheld devices were equipped with basic artificial intelligence. Guhan directly connected his handheld device to the divine realm, issuing detailed commands to the intelligent assistant. He entrusted all subsequent tasks of promoting and dividing these hybrid plants to the assistant. As long as new variants appeared, they would automatically continue crossbreeding. Once everything was arranged, Guhan exited the divine realm, stopped thinking, and went straight to sleep. After waking up from a nap, it should have been about half a year in the divine realm, enough time for results to appear. The next morning, Guhan suddenly opened his eyes, leaping out of bed and directly entering the divine realm to check. Damn! Not far away on the grass, the old hen he had used for breeding was clucking and strolling around. Surrounding the hen were 12 peculiar creatures in perfect formation. These 12 creatures were a whole size larger than ordinary roosters, sporting 3 pairs of wings on their backs and 4 sturdy claws growing steadily from their abdomens. They were covered in glossy feathers, with heads retaining the sharp beak characteristic of birds. Their powerful physiques resembled griffins, exuding a remarkable presence. Guhan leaned in for a closer inspection. These 6-winged 4-legged chickens had fully inherited the traits of 6-winged beasts, while retaining the incredible characteristic of having a short growth cycle typical of meat chickens. He had struck it rich. Looking towards the nearby lakeside, the enormous mother 6-winged beast was leisurely munching on the grass along the shore. Behind the mother 6-winged beast were 6 6-winged beasts covered in snow-white fur. These were significantly larger than the 12 6-winged 4-legged chickens, and retained most of the characteristics of 6-winged beasts, evidently still in their juvenile stage. The rooster is incredible. One must know that purebred 6-winged beasts typically only give birth to one at a time. This rooster's genetics were strong enough to make the 6-winged beast pregnant with 6, at once truly a fighter among roosters. Guhan rested his chin on his hand, carefully comparing the two experimental control groups. An extremely important rule began to take shape in his mind. The differences between male and female directly determined the growth characteristics of the offspring. The group with the hen was oviparous. Therefore, they laid many eggs and perfectly inherited the hen's rapid maturation trait, growing into adults in just half a year. Meanwhile, the group of the mother 6-winged beast was viviparous. Though viviparity broke the limitation of purebred 1 at a time, producing 6, their growth rate was noticeably slower. The 6 white-feathered 6-winged beasts still appeared juvenile, far from reaching maturity. It seems I need to use hens as carriers more often in the future, Guhan concluded, his gaze drifting beyond the mother 6-winged beast to the center of the lake. Just one glance made his anger flare. The enormous male 6-winged beast was sprawled out in the lake, and the surface of the lake was no longer mere duckweed. After a night of managed reproduction, the lake's surface was densely covered with a brand new plant, lingi duckweed. This new plant not only had the terrifying reproductive speed of duckweed, but also developed robust roots similar to lingi grass underwater, making it extremely nutritious. The male 6-winged beast was showing off in the center of the lake. Its physique, which had been quite balanced when it was first purchased, had now become plump, its belly having expanded significantly. Guhan squinted, watching the male 6-winged beast merrily splashing in the lake, revealing a gradually twisted smile. In one breath, he arranged for the male 6-winged beast to take an additional 20 hen wives. He then issued a series of commands to the intelligent assistant. Daily release 1 hen into the male 6-winged beast's area. Activate the forced breeding skill. To prevent the male 6-winged beast from overexerting itself and dying over the next 42 days, 21 hens will take turns mating every other day, 1 day on, 1 day off. Having addressed the scheduling issue for the male 6-winged beast, Guhan began to tally his current assets, instructing the intelligent assistant to differentiate the 6-winged chickens by gender. Among them, there were 4 females and 8 males. Guhan unhesitatingly kept the 4 females, setting aside a separate area for their care. From the 8 male 6-winged chickens, he selected the largest one to keep and arranged a breeding package for it. The remaining 7 males would only waste feed and needed to be quickly liquidated. Guhan chose not to sell on Pinduoduo. Although it had high traffic, the platform had many rules requiring not only exorbitant virtual store fees, but also various species quarantine certificates. The new species he had hybridized would never pass the species database review on a legitimate platform. He opened another platform called Xinyu. This is a true civilian mishmash platform. There are no store fees, no species certificates required, and items can be sold as soon as they are listed. The platform only takes a minimal transaction fee. Most importantly, anything bizarre can be sold on the Xinyu platform. His six-winged chickens would at most be considered rare, definitely not causing any large-scale uproar or suspicion. Guhan typed in the price section 300 credit points each. Next, he quickly entered a line in the product description. New research species come if you understand, single price, 300 credit points. Does not include shipping fees. Negotiable. Before long, the message notification chimed incessantly, and the red unread mark had exceeded 99. Guhan, pleasantly surprised, opened it to find a plethora of buyer messages. What the hell, a griffin? Selling for only 300 credit points. Someone upstairs must have donated their eyes. What griffin? Look at that fur, those claws. I say this is just another bird, right? Purchase. The child loves to eat. 3 pairs of wings. And 4 legs. Must be AI generated images. If it's the real deal, ID, eat it raw right off the console. Let's disperse. Just trying to gain traffic. Yet in the back-end order page there was no movement. Everyone was just looking for amusement, and no one was willing to spend money. This is the downside of a civilian trading platform. Without official species certification, buyers are reluctant to place orders. Guhan looked at the less than 3,000 credit points left in his Divine Country account. Guhan opened the price editing section and directly changed the price to 100 credit points each. After all, these 7 six-winged chickens were just spawned using skills yesterday, costing no more than 10 credit points. He decided to sell a few at a low price first. As long as someone buys them and discovers the exquisite meat quality, repeat customers are guaranteed. After finishing these tasks, Guhan got up to wash up and change clothes before heading out. Yesterday he had just completed his Divine Country awakening, and today was the day for the university freshmen to be officially assigned to classes. At Dongjiang University, the freshman class assignment bulletin board was crowded. Guhan followed the crowd inside and found his name at the end of the list for the first class, Class 1 Key class. The surrounding discussions were utterly unrestrained, drilling directly into his ears. No way. How did a crated student end up in the same class? Guhan. Isn't he the one from yesterday's Divine Country who was ridiculously high, but has infrate forced reproduction skill? I heard he topped the county in cultural course scores, so he probably got into the first class as an exception. A boy next to him, wearing a brand-name combat suit, rolled his eyes. This is allowed. In the world of Awakeners, what use is a bookworm? Who doesn't know that his skill is reproduction-related, wasting that 70,000 square meters of Divine Country? Letting him into a key class is simply a waste of school resources. Laughter erupted from the crowd from time to time. Zhao Su stopped beside Guhan, pretending to look at the bulletin board, and intentionally murmured, "What class level is this? And how does this even compare to me?" Guhan glanced at Zhao Su and casually retorted, "Yeah, what level? Even someone with a 250 score can get into class 1. This remark caused Zhao Zu's face to change colors, and he spat angrily on the ground. Zhao Su had also been in the same senior high class as Guhan, with a total score of only 250 in the college entrance examination, and it was his family's connections that got him into a university in the county. He had awakened an Arat combat talent berserk yesterday, and was quite pleased with himself. Guhan ignored him and walked straight through the crowd toward the classroom for class 1. The freshmen were bragging about their initial species in their Divine Countries, boasting about future development plans. Suddenly the classroom door was pushed open. The noise instantly ceased. A pair of long legs and black boots stepped into the classroom. The newcomer was a strikingly imposing young woman. Dressed in a neat dark tactical jacket, her short hair was crisp and clean. "I am your homeroom teacher, Qin Lin." She stood at the podium and slammed a thick stack of student files onto the desk. As she flipped through the files, Qin Lin paused deliberately, raising her gaze to look at Guhan, who was seated by the window in the back row. This student was the only crated in the class. With a massive initial area for his Divine Country, yet his skill was of a worthless grade. The old fossils in the Academic Affairs office insisted on letting him in because of his cultural score. Qin Lin withdrew her gaze, resting her hands on the podium as she surveyed the room. "I have roughly reviewed the Divine Country development plans you submitted yesterday. To my surprise, the vast majority chose the War God route." She paused for 2 seconds and let out a cold laugh. "You truly haven't experienced any hardship. Those of you who chose the War God route, listen carefully. As your teacher, I will not interfere with your development." Qin Lin turned around and tapped the blackboard. "Not only will I not interfere, but I will also set up a challenge award for you." The holographic projection screen descended accordingly. An image of a medium-sized creature covered in thick silver-white fur, with extremely sharp claws, appeared on the screen. Large honey badger, also known as the flathead brother. This is an extremely aggressive creature known for its toughness and relentless fighting spirit. Qin Lin pressed a button on the remote, and the screen began to play footage of the large honey badger tearing apart crocodiles and single-handedly battling venomous pythons. If this creature is introduced into a nascent Divine Country, it will indiscriminately attack all living things within its territory, undoubtedly bringing tremendous disaster to the development of the Divine Country. As a teacher, she had her own teaching methods. This kind of creature could help these sheltered flowers who had never seen blood deeply understand the cruelty of the war god path. Those who dare to accept the challenge of this large honey badger, and if their divine country species do not go extinct while still choosing the war god route afterward. She raised a finger. I will personally fund a reward of 10,000 credit points. Additionally, I will apply to the school for a large special scholarship for war god type students. The classroom fell silent for a full half-minute. No one spoke, only the sound of gasps filled the air. Finally, a boy couldn't hold back and stood up with his hand raised. Teacher, aren't you basically saying you don't want us to win the reward? Even a divine lord who has opened their divine country for a year might not dare to take on this challenge. With one leading the charge, the other students quickly chimed in loudly. This isn't fair. We're all freshly awakened students, and our initial life forms aren't even complete. How can we compete with such a reckless creature? Exactly. No matter how strong the divine country is, killing a large honey badger will still cost injuries. Cultivating battle strength is hard-earned. Losing a single battle beast would be painful for half a year. There's really no need to touch this bad luck. Zhao Su, seated in the front row, casually interjected while twirling his electronic pin. There's really no need. My family is wealthy, and I'm not short of this 10,000 credit points. Qin Lin smiled without saying a word. Indeed, these young masters and ladies valued their initial species more than their lives, as she hadn't expected anyone to genuinely take on this challenge. She merely intended to splash a bucket of cold water on this group of naive freshmen, helping them recognize reality. There's nothing unfair about this. You've chosen the war god route, and you will inevitably face opponents beyond the norm, experiencing the slaughter of your painstakingly cultivated divine countries. Students who wish to modify their divine country plans and change their paths still have time. I will tally them again after class. The whole class fell silent, and many students were already having second thoughts. Guhan sat in the corner listening to his classmates' complaints while silently calculating in his heart. That was 10,000 credit points, and not designated. It was more than enough to cover his sister's college tuition, plus he could obtain a large scholarship. This was definitely a substantial fortune for him at the moment, a timely help. As for the threat of the large honey badger that simply did not exist, it was essentially a big treasure. Guhan's eyes sparkled as he stared at the image of the large honey badger. This creature was unsuitable for the development of a divine country, and no one was selling it on the market. He no longer hesitated and directly raised his hand. Teacher, I want to take on the challenge. His clear voice rang out from the back of the classroom, instantly cutting through the whispers. Dozens of eyes in the class turned in unison. Guhan stood up slowly, meeting Qin Lin's somewhat surprised gaze. Can I directly insert it into my divine country now? Qin Lin, somewhat incredulous, tucked the hair that floated to her lips behind her ear. It was that great, student. Guhan, are you sure you're not joking? Qin Lin's brows furrowed as she held the species card in her hand, not immediately handing it over. This is not an ordinary honey badger. It is a large honey badger after genetic mutation. An adult can reach 2 meters in length and is highly aggressive with an astonishing bite force. Even if you currently have nothing in your divine kingdom, once it builds a nest inside, it will severely impact your ability to introduce other creatures later. I am quite sure, Guhan replied calmly. I want to ask how much that scholarship will be. The classroom fell silent for a moment, then erupted into a buzzing debate. What the hell, are they crazy? Are they risking their lives for money? I remember that his grade skill is breeding right, using his head to withstand the honey badger. Zhao Su, sitting in the front row, turned around and laughed mockingly. Gu, the academic overachiever, don't think you can act superior just because your grades are good. It would be better to choose a lifestyle route and serve as logistics for our family. He continued, slapping the table in laughter. You can't possibly think that your 70,000 square meters of empty land is enough to contain a honey badger. That beast can run for dozens of kilometers continuously. Guhan raised his eyelids, looking down at Zhao Su. Thanks for the reminder. I won't trouble you with it. You truly do not know your own limits. Zhao Su did not expect Guhan to remain unfazed. Qin Lin stood on the podium, gripping the species card a little tighter. She actually felt quite embarrassed. Her original plan was simply to use this honey badger to take down the arrogance of these new students, making them recognize reality and not aim high with expensive routes like the war god. Such a level of fierce beast, even second-year students might not dare to place in their divine kingdoms. Yet Guhan accepted it. Guhan, you need to understand the rules. Qin Lin sighed, slapping the glowing card on the podium. There will be the first baseline test in a week, which will also assess the prosperity of your divine kingdoms. If the prosperity is below 5.0, not only will your challenge be invalid, but you will also be directly removed from the class. She tapped the blackboard, emphasizing her tone. The initial prosperity of a divine kingdom is 3.0. For A and B grade students, spending money to buy high-grade species cards or purchasing fast-growing plants to increase prosperity by 2 points within a week is not difficult. If the honey badger causes destruction in your divine kingdom, prosperity will only decrease. You still have time to regret it now. Guhan naturally understood the stakes involved. Prosperity is calculated comprehensively based on the ecological diversity species count and levels of life in the Divine Kingdom. While others may avoid it, to Guhan this large honey badger was simply a premium gene pool that fell from the sky. I have no regrets, Teacher Qin. Guhan walked up to the podium and took the resource card. Qin Lin watched Guhan's back as he returned to his seat, shaking her head thinking he was just blinded by money. Soon the class bell rang. Guhan was packing his things when Qin Lin called out from the podium, "Guhan, come with me to..." In the office, only Qin Lin was present. "Have you really thought this through?" Qin Lin leaned back in her chair. "If you regret it now, at worst you'll just lose face in class, which is better than having your Divine Kingdom's ecology completely destroyed by this thing." Guhan very seriously held the card. "Teacher Qin, I mean it. If I get through this week, how much will that scholarship be?" "The scholarship for the War God route is the most generous." Qin Lin looked at the boy before her tone softening a bit. "As long as you can complete the challenge and meet the prosperity standard, the scholarship starts at a minimum of 300,000 credit points. Once you pass the challenge, I will immediately help you apply." 300,000. Guhan's heart skipped a beat. "I will deploy it right now." Guhan immediately used the card to place the honey badger into his Divine Kingdom. Qin Lin wanted to stop him, but seeing his swift action, she could only shake her head helplessly. She brought up the monitoring panel of the teacher's privilege interface. The large honey badger had a life detector on it, allowing for constant monitoring of its status to prevent cheating. Finally, she said, "Young man, take care of yourself." However, Guhan was already well prepared. Within the Divine Kingdom, accompanied by a blinding white light, the black and white giant beast heavily crashed onto the grass. Finally, she said, "Young man, take care of yourself." However, Guhan was already well prepared. Within the Divine Kingdom, accompanied by a blinding white light, the black and white giant beast, Guhan activated forced breeding. He had already prepared 50 hens, providing the honey badger with a high-intensity breeding package. With the help of the smart assistant, the first breeding was completed, and the second would immediately follow, ensuring a seamless connection, leaving no time for it to rest. This skill was simply outrageous. Anyone invading his Divine Kingdom would likely face a high-intensity breeding package. After leaving the office, Guhan spent another 1,000 credit points to arrange a basic ecological operation package for his Divine Kingdom. The smart assistant would automatically help him improve the ecology of his Divine Kingdom. University courses were few, and most of the time was spent by students managing their Divine Kingdom affairs. Guhan did not stay on campus and went straight home. Upon returning home, he immediately checked the status of his Divine Kingdom. The once extremely irritable honey badger was now sprawled out on the grass, its black and white fur dry, and tangled mouth agape, tongue lolling to one side, breathing heavily, with more exhalation than inhalation. After 50 rounds of high-intensity cross-species forced breeding, it seemed completely drained. Guhan quickly moved the nearly lifeless honey badger to the edge of the Divine Kingdom, rerouting a river 5 or 6 meters wide to isolate it. To prevent this precious creature from dying, Guhan kindly tossed a hen to it for nourishment. Given its current exhausted condition, it wouldn't even be able to stand up, so there was no need to worry about it swimming across the river to cause destruction. After dealing with the honey badger, Guhan turned his attention to the 50 hens that had just become pregnant. This batch of hens carried the genes of the mutated honey badger, and the offspring produced through hybridization would definitely not be ordinary. If they were kept together with the six-winged beasts, it could lead to disaster. They must be isolated. Guhan directly expanded the previously artificial lake 3 times its original size. The spiritual rice floating weed that was originally placed and had already started to grow wildly with the support of the ecosystem, forming a vast green expanse that covered most of the water surface, far too much to consume. In the center of the expanded lake, a small island was created where all 50 pregnant hens were placed. A ring of water and floating weeds surrounded it, serving as a natural barrier. On the vast grassland, over 200 adult six-winged chickens were bustling about. The male six-winged beast, serving as the genetic source, was lying in a haystack, its once plump body now noticeably slimmer. Feeling a twinge of conscience, Guhan canceled its forced breeding schedule and gave it a little break. Notably, the 7 six-winged chickens listed on the market had all sold out. He also received positive feedback from the buyers. Buyer Wind, chasing the wind, the little griffin is very lively. A photo of the 6-winged chicken flapping its wings was attached below. Buyer First and eating brother, your chicken smells amazing. Below this comment, a heated discussion erupted with dozens of netizens. Is the person above an idiot? A griffin is not something to eat. Get lost, latestage, Chinibu patient. Isn't this just a mutated meat chicken? If you buy it, are you going to keep it as a pet? What do you know? This could at least be raised as a mount. Guhan found it amusing. These buyers had clearly split into 2 factions, one treating them as pets, and the other preparing them for the pot. This completely opened up the sales channels, netting over 600 credit points after deducting fees. Guhan quickly selected over 100 male 6-winged chickens from his Divine Kingdom, relisting them with the slogan, Wild Young Griffin Premium Ingredient, keeping the price at 100 points. As for the females, all of them were kept to continue expanding the production scale. What delighted him the most were the 6 white-feathered six-winged chicks born from the female six-winged beasts. These 6 little fellows were growing remarkably well, eating the mutated spiritual rice, floating weed their size, already nearing that of an adult female six-winged beast, and they should be ready for market soon. A week has passed in the blink of an eye. At Dongjiang University, in the key Class 1 classroom, Gu Han sat in the back row with a rather grim expression on his face. Zhao Su, sitting in the front row, turned around and raised his voice significantly. Everyone look at Gu, the genius expression. It's like he's constipated. I reckon his divine kingdom has long been reduced to ruins by that bald eagle. Several followers nearby echoed in agreement. It must be true. If he manages to challenge successfully, I'll swim in a cesspool. When Teacher Qin tests later, his prosperity level might drop to 0. The surrounding discussions rose and fell. Gu Han acted as if he hadn't heard, still focused on managing his divine kingdom. In a certain sense, it was indeed on the verge of collapse, and he felt a bit anxious. In the real world, a week had passed, but in the divine kingdom 7 years had already gone by. It wasn't the bald eagle causing trouble, it was that the breeding plan for the 6-winged chickens had been too successful to an excessive degree. In 7 years, nearly 30,000 6-winged chickens had been bred. Gu Han sold over 500 on the trading platform, earning nearly 50,000 credit points in his account, yet the nature of the 6-winged chickens was drastically different from his original plan. Despite hinting several times that they were meat chickens, buyers continued to treat the 6-winged chickens as collectibles not for consumption, which naturally led to low sales and a massive stockpile in the Divine Kingdom. Today, after waking from a nap, he found the 6-winged chickens had exploded in numbers within the Divine Kingdom, running rampant and destroying the ecosystem. Fortunately, with the honey badger hunting them along with the direct feeding of the honey badger chickens, he barely managed to control the number of 6-winged chickens, preventing the entire ecosystem of the Divine Kingdom from collapsing. Scared, he quickly stopped the forced breeding and rushed to remedy the ecosystem. Those 6 white-feathered 6-winged beasts were also nearing maturity. During the 7 years, Gu Han had expanded the central island several times. The honey badger chickens had perfectly inherited the temper and combat strength of the bald eagle, while also retaining the meat chickens' astonishing growth rate. The only consolation was that their wings had degenerated somewhat, rendering them incapable of flight, and since they were not adept swimmers, they could only remain trapped on the central island. Every day they fought, it was either fighting or on their way to fight. In 7 years, there should have been nearly 10,000 honey badger chickens on the island. However, they slaughtered each other, with the strong preying on the weak. This group of chickens turned the island into a giant breeding ground for conflict. The defeated were directly eaten, while the survivors continued to kill each other. Currently, only over 100 remained, all of which were the overlord of chickens that had fought their way out of a sea of corpses and rivers of blood. Though they were about the same size as meat chickens, they had barely any feathers left, covered instead by a thick and tough layer of skin. Each of the more than 100 honey badger chickens had its own territory. Gu Han also tried listing them on a trading platform, only to receive a string of negative reviews. The first buyer left a furious message: "Return my money." What? The second buyer's comment was worse: "Bro, are you selling chickens? I threw one into my divine kingdom to feed my red-chained snake, and it ate my snake." After selling 2, there were no more inquiries. This group of chickens was completely unmarketable. The class bell rang, and the homeroom teacher Qin Lin entered the classroom in high heels and tapped the podium. Everyone prepare for the ecological assessment of Divine Kingdom prosperity. The classroom instantly fell silent. The students formed a line to touch the detector in order. Jiaosu, the micro-volcanic landform, is complete, and the population is stable. The ecological chain is fully established with an overall score of 7. 8. Qin Lin nodded at the data on the screen. Jiaosu raised his chin proudly, turning back to glance at Gu Han with a face full of provocation. The line moved quickly, with the majority of Class 1 students scoring above 7. Finally, it was Gu Han who was last in line. The entire class collectively stretched their necks, waiting to see the spectacle. Gu Han stepped up to the podium and placed his hand on the detector. The progress bar on the screen moved rapidly. Ding! Data popped up. Standard plain landform, low species diversity, basic ecological chain, barely formed single species, abundance, high overall score 5. 9. Seeing this score, Gu Han's tense shoulders finally relaxed, and he let out a long breath. Although he was at the bottom of the class, he had at least passed the threshold, completing the challenge. The entire classroom was dead silent. Zhao Zu's cold smile froze as he suddenly stood up, pointing at the screen on the podium, and shouted, "Impossible! His divine kingdom didn't collapse. How could it still score 5? 9? He must have cheated." Other classmates wore expressions of disbelief. It was simply impossible. Even the homeroom teacher Qin Lin found it hard to believe. Ignoring the students' doubts, she immediately called up the life detection index chart for the large honey badger. The line graph on the screen left Qin Lin completely stunned. The honey badger had indeed been continuously engaged in battle, recovering slowly after each near-death experience. According to the fluctuating graph, Guhan's Divine Kingdom species had at least repelled the honey badger 5 times. Strangely, why had the honey badger not been killed? Qin Lin raised her head, appraising the somewhat delicate-looking student before her. She was also very curious about how Guhan had managed to endure. Teacher, my challenge counts as passed, right? Guhan pointed at the screen. Qin Lin came to her senses, hiding her shock and closing the data panel. Guhan didn't cheat, he passed. Immediately, a student eager for gossip shouted, "Who just said Guhan would swim in a cesspool?" Many turned to look at Zhao Zu's group, causing the whole class to burst into laughter. Qin Lin paused and looked at Guhan, her tone turning serious. Guhan, your Divine Kingdom species have decreased, and the ecological structure is somewhat unhealthy. Although you passed this challenge, this development model will not last long. I will ask you one last time, are you sure you want to continue on the path of the God of War? Even if you choose not to continue, I will still reward you. I am certain. Guhan didn't hesitate at all. He had originally planned to follow the path of the God of War and desperately needed that scholarship. Ding! Guhan's handheld device emitted a notification sound that echoed throughout the class. Divine Kingdom account credited 1000 credit points. Ding! Guhan's handheld device emitted a notification sound that echoed throughout the class. Divine Kingdom account credited 1000 credit points. All the students watched as Guhan received 10,000 credit points on the spot, filled with envy and jealousy. Inside the classroom office, I am curious about how you managed to endure these 7 days. In response to the homeroom teacher's inquiry, Guhan had already prepared his answer. It's simple, just feed it until it's full with chickens, and the destructive power will diminish a bit. Qin Lin was taken aback, wearing an expression that questioned if he was joking. Although it was indeed a good method, the carnivorous appetite of the large honey badger was terrifying. How many chickens would it take to fill it for 7 years? I'm serious. Teacher Qin, have you forgotten what my skill is? You mean reproduction? Yes, my skill allows the creatures in my divine realm to reproduce rapidly. I bought dozens of the cheapest broilers and continuously bred them with my skill to the point of having more than I can consume. Qin Lin opened her mouth in surprise. It can be done this way. So he has an excessive single species in his divine realm, all chickens. No wonder this guy dared to take on the challenge. It seems his skill isn't as simple as it appears. Perhaps the artificial intelligence misjudged it. Qin Lin rubbed her temples. This result was a bit frustrating. It made sense after all. Honey badgers are just beasts, and with a little thought, they could be managed. Then you are being clever. Qin Lin sighed, closing the file folder. Although the rules do not restrict this method, taking shortcuts won't lead far, especially since your divine realm is currently ranked at the bottom. I called you here to discuss the scholarship matter. The scholarship for the War God route starts at a minimum of 300. Qin Lin's tone became more serious. I can include this test in your records, but there will also be a panel from the Ministry of Education to assess the combat power of your divine realm. Guhan caught the key point, combat power assessment. Yes. They will provide you with a corresponding amount of credit points based on your combat power. Qin Lin fixed her gaze on Guhan, attempting to discern any retreat in his expression. This is not just an assessment, it is a consumption test. If your divine realm cannot withstand it, the ecological chain will be instantly shattered and species will face mass extinction. Qin Lin softened her tone slightly, adding a note of caution. With your skill, I suggest you switch to the life system. This assessment could very well destroy your divine realm. After hearing this, Guhan felt no fear. Instead, his eyebrows involuntarily raised. So the stronger my combat power, the greater the scholarship amount. Qin Lin rolled her eyes internally. This student was clearly not listening to her advice. Forget it, it's hard to convince a stubborn fool. Let him figure it out on his own. Qin Lin stared at Guhan, suddenly halting her movements. I understand. She slapped the table, realization dawning on her. That's why you haven't killed that honey badger. You want to use it to handle the upcoming combat power assessment. You're quite the schemer. The more Qin Lin thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed. The Ministry of Education's assessment panel utilizes a standard monster invasion mode. If Guhan left an extremely aggressive species in his divine realm in advance, when the assessment panel introduced new monsters, they would surely encounter the honey badger. What a deep calculation you have. Guhan smiled, without speaking, having no intention of explaining. With a flathead brother in the mix, at least his skill wouldn't be exposed so quickly. Who cares about the assessment panel? As long as one enters the divine realm, even a dragon must honestly endure a breeding routine. That said, the current ecological chain of the divine realm is indeed a mess. There is no need to worry about foreign invasions. The emergence of new species will inevitably bring about a new round of problems. If his skill is not used properly, it might even become a flaw. Guhan leaned closer and tentatively asked, Teacher Qin, can you help me get some things from the educational institution? What kind of trick are you trying to pull this time? With past experiences in mind, Qin Lin cautiously distanced herself. As long as it's not prohibited. Besides, I won't take it for free. I can help you promote the breeding of species in your divine realm for rapid conception. Guhan momentarily lost control of his mouth. As soon as the words left his mouth, the air in the office froze. Guhan immediately realized how abrupt it was to say such a thing to a young female teacher. Qin Lin was once again stunned watching as the boy across from her turned red in the ears. She couldn't help but chuckle. What do you want? Guhan quickly got to the point. Is there an adult iron banyan available? Just an adult one would suffice. Iron banyan? What do you want that for? She was very puzzled. Qin Lin realized she could not fathom Guhan's thoughts at all, but still patiently explained, an iron banyan takes 1,000,000 years to mature. A single tree could outlast several generations of divine lords. Although this species is indeed made of special materials, its maturity period is too long. It is simply unsuitable for planting and has long been categorized for elimination in the divine realm. Are you planning to buy it as a family heirloom? Guhan only cared about one question. Is it in the textbook archive? Yes, there are a few kept for educational exhibits from when the school was founded. However, it costs 10,000 credit points for just one. Qin Lin rubbed her temples, feeling dizzy from the chaos this student had caused today. This species is rare and has no market value. No one is selling it. Guhan immediately transferred the money without hesitation. I just love studying ancient tree species. One is enough, thank you, teacher. Having just sent over 10,000 credit points, he immediately spent it on a discarded tree. Qin Lin was completely out of patience. This student was more stubborn than a mule refusing to listen to advice. Do as you please. She quickly operated the teacher's terminal, creating a species card and handing it over. Here, I have already advised you. As for your offer to help me with breeding, forget it. I'm afraid your divine realm won't withstand it. Guhan received the species card without reservation, thanked her, and left directly. The iron banyan's extremely long growth cycle is a problem for others, but for him it is not. The iron banyan is currently the most suitable species to address the issues in his divine realm. This tree is resilient to destruction, has a strong self-repair ability, and is quite tall with dense branches, making it a natural biological barrier. The long maturity period is not a problem at all. With forced breeding, Guhan can fully cultivate hybrids to produce stronger species. Leaving the office, he had just reached the corner of the second floor of the teaching building when Guhan stopped in his tracks. Zhao Su was leaning against the stair railing, hands in his pockets blocking the way. Get out of the way. Guhan couldn't be bothered to waste words. Your temper is quite big. Zhao Su stood up straight, sizing Guhan up, and snorted coldly. My dad asked me to invite you home for dinner. If you don't want your dad to lose his job, you'd better come with me. Guhan frowned slightly. This was an outrageous threat. What do you mean? Guhan's voice was low. Zhao Su thought Guhan was afraid, and took a step closer smugly. It means nothing. I casually mentioned to my dad that you accepted Teacher Qin's test challenge. When he learned that you not only weren't kicked out of Class 1, but also barely passed, he was quite shocked. Zhao Zu's father Zhao Kuan is a brother of Guhan's father Gu Yanxiao. Before becoming successful, he was in charge of logistics for Gu Yanxiao. But Zhao Zu's father Zhao Kuan is a brother of Guhan's father Gu Yanxiao. Before becoming successful, he was in charge of logistics for Gu Yanxiao. But after Gu Yanxiao fell, he ended up working under Zhao Kuan. Although their family has helped out over the years, Guhan knows deep down that Zhao Kuan is not sincere at all. The two families used to interact frequently when they were children, and Zhao Su was a childhood playmate. Since starting school, the situation has changed. Their families are no longer as close, and Zhao Su has gradually turned against him. 7 o'clock tonight, don't be late. Zhao Su raised his chin. After speaking, he bumped shoulders with Guhan and swaggered down the stairs. After sending a message to his mother Tang Yinran, Guhan leaned against the back of the bus seat. Outside the window, the vibrant night scene of Dongjiang County rapidly receded. Since his father Gu Yanxiao lost his status after the downfall of the Divine Kingdom, he has been working under Zhao Kuan, and the family still owes Zhao's family over 100,000 in debt. This meal couldn't be avoided. He had to go with a brave face. The bus stopped outside the luxurious hillside villa area. Guhan walked along the tree-lined path, surrounded by 3-story independent houses with gardens. Arriving at the gate of the Zhao family, the electronic access opened automatically. Zhao Kuan, wearing a loose silk loungewear and sporting a protruding belly, greeted him with a smile as he came out of the house. Little Han is here. Come in quickly, don't bother changing your shoes, just come in and sit down. Shuer didn't even ask the driver to bring you back. Oh, I've been scolding him for that. Guhan rubbed his hands together and sat down at the large redwood dining table, displaying the awkwardness typical of a financially struggling college student. Zhao Su sat beside him, unusually silent, and not making sarcastic remarks, only rolling his eyes and poking at the rice in his bowl. Uncle Zhao, is there something specific you wanted to discuss with me today? Can't I just invite you over for a meal without any reason? Zhao Kuan personally poured Guhan a full cup of juice. Don't be polite, consider this your own home. It's been so many years since we last met, you've grown into a young man. Your features truly resemble your father's from back in the day. Guhan smiled awkwardly and took a sip from his cup. Zhao Kuan placed a piece of braised pork into Guhan's bowl. I heard you chose the warrior route at school, just like Shuer. And you even passed Teacher Qin's honey badger challenge. Zhao Kuan gave a thumbs up. A tiger father doesn't raise a son who's a dog. Your father was quite the figure back in the day, and your achievements are impressive as well. Guhan lowered his head. You flatter me, Uncle Zhao. Oh, I was just lucky to barely pass. What luck? With such good results, you should take the time to teach Shuer. Zhao Kun pointed at Zhao Su, who was sitting beside him with disdain. My son is useless. Oh, I've spent so much money piling Divine Kingdom resources on him, and he still ends up like this. I'm truly worried sick about him. After hearing these few words, Guhan completely understood why Zhao Su always targeted him at school. Growing up, Zhao Su must have been frequently compared to him by his father. Finally, unable to contain himself, Zhao Su slammed his chopsticks down on the table. Dad, what are you doing? Did you invite him just to belittle me? Zhao Kun's expression darkened. What do you mean? You have the nerve to ask. Didn't you always say that academic subjects are useless? Just look at the score you got. It's truly embarrassing for me. Zhao Zu's face turned red. He just happened to pass a test. Happened. Zhao Kun slammed the table. Guhan ranked first in his academic subjects. There's no way he passed that challenge just by luck. Your Divine Kingdom. If it weren't for me spending a large sum to hire a top planner to create the ecological map for you, would you even understand how to manage it? Zhao Zu's chest heaved violently, biting his lip in silence. If you don't grasp your knowledge well, do you expect me to follow behind you for the rest of my life to clean up after you? Zhao Kun pointed at the table. Guhan has ability, you should learn from him more. Caught in the middle, Guhan could only step in to mediate. Uncle Zhao Su has some good skills, his future looks promising. Zhao Kun waved his hand, and when turning back to Guhan, his face took on an extremely gentle expression. Little Han, since you're pursuing the warrior path, you must be in need of money. Recently your dad mentioned this to me at the company and wanted to advance some of your salary. Guhan's heart tightened. His father actually sought Zhao Kun out for his tuition and Divine Kingdom resources. Zhao Kun pulled a golden savings card from his pajamas pocket and slid it across the table to Guhan. Uncle Zhao sees that you are certainly not a common talent. This card contains 500,000, take it for now. Consider it an investment from Uncle Zhao for your future. 500,000. For the current Gu family, this was a substantial amount, enough to pay off their debts. Zhao Su suddenly stood up. Dad, are you crazy? On what basis are you giving him money? Zhao Kun completely ignored his son and quietly watched Guhan. Guhan stared at the golden card, his mind racing. Investment. Zhao Kun was the deity of the lifestyle route, meticulous and never made a losing deal. If he took this money, he would inevitably be bound to Zhao's family and have to follow their commands. After all, one who takes has to give. There was no need to take this money, nor could he. Guhan shook his head and pushed the card back. No need, Uncle Zhao. I've already applied for the school scholarship, the first payment has been issued, and it's sufficient for my needs. Zhao Kun raised his eyebrows, considering how this kid was so desperate for money, daring to take on the Honey Badger challenge, yet still managed to refuse. Scholarship? That's just a small amount of money. He leaned back in his chair. Little Han, your dad and I are brothers. You'll soon realize how much money the warrior route consumes. That scholarship won't even be enough to fill your teeth. Guhan maintained his smile. I really don't need it, thank you for your kindness, Uncle Zhao. Zhao Kun was silent for a few seconds before suddenly laughing. Alright, you have some backbone. But if you think receiving money directly is inappropriate, Uncle Zhao has another way. Uncle Zhao has some connections in the banking system and can apply for you a low interest or even interest-free loan. The amount starts at 3 million and you won't need to repay the principal for the first 2 years. 3 million interest-free loan. It would be impossible for Guhan not to be tempted. Zhao Kun continued to raise the stakes. With your excellent results, this is a crucial period for the development of the Divine Kingdom. With sufficient funds to solidify the foundation, you will undoubtedly surpass your father from back then. Zhao Kun raised his glass. Your dad would definitely be proud of you. This matter, I can keep it from him. You can decide for yourself. This series of propositions was indeed tempting. Zhao Kun had always been flattering, and any young person fresh in society would surely be swayed. But Guhan still politely declined. No matter where this money came from, accepting it would mean he owed a debt of gratitude, and he couldn't sever ties with the Zhao family. After dinner, Guhan left quickly, citing the need to plan for the Divine Kingdom, and didn't even take Zhao Kun's special car. In the Zhao family study, Zhao Su angrily questioned, Dad, didn't you dislike them? Then why are you giving them money to support them? Zhao Kun set aside the company accounts and looked up at his son, his tone full of disappointment. When I was your age, I didn't have such ample conditions. Gu Yanxiao still had level skills while I was merely a level. I could step on Gu Yanxiao, yet my son can't compare to his son. Zhao Su felt nauseated at these words. Then why are you bending over backwards for him? Do you want to recognize him as your son? Zhao Kun laughed and scolded. If you continue to be useless, it wouldn't be impossible. Put aside your little jealousy, and my support for him is merely to help him firmly walk the warrior path. By the time he realizes he's not cut out for it, it will be too late. Zhao Su suddenly realized from his father's words that with only grade breeding skill, Guhan would find it extremely difficult to pursue the path of a war god, requiring even greater effort than an ordinary person. So your sponsorship of him is merely to widen the gap, making him increasingly dependent on credit points, ultimately dragging himself and Gu Yanxiao down. Zhao Kun tapped the table, urging his son to sit down. You are only partially correct. The means to ruin a person is certainly not through oppression, as that would only backfire. Killing with kindness is often the most effective method without risking confrontation. But by supporting him, encouraging him if he truly succeeds, wouldn't that be even more infuriating? Looking at Zhao Su, who still seemed unwilling to accept this, Zhao Kun spoke earnestly. Even if he ultimately succeeds, you'll have gained a friend rather than an enemy. Wait for the right moment, and with just one step you can lead him to utter destruction. Just like his father Gu Yanxiao. However, Zhao Kun did not intend to tell his son about that incident from years ago. In his eyes, Zhao Su was still too naive, displaying his emotions too openly without any guile. As expected, Zhao Su curled his lips and continued to argue. Then according to you, he didn't accept that money, so didn't you just waste your effort? At least he was tempted. As long as he has an idea, various external lenders will reach out to him. With a little maneuvering on my part, he will definitely borrow money. Don't just look at the surface. Zhao Kun seized every opportunity to lecture his son, rambling on endlessly. On the night bus, Gu Han leaned against the back of the chair, gazing out at the swiftly passing streets. Zhao Kun's words tonight indeed stirred something within him for a few seconds. The war god path is certainly expensive. From the moment of awakening in the divine realm, the gap has already widened. Families like Zhao Zus can only be considered upper middle class in a small county. The children of prominent families in the city immediately receive support from high-level planners and substantial funds upon awakening. If he could secure a low-interest loan of several $100,000, the development speed of his divine realm would definitely increase several-fold. Perhaps loans are a rapid path to rise from the bottom. He took out his handheld device and opened the loan pages of several major banks in Huaxia. He entered his personal information, divine realm rating, and skill level. The system spun around for a long time. The amount that popped up made him shake his head. The highest bank was only willing to approve 100 credit points, with an annual interest rate as high as 18%. Those who possess a divine realm face interest rates several times higher than ordinary people. The poor don't even qualify to borrow large sums. Gu Han shut off his handheld device, trying hard not to dwell on Zhao Kun's suggestion, temporarily abandoning the thought of borrowing. Upon returning home, he pushed open the door, finding the living room lights still on. Gu Yanxiao and Tang Yanran sat on the old sofa. The television was on with the volume turned low, and his sister was likely still studying in her room. Hearing the door open, both turned their heads. Back already. Tang Yanran stood up and walked over to help him with his coat. Did Zhao boss give you a hard time? Gu Han changed into his slippers, speaking casually. No, Uncle Zhao was quite polite. He treated me to a meal and praised me for coming first in the county, primarily to encourage his son. He had no intention of telling his parents about what happened tonight. His father was still working under Zhao Kun, and the family still had over 100,000 in debt unpaid. Although he didn't know their attitude towards Zhao Kun, as long as it was unsaid, life could still go on. Gu Yanxiao nodded, sighing. Zhao Kun is just troubled by his son. Gu Han did not respond, taking out his handheld device and fiddling with it a bit. Ding! Gu Yanxiao picked up the device, and upon seeing the screen, his eyes widened in shock as he suddenly stood up. 10,000 credit points. Xiao Han, where did you get the money? Did Zhao Kun give you money? Tang Yanran was also startled and hurried over to look at the screen. Gu Han moved to the water dispenser and poured himself a cup of water, taking a sip before speaking. No, our teacher organized a freshman challenge, and I was lucky enough to win. This is the prize money. Uncle Zhao contacted me because I won against his son. Looking at his son's expression, Gu Yanxiao was convinced that his son was not lying. Gu Yanxiao waved his hands repeatedly, his fingers swiping across the screen to try to return the money. No, you should take this back. You just awakened your divine realm. Buying species and feed will cost money everywhere. The family can still manage. Gu Han stepped forward and pressed down on his father's hand. Dad, just keep this money. Save it for Xingxin's school fees next year, so she can focus on her studies and not worry about working part-time. But your divine realm. I know what I'm doing. Gu Han interrupted him. There's also a scholarship from the school, so as long as I participate in the divine realm assessment, in a while it will be issued. I don't lack this money. The two parents exchanged glances, and after hesitating for a moment, Tang Yanran softly asked, Xiao Han, what path do you plan to take? Gu Yanxiao also stared at him nervously. Gu Han smiled and chuckled, perhaps something related to life sciences. Upon hearing the words life sciences, his parents visibly sighed in relief. Gu Yanxiao's tense shoulders relaxed, nodding repeatedly. Life sciences are good. Life sciences are good. Safety is more important than anything else. Your breeding skill is quite suitable for aquaculture. Gu Yanxiao no longer hesitated, heading directly towards his sister Gu Xin's room. Tang Yanran also smiled, urging Gu Han to hurry and take a shower and rest. After washing up and returning to his room, Gu Han locked the door. He lay on the bed, closed his eyes, and his consciousness instantly sank into the divine realm. With a thought, the iron banyan card transformed into a green light, landing on a patch of open ground by the lake. In the next second, the giant banyan tree shot up into the sky with a stout trunk and lush foliage, countless aerial roots dangling down, taking root upon reaching the ground, forming a forest with a canopy like clouds. What would happen if animals and plants were placed together and forced to breed? As soon as this thought emerged, it surged wildly in his mind, impossible to suppress. He immediately exited the divine realm, opened the trading platform of Pindao Dao, and searched for a while. Blackline python, adult length 3 meters, non-venomous, strong constriction, power priced at 10 credit points each. Vampire vine, a low-level parasitic plant, grows extremely fast, priced at 5 credit points each. Guhan decisively placed an order buying 100 blackline pythons and 100 vampire vines. The total cost was 1500 credit points, leaving him with 37000 credit points. Distributing them sparsely throughout the divine realm, these two species can greatly suppress the ever-expanding numbers of the six-winged chickens without threatening the six-winged beasts. Guhan rubbed his hands together, calming his excited heart. He attempted to use the largest blackline python and the most vigorous vampire vine. Forced breeding. The moment the skill activated, a blinding white light suddenly descended upon the divine realm, enveloping both the blackline python and the vampire vine. He conducted another breeding experiment with the iron banyan and the vampire vine. Afterward, he purchased many cost-effective ordinary species, all carefully selected to create a food chain cycle, greatly enriching the ecological chain of the divine realm, which can reduce the lengthy process of natural evolution. Unknowingly, he had spent 300 credit points. The morning sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating the bedroom. Guhan opened his eyes and immediately sank his consciousness into the divine realm. The several basic organisms he had purchased for 30,000 credit points last night were now mostly extinct, with 4 or 5 species completely vanished. Guhan was neither surprised nor distressed. This was merely the result of natural selection, proving that those theories suitable for certain species were not applicable here. Managing the divine realm is not simply about adding more water to a pot of noodles or more noodles to a pot of water. Such practices would only create a bottomless pit, draining the host's credit points. A truly healthy ecosystem must allow the primary species to be self-sufficient, while other species play a role in balancing and assisting. As long as the divine realm remains stable and its capacity increases, introducing new species will not lead to a rapid collapse. Guhan focused his attention on last night's hybrid experiment. The offspring of the black-striped python and the blood-sucking vine exhibited two completely different evolutionary directions. The first type, which Guhan named vine snake, belonged to the category of plant-based animals. This creature retained the body structure of a snake, but was covered in vine leaves. The nutrients absorbed by the plant leaves could not meet the enormous energy demands of the animal's body. Their movement became sluggish, making it impossible to catch prey. Without any trace left, they must have gone extinct. This type of plant-based animal could not survive at all. The second type, on the other hand, was the snake vine, belonging to the category of animal-like plants. They rooted themselves in the soil, appearing as dense clusters of vines. Guhan observed that these snake vines remained completely still, significantly reducing their energy consumption. Once a meat chicken or other small animal approached, the previously motionless vines would suddenly spring into action, using snake-like constriction to ensnare their prey, tightly followed by secreting digestive fluids to decompose and transform it into nutrients, resulting in a very high survival rate. Plant form, animal predatory instincts. Guhan stroked his chin, feeling very satisfied with this outcome. Animal-like plants do not run around conserving a lot of energy. They can thrive simply by waiting for their prey, which is very suitable for the layout. For the next 3 days, aside from eating and sleeping, he devoted all his energy to the hybrid experiments in the divine realm. Guhan continuously adjusted the hybridization sequence and ratios of the black-striped python, blood-sucking vine, and iron banyan. During this period, he experienced many failures and losses. Finally, on the evening of the 3rd day, a brand new species was born in the divine realm. Guhan named it Iron Vine Snake Banyan. It possessed the very short growth cycle of the blood-sucking vine, the dynamic strangulation ability of snakes, and over time the tree would gradually develop the formidable defense of the iron banyan. The iron vine snake banyan was not highly aggressive, rather it had a gentle temperament, behaving almost like the iron banyan, with its branches swaying slowly like snakes, capable of driving away intruders. However, if its branches suffered multiple damages, the vines would constrict the target to death, much like a python, and then secrete digestive fluids to dissolve the corpse. This perfectly aligned with Guhan's vision of ecological zoning. Moreover, he felt reassured that after conducting multiple experiments, he found that these hybrid animal-like plants had no ability for self-reproduction. Just like most hybrid animals that cannot reproduce independently, they lacked seeds and could not propagate through roots. To increase their numbers, Guhan could only rely on using the forced reproduction skill to breed offspring. This meant that the quantity and distribution of the iron vine snake banyan were completely under Guhan's control. There was no need to worry about them becoming a plague like the six-winged chickens, which could disrupt the ecosystem of the divine realm. Guhan immediately began to overhaul the divine realm on a large scale. He spent an entire day breeding over 1,000 iron vine snake banyans in the divine realm. Some of them were used to create a safe breeding area specifically meant for the six-winged beasts. Any creature attempting to breach and attack the six-winged beasts would be blocked by the iron vine snake banyans. This completely solved the breeding issue. At this moment his device vibrated, and a transaction notification appeared. It turned out to be the buyer who had previously purchased a white-feathered six-winged beast. This batch of white-feathered six-winged beasts consisted of 6 individuals estimated to mature in the divine realm in 10 years. A few days ago Guhan had listed them for sale on the trading platform for 1,005 credit points each. Boss, the meat quality of your white-feathered six-winged beasts is almost on par with the six-winged beasts. Do you have more in stock? Guhan replied there are still a few left. The buyer immediately sent a voice message revealing a middle-aged man's voice. I am the procurement officer from the Cloud Peak restaurant. We will take all the stock you have, and we will buy as many as you can supply in the future. We can raise the price to 2,000 credit points each. Guhan raised his eyebrows. They are actively requesting an increase to 2,000. Is this a stroke of luck? What are the conditions? Guhan asked directly. The conditions are simple. We won't go through the platform, and will trade privately using dark accounts. You save on transaction fees, and I can keep my account straight. It's a win-win. Guhan leaned back in his chair, gently tapping his fingers on the table. Dark accounts. He understood the tactic, but without the platform's guarantee, if the other party received the goods and didn't pay or manipulated the teleport coordinates, he as a student without any background would have no recourse. However, the price of 2,000 credit points and the prospect of a long-term supply chain were indeed tempting, though the risk was too great. The other party claimed to be from Cloud Peak Restaurant, which could barely be considered a large chain hotel. But identities can easily be fabricated. He needed to be cautious. I'm sorry, I'm a bit timid, Guhan replied. I can send the goods privately, and the price will be, as you said, 2,000. However, I will list a virtual item on the platform for 2,000 credit points. You will purchase it, and then I will teleport the white-feathered six-winged beasts to your designated coordinates. He'll cover the transaction fees. The other party was silent for a moment. Clearly they did not expect this seller to be so cautious. Alright, let's proceed as you suggested. I will provide you with a virtual coordinate. Guhan directly listed a virtual item named Advanced Ecological Consultation with a price tag of 10,000. After the other party purchased it, Guhan packed the remaining 5 white-feathered six-winged beasts noting gift. Then he sent them to his virtual coordinates via teleportation card. After deducting the platform's 5% transaction fee, his account had a solid addition of 9,500 credit points. Looking at his balance, Guhan let out a long sigh. After receiving the goods, the other party quickly sent another message inquiring when there would be more available. Guhan, being cautious, replied, a large batch will be ready soon. I will contact you in a week or half a month at the latest. The other party replied with an okay gesture. Truly, it was an unexpected turn of events. One who diligently tends to flowers may find them unyielding, while one who casually plants will find willows flourishing. He had originally planned to rely on the six-winged chickens, which could mature within a year in the divine realm for volume sales. However, the six-winged chickens had turned into pets, and now the sales were not ideal and had gradually faded. The white-feathered six-winged beasts had a longer cycle, and he had not intended to continue breeding them, but now he had a long-term partner in business. Guhan decided to invest 9,000 to buy 3 female six-winged beasts. The previous one was already a 10-year-old rooster, and he feared it wouldn't survive much longer, and was even more concerned about the quality of the offspring. Guhan decided to replace it with a younger rooster and let it work through the night. 1 week later, in the center of Jiang City, at the Ministry of Education's Divine Kingdom Combat Assessment Center, outside the massive domed building, the air was filled with excitement, and luxury cars gathered. Guhan followed his homeroom teacher Qin Lin, surveying the surroundings. Accompanying them was a girl named Chu Yu. Chu Yu was the top student in Class 1, remembered as one of the few with its level evaluation. Most of the participants today are students from Jiang City University. Qin Lin paused, turning back to remind them, you too shouldn't feel pressured, just do your best. Especially you, Guhan. Qin Lin fixed her gaze on him. The combat assessment is not a child's play. If any signs of collapse in the Divine Kingdom ecosystem are detected, immediately press the abandon button. Do you understand? Had it not been for his accidental victory in the Honey Badger Challenge, Qin Lin would never have considered him for this spot. Most around were students from Jiang City. Had it not been for his accidental victory in the Honey Badger Challenge, Qin Lin would never have considered him for this spot. Most around were students from Jiang City University, all proud and conversing about their Divine Kingdom configurations. I heard Wang Tung raised a pack of rampaging earth dragons in his Divine Kingdom. What's that? Lin, the school beauty, now has a pure elven Divine Kingdom with a magic tower built. Why apply for a scholarship if you're that wealthy? What do you know? Who would complain about having more credit points? Listening to the discussions around the difference between having funds and not was like heaven and earth. Why apply for a scholarship if you're that wealthy? What do you know? Who would complain about having more credit points? Listening to the discussions around the difference between having funds and not was like Guhan silently calculated his own cards, feeling a bit chilly, as there was no comparison. The iron vine banyan had not fully grown yet, and could only serve to restrain. The only ones he could fight were those honey badger chicks, and that large honey badger. To secure more scholarship funds, Guhan had already planned to take down those honey badger chicks. After all, they fought to the death every day, and their lifespans were not long. Attention examinees, the list for the God of War route assessment has been published on the big screen. Please verify your personal information. The announcement rang out. The massive holographic projection screen in the center of the square lit up, and a dense array of names began to scroll. All S-level evaluations with some S-level at the top. Everyone was searching for their names, puffing each other up. When the list scrolled to the last line, the entire square suddenly fell silent for a moment. Then a burst of uproarious laughter erupted. What the hell? Did I read that wrong? How is there a Clevel here? Dongjiang University. Guhan. Comprehensive Evaluation Clevel. What is this? Can a Clevel even participate in the God of War route assessment? The system must be bugged. Who is this person? Did they go through the back door? Ridicule came in waves like the tide. Chuyu frowned and stepped aside, seemingly feeling embarrassed standing next to Guhan. Qinlin also looked a bit awkward. After all, Guhan had won the challenge, and she had felt pressured to write the app. Yet Guhan appeared unfazed, hands in his pockets, quietly watching his name at the bottom of the list, feeling as if he stood out among the crowd. Of course, this analogy wasn't quite appropriate, but at that moment it was exactly how he felt. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room of the assessment center's top floor, a few chief examiners were sitting in front of the screens reviewing the candidates' data. The quality this year is good. Among the new students from Jiang City, there are over 30 with S-level evaluations. Indeed, in previous years, there were only about 20. Another examiner chimed in. Sitting at the head was a long-haired woman in a black military uniform, Zhong Ran. She flipped through the tablet in her hand, frowning slightly. What is this Guhan? What's his background? How did he get in? Zhong Ran projected Guhan's data onto the wall. A starting area of 700,000 square meters. That's a scale only S-levels have. How can his comprehensive evaluation be Clevel? The balding examiner glanced over and scoffed. Report to the officer. Look at his skills. Flevel forced breeding lowers the overall evaluation. Flevel. Zhong Ran tapped her fingers on the table. The probability of the Divine Kingdom's destruction during the combat assessment is quite high. A life-oriented student comes here to court death. Check the data. How did he get selected? Officer, I checked. A young assistant nearby pulled up a set of data, his voice gradually rising. This Guhan ranked first in cultural achievements throughout the county, but due to family circumstances, he chose Dongjiang University. Previously, in a challenge posed by the teacher, he raised an adult large honey badger in his Divine Kingdom for 7 days. Not only did the Divine Kingdom not collapse, but its prosperity also passed. As soon as these words were spoken, the monitoring room fell silent for a few seconds, followed by continuous hissing. Everyone understood the significance of this achievement. Even students with S-level evaluations might not complete this challenge, yet a Clevel managed to do so. The balding examiner was stunned. A large honey badger. What a joke. The assistant projected the life characteristic chart of the honey badger that Qinlin had submitted onto the main screen. The balding examiner immediately fell silent. The doubts that had just begun to arise in the monitoring room were completely extinguished by the chart data. A spark of interest flickered in Zhong Ran's eyes. This is interesting. A crisp electronic announcement echoed over the vast square of the assessment center. Please enter the corresponding numbered assessment capsules and connect your Divine Kingdom to the assessment terminal. To reduce the consumption of your Divine Kingdom's original combat power, this combat assessment will use the invasion mode. The system will deploy corresponding invading species based on your Divine Kingdom's terrain environment in batches. The more batches you maintain defense, the higher your potential rating will be, and the scholarship amount you can obtain will increase in a tiered manner. Candidates are reminded to act within their capabilities. Once signs of your Divine Kingdom's ecosystem being unable to bear the pressure are detected, please immediately press the red dropout button on the control panel to disconnect. Additionally, based on the privacy protection principles of the Divine Kingdom, the large screen in the square will not broadcast the internal conditions of the Divine Kingdom, only updating in real time the batch and kill data. Hearing the announcement, a wave of relaxed discussions arose among the queuing crowd. Guhan nodded secretly while listening to the discussions around him. These rules are indeed fair, at least those with volcanic terrains, oceanic terrains, and sky island terrains won't have a geographical advantage in the assessment. He found his designated glass capsule number 13. Guhan. The team leader Qinlin approached and gave a final reminder, don't push yourself too hard. If something seems off, drop out immediately. As long as you have the Green Mountains, you need not worry about firewood. Don't let your Divine Kingdom's foundation collapse for a bit of money. Rest assured, Teacher Qin, I know what I'm doing. Guhan smiled, pulled open the capsule door, and lay down inside. He donned the connection helmet and closed his eyes. His vision faded to black and then brightened. Guhan's spiritual entity was already floating above his Divine Kingdom. At the edge of the Divine Kingdom, the space slightly distorted, and a blue glowing teleportation light gate rose from the ground. The prompt sound from the assessment terminal rang in his mind, indicating that the candidate could begin the assessment at any time. Guhan had no intention of formulating any battle formations. With a thought, he directly locked onto the large honey badger that was still sound asleep. He shifted it to just under 3 meters in front of the light gate. Start the assessment. Guhan decisively clicked on the virtual panel in front of him. The light gate flickered, and the first wave of invaders was teleported into the arena. A reedy groundhog larger than a cat poked its head out baring its fangs, yet had no time to make a sound. A large honey badger slapped down, seizing the groundhog by the neck, and with a loud crunch it bit off half of its head, bone, and flesh together. The first wave of defense was successful. The next wave will start in 60 seconds. 60 seconds. By then the honey badger would probably have left. Without hesitation, Guhan decisively pressed the skip wait, start immediately button. The second wave saw 5 wild boars charging out. The honey badger crashed head in, enduring the tusks, and bit through the throat of the leading wild boar. Skip. The third wave, fourth wave. Guhan simply kept clicking. The invading species before him were relatively basic. Although their numbers were increasing, the large honey badger with its thick skin was completely dominating the situation. After 10 consecutive waves, a small mountain of corpses piled up in front of the teleportation gate. The large honey badger was now completely riled up, clawing at the edge of the light gate, half of its body nearly going through, emitting an angry low growl. Meanwhile, outside in the square, a massive holographic screen was displaying real-time ranking data of the candidates. The rankings were arranged in order of the batches that had passed from highest to lowest. The first place was a girl named Lin Chuxue, who had already reached the 12th wave. Following her was Wang Tung at the 11th wave. All those ranked ahead were prominent figures from several key universities in Jiang City, with their evaluations in this grade range. At the bottom of the screen beside Guhan's name, the red 0 suddenly flickered. Then, as if the system had stuttered and suddenly exploded, the numbers began to jump wildly. 1, 5, 7, 9. Finally it settled at 10. Guhan's name surged from the end into the top 10, while the few students ahead of him had also reached the 10th wave. Guhan was ranked 9th due to his lower rating, and the noise in the square was abruptly cut off, plunging into silence. Is the system malfunctioning? What's with that jump? Does he not even need time to rest? Is he just spamming the next wave? How did this grade Guhan suddenly jump into the top 10? His speed is actually faster than most grades. Look, he's already 5th. Within the assessment space, Guhan adjusted the Iron Vine Snake Banyan to surround the light gate, preventing any other monsters from crossing the large honey badger into the depths of the Divine Kingdom. By the time of the 20th wave of invasion, a qualitative change finally occurred, as over 30 Qingbei Windblade wolves surged out of the light gate like a tide. These wolves were robust, moved extremely fast, and exhibited clear teamwork. No matter how fierce the large honey badger was, it was ultimately outnumbered. After killing 4 wolves, it was surrounded by the remaining pack, which began to wear it down using their speed. 5 minutes later, the honey badger's stamina finally depleted, and it lay on the ground, too exhausted to move, with several wounds on its thick fur. A few wolves seized the opportunity and pounced on it, tearing at it furiously. This large honey badger still had to be kept for breeding. It couldn't just die like this. Guhan made a swift decision, his fingers flying over the virtual panel. Over 100 honey badger chickens on the central island of the Divine Kingdom were packaged in an instant, precisely airdropped to the front of the light gate. The more than 100 combat chickens descended like a torrential rain, crashing directly into the wolf pack. The Windblade wolves were completely stunned, and before they could react, the flock of chickens charged at them like mad. These honey badger chickens had been starved by Guhan beforehand. They were extremely savage and cared nothing for. Their claws clung tightly to the wolves' backs, wings flapping wildly regardless of how the wolves rolled and shook. They would not let go, tearing flesh and skin off. Taking advantage of the chaos among the wolves, Guhan quickly sent the severely injured large honey badger back to its lair, casually tossing a few 6-winged chickens to it for recovery. Looking back at the front of the teleportation gate, the battle had turned into a one-sided slaughter. More than 100 honey badger chickens fought bravely, rendering the speed that the Qingbei Windblade wolves prided themselves on utterly useless in the face of overwhelming numbers. In less than 10 minutes, over 30 wolves lay defeated beneath the chicken claws. However, trouble immediately. With no enemies in sight, the inherently aggressive nature of the honey badger chickens found no outlet and abruptly turned on their companions. 2 of the largest roosters locked eyes, suddenly clucking and fluttering about, diving into each other's embrace and pecking. With these 2 leading the charge, the remaining 100 chickens instantly erupted into chaos, sparking a large-scale internal brawl. Damn it, having no brains is really a headache. Guhan rubbed his temples. Wild beasts without intelligence were such a hassle. They couldn't understand orders, lacked organization and discipline, and attacked each other when there were no external threats. He absolutely could not let them waste time like this. Guhan quickly clicked the panel to start the next wave. The light gate flickered again, and the 21st wave of monsters just began to show. The honey badger chickens, originally fighting amongst themselves, immediately halted their actions, turning in unison with hundreds of crimson eyes fixated on the light gate. Fortunately, when there were external threats, they could unite against them. In an instant, hundreds of chickens transformed into a black and white torrent, drowning the invading monsters that had just emerged. Guhan thoroughly understood the temperament of these chickens, his finger hovering over the start immediately button. As soon as they cleared the field and prepared to fight each other, he would immediately spawn more monsters. As long as there were external threats, these chickens were the most merciless meat grinders. In the outside world, in front of the large screen, half an hour had already passed since the assessment began. Thousands of candidates and their respective teachers were all like wooden sculptures, staring up with their necks craned, fixated on the air. The rankings had completely turned upside down. Originally dominating the rankings, Lin Shuxue was stuck at the 23rd wave with a red light indicating damage to her divine kingdom glowing behind her name, struggling to hold on. Wang Teng had voluntarily exited the assessment at the 20th wave. Stamina depletion was the bottom line for many candidates. Numerous students immediately withdrew from the assessment at the slightest sign of damage to their divine kingdom. And that crade candidate Guhan, whom everyone thought had taken shortcuts, was now firmly positioned in first place, glowing with golden light. Following was a line of dazzling data. Damage to divine kingdom creatures, current batch 32. Kill count 953. Is he insane? 32 waves in half an hour. Does he have a night squad in his divine kingdom? I spent 500,000 on the Arrow Tower blueprints and only reached the 19th wave. Are you sure he's only crade? I don't believe it. The crowd erupted into chaos, gasps, and questions erupting everywhere. Chu Yu gaped, feeling her cheeks burning painfully. She had just exited the assessment, ranking at the 15th wave, feeling quite pleased, only to lift her head and see Guhan's data crush her into dust. Qin Lin swallowed hard, her palms drenched in cold sweat. Guhan, how on earth did you do it? She quickly opened the life signature detection for the large honey badger, discovering that it had only sustained minor injuries and was even beginning to recover. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room at the top of the evaluation center, the atmosphere was so tense it was almost palpable. Sir, this data is definitely problematic. The balding examiner suddenly stood up, pointing at the line graph on the screen. 32 waves of invasion. This combined combat power is nearing a first-tier extraordinary life form. Even if that large honey badger he raised was strong, its stamina couldn't possibly last this long. Moreover, look at his kill efficiency. Another examiner pulled up the detailed data chart, his voice floating after the 20th wave. Almost as soon as they invaded, they were completely annihilated in less than 30 seconds. This is not something achievable by individual combat power. It is undoubtedly a well-coordinated regiment executing a massacre. Sitting in the main seat, Zhong Ran's expression finally changed. She straightened her posture, resting her hands under her chin, and stared intensely at Guhan's name on the screen. A crated divine kingdom, without substantial funding, how could it have a fully formed regiment? Isn't the C rating supposed to have a relatively low assessment difficulty? Zhong Ran snapped back to attention and asked. A staff member responsible for assessment difficulty checked the terminal and replied, Guhan's assessment is indeed based on crated difficulty. The people present also breathed a sigh of relief. No wonder the assessment difficulties of C and S levels are not on the same scale. Moreover, he has a large honey badger in his divine kingdom. But he is rated C. This difficulty level is still quite significant for him. Moreover, this is already the 40th wave. Someone added, shaking the hearts of the crowd once more. Is using a large honey badger as combat power considered cheating? I believe the results should be voided and the difficulty should be raised for a retest. The balding examiner raised doubts and proposed a retest. His divine kingdom has already suffered damage. Increasing the difficulty might prevent him from taking the test again. That's not right, it's unfair. Other examiners spoke up for Guhan. In an instant, two opposing views emerged in the monitoring room, and the examiners became heated. He's just a crated student, his actions are inherently inappropriate, and a retest is to ensure fairness in assessment. The balding examiner stated with righteous indignation. Oh, then according to your reasoning, the combat species purchased by those students are also inappropriate. They paid for it, it is part of their combat power. Don't confuse the concepts. If Guhan can raise a large honey badger in his divine kingdom, that is also part of his combat power. Can you do that? You can't even do it by spending money, right? What do you mean? I'm just stating the facts. Besides, what's so great about nurturing crated students? There are already countless rated students every year. The education department scholarships can't even cover them all. Not enough. Then why are there so many rich kids coming to take the assessments? Those who really need scholarships don't even qualify. Enough. A stern voice filled with overwhelming pressure interrupted the examiner's argument. Zhong Ran glared at the examiners, reprimanding them. I'm here to observe the children's assessments, not to listen to your squabbles. As for the issues with your assessment system, sort it out privately. I believe Guhan's results are valid. I change the next wave of invasions to rated difficulty. If he still hasn't given up, then elevate his scholarship to serrated benefits. Who agrees, who opposes? The 40th wave finally ended. In front of the teleportation gate the ground was in disarray, and most of the corpses had already been carried away by Guhan. After a fierce battle, over 100 honey badger chickens were almost completely wiped out, with only 3 or 5 left bloodied and battered. Is this all there is? Guhan felt quite disappointed. Throughout the 40 waves, the monsters provided by the assessment terminal were all of subpar quality. Some species that looked impressive had combat power that was even inferior to that of large honey badgers. The only thing that had piqued his interest was a giant golden beetle that had flown out of the teleportation gate. The moment it appeared, it spread its wings and soared high, directly bypassing the land defenses formed by honey badger chickens and iron vine snake banyans, heading straight for the center of the Divine Kingdom. There were no air defense measures in the Divine Kingdom at all. Guhan decisively swung his hand to assign it a forced breeding package. The giant golden beetle crashed to the ground trapped in the Divine Kingdom and began cross-species breeding with the plants. Initially, Guhan had hoped to take advantage of this assessment opportunity to acquire some high-value species for free. In the last wave, let's see if there are any good goods. He directly pressed the button to start the 41st wave. The teleportation gate suddenly expanded, changing color from light blue to crimson. 3 imposing figures stepped out from the gate, standing 2 meters tall with bulging muscles and rough gray-green skin. The one in front wielded a massive iron shield, followed by 2 half-beastmen carrying recurved bows. Guhan's breathing became heavy. They have finally arrived. These could be the intelligent race that advances to the extraordinary. An adult half-beastman on the market could sell for nearly 500,000 credit points, just 5,000 less than a human. The education department has finally decided to invest. Whoosh whoosh. 2 wooden arrows shot out, precisely piercing the heads of the bloodied honey badger chickens. The shield-bearing half-beastman let out a low growl, swinging the iron shield to smash a nearby obstructing iron vine snake banyan. With a crack, the not fully matured trunk of the banyan was smashed open. They tore through the defenses like a hot knife through butter, heading straight for the heart of the Divine Kingdom. Yet Guhan felt no urgency about the invasion. He intently watched the 3 half-beastmen below, especially as he carefully observed the characteristics of the 2 archers behind, his heartbeat quickening. 2 females, 1 male. Without any hesitation, Guhan launched a skill directly at the ones below. Forced breeding. Target locked the shield-bearing male half-beastman in front and the female half-beastman archer on the left. At the moment the skill took effect, the 2 half-beastmen shook their originally fierce faces, instantly turned vacant, and their weapons clattered to the ground. The male half-beastman turned around and picked up the female half-beastman lying down right where they were. The remaining female half-beastman looked utterly bewildered. Guhan immediately switched targets. Target locked the female half-beastman archer and the giant golden beetle he had just captured. The bow and arrows in the female half-beastman's hands also fell, and she turned to flee, charging toward the direction of the giant golden beetle, as if something there was calling her strongly. Done. Guhan reacted swiftly, not even looking at the result, and immediately pressed the next wave start button. The gate flickered again, and 10 well-equipped half-beastmen charged out with roars. The moment they appeared, Guhan unhesitatingly pressed another button. Terminate the assessment. The 10 half-beasts that had just rushed out froze, torn apart by an irresistible force, transforming into flowing light that was reabsorbed by the portal. The half-beasts, covered in white light from the skill effect, remained completely unaffected until the portal slowly dissipated. The assessment has concluded. Guhan let out a long breath, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Knowing when to stop now that the honey badger chickens were completely extinct, the iron vine snake banyan could not possibly hold back the half-beasts. If he did not terminate it and let the 10 half-beasts behind him rush in, he would have to use his skills to subdue them, but doing so would increase the risk of exposing the secret of his abilities. After all, if the number of kills remained unchanged for too long, it would easily raise other suspicions. Killing 3 half-beasts for free along with a giant golden armored beetle had already yielded a great profit. In front of the large screen outside the evaluation center, the audience was completely silent. Everyone looked up, staring at the top of the leaderboard where the rankings refreshed. First place, Guhan Waves survived 41 number of kills, 1012. Second place, Lin Chu Shui Waves survived 32 number of kills, 493. Third place, Tang Ji Chao Waves survived 30 number of kills, 485. What the hell, someone in the crowd shouted. The entire venue erupted. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Is the machine broken? How could a Clevel rating be in first place? 8,000 monsters. Is he raising Godzilla in his divine realm? Team leader Qin Lin was stunned, unable to believe the final ranking. Chu Yu stood at the front of the crowd, her delicate face pale, staring at the name on the big screen, biting her lip hard. She with its level rating couldn't even make it into the top 10, yet Guhan was first. Quiet. A boy wearing glasses suddenly shouted. He adjusted his glasses and spoke with great certainty. Think about the mechanism of the assessment. Combat power assessment matches the invasion monsters based on the candidate's divine realm rating. Everyone turned to look at him in unison. The boy with glasses continued his analysis. Those with S-level ratings encounter absolutely stronger invading creatures. And what about Guhan? Clevel. What the system matched for him must be ordinary species just in greater Upon hearing this, many around suddenly realized that the kill counts did indeed support this. Exactly. How strong could the monsters of Clevel difficulty be? I was shocked. I thought he was playing possum. It turns out he exploited a loophole in the assessment mechanism. If there were some capable species in the divine realm, he could probably withstand many waves of invasion. Surviving 41 waves, Guhan is indeed top tier, even at Clevel. Those who have nothing to lose aren't afraid of anything. He probably pushed it to the limits where his divine realm was severely damaged. Everyone began to comfort themselves. The enormous psychological gap from earlier was instantly filled. It turned out he merely took advantage of the low rating. With a light sound, the door to Guhan's assessment chamber opened. He rubbed his neck as he stepped out, only to find that all eyes in the venue were on him. Following everyone's gaze upwards, he saw his name is shining brightly in first place on the holographic screen. Guhan cursed inwardly. This is bad. He had originally thought he might rank a bit higher, but never expected to accidentally come in first. Now he was in trouble. His secret was likely to be exposed. His mind raced as he considered his options. Even Lin Chu Shui, the S-level genius with a fairy divine realm, couldn't help but cast a scrutinizing glance in his direction. She had endured to 32 waves at the cost of slightly damaging her divine realm, thinking she would be safely in first, never imagining this Clevel would rank above her. Guhan felt a chill run down his spine under her gaze, quickly lowering his head and pretending to be exhausted as he hurried to Qin Lin's side. Teacher Qin, I feel so dizzy. My divine realm nearly collapsed. Guhan began to feign. Qin Lin, who was initially puzzled, quickly supported him upon hearing this. Why didn't you come out earlier if you couldn't hold on? Are you willing to sacrifice your future divine realm just for a scholarship? Guhan immediately lowered his head. Teacher, you are right. I sent all my chickens in. The nearby students listening perked up and chuckled. Yet it was undeniable that Guhan did possess some abilities. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room at the top of the evaluation center, the atmosphere was completely different. Several examiners stood in a row, the screen in front of them utterly silent. The students below thought Guhan's assessment difficulty was much lower. But on the internal data panel before them, it clearly stated candidate Guhan 41st wave invasion difficulty, S-level manually adjusted invasion species, half-beast tactical squad determination result invasion squad, failed to be retrieved. Candidate passes this batch. A middle-aged examiner swallowed hard, pointing at the line of data on the screen, his voice dry. Director Zhong, how do we account for this? That means he passed. Zhong Ren chuckled lightly, unconcerned. Another examiner urgently pulled up the back-end logs. The system determined he passed the 41st wave, but the kill counts show discrepancies. Both the 37th and 41st waves have 0 kills. Everyone looked puzzled. This situation had never occurred before. Could it be a malfunction in the assessment terminal? After all, we adjusted the difficulty midway. Unclear. This has never happened before. Zhong Ren chuckled lightly, unconcerned. That's your problem then. She leaned back in her chair. Increase this child's scholarship amount to S-level. Then call him over separately. I'm curious how he managed to do it. The examiners exchanged glances, but no one dared to refute. After all, she was the financial backer this time. In the evaluation center hall, the noise gradually subsided. The chief examiner took a list and walked to the front of the stage, clearing his throat. Silence. This time some students performed excellently. Your scholarship amounts have already been applied for and will be credited to your accounts within 3 working days. The chief examiner scanned the room, deliberately pausing for half a second on Guhan. This scholarship is personally sponsored by Colonel Zhong Ran of our Huaxia Military Defense Department. This fund is a targeted credit point only supporting the purchase of resources needed for the development of your divine. I hope everyone will work hard and not disappoint the country's investment in you. The chief examiner read through the military recruitment conditions, and the entire audience listened attentively. Afterward, Guhan followed the crowd to the terminal, swiped his identity card, registered his account for the scholarship, and immediately checked his scholarship amount. A line of information popped up on the screen. Exam candidate Guhan. Rating level C. Assessment ranking first place. Scholarship amount level S, 200, designated credit points. Guhan stared at the long string of zeros, his breath momentarily caught. 2 million. He had originally thought he would only receive a maximum of 500,000 in A or B level aid, but this amount was multiplied by an unknown factor. The students nearby, who had been peeking in disbelief, gasped. 2 million. On what basis? How can he a C level receive an S level amount which is 80,000 more than mine? An S level candidate voiced their dissatisfaction. Quiet. Qin Lin approached, glancing sternly at the students before turning to Guhan with a somewhat complex expression. Behind her was a young woman dressed in a crisp military uniform. The woman slightly nodded at Guhan and gestured. Guhan, officer, Zhong wants to see you. Guhan's heart sank. That 2 million wasn't so easy to obtain, the inevitable had finally arrived. He quickly turned off the screen and discreetly followed the military uniformed woman to the top floor. All the while Guhan's mind raced. Being AC level dominating all S levels to secure first place, if he couldn't provide a reasonable explanation, all his cards would be laid bare. Once his skills were exposed, although it wouldn't lead to life-threatening danger, he would certainly be directly conscripted. He would either be locked in a research facility as a merciless breeding machine or forcibly matched with high-tier biological entities, leading a life of comfort without freedom in his latter years. This was certainly not the life he desired. He had indeed been too reckless this time. But who could blame him for starting out with nothing? Compared to those truly wealthy family heirs, his divine kingdom was far too fragile. If he didn't take a gamble, he wouldn't even gather the resources to start. The large honey badger was indeed strong at the beginning, with overwhelming combat power, a true numerical beast. But as time passed, others intelligent species learned to use tools, birthed civilizations, and evolved to extraordinary levels. The advantage of relying solely on physical strength would diminish. Guhan clenched his teeth, secretly quickly refining the excuses he had prepared in his mind. The military uniformed woman pushed open the door and signaled for Guhan to enter. Inside the spacious room, only one person stood by the floor-to-ceiling window. The military woman lowered her voice and introduced, "This is Colonel Zhong Ran from our Huaxia Military Defense Department, a level 4 deity." Guhan's breath caught, and he immediately stood up straight, respectfully saluting, "Greetings, officer." This was a level 4 deity. He had never seen a being with a lifespan of 2,000 years before. Guhan secretly observed the other person. Zhong Ran turned around, looking to be in her early 20s, dressed in a sharp black combat uniform, exuding an aura of seasoned combat experience. "No need to be nervous, sit down." Zhong Ran pointed to the sofa across from her. Guhan complied, and sat down, keeping his back straight. Zhong Ran looked at him, saying, "I reviewed your information. F level talent skill forced reproduction. Initial area of the Divine Kingdom is 700 square meters, rated C level." She paused, her tone carrying a hint of inquiry. "I want to know, what is your reason for choosing the warrior route?" Guhan met her gaze, forcing himself to respond, "The advantage of my skill is my reason." "Oh." Zhong Ran raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean by that?" "My skill is of the reproduction type, which can significantly ensure the reproductive speed of species and increase their numbers. As long as the numbers are sufficient, I can satisfy the demands of war." Zhong Ran smiled lightly. "The idea is indeed good. So your assessment is to use numbers to compensate for combat power?" "Yes." Guhan nodded, starting to present the prepared responses. "In my divine kingdom, there is a large honey badger. I preemptively adjusted the terrain in front of the portal to a wetland swamp and bred a large number of poisonous plants around it." As he spoke, he observed Zhong Ran's reaction. The large honey badger has tough skin and flesh and is not afraid of poisonous thorns. Once invading monsters fall into the swamp, their movement will be restricted, and they will be paralyzed and poisoned by the thorny plants. After listening, Zhong Ran nodded thoughtfully, using thorns and swamps to limit invaders while the honey badger quickly reaps them. This is indeed a clever tactic, and it can explain why a C-level divine kingdom can withstand so many waves. Although this can only deal with most low-level invaders, encountering true high-level beings or flying units would leave him at a loss, but during the novice assessment stage this tactic is practically flawless. As for the background data anomalies, it is not impossible that the examiners manually adjusted the difficulty midway, causing the system to experience judgment delays or data loss. Zhong Ran did not intend to delve deeper. Everyone had their own cards and secrets. As long as they were not anti-human cultists, the Military Defense Department always encouraged students to develop freely. "You are indeed very clever." Zhong Ran smiled approvingly. "Understanding how to utilize the environment and the characteristics of species in coordination is far superior to many students who only know how to blindly stack resources." Guhan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed he had managed to fool them. "However, I need to teach you a piece of knowledge that isn't found in textbooks." Zhong Ran's tone turned serious. Guhan straightened up even more. "Officer, please instruct me." "You can indeed gain advantages by relying on numerical superiority. But you must understand that although extraordinary beings can give birth to extraordinary offspring, their reproductive capabilities will be significantly weakened as their life levels rise. Furthermore, once intelligent beings develop thoughts and give birth to civilizations, they will not act solely according to the Divine Lord's edicts. They will have their own desires, fears, and calculations." She looked at Guhan seriously. "By that time, your reproduction skill may not be of help. Forcibly intervening in the reproduction of intelligent beings could even lead to internal rebellion and the collapse of faith within the Divine Kingdom." Guhan listened very attentively. These were indeed lessons not taught in school. This is why those with reproductive skills often choose the life route to cultivate those without intelligence for meat or medicinal use. Guhan completely understood Zhong Ran's point. The higher the biological level, the harder it is to reproduce. The smarter the beings, the harder they are to manage. But he was different. No matter how extraordinary you are, as long as you are locked by my skill, you will definitely produce offspring. Thank you for your guidance, officer. I will seriously consider my future direction. Guhan expressed his sincere gratitude. Zhong Ran stood up and clapped her hands. Alright, all that needed to be said has been said. Spend that 2 million scholarship wisely, don't let me down. If you have ideas in the future, you can enlist in the military defense department. The scholarship amount was unexpectedly high, which clearly indicated Colonel Zhong's appreciation. Guhan saluted again. Understood. Thank you, officer. He turned to leave his hand, just touching the doorknob. Wait! Zhong Ran suddenly called out to him. Guhan froze, a layer of cold sweat instantly forming on his back. He turned his head, forcing himself to remain calm. Does the officer have any further instructions? Zhong Ran casually waved his hand in midair, his fingertips pinching a card that emanated a faint glow. You ranked first. Giving a scholarship seems too stingy for me as your sponsor. I have nothing much to reward you with. These are a few Qi Ling flowers I used when I started my divine nation years ago. Their fragrance can cover 100 square meters and inspire the intelligence of nearby beings. This thing is of no use to me anymore, so I'll give it to you as a reward. Guhan was taken aback and hurriedly walked back to receive the species card with both hands. Qi Ling flower. A great divine plant. He had learned about this in textbooks where plants with special effects and abilities were collectively referred to as divine plants. This is a rare plant that can directly enhance the intelligence of species in the divine nation. On the market, a Qi Ling flower starts at a price of over 100,000 credit points, and there's often a supply shortage. A big shot is indeed a big shot. Even a little something that slips through their fingers can suffice for an ordinary person to strive for many years. Thank you, sir. Guhan carefully put the card away, unable to contain the smile on his face. Zhong Ran looked at his expression and couldn't help but chuckle. Alright, if you ever wish to enlist in the military defense department, just mention my name. Guhan's eyes brightened. Did this mean he had latched onto a big shot? Before he could fully enjoy the moment, Zhong Ran leisurely added, mentioning my name will lead to extra training for you. Guhan's smile instantly froze. What did extra training mean? Shouldn't it be about more care and resource allocation? Understood. Thank you for your support, sir. Guhan still expressed his gratitude loudly. You may leave now. Zhong Ran waved his hand. Guhan saluted again and quickly exited the room. As the door closed, the office fell silent once more. Zhong Ran leaned back on the sofa and took a sip from the cup on the table. It was just a fleeting impulse. A child from an ordinary family with an initial divine nation of only 700,000 square meters and a skill that lacked combat power, being in grade breeding type. Reaching this point by relying on wit and clever tactics is indeed not easy. Although this strategy of relying on large honey badgers to pass the assessment can work, it becomes increasingly difficult as one progresses, likely fading into mediocrity. But what if? Young people always possess infinite possibilities. Just a few unused Qi Ling flowers considered as forming a benevolent connection. After Guhan left the office and confirmed that no one was around, he immediately closed his eyes and his consciousness sank into his divine nation. The interior of the divine nation was still vibrant, although some areas had been severely damaged. The 3 half-beasts and giant golden-armored insects were entangled with the iron vine snake banyan. Guhan casually assigned a breeding package to each half-beast and giant golden-armored insect, then directly used the Qi Ling flower species card. The card transformed into sparkling starlight and dissipated, followed by the appearance of 7 plants in the open area of the divine nation. Guhan widened his eyes, examining these so-called flowers from head to toe. The plants before him were nothing like the delicate and fragile ones depicted in textbooks, with petals that glistened like crystal. Their roots and stems were as thick as small tree trunks, with bark displaying concentric patterns resembling ancient trees. The petals at the top were as thick as those of succulent plants, deep purple-black in color, exuding an extremely rich and unusual fragrance. These look way too wild, don't they, eh? Guhan scratched his head. The Qi Ling flowers on the market didn't look like this. These 7 combined were bigger than... To clarify the specific attributes of these plants, Guhan immediately connected his palm device to the divine nation and activated the intelligent assistant. Scan the newly added species. The palm device screen flickered a few times, and the progress bar quickly filled up. Species named Qi Ling flower, variant year, 100,000 years. Effect greatly increases the intelligence of beings within a 100-meter radius. 100,000 years. Greatly increases. Indeed, it differs from ordinary Qi Ling flowers. This effect could probably be rated as crate. He subconsciously swallowed. 100,000 years when converted to outside time is equivalent to 100,000 days. 365 days a year, 100,000 days. Nearly 274 years. Guhan gasped. Based on this estimate, that Colonel Zhong Ran, who appeared to be in her 20s, must be at least 200 or 300 years old. A level 4 deity has a lifespan limit of 2,000 years. Being 200 or 300 years old is indeed considered young. Meanwhile, in the office, Zhong Ran was reviewing the materials of this batch of candidates when her finger suddenly paused midair. She widened her eyes and sat up straight from her previously relaxed position against the chair back. She recalled the gift she had just given Guhan. Those Qi-Ling flowers were planted during the first few years after she awakened her divine nation. Later, as her divine nation expanded and species evolved, that area had been left idle. It was only a few days ago, while clearing the inventory of her divine nation, that she conveniently sealed them into a species card. Damn, I've revealed my age. Zhong Ran slapped the desk, causing the water in the cup to splash. How did I forget about this when giving away gifts? Guhan redirected his attention back to the 7 exaggerated Qi-Ling flowers before him. With an age of 100,000 years, this resource would definitely attract a lot of competition in the outside world, likely selling for 4 to 500,000 per flower. Without hesitation, Guhan activated forced breeding for the 7 Qi-Ling flowers and the roadside weeds. A few minutes later, the 7 clusters of light gradually dissipated. Next to the Qi-Ling flowers, some purple sprouts broke through the soil. After a full hour of effort and Guhan's hybridization of various easily grown plants, around the 7 Qi-Ling flowers, a large area of various Qi-Ling-type plants had already grown. There were purple weeds, fragrant vines, and low shrubs with thick leaves. After scanning with the intelligent assistant, all were plants with a low probability of awakening intelligence in surrounding organisms. Although not all had a significant awakening effect, having any was sufficient. The gentle breeze in the divine nation blew through, and the seeds of these initial hybrids scattered with the wind, falling in all directions of the divine nation. According to the flow rate of time within the divine nation, it wouldn't be long before the entire 700,000 square meters would be filled with these plants that have awakening effects. The remaining task is to arrange for the Qi-Ling flowers to breed with their kind, and then seedlings of Qi-Ling flowers can be sold. It's time to deal with those 2 pregnant female half-beasts. These 2 are currently key protected subjects, their bellies visibly protruding. Although only a few hours have passed outside since the assessment ended in the divine nation, these 2 female half-beasts have already been pregnant for several months. While in a pregnant state, skills cannot be used on them, as it may lead to miscarriage. They cannot be forcibly controlled and can only be allowed to destroy. They do not belong to this divine nation and harbor hostility toward everything here. The 2 female half-beasts now, without bows and arrows, can only tear apart the surrounding plants with their bare hands. They appeared extremely irritable, continuously making grumbling growls. Guhan activated the translation function on his palm device, and lines of subtitles immediately appeared on the screen. Ghana, this is not a solution at all. A halforc forcefully tore a vine, shouting in frustration, I've been hungry for days. If this continues, I'm afraid the child in my belly will die. I can barely walk anymore. Where on earth has Dalton gone? Nearby, a halforc named Ghana leaned against a thick tree root, her face dark enough to drip water. Stop talking to me. Ghana snapped her head around, gritting her teeth. You know very well that Dalton is my man, yet you. Never mind. We might as well die here. Do you think I want that? This place is too bizarre. I couldn't control myself back then, and all that was left in my mind was one thought. The halforc retorted loudly, besides, aren't you pregnant too? I've asked you so many times whose child is in your belly, yet you never say. Ghana's expression stiffened, as if recalling some extremely terrifying scene. Her whole body shivered. Enough. Vina, shut up. Ghana irritably waved her hand. Let's not talk about that. Deeper in there is a plane. I came from there to find you. I remember there seemed to be animals raised there. Guhan looked at the translation on the handheld device and awkwardly scratched his nose. While this plot seems a bit cliché, it turns out that among these 3 halforcs, there is a couple who are the original pair. Vina and Dalton were forced together by him through forced breeding, directly putting a green hat on Ghana. As for the child in Ghana's belly, Guhan cleared his throat. That was a brand new species born from a giant golden beetle. He quickly focused his mind and packed a large group of 6-winged chickens from the breeding area, accurately airdropping them near the 2 of them. Suddenly, a flurry of wings flapped above. Hearing the commotion, the 2 female halforcs' eyes instantly brightened, bursting with an incredible will to survive. They broke free from the entanglement of the iron vine, tree rolling and crawling out. After eating wild fruits and small beasts for months, both of them had lost quite a bit of weight. Vina was quick on her feet, suddenly lunging out and grabbing a 6-winged chicken that was running around. She held the chicken up to her face, staring at its 6 flapping wings and 4 struggling legs. Her eyes widened. Ghana looked quickly. This chicken looks so special. Vina swallowed. I told you there must be 4-legged chickens in this world. Just as her voice faded, a crisp sound echoed. Vina opened her mouth wide and bit off the chicken's head, using both hands to tear it apart, blood and feathers flying, as she ripped the 6-winged chicken in half. On the other side, Ghana also caught one. Without saying a word, she directly twisted the chicken's neck and leaned in to gulp down the warm chicken blood. The delicious taste flowed down her throat, and Ghana felt revitalized. She vowed she had never eaten such delicious chicken in her life. Even the prey from the tribe could not compare to the taste of this chicken. Vina chewed on the raw meat, a look of extreme satisfaction on her face. The taste is amazing. If we can catch a few and take them back to the tribe, the chief will surely reward us greatly. As she spoke, she made crunch-crunch sounds while chewing the bones. Shut up. Ghana wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and shot a glare at Vina. You still can't keep your mouth shut even with food. Stop dreaming. Ooh, we can't go back to the tribe. Just as the two were feasting, a scream suddenly echoed from above. Bang! A gray-green figure fell from the sky, crashing heavily onto the grass in front of them, splattering dirt all around. It was Dalton, who had just gone through several brutal battles. His originally gray-green skin now exuded a pallid hue reminiscent of death. The two women were taken aback for a moment and quickly surrounded him. Ghana looked down, her brows immediately knitting into a frown, her face full of disdain. Where are your pants? Dalton weakly sat up, hugging his knees tightly, burying his head between his legs, his shoulders shaking, and he was making whimpering sounds. A Halford man over 2 meters tall was crying like a 300-pound child. It seemed he was recalling the humiliation of being controlled by some mysterious power and forced into relations with various creatures. His psychological defenses had completely collapsed. Vina could no longer bear to watch and kicked him hard. What are you crying for, you big man? Vina scolded. Where have you? Here, eat something. This chicken tastes good. She casually handed him the remaining half of the 6-winged chicken. Dalton slowly raised his head, his face streaked with tears, sniffing as he mechanically took the bloodied chicken and stuffed it into his mouth. Ghana turned her head away, not wanting to look at him at all. The three sat on the grass, accompanied by the crunch-crunch of bones, the atmosphere becoming exceedingly bizarre. After eating until they were half full, Ghana sighed, her tone turning quite dejected. We must have angered the gods here. Ghana looked up at the unfamiliar environment. When I was young, the chief once said that any world is created by gods. Our tribe can grow and thrive relying on the protection of the gods. Now we invaded here at the behest of the chief, and now there's no way back. The two beside her continued to munch. Not being able to go back isn't a problem. This chicken is quite delicious. Vina spoke with her mouth full of chicken, her words indistinct. It is pretty good. Much more fragrant than the big pot rice that Akana makes. Dalton also quietly agreed. Ghana placed her hand on her forehead. You two really should be together. He'll step back. Why? What are you talking about? The person I like is Wigo. Yeah, I don't fancy Dalton. Vina stopped chewing, stating with righteous indignation. What's so good about Wigo? A true man should be at the front wielding a shield. He only knows how to shoot arrows. From now on you should come with me. Dalton clearly disagreed. Ghana tugged at Dalton's ear. I was just joking. Why did you take it seriously? You ungrateful thing. The three immediately began to argue with the two females, even starting to fight each other. Dalton hurriedly stepped forward to mediate, yet there was a hint of delight on his face. What a calamity. Guhan felt overwhelmed, but seeing that the three were temporarily uninterested in disrupting the divine realm was a relief. After all, the 6-winged chickens were enough for them. Given time, they would surely settle down. However, their relationship seemed a bit tense now. The Halford named Ghana had also mentioned the gods, perhaps he could use this angle to help them establish a tribe here. After returning to Dongjiang University from the city, Guhan immediately immersed himself in the school library. The 2 million directed credit points had been credited, but he had to plan carefully on how to spend this money. Since the Halfords could settle in the divine realm, the next step was to allow them to reproduce established tribes and form a civilization. He walked to the bookshelf in the alien zone, pulled out several thick books on the habits and tribal structures of the Halford race, and found a secluded corner to sit down. The book recorded that Halfords are a typical patriarchal clan society that values martial strength and has a strong sense of territory. They place great importance on bloodline inheritance. Halfords possess high combat power with intelligence that is relatively low, making them a strong and easily manageable race in the early stages. Guhan flipped through a few pages, feeling that he had grasped enough theoretical knowledge, and decided to check on the 3 individuals in the divine realm. Perhaps he could grant them a bit of divine favor to purchase a beast god altar or something similar. Many species that have experienced war, if disabled, would be sold at a low price by the divine master on the trading platform. 10 would be sold as a package for 500,000, and later he could purchase some disabled Halfords at a low price to breed for tribal scale. Looking at the internal situation of the divine realm, the excitement on Guhan's face suddenly froze. The habitat established by the Halfords was in disarray. Jinnah lay in a pool of blood with a large hole in her chest, and blood stained the surrounding grass. Her eyes were wide open, unable to close. Dalton stood nearby, panting heavily, his gray-green face filled with terror and madness. You are already unclean. The beast god will not forgive you. Dalton screamed hysterically. Not far away, Vina was half kneeling on the ground, gripping something tightly with both hands. Guhan enlarged the image, taking a sharp breath. It was a newborn baby. But this was definitely not a Halford. The baby's size was larger than that of a normal Halford cub, sporting 2 sturdy horns characteristic of insectoids. Its surface had the rough skin of a Halford, covered by a layer of golden exoskeleton that shimmered with metallic luster under the sunlight. Most horrifyingly, this baby had 4 arms with sharp claws at the ends of its fingers. It also had a pair of semi-transparent wing casings on its back that had not fully unfolded. A child from an ordinary family with an initial divine nation of only 700,000 square meters and a skill that lacked Die, die. Vina gritted her teeth using all her strength. Just as Guhan was about to do something, the baby's head was already crushed. Vina disdainfully tossed the baby's corpse aside and turned to look at Dalton. Jianna has been tainted by the evil god. She has given birth to the seed of the evil god. We must burn them, otherwise the evil god will come after us. Dalton nodded vigorously. The two began to frantically gather dry vines and branches from around them, piling them on top of Jianna and the insectoid baby's corpses. Without a fire source, Dalton picked up 2 stones and desperately rubbed them together. Guhan looked at the 2 corpses, feeling a pang of regret for the credit points, as things had completely deviated from his expectations. He had originally thought that as long as they were provided with enough food, these 3 Halfreks would be content to reproduce. He had underestimated the exclusivity of intelligent races. Any intelligent race possesses deeply ingrained thoughts and social taboos. They would never accept the birth of a different species. Even if Jianna was the mother of this baby, she might not be able to fully accept it upon seeing the child's appearance. Let alone Dalton and Vina. They came from tribes with complete systems, and their perception could not accept a different species. This contradicted Guhan's skill advantage. Intelligent species have minds, thoughts, and traditions. Forcing them to give birth to a different species would not only affect their worldview, but could even trigger internal slaughter and collapse. Guhan rubbed his temples and let out a long sigh. Fortunately, he didn't act impulsively, and directly took the 2 million credit points to lavishly purchase Halfreks. If he had spent a fortune buying dozens of Halfreks and then forced them to reproduce, resulting in a bunch of bizarre hybrids, it's likely that the Halfreks in the Divine Realm would wipe out those hybrids along with themselves. A large amount of credit points would go down the drain. It seemed that the plan to build civilization relying on Halfreks had to be put on hold. The development route for ordinary people was completely unsuitable for my skills. Guhan looked at the 2 people in the Divine Realm who were trying hard to start a fire, pondering Vina should be giving birth soon. What is in her belly is a legitimate beastman, which should be fine. I might as well keep these 2 for breeding purposes. The development of the Divine Realm must be planned carefully. Guhan exited the Divine Realm, leaning back in his chair, lost in thought. To advance to divinity, species in the Divine Realm must advance to the extraordinary, and in the early stages only intelligent species have the means to advance to the extraordinary. Guhan's path was completely different from that of ordinary people. Cultivating super-strong hybrids by gathering the advantages of various races was fundamental for him. To resolve the issue of intelligent species accepting hybrid beings, he could not rely on external intelligent species. He needed to cultivate them himself in the Divine Realm, establishing a stable social system and understanding of hybrid civilization. But that required a long time for evolution, and what Guhan lacked the most now was time. Elves have a relatively strong tolerance for various races. They are naturally attuned to magic and possess high intelligence. However, they are also quite expensive, with adult elves costing 600,000 each. Moreover, their path to extraordinary is through magic, and the prices in the magic system are generally high, second only to the human race's cultivation system. Perhaps he could start with other species. If hybrids could be created with intelligent species, there should be no problem in advancing to the extraordinary. They must be strong in combat, breed quickly, and be easy to manage with absolute obedience. A flash of the deceased insectoid baby crossed Guhan's mind. Exoskeleton, sharp claws, 4 arms. This was simply a natural killing machine. Guhan suddenly sat up straight, his eyes shining with excitement. Insectoids. How could he have forgotten this? Guhan immediately got up, returned the Halfrek books to the shelf, and quickly walked towards the obscure classification area at the furthest part of the library. There was no one in front of the insectoid bookshelf, and a thin layer of dust lay on top. In this world, insectoids were undoubtedly one of the most obscure species. They have strong combat power, reproduce, quickly consume greatly, have a very short lifespan, and most critically lack intelligence, making them resistant to being managed by divine masters. The lack of intelligence among insectoids means that they cannot establish civilization or provide high-quality faith power, limiting the development potential of the divine realm. Occasionally, some divine masters might purchase insectoids, but only for beneficial insects and small ants, using them in the divine realm as decomposers to handle garbage and corpses. Alternatively, some flesh insects are used as food sources. No one expects to rely on insectoids for combat. After all, any insectoid that could become a combat force would bring significant disaster to the divine realm. Guhan casually pulled out a book titled Insectoid Compendium, quickly flipping through it, then opened his handheld device to compare prices on the trading platform. As he looked at the prices, a wild grin spread across his face. Compared to the tens of thousands for Halfreks, the prices of insectoids were simply dirt cheap. A nest of ordinary ants costs only 10 credit points. Even larger combat insectoids are priced significantly lower than other creatures of the same level. Guhan quickly scanned the book directory and swiftly locked onto one of the categories. Blackarm ant. Classification: exotic species insectoid. Characteristics: possesses a hive-like social structure, large as a dog with extremely high defense, and astonishing biting power absolutely obeying the orders of the Ant Queen. Lifespan worker soldier ants, 10 years, queen ant 20 years. Guhan stroked his chin, quickly calculating in his mind. The greatest flaw of the insectoid species is the lack of intelligence, which prevents them from providing high-quality faith and forming a civilization. Ants have a social nature where the colony outweighs everything. What if we combine black arm ants with intelligent beings? As long as we utilize forced reproduction to cultivate a wise mutant queen ant, all the ant colonies spawned by this queen will possess intelligence, thus establishing a complete insect-human civilization. The characteristics of a hive society determine that the queen ant holds absolute power. Guhan does not need to teach the lower-tier insectoids. As long as he controls all the queen ants, he essentially holds the entire ant-human race in his hands. Absolute obedience, rapid reproduction, fierce combat power. This completely aligns with Guhan's ideal path. Guhan took out his handheld device ready to check the market price of black arm ants on the trading platform when suddenly an unread message popped up at the top of the screen. It was from his homeroom teacher Qin Lin. "Where are you? Hurry to the principal's office. You ranked first in this assessment, and the Education Bureau has specifically praised Dongjiang University. The principal wants to personally reward you." Reward? Guhan's spirit lifted and he quickly stuffed the insectoid compendium back onto the shelf and hurried out of the library. Dongjiang University Administrative Building, top floor principal's office. As soon as Guhan knocked on the door, he saw Principal Zhang Anhai sitting behind a large desk. "Guhan, you're here. Come sit down." Zhang Anhai waved his hand enthusiastically. Guhan pulled out a chair and sat down. "I knew putting you in class 1 was the right choice." Zhang Anhai personally poured a cup of water and pushed it over. "You really brought great honor to our school this time." "All thanks to the teachers," Guhan casually replied. Zhang Anhai waved his hand, getting straight to the point. "Let's skip the formalities. Your tactical decision-making in the Divine Kingdom and your excellent results are inseparable. The Education Bureau has just issued a document to strongly support students' cultural course development. You played a key role. The school must show its appreciation." Guhan raised his eyebrows slightly. This matter shouldn't be taken lightly. After finally enduring through university, now the awakening of the Divine Kingdom depends on cultural scores. The other students must hate him. After discussing with the school committee, your tuition for the 4 years of university is completely waived. Zhang Anhai handed over a tuition exemption certificate. Guhan felt a surge of joy inside. Although Dongjiang University's tuition is not high, it adds up to at least over 100,000 credit points over 4 years, which can buy a lot of good things. Additionally, Zhang Anhai lowered his voice. "I will personally reward you with an A-level divine architecture. You can choose the type." Guhan was stunned. A-level divine architecture. This is not an ordinary Divine Kingdom building. Divine architecture directly influences the Divine Kingdom and optimizes it, making it a top-grade item. The market price for the lowest A-level divine architecture starts at 500,000 credit points, more precious than divine plants. Principal Zhang Anhai is a demigod from the life system, and his generosity is astonishing. "Principal, this is too valuable, right?" Guhan asked cautiously. "Don't refuse." Zhang Anhai leaned back in his chair, smiling at him. "Just leave me a Divine Kingdom coordinate for now. Go back and carefully review the information. Consider what type of architecture you need." Zhang Anhai paused and added, "Make sure to choose the one best suited for the developmental path of your Divine Kingdom. I don't just focus on the expensive ones. Once you've decided, just tell Qin Lin and I can send it to you anytime." "Understood, thank you, Principal." Guhan immediately left his one-time Divine Kingdom coordinate with the principal. Guhan was thinking about checking if there are any suitable divine architectures for insectoid reproduction or improving the environment of the Divine Kingdom when Zhang Anhai suddenly said, "All right, that's it for the rewards." Zhang Anhai's smile suddenly faded a bit, rubbing his hands together. "Now, let's discuss some serious matters." Guhan's expression stiffened slightly, and his heart sank. Sure enough, there's no such thing as a free lunch. Zhang Anhai cleared his throat, his tone becoming somewhat unnatural. "You see, you ranked first in this assessment, and your prominence is too great. The principals of several other universities are not too pleased." Guhan remained silent, patiently waiting for the next part. Just in time, the Academy War God Professional League is about to begin. Those old fellows have teamed up and specifically requested that students challenge you during the league. Guhan's eyes widened, pointing at himself. "Challenge me? Principal, you can't be serious. I am a Clevel Divine Kingdom. The War God Professional League is a showcase for the top geniuses of various universities. Those who can participate are basically elite students from Slevel Divine Kingdoms. This league doesn't just involve invasion mode. There's also the troop combat mode, and he currently doesn't have a single combat species. You know, I was caught up in the moment and rashly agreed to your participation." Zhang Anhai chuckled awkwardly. Guhan was filled with frustration. "So you go out to show off, and now I have to clean up the mess. Principal, I really can't do this." Guhan decisively I've just finished the assessment battle, and my Divine Kingdom is severely damaged. I don't even have a decent combat species to face off against those levels. Young man, don't be so pessimistic. Zhang Anhai set down his teacup, earnestly advising there are still 3 months until the league starts. 3 months is enough time for you to cultivate a batch of powerful species. 3 months is far from enough. Guhan shook his head repeatedly. They start with high-level species, and I as a Clevel have neither money nor troops. I've already discussed it with Qin Lin. Your class is a key class, and there will be quite a few students participating in this league. At that time you can form teams and cooperate. Guhan fell silent. This A-level divine architecture suddenly lost its appeal. Participating isn't entirely impossible. Competing with peers and seeing the gap would also be a good experience. He currently has 2 million credit points in hand, and an A-level divine architecture soon to be acquired. If the insectoid hybridization plan goes smoothly, 3 months might be enough to form a sizable ant army. But he didn't want to expose his skills so quickly. He needed to make the principal invest a bit more. Alright, they'll do my best. Guhan sighed. Can you get me another self-service hybridization machine? Zhang Anhai was taken aback for a moment, then asked in confusion, what do you need that for? You're not pursuing a life-oriented path. The self-service hybridization machine is the latest invention developed by a biotechnology company helping divine lords on the life path to hybridize high-quality crops and even hybridize quality meat species. However, that's just advertising. The success rate of hybridizing animals is extremely low. This thing isn't cheap either. It costs 500,000 application points. Zhang Anhai has one in his divine kingdom, but it's already idle. Mainly because the success rate of this thing is too low. It requires a lot of experimental time investment, and those without patience can't really handle it. I feel that my breeding skills could fit well. I don't have the money to hire a divine lord for logistics. I need to make my divine kingdom self-sufficient. Guhan scratched his head, feigning ignorance. Alright, I just happen to have one, so I'll give it to you. But this thing is a huge waste of time, so don't let it hold you back. Zhang Anhai reminded him, already holding out a resource card. Guhan accepted it with both hands, thanking him repeatedly. With this he can use it as a pretext to slightly showcase his strength, at least not to arouse suspicion. You also have a younger sister who's in her final year, right? My requirement isn't high, as long as you make it into the top 10, I can waive her university tuition and give you an extra reward. Just then there was a knock on the door. Please come in. The visitor was none other than the homeroom teacher Qin Lin. Principal, you called for me, Qin Lin said as she walked in, glancing at Guhan who stood before the desk. Xiaoqin, you arrived just in time. Zhang Anhai said with a smile, pointing at Guhan. This kid has agreed to participate in the College God of War professional competition in 3 months. Take him through the process and explain the details of the competition to him. By the way, take him to select a profession and see if he wants to awaken the core of the divine nation. Guhan caught a strange term once again, awakening. What does it mean to awaken the core of the divine nation? He turned to Qin Lin. But that's something encountered only in the senior year. Zhang Anhai raised his hand to interrupt Qin Lin. How can he compete in the professional league against those wealthy prodigies when they have already awakened? But that's something encountered only in the senior year. Zhang Anhai raised his hand to interrupt Qin Lin. How can he compete in the Leaving the principal's office, the two walked side by side along the tree-lined path on campus. Many students around turned their heads, whispering among themselves. Clearly the news of Guhan being the top scorer had spread throughout the school. Qin Lin took Guhan to a less crowded side path before she began to explain. The textbooks teach only the basic theories, and to ensure the safety of the majority of ordinary students, some advanced knowledge is deliberately hidden by the Education Bureau. As Qin Lin spoke, while walking, she said the core of the divine nation is the key hub for establishing a deep link between the divine lord and the divine nation. Awakening it will allow you to independently control the flow of time within the divine nation, increasing it by up to 10 times. The enhancement that the divine nation core provides to the divine lord through the divine nation world will also be tenfold. Guhan suddenly stopped in his tracks, gasping in shock. Tenfold acceleration. 1 day in the outside world equals 1 year in the divine nation. If it speeds up by 10 times, that means 1 day in the outside world equals 10 years in the divine nation. This was incredible news for him, who urgently needed time to nurture the insect army and wait for the mutated spirit plants to grow. Don't get too excited too soon. Qin Lin turned around, observing Guhan's reaction, and appropriately doused him with cold water. Every choice comes with a price. Once the core of the divine nation awakens, you and your divine nation will prosper together or suffer together. What do you mean by that? Before awakening, the divine nation is merely a small world of consciousness related to you. Even if the divine nation were to be annihilated, you could just start over. Qin Lin's tone turned extremely serious, but after awakening the core, everything about the divine nation will directly affect your constitution. If the divine nation thrives, your life level will rise, and your lifespan will extend. But if the divine nation suffers severe damage and the core is harmed, you will also be gravely injured. If the core is shattered, Qin Lin paused for a moment, and said solemnly, you will die along with it. Guhan felt a shock in his heart. No wonder there were no records related to the knowledge of the divine nation, as it concerns the life of the divine lord, and the authorities are also consciously controlling it. Therefore divine lords who pursue a life-oriented path absolutely will not awaken the core of the divine nation unless absolutely necessary. Qin Lin continued walking. There is no combat power to protect the core of the divine nation. Compared to the tenfold speed of time, it is better to farm and raise livestock steadily, earning some credit points to get by. So all those on the God of War path have awakened. Gu Han quickened his pace. Indeed, only divine lords on the God of War path have the ability to protect their own core, but not all choose to awaken. Qin Lin explained the God of War path faces endless invasions, plundering, and divine battles. Without the time advantage brought by the core, they are not qualified to compete with their peers who have awakened the core. It all depends on personal willingness. There are pros and cons. You either live a stable life as an ordinary person and become indistinguishable from the crowd, or you risk your life for a tenfold development speed and immense power. Gu Han quickly calculated in his mind. While others feared outside enemies invading and shattering the core, he was not worried at all. As long as anyone dared to step into his divine nation, regardless of whether they were a colossal beast from the starry sky, as long as they were within the realm of living beings, he could simply use a forced breeding technique to arrange a mating with the insect tribe. Those who offend my divine nation shall be mated to death. The principle that old fellow is trying to entice him with his sister's tuition fees for the sake of the school's ranking, but this also opens a new world for him in advance. With this thought, Gu Han made his decision. Teacher Qin, I want to awaken the core of the divine nation. Qin Lin was not surprised by his response. Alright, I'll take you to the Public Security Bureau in the city to fill out the application. Qin Lin led Gu Han to the school parking lot and got into a silver hover car. The car ascended and drove toward the center of Jiang City. The interior of the vehicle was quiet with Qin Lin at the wheel, and suddenly she spoke up. Now that you've chosen this path, you must be cautious everywhere. But don't worry too much. As long as you are still a student, the Chinese authorities will do their utmost to ensure your safety. This competition also has a comprehensive protection mechanism, and there won't be any real casualties. Gu Han leaned back against the passenger seat, watching the buildings swiftly retreat outside the window. What about after graduation? He asked. Those who awaken the core of the divine nation possess extraordinary power, and are no longer mere mortals. Ordinary laws cannot restrain awakened divine lords. Once in society, struggles among divine lords for resources occur daily. They won't be too blatant in their lethal strikes. After all, we still live in a society governed by law. What would happen if I joined the military? Gu Han asked at the right moment. If you join the Ministry of Defense, you will be under the protection of the nation's deities, or if you align with those top powers, you will also receive strong divine protection, which is safer. Gu Han nodded silently after hearing this. Indeed, this was the impact that extraordinary power had on mortal society. It was definitely not just what he had learned. What he saw might only be the tip of the iceberg of divine nation civilization, and it was very necessary for him to choose to continue studying. I didn't expect you would agree to participate in the competition. Qin Lin explained the God of War professional competition to Gu Han all the way. The hover car slowly descended at the Jiang City Public Security Bureau. Qin Lin took Gu Han through the hall to a special window dedicated to handling divine nation affairs, where many students were also applying to awaken the core of the divine nation. Gu Han scanned the QR code in advance, carefully reading the application for awakening and the terms of responsibility and risk, but he was puzzled by the last section. I'm already an adult, why do I still need a parent's signature? Qin Lin nodded, understandably, saying, You are a student, of course you need your guardian's consent for such a high-risk operation as awakening the core of the divine kingdom. Gu Han rubbed his temples, realizing he was in deep trouble. He had just assured his parents that he was following a conventional path, and now he had to ask for their approval to awaken the core of the divine kingdom. What was he to do? His father had also taken the path of a war god. Perhaps he was unaware of the true nature of the divine kingdom's core. Yet it was hard to believe he wouldn't know. What's wrong? Qin Lin noticed his embarrassment. Nothing, I'm just pondering how to bring it up to them. Gu Han cleared. At that moment, on the other side of the hall, Tang Jichao casually caught sight of Gu Han and pointed him out in the crowd, saying, Brother Wu Ying, that's Gu Han over there. Tang Wu Ying glanced at Gu Han, a smirk of mockery appearing on his lips. So he's that person's son. What a narrow road for enemies. Jichao losing to his son today really tarnishes our Tang family's reputation. Tang Jichao felt a bit embarrassed by his cousin's words. He suddenly stood up and strode over to Gu Han. Tang Jichao stepped in front of Gu Han, saying, You don't think that just because you got lucky and found a loophole in the system to secure first place you can awaken the core of the divine kingdom without knowing your place to you? Gu Han didn't even lift his eyelids, continuing to focus on the application form in his hands. This person didn't leave any impression on him. He was likely just one of the students being assessed today, clearly just seeking attention. Tang Jichao's anger surged as he was completely ignored. He slapped the table where Gu Han was filling out the form, shouting, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? Only then did Gu Han slowly lift his head and glance at him up and down. Who are you? Do we know each other? I'm Tang Jichao. Tang Jichao gritted his teeth as he announced his name, waiting for Gu Han to show a look of realization. Never heard of you, Gu Han said, looking at Qin Lin. Teacher Qin, who is this person? Are they from our school? Qin Lin lowered her voice to remind him. No, Tang Jichao ranked third in today's assessment, a student from Jiangxing University. Oh, Guhan elongated the sound, then waved his hand dismissively. No impression. Please step aside, or a good dog doesn't block the way. He truly had no impression. When he learned he was first, he had been quite dazed, too preoccupied with how to conceal his secret. The only other name he remembered was Lin Shushue, who came in second. The other party was clearly looking for trouble, and Guhan naturally wouldn't give him a good attitude. You're asking for it. Tang Jichao felt deeply humiliated. Guhan, I challenge you. If you have the guts, let's fight. Tang Jichao shouted loudly, drawing the attention of many in the hall. No time for that. Why don't you go cool off where it's nice and quiet looking for attention? Guhan turned to leave, unwilling to bother with this idiot seeking trouble. Stop right there. Tang Jichao, his eyes reddened with rage, reached out and grabbed Guhan's wrist. Little brat, what are you pretending for? Before he could finish his sentence, Guhan suddenly shouted at the top of his lungs. Officer, help. There's someone here causing trouble and trying to fight. Tang Jichao was startled, instinctively wanting to let go, but it was too late. Two uniformed officers heard the commotion and rushed over. What's going on? Let go. One of the burly officers barked, pulling Tang Jichao away. Tang Jichao stumbled and nearly fell. He immediately cursed. What do you think you are to touch me? Let go. I'm just playing around, you're hurting me. Do you know who my dad is? My dad is Tang Si. The burly officer's expression darkened. How dare he be so arrogant in the security bureau? It was a blatant provocation of law enforcement authority. He twisted Tang Jichao's arm behind his back. I don't care if your dad is Tang San or Tang Si. This is the security bureau. If you continue to act arrogant, I have the right to enforce the law on the spot. Calm down, please, student. Don't cause trouble. Qin Lin quickly stepped forward, blocking Guhan. Guhan continued to stoke the flames. Exactly, this is a society governed by law. Your dad's surname Tang doesn't mean anything. There are cameras all over this hall. Officer, I don't know him. This guy is touching me and spewing nonsense. You're full of crap. I'll kill you. Tang Jichao struggled wildly. Enough. A deep voice interrupted. Tang Wuying approached with a well-dressed elder. Jichao, stop embarrassing yourself here. Tang Wuying scolded, then turned to the two officers, replacing his expression with a gentle smile. My little cousin is young and doesn't know better. He's a bit hot-headed. I apologize for the trouble. We're all classmates. You can handle it yourselves. Cousin, let go. Did you hear me? Tang Jichao shouted, straining his neck. I'll make sure you lose your job. Hearing this, the burly officer was thoroughly enraged. Oh really? You think that matters to me? Without another word, he kicked Tang Jichao behind the knee. Tang Jichao fell to the ground with a thud. The officer swiftly pulled out handcuffs, and with a click he cuffed Tang Jichao's hands behind his back. You are suspected of obstructing official duties and causing trouble. Come with me to the interrogation room. The crowd around erupted into low murmurs. Tang Wuying's smile faded. He rubbed his forehead side and turned to his butler with a command. Butler, take care of this. The butler slightly bowed, raising his eyes to the burly officer, his gaze lingering on the officer's shoulder badge for a moment. Then the butler took out a communicator from his pocket and dialed a number. He lowered his voice and said a few words into the device, then stepped forward and held it up to the officer's ear. The officer frowned, listening with suspicion for a few seconds. Guhan stood not far away. Although he couldn't hear exactly what was said, he could clearly hear the angry shouting from the other end. The officer's expression visibly changed. From anger to shock, then to frustration. He gritted his teeth and finally unclasped the handcuffs. The officer, with a grim face, coldly stated, "This is your last warning." Tang Jichao, rubbing his reddened wrist, got up from the ground and glared fiercely at Guhan, his eyes filled with hatred. Guhan hadn't expected that this hot-headed kid actually had some backing. Tang Wuying patted Tang Jichao on the shoulder, signaling him to behave. Then he turned to Guhan, a condescending smile once again appearing on his face. So Guhan, you got lucky today. Tang Wuying paused, his gaze sweeping over the league registration form in Qin Lin's hand. I hope to see you in the professional league 3 months from now. At that time, Jichao will personally settle the score for today. After saying this, he turned to leave. Just a few steps away, Tang Wuying suddenly stopped, looking back at Guhan with a somewhat amused tone. By the way, please send my regards to Aunt Yinran when you go back. Guhan froze in place, feeling as if his blood had turned to ice in that instant. Aunt Yinran. Isn't that the name of my mother, Tang Yinran? These people share the surname Tang, and my mother does too. Could it be that these arrogant and domineering individuals are relatives from my mother's side? Guhan pushed open the door to his home, and without even changing his shoes, sensed that something was amiss in the living room. The television was off, and no one was speaking. Gu Yinxiao, Tang Yinran, and his younger sister Gu Xin were all seated neatly at the dining table. Their gazes sharply pierced through the entrance, fixed intently on him. This situation felt somewhat akin to a tribunal. Guhan's heart sank. Could the incident with the Tang family at the Public Security Bureau have reached his mother's ears so soon? Could Tang Wuying have reported him behind his back? Stay right there, Gu Yinxiao said, pinching an unlit cigarette and gesturing to the floor at the entrance. Guhan obediently set his backpack down and cleared his throat asking, Dad, Mom, what's going on? Isn't Xin supposed to be studying? Guhan, be honest with us. Guhan obediently set his backpack down and cleared his throat asking, Dad, Mom, what's going on? Isn't Xin supposed to be studying? He scratched the back of his head and tentatively began, I was just about to tell you. Actually, I didn't plan to pursue a life path in the domestic realm. I chose the war god route. And what else? Gu Yanxiao slammed the cigarette down on the table. We already know about this. Keep going with your story. Huh, they already knew. Guhan stood there dumbfounded. Well, there's nothing else to say then. He spread his hands. Really, there's nothing more. Brother, you're hiding things pretty well. Gu Xian picked up the remote and turned on the television. She skillfully navigated to the replay channel and pointed at the screen. The whole world knows, yet you kept it from us, right? The television screen lit up, displaying a special report from the evening news in Jiangxing. The backdrop was right in front of the administrative building at Dongjiang University. Principal Zhang Anhai, dressed in a sharp suit, his hair slicked back, smiled broadly at 7 or 8 microphones, his wrinkles deepening with his grin. A reporter excitedly raised a microphone and asked, Principal Zhang, it has been said that the top student in this Dongjiang University scholarship assessment is not a genius from its class Divine Nation, but a student from a class Divine Nation of your school. Is that true? Of course it's true. Zhang Anhai declared with confidence, waving his hand towards the camera. This student is named Guhan, an outstanding talent we are prioritizing to cultivate. How could he, as a class Divine Nation student, outshine others? It is due to his solid cultural foundation. The more Zhang Anhai spoke, the more animated he became, spitting words. Our school has always placed great importance on cultural achievements. If a student awakens their Divine Nation but lacks a deep reservoir of cultural knowledge, does not understand ecological cycles or species evolution, they absolutely cannot manage their Divine Nation well. For Guhan to take first place today perfectly proves the significance of cultural achievements. The Ministry of Education also regards this matter very seriously. Therefore, I hereby announce that in response to the call from the Ministry of Education, the admission score line for Dongjiang University next year will be raised. Moreover, future graduation assessments will also incorporate cultural achievements as core criteria. We must eliminate illiterate divine lords. Every student must understand that knowledge is the primary productive force for developing their divine nations. The scene froze on Zhang Anhai's righteous face. Guhan stood in the living room, his mouth agape, feeling, how did that old fox manage to contact the media? During their meeting in the principal's office, Zhang Anhai hadn't mentioned anything about going on television. The crucial part is that the Ministry of Education truly reformed. The next news segment was a speech from the Ministry of Education leaders. Now that the news was broadcast in Jiangxing, it was likely that by tomorrow morning all high school and university students in the city would be plotting against Guhan, raising the scoreline, incorporating it into graduation assessments. This meant that with just one person's effort, all students in the city would have to return to the nightmare of cultural subjects. His reputation among students would undoubtedly be thoroughly tarnished. Had he known that this old fox would use him to create such a big fuss that self-service mixed-use machine would not suffice, he should have made him bleed a bit more. Brother, you're really something. Gu Xian crossed her arms, glaring at him in frustration. I truly need to thank you. The homeroom teacher announced in the parents' group tonight that because of your glorious deeds, the admission score line for next year's college entrance examination in our city has been raised by a whole 10 points. Gu Xian grew more and more agitated. 10 points. Do you know how many people that could eliminate? I can't even dare to say I'm your sister now for fear of getting beaten up. Guhan awkwardly touched his nose, quickly moving a small stool to sit beside the dining table. I just accidentally got first place. Guhan forced a smile. He hadn't expected that Zhang Anhai could boast so much, and even managed a live broadcast across the internet. Gu Yanxiao couldn't hold back anymore. His lips twitched twice, and finally, unable to contain himself, he slapped the table and burst into laughter. You little rascal. You've truly brought honor to your father. Gu Yanxiao laughed until tears nearly streamed down his face, patting Guhan heavily on the shoulder. First in the assessment. Outshining the class Divine Nations. Good lad, you're truly impressive. I've never felt so proud in my life. Tang Yinran also couldn't hold back, her eyes reddening, yet a smile was on her lips. She wiped her eyes and shot a reproachful glare at Gu Yanxiao. Alright, don't go breaking the child. After saying this, she turned to Guhan, her eyes filled with pride, yet she couldn't help but ask the most critical question. Xiaohan, the television, said you got first place. Has the school given the scholarship yet? How much is it? Upon hearing this, Gu Yanxiao and Gu Xian fell silent, 3 pairs of eyes once again fixed intently on Guhan. What the family lacked the most was money, and the war god route was particularly expensive. Guhan looked at his parents' expectant, yet anxious expressions, feeling a pang in his heart. He took a deep breath and extended 2 fingers. 200,000. Guhan's voice was not loud, but it sounded like a thunderclap in the living room. Additionally, the principal personally promised that my tuition for all 4 years of university will be waived. Gu Yanxiao's unlit cigarette fell on the table with a thud. Tang Yinran covered her mouth with her hands, her eyes wide open, even her breathing stopped. Gu Xin's mouth hung open, her jaw nearly dropping to her chest, and it took her a while to regain her senses. 200,000. Gu Xin's voice cracked, and she suddenly lunged forward, hugging Gu Han's arm, her head rubbing against his shoulder like a puppy. Brother. My dear brother. I don't want to work hard anymore. Just lend me 100,000 to awaken my divine nation. Gu Han was dizzy from her antics and pushed her head away impatiently. Stop it, this is directed credit and can only be used for my divine nation. Cultural achievements are indeed important. You should work hard to get into university, and I'll cover your tuition later. Wow. Brother, you're truly amazing. Gu Xian's eyes sparkled, and she raised her hands in cheer. Gu Yanxiao finally came back to his senses, slapping his thigh excitedly, his face flushed. More impressive than I was back in the day. I'm truly in awe. Without making a sound, you pulled off something big. 200,000. My son is truly amazing. Tang Yinran couldn't stop the tears from streaming down her face. Those were tears of joy. She nodded while wiping her eyes, her face filled with contentment and happiness. Good. Xiao Han is truly capable. The atmosphere in the living room reached a peak, sweeping away the previous tension and gloom. Gu Han looked at his parents, who were so excited they were nearly tongue-tied, feeling immensely relieved. He rubbed his thighs, not expecting things to go so smoothly. Now that the atmosphere was just right, it was time to get down to business. Dad, Mom, actually there's one more thing. Gu Han lowered his voice a bit. You say? Keep the 200,000 for yourself to develop your divine nation. The family doesn't want a single cent from you. It's not about money. Gu Han took out the printed application form from the Public Security Bureau from his backpack and laid it on the table. I promised the principal that I would represent the school in the vocational league in 3 months. Gu Han looked into his parents' eyes, speaking slowly and clearly. If I achieve a good rank, Xian's tuition can also be waived. Gu Han handed a pen to Gu Yanxiao. I need a guardian's signature to awaken the core of my divine nation. Dad, could you please sign for me? Upon hearing this, the once lively and cheerful living room was suddenly doused with a bucket of ice water. The air completely froze in that moment. Gu Yanxiao's smile instantly stiffened, his hand reaching for the pen, suspended in midair, suddenly retracting, as if shocked. Tang Yanran's face turned ashen, her eyes fixed on the thin application form on the table, as if it were some terrifying object. The core of the divine nation. Gu Yanxiao's voice began to tremble, the earlier excitement completely gone, replaced by deep fear and rejection. He abruptly looked at Gu Xian. Xian, go back to your room and study. Dad, Gu Xian also sensed that something was off in the atmosphere and wanted to say something. Go back now. Gu Yanxiao's voice suddenly rose in volume. Gu Xian was startled, quickly releasing Gu Han's arm, and darted back to her bedroom, slamming the door behind her. Only Gu Han and his parents remained in the living room. Do you even comprehend what the Divine Realm Core signifies? I do. Unflinching before Gu Yanxiao's displeasure, Gu Han replied, our fates are bound. Prosperity and ruin alike shared between us. Upon awakening, time within my divine realm accelerates tenfold. My very essence ascends with it. You see only the boon. Tang Yinran shot upright, her eyes instantly flooding with tears, her voice trembling beyond restraint. Your father was once dragged into a divine realm and gravely wounded. His core shattered. Tang Yinran covered her face with both hands, tears streamed silently through her fingers. Fortunately, his assailants spared him that day. Your father barely clung to life. Yet even so, his divine realm was utterly ruined, and his body collapsed in its wake. That agony, that unendurable torment. You cannot possibly fathom it. Gu Yanxiao waved a hand, silencing his wife. Xiao Han, you chose the war god path, and ranked first in the trials. As your parents, we are fiercely proud of you. That proves your capability, and we will never stand in the way of your growth. But Gu Yanxiao paused, his tone softening into near entreaty. The Divine Realm Core is your life itself. We would rather you live quietly, safely, even as an ordinary life path divine sovereign, than watch you stake your life for glory. Xian's tuition. I'll find a way. Truly there is no need for you to risk everything. Gu Han gazed upon his father's bloodshot eyes, and he understood their devotion. To them their child's safety outweighed all else. Yet in this world of transcendence, without strength, such safety is but a fragile bubble, easily burst by a single careless finger. Father, mother, I grasp the logic fully. But if opportunity knocks, why not seize it? I refuse to drift through life in mediocrity. I am certain I can lift our family into prosperity. And I possess the strength to safeguard my own divine realm core. Hearing this, Gu Yanxiao laughed, a hollow, bitter laugh. What, pray tell, do you intend to defend it with? Do you truly believe 2 million awarded by your school constitutes wealth? He pointed sharply out the window. In Dongjiang County, 2 million may seem immense, but before scions of great clans it scarcely covers a month's allowance. They begin forging their divine realms at birth, drenched in supreme resources. What do you have to rival them? Once I too burned with such fiery resolve. I believed relentless effort could bridge the chasm of disparity. Gu Yanxiao's voice sank heavy with exhaustion. And reality strikes hard. Beyond every peak lies another, above every sky stretches a higher heaven. There will always be those stronger than you, those who shatter pride with effortless ease. And the living room fell silent once more. Only Tang Yinran stifled sobs lingering in the air. Father, if the mere existence of superior rivals forbids striving, forbids contesting, then I would never have pursued the county's top rank. Gu Han's voice, though quiet, resonated through the stillness. Beyond the county lies the prefecture, beyond the prefecture the province, then the nation, then the world. If brilliance elsewhere dims my own light, then what meaning does my existence hold? And Gu Yanxiao opened his mouth, but no rebuttal emerged. 3 meals a day, raising children, chasing coin until exhaustion claims us, ending in regretful old age. That is not the life I seek. And Gu Han slid the application form forward. Father, I am grown. Even if you refuse to sign today, upon graduating university in 4 years, I shall apply for Awakening at the Public Security Bureau myself. Awakening now holds merit as a student competing in official leagues. I am shielded by state-mandated safeguards, and granted 4 stable years to cultivate. Should all else fail, I may enlist seeking national protection. Gu Han laid down his final card. By blocking me now you forfeit my 4-year window. Tenfold temporal acceleration within my divine realm. When I graduate stripped of institutional protection, do you truly believe that's safer? And Gu Yanxiao stood speechless, choked by the truth. He knew full well the irreplaceable value of temporal dilation for a divine sovereign. 4 years outside equaled over 14,000 within his divine realm. In that void, 4 years lost would leave Gu Han hopelessly eclipsed by his peers. You? Gu Yanxiao pointed at Gu Han, his finger quivering, then exhaled deeply, shoulders slumping in weary resignation. Perhaps life had indeed blunted his youthful edge. Gu Han bore no contempt for his father. He understood him. In seeing Gu Yanxiao wavering, Tang Yinran hastily wiped her tears and shifted into a plaintive wail. A son grown is no longer bound to home. Your stubbornness mirrors your father's, unmovable as 9 oxen. If harm befalls you, I shall not endure. Gu Han rubbed his temples, exasperated. And mother, please spare me this now. Today at the Public Security Bureau, I encountered certain individuals. Tang Yinran froze mid-motion. Gu Yanxiao turned attentive. They bore the surname Tang, and spoke with deliberate disdain. Gu Han recounted the day's events concisely. He emphasized the final line. Before departing, Tang Wuing specifically instructed me to convey his regards to you. Gu Han met his mother's gaze. Mother, they are your kin, are they not? The living room plunged into absolute silence. Gu Yanxiao and Tang Yinran exchanged a glance. In each other's eyes they saw only helplessness. Not person lives by dignity alone. Their child had come of age, and would inevitably confront his own trials. As parents' support, not resistance, was their sole remaining duty. Fetch the pen. Gu Yanxiao's voice emerged hoarse raw. Tang Yinran offered no further protest, merely turned away, wiping tears in silence. Gu Yanxiao accepted the pen, hand still trembling. He pressed it firmly onto the guardian's signature line, and inscribed his name with solemn weight. Having signed, he flung the pen aside and lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Gu Han, unblinking. I signed today, but remember this: never let pride dictate your battles. Those student-level divine realm wars carry safeguards against death. Catastrophic core damage still risks permanent disability. In yield when outmatched, there is no shame in survival. Understood. I know my limits. I'm stepping out now, no need to wait. Gu Han folded the application, turned, and strode toward the door. Tang Yinran watched her son hurry away and called after him, will you return for dinner? Gu Han held the signed application form without wasting a moment and directly dialed the class teacher Qin Lin's contact number. Shortly after, a hovering vehicle stopped by the roadside. The car window rolled down, revealing Qin Lin's delicate face. Today she was not dressed in her usual stiff business attire, but had changed into a casual fitted knit top paired with high-waisted jeans. Her shoulder-length hair fell casually, diminishing the authoritative presence of a teacher. Didn't you say your parents would definitely disagree and wouldn't sign so soon? Qin Lin shot him an annoyed glance. The teacher has already finished work and still had to be dragged out by you to work overtime to accompany you to awaken the core. Am I supposed to neglect my own life? Gu Han opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat, scratching his head. I didn't expect things to go so smoothly. Time is money. I truly apologize for troubling Teacher Qin. Once we finish, I'll treat you to a meal. At least you have a bit of conscience, kid. Qin Lin pressed the accelerator, and the hovering vehicle soared into the air, speeding towards Jiangxing City. The cabin was filled with a faint scent of perfume, which was quite pleasant. Gu Han turned his head to closely observe the operation of the hovering vehicle. Qin Lin noticed his gaze and looked ahead casually, saying, "What are you looking at? Never seen a teacher off duty before." "I haven't indeed. You look younger in casual wear." Gu Han felt a bit awkward. Is my professional attire that old-fashioned? Qin Lin snorted, her ears slightly flushed, and pressed the accelerator deeper. The two arrived again at the Jiangxing Police Security Bureau. Awakening the Divine Core was a high-level project strictly controlled by the authorities. Every awakener must register at the Police Security Bureau's Awakening Center to prevent anyone from misusing the Core's power to cause destruction in the real world. It was evident that Principal Zhang Anhui had already made arrangements, and the process went smoothly. The staff responsible for registration glanced at Gu Han's information, frowning slightly. Clevel Divine Nation. Student, are you sure you want to awaken the Core? This is not something to take lightly. If the core of the Divine Lord gets damaged, the consequences are unimaginable. I'm sure. Gu Han handed over the application form. The staff shook their head, refraining from further persuasion, and initiated the awakening procedure. Gu Han lay down in a sci-fi silver awakening pod. The pod door closed and a soft blue light enveloped him. There was no intense pain as he had imagined, only a strange sensation of weightlessness. Gu Han felt as if his consciousness was being infinitely elevated, overlooking his vast divine nation of 700,000 square meters. In the center of the divine nation, a seed emitting a faint glow broke through the ground, rapidly growing into an illusory tree of light and shadow with roots deeply embedded in every inch of the divine nation's soil. The entire space of the divine nation seemed to become more stable. Gu Han clenched his fists tightly, clearly sensing an unprecedented surge of power coursing through him, allowing him to control everything within the divine nation at will. The pod door opened, and Gu Han flipped himself upright. A nearby staff member handed him a brand new black metal card, their attitude significantly more respectful than before. Gu Han, this is your new identification document. Your career path has been registered as War God. Gu Han took the card, which displayed his photo and basic information with a golden embossed cross sword and shield emblem in the bottom right corner. Stepping out of the awakening center, the night had completely fallen. Congratulations. Qin Lin leaned against the card door, smiling at him. From today you are a true War God. Same to you. Gu Han fiddled with his new identification, feeling great. Let's hurry back. I'm eager to arrange my divine nation. Qin Lin's smile froze on her face, and then she angrily stood on her tiptoes to grab Gu Han by the back of his collar. Is this how you repay me? She walked a few steps in front of Gu Han. What about that meal you promised? Even though I'm your homeroom teacher, I'm only 7 or 8 years older than you. You, the busy man, don't even have time to eat a meal with me. The distance between them was very close. Qin Lin was slightly tilting her head up, her cheeks puffed slightly, due to anger, losing some of the teacher's authority. Gu Han coughed twice to cover up his embarrassment. He realized he had been too impatient. The fact that she came out at night to accompany him for this matter only to be dismissed immediately was indeed unreasonable. It's my fault, my fault. Gu Han quickly raised his hands in surrender. Let's go barbecue or hot pot. You choose the place, I'll treat, no hesitation. That's more like it. Qin Lin snorted lightly and turned to open the car door. Hot pot. I know a nearby place that serves particularly authentic mutated beast meat hot pot. I absolutely have to feast on you tonight. In the hot pot restaurant, steam filled the air. Qin Lin ordered a large table of high-grade mutated beast meat, and as they ate and chatted, she was genuinely curious about how Gu Han achieved first place. Gu Han repeated the story he had told Zhong Ran, but Qin Lin remained skeptical because she had the life characteristic monitoring chart of the honey badger in her hand, which showed that the honey badger had mostly been in recovery mode and hadn't participated in the battle during the latter part. However, everyone has their own secrets, and Qin Lin did not intend to pry further. She just grew more interested in this student before her. Now that your divine core has awakened, what are your plans for the next 3 months? Meditation development, Gu Han replied succinctly. With a tenfold time flow, 3 months in the divine nation would equal 900 years, which was enough to keep him busy for a while. Qin Lin looked at him deeply. Be careful with the Tang family. Your cousin Tang Wuing Tang Jichao is a top student in his 2nd year at Jiangxing University with an S-level divine nation and formidable strength. If you encounter him in the league, concede promptly if you can't win. Understood. Gu Han nodded. The professional league format also divides by grade, but there are challenge matches between different grades, with higher grades often facing fewer opponents. After eating and drinking their fill, the two left the hot pot restaurant. As soon as they stepped outside, a gust of wind accompanied by large raindrops suddenly drenched them. Thunder roared in the sky and purple lightning tore through the night sky, with the rain quickly turning into a torrential downpour. Why is it suddenly raining so heavily? Gu Han frowned. Qin Lin glanced at her vibrating handheld device, her expression changing slightly. A red emergency notification popped up on the handheld device. Jiangxing Police Security Bureau notification. A level interdimensional battlefield spatial rift has unexpectedly occurred over the outskirts of Jiangxing. Due to magnetic field interference, all hovering vehicles are prohibited from traveling citywide. Citizens are advised to stay indoors in safe areas and wait for the situation to be cleared. Qin Lin showed the screen of the handheld device to Gu Han, sighing helplessly. If I had known, I would have listened to you and gone back directly. I shouldn't have greedily taken this meal from you. Now it's a mess with magnetic field interference. The vehicles can't move, and the inner-city trains are probably suspended. We can't go back today. What should we do? Just rough it out in the car for the night. Guhan looked at the heavy rain outside and the constantly flashing lightning. What else can we do? The magnetic field is disturbed, and we can't stay in the hovering vehicle. Oh, let's find a place to stay. Qin tidied her hair, which had been blown askew by the wind. There's a hotel over there. Oh, let's go book a room for the night. We'll figure it out tomorrow when the magnetic field stabilizes. The two ran through the heavy rain and dashed into a budget hotel at the street corner. Even though they ran fast, Qin's knit top was still soaked, clinging tightly to her body and revealing the outline of her inner lining. Guhan looked like a drowned rat as well. She uncomfortably tugged at her clothes and urged Guhan to hurry to the front desk. The hotel lobby was already crowded with people stranded by the rain, chattering noisily. Guhan finally squeezed to the front desk. Please book 2 rooms for us. The front desk clerk tapped the keyboard and looked up apologetically. I'm truly sorry, sir, but due to the sudden no-flee order, the guest flow tonight is too large. We only have 1 king-size room and 1 twin room left. Qin stood behind Guhan, and upon hearing this, slammed her ID card on the counter. Then I'll take both. What are you stalling for, kid? Hand over your ID card. As soon as Guhan handed over the card, the front desk clerk's expression changed to one of difficulty. I'm sorry, both of you, but just a moment ago the last king-size room was booked. Now, only a twin room is left. Qin was stunned, her outstretched hand frozen in midair. Guhan turned his head, meeting Qin's gaze with wide eyes. Well, Guhan tentatively began. How about we try asking at another place? Qin sighed. The hotels here are basically full, and with the rain pouring outside, we probably won't find a vacant room if we go out. Both of them were soaked, their clothes sticking uncomfortably to their skin. Qin bit her lip, making a firm decision. At least this was a twin bedroom. Ding! The elevator doors opened, and they found room 502. With a beep, the door swung open, and they hurried inside. The room was quite... Ding! The elevator doors opened, and they found room 502. With a beep, the door swung open, and they hurried inside. The room was quite spacious, with 2 single beds placed side by side, separated by a small nightstand. In the corner there was a washing machine with a drying function. Both of them were drenched, and their wet clothes clung to their skin, making them extremely uncomfortable. Even though Qin was a teacher, the atmosphere between the two of them, a man and a woman alone, was still a bit awkward. Qin cleared her throat to break the silence. There are bathrobes in the cupboard. You should quickly change out of your wet clothes. Throw them in the washing machine to wash, and dry. You go wash first. Guhan did not refuse, pulling out a brand new white bathrobe from the wardrobe and turning to enter the bathroom. Listening to the sound of water flowing in the bathroom, Qin waved her hand near her cheek to fan herself. She felt that the room was a bit stuffy. She quickly walked to the wall and turned the internal circulation ventilation to its maximum setting. Phew, Qin sighed, pulling back the curtains to look outside at the heavy rain. I am the teacher, and he is the student. It's just a temporary situation of sharing a room. Oh, what's so awkward about it? In the bathroom, Guhan was under the hot water, feeling a bit guilty. If it weren't for his insistence on coming today to awaken his core, he wouldn't have encountered such unfortunate events like the spatial rift, nor would he have trapped his homeroom teacher here with him. He dared not think too wildly, and focused on resolving things quickly. He turned off the water, dried himself, wrapped the oversized bathrobe around himself, and tied the belt tightly. Before leaving, he took a quick glance around the bathroom, and then stepped out with his changed wet clothes. Seeing him come out, Qin said nothing more, picked up another bathrobe, and naturally walked into the bathroom. The door clicked shut and locked. Guhan stood in front of the washing machine, clutching his wet clothes, lost in thought for a long while. After Qin finishes washing, she would definitely need to put her clothes into wash as well, and her intimate garments would also have to go into dry. Guhan shook his head, turned, and opened the door, following the signs in the corridor to the public laundry room, next to the elevator, where he stuffed his clothes into the pay washing machine. 10 minutes later, he returned to the room, directly lifted the blanket on the bed by the window, sat down, and leaned against the headboard. Closing his eyes, his consciousness instantly entered the divine realm. While 2 hours had passed in the outside world, nearly a year had elapsed within the divine realm. The awakening plants in the divine realm had grown significantly, and the iron vine serpent fig had also become lush and towering, thriving beautifully. Guhan's gaze swept across the half-beastman area. The half-beastman baby Vina, who was born not long ago, had already grown noticeably larger. It had even started crawling on the ground, chasing after a few six-winged chickens, and it looked like it was about to learn to walk. This growth rate was somewhat frightening. It had even started crawling on the ground, chasing after a few six-winged chickens, and it looked like it was about to learn to walk. Guhan did not waste time on the half-beastman and directly shifted his consciousness to the breeding area. In the core of the breeding zone, 22 newborn white-feathered six-winged beasts were nestled against their mother, dozing on the grass. Their size had increased dramatically compared to before, their feathers glossy and bright, and their 6 wings had completely developed. They should be maturing soon. A surge of excitement filled Guhan's heart. Those lifestyle deity owners on the market raising six-winged beasts would need at least 100 days to sell them, even with various breeding feed. But he was different. The modified species had a growth cycle 10 times shorter, and now with the Divine Realm's core producing at 10 times the speed. 1 day outside equals 10 years inside the Divine Realm. This meant that while others had to wait over 3 months to sell six-winged beasts, he only needed a day. A batch. If that purchasing manager could take on the whole thing, he decided to increase his investment, ensuring that a batch of white-feathered six-winged beasts would be available every day. If things continued like this, it would definitely be an incredibly terrifying source of wealth. Even if the price of the white-feathered six-winged beast dropped later, he would have no fear. Selling at lower prices would still be profitable. This is the advantage of awakening the core of the Divine Realm. This tenfold speed difference is enough to leave ordinary people far behind, unable to even catch a glimpse of the tail lights. However, when Guhan's gaze shifted to the chicken coop on the other side, he frowned slightly. There were too many six-winged chickens crammed together tightly. The time flow in the Divine Realm was too fast. These ordinary poultry were struggling to cope. Many older and weaker six-winged chickens had died from lack of food or natural aging. He had already stopped encouraging the breeding of the six-winged chickens during this time. Since they couldn't be sold and couldn't be eaten up, he could use them for food consumption when he cultivated the insect race, which shouldn't be a problem. Guhan was calculating in his mind. Busy man working so hard. A clear female voice suddenly rang out in the room. Guhan abruptly opened his eyes, his consciousness returning to reality. Qin Lin was walking out of the bathroom, drying her wet hair. She was wearing the same white bathrobe tied at her waist, freshly bathed, and her cheeks had a hint of blush. Qin Lin walked to the washing machine, her movements suddenly halting. She turned to look at Guhan. Huh, where are your clothes? Oh, I took them to the public laundry room outside to wash. Guhan replied as he leaned against the headboard. Qin Lin was taken aback for a moment before chuckling softly. Hey, you're quite the gentleman. Guhan scratched his hair, saying, I really troubled you today, dragging you along with me. Just know that. Qin Lin tossed her clothes into the washing machine, pressed the start button, and then walked over to sit. The machine emitted a low humming sound. The two sat on their respective beds, separated by a narrow aisle of less than half a meter. Both wearing bathrobes, neither spoke further. The atmosphere in the room became somewhat delicate once again. Only the sound of the washing machine's water flow echoed in the room. How is the situation in the Divine Realm? Qin Lin took the initiative to speak, finding a topic to break the silence. Pretty good. The effect of the tenfold speed is quite exaggerated, Guhan replied honestly. That's natural. But you also need to be careful. The increased speed means that resource consumption is multiplying as well. Without your family's backing, the ecological balance in the Divine Realm must be well controlled, or it could easily collapse. Qin Lin diligently reminded him. Guhan nodded. I understand. I am already adjusting the number of species. Seizing the opportunity, Guhan posed the question that had been on his mind, sitting up straight with a serious expression. What was that level spatial rift reported in the news today? The rift of the battlefield in another world. You can think of it as a masterless Divine Realm. It is the Divine Realm released by high-level deities after the end of their lifespan. When a masterless Divine Realm encounters war, its coordinates are exposed, creating rifts, and beings from various realms will rush in frantically to plunder. At this moment, the masterless Divine Realm turns into a battlefield of another world where they compete for each other's resources. Guhan listened attentively. Before he could ask further, Qin Lin immediately said, this is still too early for you. By the way, with the rift appearing today, the market will definitely sell a large batch of otherworldly species or materials just obtained from the battlefield. You can check the Yidawang. Yidawang. Guhan took out his handheld device. Yes, the war god system does not have a stable economic source and output like the life system. They primarily rely on war plundering and selling resources to sustain their Divine Realm. Some war gods may be injured inside or urgently need fund turnover to buy medicine and equipment, so the selling prices are usually very low. You just received a scholarship, so try your luck. The room fell silent again. Guhan leaned against the head of the bed and opened the Yidawang app on his handheld device. The system automatically located Jiang City. As soon as he entered the homepage, a plethora of colorful product recommendations popped up. Guhan casually glanced at it, and his breath momentarily halted. At the top of the homepage, a bold and fiery product was actually the Pure Blood Flame Dragon hatchling. In the product display image, a petite dragon engulfed in dark red flames was sleeping on volcanic rock with the breath from its nostrils distorting the surrounding space. Guhan hurriedly clicked to check the price. A massive red prompt box popped up in the center of the screen. Your account assets do not meet the permission to view the base price of this product. Please work hard to improve your wealth level. Guhan twitched the corner of his mouth. He didn't even have the qualification to glance at the price. He exited the homepage, no longer looking at those top-tier divine items that required asset verification, and honestly opened the filtering function. Maximum price set 2 million credit points. The page refreshed, and the products instantly became more ground. Guhan had a clear target. He entered insect race in the search bar. Thousands of items popped up in the list. Bird-eating bug rotten, meat beetle venomous centipede. Guhan flipped through several pages, and his gaze suddenly stopped on an extremely obscure item. Invisible ant. The product details stated clearly extremely small in size, capable of changing its body color according to the surrounding environment, achieving near-perfect optical invisibility. Usually kept as ornamental pets or decomposers in wealthy divine realms. Price 10 credit points each. A set of 10 for 1,000 credit points. The price is quite delightful. He immediately entered another name in the search bar. Black Armored Ant. After comparison, the lowest price is set for 3,000 credit points. Guhan directly purchased a set of invisible ants and a set of black armored ants. To establish a civilization of intelligent insect people, it is essential to have the genes of intelligent beings. Currently, there are already half-beasts. Guhan searched for intelligent beings and elves. The prices were astonishing. A healthy and robust ordinary adult intelligent being had a base price of at least 500,000. A slightly magical elves was even 60,000. The amount of money he had was simply insufficient. Guhan thought for a moment and added several keywords in the search bar. Disabled, severely injured flaw special price. The page reloaded, displaying several lonely products. Disabled male intelligent being. The seller's description was brutally straightforward. Both legs amputated, the wounds have healed, and they have completely lost their labor capacity. Unable to engage in the construction of the divine realm, wasting food, sold at a low price. Price, 100,000 credit points. Buy. Guhan clicked to pay without hesitation. Immediately after, he focused on another one. Disabled male elf. Seller's description: right eye blind, left hand cut off at the root. Cheaply handled. Price, 200,000 credit points. Buy. Guhan felt no remorse at all for spending 300,000 in one go, and even felt like he made a small profit. These disabilities were irrelevant to Guhan. He bought these two individuals back solely to create intelligent species. Under the absolute rule of forced breeding, it doesn't matter if you have a broken leg or are blind, as long as you can still be used, you have value. His account balance was left with 169,600 credit points. Guhan did not stop. He opened the resource category and directly spent 1 million to buy 10 low-level spiritual mind seeds. These things, when buried underground, will gradually grow into spirit stone veins as long as there is enough spiritual energy to nourish them. The more abundant the spiritual energy, the faster they grow, laying the foundation for the future spiritual energy era. With the remaining 60,000, Guhan scanned for several types of spiritual plants that can produce a large amount of spiritual energy and grow slowly. As long as these plants are crossbred with fast-growing plants, it should be possible to quickly fill the divine realm, and the generated spiritual energy will nourish the mind seeds, directly filling the spiritual energy. The 2 million directed scholarship, not a penny left, was completely cleared. A prompt for successful transaction popped up on the handheld device. Guhan tossed the device aside and took a deep breath. In the next moment, the void teleportation array connected to the divine realm lit up in his consciousness. The goods have arrived. Guhan immediately closed his eyes, sank his consciousness, and directly entered the divine realm. As soon as he was teleported in, the 10 spirit mind seeds were scattered and sunk deep into the ground, immediately beginning to crossbreed and cultivate the spiritual plants. In the central area of the divine realm, the just bought disabled male intelligent being and disabled male elf were lying in the grass. The intelligent being with the broken leg was still in a coma. Meanwhile, the elf with one eye blind was fearfully supporting himself with his remaining hand, desperately moving backward. Guhan did not delay and immediately used forced breeding. With a thought, he directly paired the terrified disabled male elf below with the large black armored ant. Then he paired the intelligent being with the invisible ant. He also brought over the half-beast Dalton from afar. On the grass, white light flickered as Guhan paired the 3 individuals and 2 types of ants into 8 experimental subjects. He distributed the 8 pregnant female ants in 8 directions of the divine realm, evenly allocating worker ants and soldier ants, and separated them from the main continent with a water source. The small size of the invisible ant doesn't affect much, but the particularly large size of the black-armored ant can significantly impact the divine realm. Guhan pushed open the door, holding freshly dried clothes from the communal laundry. He sat down by the bed, casually placing the clothes on the nightstand, while teacher Qin Lin remained with her eyes closed, likely still absent. He immediately realized he had sunk into the realm of his divine kingdom. Ants have an inherently short growth cycle, and even after merging with the genes of intelligent beings, their growth rate remained astonishingly rapid. In the half-hour he spent fetching the dried clothes, the 8 pregnant ant queens in his divine kingdom had each laid a large batch of white eggs, and the first generation of offspring began to hatch one after another. Ever since awakening the core of his divine kingdom at the police bureau, Guhan could now directly communicate with the beings born within his divine realm on a spiritual level. He decided to test the capabilities of this new species. With a slight movement of thought, a grand wave of spiritual energy descended upon 6 different regions inhabited by the ant people. I am the sovereign of this world. The beast ant people, a mix of beastman genes, were engrossed in gnawing on meat, showing no reaction to the voice that echoed in their minds. Their minds were solely occupied with the instinct to feed, appearing not particularly intelligent. However, the elf ant people understood the message, but reacted dramatically. Several ant people with pointed ears and slender bodies trembled in fear, frantically scurrying about, with some even digging holes to bury themselves. In the region of the intelligent ant people, a few ants with human-like faces paused their feeding, bewildered, as they looked up, clearly having received the message, yet their brain capacity was insufficient to grasp its specific meaning. This batch of intelligence was evidently still lacking. As for the other two groups, the invisible ants and the black-armored ants, they had shown some results. The offspring produced, aside from differences in size, perfectly inherited the characteristics of both parents, capable of invisibility and possessing tough shells, marking a relatively successful fusion of species. Guhan shook his head and redirected his focus back to cultivating the intelligent species. After several rounds of breeding experiments, he had completely abandoned the beastmen. The intelligence of these beings was inherently not very high, and no matter how much he reinforced the beastman genes, the beast ant people he cultivated remained simple-minded fools, utterly incapable of establishing communication. He glanced at the beastman living area. Time flowed rapidly within the Divine Kingdom. Vina and Dalton's children had already grown into strong adults, robust and with abundant fur. Vina and Dalton were also approaching middle age, their movements no longer as agile as in their youth. Keeping them was pointless. Time flowed so swiftly in the Divine Kingdom that by the time they aged and lost their combat abilities, they would have no value left. Guhan decisively listed them for sale online. Product: a family of 3 adult beastmen. Description: 2 battle-type beastmen in their prime, accompanied by a robust offspring that has just reached adulthood. Includes experience as archers and shield bearers. Price: 1,600,000 credit points. Vina and Dalton at least had some combat effectiveness, so Guhan added an extra 100,000 as a premium. Less than 10 minutes after listing, a successful transaction notification popped up in the backend. After deducting the service fee, his account increased by 1,520,000 credit points. I'm back in the black. Guhan looked at his balance, feeling quite pleased. Having sorted out the beastmen, he turned his attention to the elves. This glance nearly infuriated him. The disabled male elf was hanging from a vine, attempting to strangle himself on a tree. After undergoing several instances of forced breeding, this fellow had completely broken down, seeking only death. With a thought, Guhan directly rescued him. The intelligence of the elf ant people posed no issue. They could communicate normally, but their courage was too lacking, which contradicted the nature of ants as melee creatures, likely resulting in unfavorable outcomes. Without a moment's hesitation, Guhan listed this male elf for sale online as well. Product: disabled male elf. Description: physically disabled, emotionally unstable, but with pure genes. Price: 150,000 credit points. A slight loss, but acceptable, especially since this elf was seeking death. After some deliberation, Guhan found the most reliable one was the male intelligent being with amputated legs. This fellow was stable, emotionally exceptionally capable, and could even start a fire by drilling wood. Even with amputated legs, he was able to take care of himself. It was likely that the original master sold him because he could not perform heavy labor. Guhan began to concentrate on cultivating the intelligent ant people. He forced the first generation of female intelligent ant people who had half-intelligent being bloodlines to breed with the male intelligent being once again. A flash of white light. As the second generation was born, Guhan carefully observed the newly hatched batch of intelligent ants. This batch of intelligent ants possessed 3/4 of intelligent being bloodlines. Upon their birth, they exhibited a keen glint in their eyes, no longer appearing as dazed as before. Guhan attempted to communicate with one of the largest female ants on a spiritual level. I am the sovereign of this world. Submit to me, and I shall support you in becoming an ant queen. The female ant's antennae quivered, lowering her head, and then she crawled on the ground. Guhan was thrilled. She had enough intelligence to comprehend his meaning. As long as this ant queen mated with a male ant of the same 3/4 intelligent being bloodline, they would continuously produce a tribe of intelligent ants ruled by the queen. Guhan eagerly collected the other second-generation female ants and continued to iterate downwards 3 or 4 times. The results showed that the purer the intelligent being bloodline, the higher the intelligence, but the original characteristics and habits of the ants were diluted to a great extent. The offspring produced neither resembled humans nor ants. They had even regressed in their basic instinct for collective cooperation, losing the characteristics and behaviors of ants. It seems that 2 iterations are just right. Guhan ultimately established the final genetic template for the ant people. Moreover, several awakening plants he had previously hybridized were planted in the Divine Kingdom. Over time, the intelligence of this group of ant people would surely improve further. Moreover, several awakening plants he had previously hybridized were planted in the Divine Kingdom. Over time, the intelligence of this group of ant people would surely improve further. They had already learned to use tools without any instruction. Several upright ant warrior people armed with sharpened tree branches gestured to each other as they surrounded a group of six-winged chickens. With the coordinated efforts of several ant people, the six-winged chickens were skewered on the rough tree branches. Then the worker ants crawled over, dismembering the six-winged chickens and carrying them back to the newly constructed underground nest. Their methods of communication became diversified. Besides touching each other's antennae to convey information, they also gestured simple signs and could even produce short sounds to express emotions. Some ant people retained the crawling posture of ants responsible for transportation and digging, while others stood upright, with a humanoid form possessing 4 arms, with flexible claws, becoming the warriors and guardians of the tribe. Guhan ultimately decided to focus on developing the black-armored ant people and the invisible black-armored ant people. The former had large bodies suitable for warfare in the Divine Kingdom, while the latter were very small and had a degree of stealth, making them suitable as scouts or for special missions. After just a few hours of building in the Divine Kingdom, Guhan felt a bit dazed, as the differing flow of time compelled him to slow down the time flow a bit. The invisible black-armored ant people, being small, would not significantly impact the ecology of the Divine Kingdom, while the large bodies of the black-armored ant people would necessitate substantial changes in the structure of the Divine Kingdom. Although he had already informed the Ant Queen not to attack the six-winged beasts, this was just the beginning, and he still needed to prevent them from mistakenly harming his money tree. The ant people were also building nests underground. At Guhan's behest, the shallow river dividing the Divine Kingdom was deepened and widened, completely isolating the habitat of the black-armored ant people. Leave your fantasies behind, perhaps they will wait for you in the future of the Divine Kingdom. When reading, please do not confuse the tyrannid species with this. The worldviews are different, and development must proceed step by step, not all at once. Leave your fantasies behind, perhaps they will wait for you in the future of the Divine Kingdom. When reading, please do not confuse the tyrannid species with this. At 3 in the morning, Qin-Lin regained consciousness and turned to look at Guhan, who was sitting on the bed rubbing his temple. Guhan's mind was indeed buzzing after several hours of intense intervention in the construction of the Divine Realm, combined with the significant difference in flow rates within and outside the realm, which greatly drained his mental energy. I feel a bit dizzy, Guhan admitted, pressing his temples and looking up at her. You're back? How did it go? Any gains? Qin-Lin sat up, twisted open a bottle of mineral water, and took a couple of swigs, her expression showing signs of fatigue. Just some minor resources. I explored a few points on the outskirts and gathered some items that can be sold. Guhan was somewhat curious. What level of strength do you possess now, teacher? Why do you ask that? Qin-Lin paused and set down the water bottle. What does it matter? Guhan answered honestly. I want to see when I might be able to enter the foreign battlefield. Don't even think about it. My Divine Realm currently has level 4 beings, but I haven't awakened the core of the Divine Realm. Even if I encounter danger by bad luck, I would only lose some resources. My life wouldn't be in jeopardy. She paused, her expression becoming serious. This time it's a level battlefield. Even if you have level 5 life forms in your Divine Realm and have reached the demigod level, it's still not safe to enter. You need the core of the Divine Realm and must cultivate level 10 beings to reach the divine level before you can even test the waters. Guhan calculated in his mind. Right now, the newly born ant people in my Divine Realm aren't even level 1 beings. There's still a long way to go. Teacher, you're so young, and you already have level 4 beings in your Divine Realm. You're about to step into the demigod realm, right? Guhan joked tentatively. If you awaken the core, wouldn't you be able to become a deity soon? Qin-Lin, don't try to tease me. When I awakened, I had an A-level evaluation, but I'm an only child in my family. I can't take the risk of awakening the core, so I can only stay in a small county town and be a teacher. Alright, get some rest. I can see that you have dark circles under your eyes. You've just awakened the core, and if you don't rest enough, you could easily suffer from mental chaos. Guhan nodded, not asking further. He truly couldn't hold on any longer. With a thought, he accelerated the time flow in his Divine Realm to 10 times the normal speed. Having finished all this, he collapsed into bed and fell asleep. The next morning, the foreign battlefield had vanished. Guhan sat up in bed, stretched, and heard the bones in his body crackle. To his surprise, the mental exhaustion he felt the previous night had completely dissipated, replaced by an unprecedented lightness and clarity. His hearing had also become extremely acute, able to catch the sound of the cleaning lattice cart rolling in the corridor. He immediately realized this was the Divine Realm giving back. After awakening the core of the Divine Realm, the feedback from the Divine Realm to the Divine Lord's body is 10 times that of an ordinary person. Last night, he spent over 600,000 to buy spiritual plants, and with the 10 low-level spirit or seeds after a night of fermentation at 10 times the flow rate, his Divine Realm had already begun to exhibit spiritual energy. This spiritual energy continuously nourished his body through the core. What a good thing. The money he earned from selling half-beasts and elves had been substantially replenished with even higher-grade spiritual plants. Guhan clenched his fists, feeling that his physical condition had improved somewhat. The two of them packed their things early and checked out, driving back to Dongjiang County. The car sped along, reaching the school by mid-morning. Guhan and Qin Lin entered class one after the other, and the previously noisy classroom instantly fell silent. Dozens of pairs of eyes focused on them, some whispering and others exchanging glances. It wasn't that they were curious about why the two appeared together, but rather that what had happened yesterday was too shocking. Guhan unexpectedly took first place, even causing a stir in the Ministry of Education and triggering a major reform of the rules. This left many in the class extremely dissatisfied. Zhao Su, sitting in the back row, stared fiercely at Guhan, grinding his back teeth. After being prompted by his father Zhao Kuan, he had initially planned to hide his malice, but now he couldn't hold back. He scored 250 points in his college entrance examination, and due to the Ministry of Education's reform, graduation would even depend on cultural scores, which made him very unhappy. It wasn't just him, several classmates also cast resentful glances. "Look at how smug he is," Zhao Su complained to his deskmate in a low voice. The deskmate scrutinized Guhan as he walked to his seat, appearing somewhat hesitant. "Do you think Guhan seems different in some way?" Zhao Su paused for a moment, then looked closely. It did seem like there was. Guhan now exuded an aura that was hard to describe, radiating a sense of unexplainable pressure. He pulled out a chair and sat down, completely ignoring the complex gazes around him. He was already prepared to become the student body's enemy. Qin Lin walked to the podium, pressed her hands down to quiet the class. "Everyone please settle down. I have an announcement to make." She picked up a piece of chalk and wrote the words "War God" and "Life" on the blackboard. "According to the latest directives from the Ministry of Education, our class will officially be divided into a War God route and a Life route starting today." Immediately the classroom erupted in a commotion. Qin Lin tapped the blackboard to regain their attention and raised her voice. "Except for cultural classes on Mondays, students who choose the War God route will attend specialized classes on Wednesdays and Fridays. Students choosing the Life route will have classes on Tuesdays and Thursdays. Please choose carefully according to the development direction of your divine realm." After saying this, she paused for a moment, her gaze sweeping over the class. "Additionally, there is one more important matter." Qin Lin's expression turned very serious. "In 3 months, the city will host this year's War God Professional League. Our class will select 10 people to represent the school in the competition." As soon as this news was announced, the classroom erupted into chaos. The War God Professional League. This was a competition where they could compete alongside the city's elite. Even just showing up in the league with slightly better potential would attract the attention of many powerful factions. Qin Lin tapped the table to interrupt the discussions. "Tomorrow is Saturday. Students interested in pursuing the War God route and wishing to participate in the league should arrive at school by 8 in the morning for selection. Today we won't have class. Please take your time to decide on your route planning," Qin Lin announced swiftly and decisively before turning to leave the classroom. As soon as the teacher left, the classroom erupted into a frenzy. Students whispered among themselves, but no one approached Guhan to speak, clearly isolating him. Though the principal had already designated him, he should still participate in tomorrow's selection, at least to have formal qualifications to gain the support of others. It would also be a good opportunity to test the strength of the ant people. Guhan opened the trading app, preparing to select the A-level divine architecture that the principal had promised to buy for him. He typed E-rank divine architecture into the search bar. Instantly, over 1,000 product listings appeared on the holographic screen. Miniature spirit spring. E-rank priced at 6,000 credits. Effect gradually generates spiritual energy, enhancing the ambient spiritual energy density within the divine realm. War banner. E-rank priced at 8,000 credits. Effect temporarily increases offensive power by 5. Harvest scarecrow. E-rank priced at 1,200 credits. Effect boosts crop yield in the divine realm by 20. Guhan scrolled through several pages, his brow faintly furrowed. These structures offered unremarkable effects, valuable perhaps to ordinary divine sovereigns, yet utterly redundant for Guhan, whose alchemical mastery could readily replicate or surpass them through novel species cultivation. Take the spirit spring for instance. Last night, he had already sown a vast array of spirit plants. After just a few generations of hybridization, their spiritual energy output would dwarf that of the shoddy spring. He refined his search terms repeatedly, still nothing satisfactory. Finally, he sorted results by price, descending the most expensive first, surely the safest bet. After scrolling several pages, an altar-like structure caught his eye. Blessing of the Sacrificer. Rank E. Price 19,000 credits. Effect: the divine sovereign may designate a single chosen race. By continuously offering willing living beings as sacrifices upon this altar, the race accumulates transcendent essence. Each sacrifice increases the designated race's probability of breaking through to the next tier of transcendence by 0.0000001. Note: only one unit available. Urgently listed. No negotiation. Final sale. No returns. Guhan was first stunned by the effect. Such a profound ability rated merely E-rank, then paused mid-breath for half a second upon seeing that daunting string of zeros. 0.000000001. That meant precisely 10 billion willing sacrifices were required for a guaranteed breakthrough. And willing implied sentient beings conscious and volitional. No wonder it bore only an E-rank designation. The condition was prohibitively stringent. For any divine sovereign cultivating even a single sapient life form consumed substantial credit investment, even the cheapest such being fetched no less than 1.0 credits, making the total investment astronomically prohibitive. Even achieving a mere 1 breakthrough probability would demand 100 million sacrifices, yet every single one must consent willingly, rendering fulfillment all but impossible. Upon sober reflection, were it not for its capacity to elevate an entire race's transcendence potential, this structure would likely fail even E-rank classification. This is truly exceptional. Guhan grinned, then forwarded the product link to Principal Qinlin, without hesitation requesting her assistance in procurement. Others purchasing this artifact would dig their own graves. But he was different. His divine realm teemed entirely with ant people. How terrifying was their reproductive rate. A single queen laid over 100 eggs per day, with an exceptionally short incubation period. Under the realm's tenfold time dilation, 2 or 3 real-world days equaled a full generation cycle, whereupon an entire cohort of ant people naturally aged and perished. Since death was inevitable, why not channel their final moments toward purpose, dispatching them voluntarily to the altar? Given their innate devotion to the collective, compliance posed no difficulty whatsoever. Initial gains might appear negligible, but given sufficient scale and time, that infinitesimal 0.000000001 increment would snowball relentlessly. Ultimately, every ant person under his sovereignty would ascend like dragons, unimpeded, unstoppable. Qinlin replied almost instantly, "Did you send the wrong link?" Guhan typed back, "No mistake, teacher. I want precisely this one. Please ask the principal to purchase it and forward it to me." Silence stretched for a full minute. Then Qinlin called directly. Guhan answered, her voice crackled through the earpiece, tightly restrained, simmering with frustration. "Guhan, did you lose your senses just because it contains the words transcendent?" "I've reviewed the attributes thoroughly," Guhan replied, calm and measured. "You haven't read a damn thing." Qinlin snapped, exasperated. "This item is a bottomless pit. Do you grasp how many sacrifices are needed for even a 1 breakthrough chance? 100 million. What resources do you possess to sustain that? Can you possibly afford such cultivation? And have you even noticed it demands living voluntary sacrifice?" Qinlin pleaded earnestly. She genuinely viewed Guhan as a promising protege and refused to watch him veer astray. "Teacher, I'm fully aware of the implications." Guhan offered no further explanation. Secrecy was paramount. "My divine realm's circumstances are unique. This altar holds extraordinary promise for me." "You?" Qinlin seethed at his immovable resolve. "Fine. 1,900,000 credits. Is that right? I'll inform the principal. Just don't regret it later." The call ended abruptly. Guhan shrugged. In the principal's office, Zhang Anhai sat leisurely sipping fresh spring tea from a purple clay teapot. "Principal, this is the divine architecture Guhan selected." Qinlin entered, slapped a printed product list onto the desk, her expression taut with disapproval. Zhang Anhai set down his teacup and immediately spat hot tea across the desk. Cough, cough. Wiping his mouth, he stared wide-eyed. 1,900,000 credits. For that junk. The blessing of the sacrificer was infamous among divine sovereigns, a notorious trap. Originally rated A rank, its evaluation had plummeted to E rank after passing through over a dozen owners, deliberately marketed to novice sovereigns dreaming of transcendent breakthroughs for their races. He insisted on buying it. I couldn't dissuade him. Qinlin sank into a chair, massaging her temples. That boy's will is ironclad. He simply refuses counsel. Zhang Anhai leaned back in his leather chair, his brows knotted into a deep mountain character. He believed Guhan a calculating strategic genius, hence his rare sponsorship. Yet this. He wouldn't have minded so much had Guhan spent those credits on anything else. This is sheer recklessness. Zhang Anhai tapped his fingers sharply on the desk. A cranked divine realm already faces severe developmental constraints. Yet instead of acquiring foundational resource-enhancing structures, he gambles on something ethereal and illusory. Does he imagine his resources are infinite? Qinlin sighed. I voiced the same concern, but he remains resolute. Zhang Anhai studied the list for a long moment, then shook his head, disappointment flickering in his eyes. It seemed he had overestimated Guhan. Perhaps yesterday's victory had been little more than blind luck, a fluke born of opportunism. After all, he remained fundamentally a crank sovereign, his vision and perspective inevitably confined by that ceiling. Very well. I'll place the order now. Delivery to his divine realm within the hour. Principal, what about Guhan? Qinlin hesitated. Let him be. Zhang Anhai waved dismissively, his enthusiasm thoroughly dampened. He'd hoped to leverage Guhan's momentum, turning him into a school-wide sensation to boost institutional prestige. His path is self-chosen. Redirect your focus to the other top students in Class 1. Especially Zhao Su, though his academic scores lag, his father possesses ample means for cultivation. Guide him closely, aim for tangible results at the upcoming Divine Warrior League in 3 months. If he secures even modest visibility, their next year's educational funding and corporate sponsorships will be secured. Let Guhan pursue his folly. That structure won't last 3 days before he relisted online. Qinlin opened her mouth to speak again, then closed it, swallowing her words. Understood, principal. A faint tremor resonated within the Divine Nation. Guhan's consciousness entered the Divine Nation to check, and it turned out that the blessing of the offer had been delivered and transported to the Divine Nation. The principal's efficiency is truly remarkable. In the center of the Divine Nation, a card radiating a soft glow slowly shattered, transforming into a gray stone altar. The surface of the altar was etched with intricate patterns, its overall shape ancient and rugged, devoid of any extravagant decorations. At the top of the altar lay a pool of blood. With a thought, Guhan placed the altar directly in the center of the territory of the black-armored ant people. A muffled boom echoed. The altar landed steadily, kicking up a cloud of dust. The surrounding black-armored ant people were startled by this sudden commotion, raising their forelimbs to assume a defensive posture. Guhan ignored these ordinary ants and directly communicated mentally, issuing the highest command to all the ant queens. From today onwards, this is the sacred ground of the tribe. This is a divine staircase that can lead your tribe to infinite growth. Any tribe member whose lifespan is nearing its end must voluntarily climb the altar and immerse themselves in the divine pool, offering their final vitality for the future of the tribe. The altar will generate a blessing power to assist the tribe in transcending the ordinary. The ant queens lying deep in their nests immediately bowed their heads after receiving the creators, while emitting sharp screeches to convey the divine command as tribal law to every ant. Currently, this batch of ants was in their prime, and there were temporarily no elders in the tribe. Guhan checked the properties of the altar, and to his surprise, he found something delightful. The progress bar for breakthrough on the panel was not at the 0 he had anticipated. It displayed a striking 0. 0001131, calculating based on each sacrifice increasing by 0. 000000001. This progress must have been accumulated by sacrificing 1,131 living beings. It seemed to be the contribution of the previous Divine Lord. Little did he know that this loss-making item lingering on the secondary market for who knows how long was the result of the previous several unfortunate Divine Lords exhausting their fortunes. Those individuals ultimately couldn't bear the exaggerated consumption and chose to cut their losses, selling the altar online at a low price. Consequently, it all fell into Guhan's hands. This is a huge profit. Guhan closed the panel, raised his gaze, and looked down at the entire ant territory. Under the influence of 10 times the time flow, the reproduction speed of the ants was exceedingly rapid. In a short time, the tribe's population had already exceeded 20,000. On the surface, the densely packed black-armored ants were transporting food and reinforcing defensive structures. The underground areas had been excavated in a haphazard manner, interconnecting to form a vast and structurally rigorous underground nest. With the numbers in place, the next step was to focus on quality. Relying solely on the passage of time for the ants to evolve from a savage race into a civilized one would take far too long. Guhan decided to accelerate the ant civilization. With a thought, he directly brought over the disabled human intellect located at the edge of the breeding zone. The disabled human with his legs amputated was resting against a tree when he suddenly found his surroundings changing. He supported himself with his hands and looked around in terror. What greeted his eyes were enormous creatures clad in black shells. The most hair-raising sight was a creature lying right in front of him, 3 times the size of an ordinary ant. The creature's lower body was that of a bloated ant, while its upper body bore the torso and face of a human female. The disabled human swallowed hard, desperately, trying to crawl backward. Guhan's voice resonated directly within the human's mind. Teach it the language and writing of humans, as well as the concept of months and time. If you teach well, you will become the priest of the ant race, enjoying meat with every meal. I will conduct regular inspections. If you fail, you will be their food supply. The disabled human shivered all over, terrified, and nodded repeatedly, stuttering, I will teach. I will teach. Great divine being, spare me, I will teach well. He turned to the human-faced ant queen, nervously extending a finger to point at himself. Human. The ant queen tilted her head, her compound eyes shifting, and produced strange syllables from her throat. Hair. N. Guhan observed this scene, satisfied as he withdrew his gaze. As long as the ant queen learned the language and writing, she could transmit it to the entire tribe through mental links, officially igniting the spark of civilization. After addressing the educational issue, Guhan turned his attention to another side of the divine nation. Upon seeing this, his brow furrowed immediately. The once numerous six-winged chickens were now dwindling in numbers. The ant tribe's population explosion led to a terrifying daily consumption of meat. The number of six-winged chickens could no longer keep pace with the voracious appetite of the ants. Guhan began large-scale breeding of six-winged chickens again. This hybrid species was unable to reproduce independently, so he activated the forced breeding skill with his intelligent assistant. In addition to the food shortage problem, there were two major nuisances in the ecological circle of the Divine Nation: the giant golden beetle and the large honey badger. These two creatures were essentially thorns in the side of the Divine Nation. Relying on their tough hide and sturdy bodies, they often ventured to the edges of the ant territory, stealing away lone ants or raiding food supplies. The black-armored ants guard team mobilized every time. However, these two creatures had extremely resilient lives. When they couldn't win, they would flee, resting for a few days, and then returning to harass once their injuries healed. Guhan observed for a while without intervening. Survival of the fittest, the strong survive. With these two nuisances exerting pressure, it was just right to serve as training partners for the black-armored ants, maintaining the tribe's combat instincts. The hidden armored ants were too small, consuming less, and being less likely to be targeted, making them the least troublesome. The most precious 7/10 Sandier awakening flowers were well protected deep within the ant territory by the ants, requiring no concern. The iron vine banyan trees surrounding the six-winged beasts were already tall and dense enough to withstand attacks from giant golden beetles from the air. The branches of the iron vine banyan were thick and entangled. Even the large honey badger was unwilling to provoke them. With the ecological issues temporarily stabilized, Guhan began to contemplate the most critical question: the extraordinary path of the ant race. To stand out in tomorrow's selection competition, and even secure a position in the citywide God of War Professional League in 3 months, relying solely on the Ant-Man's innate combat abilities will certainly not suffice. It is essential to empower the Ant-Man with extraordinary strength to enable an upgrade. Guhan opened the Smart Assistant, logged into Yidawang, and began searching for pathways to extraordinary power. The mainstream routes are merely 3: cultivation technology and body refinement. Guhan immediately dismissed the cultivation route. He had just planted 10 low-level spirit mind seeds yesterday and cultivated a batch of spirit plants. The concentration of spiritual energy in the divine realm was now pitifully thin, insufficient to support a whole clan in cultivation. The technological route is also unrealistic. The Ant-Man currently lacks even a civilization and is still in the mud play stage. Advancing technology requires at least a high level of civilization. After considering everything, the body refinement route is the most suitable. The Ant-Man is inherently strong with a tough exoskeleton, and with ample meat supply, the blood-chi body refinement approach is undoubtedly a perfect match. Guhan entered basic body refinement methods in the search box and sorted the results by price from low to high. The page refreshed. At the top of the list was a book titled Mighty Bull Body Refinement Method. Price, 500,000 credit points. Guhan looked at the price on the screen, and then at his empty account, falling into a long silence. Even the cheapest method costs 500,000. The 200,000 scholarship really doesn't last. I need to save money to buy the Mighty Bull Body Refinement Method. Guhan rubbed his temples, feeling a headache. He calculated the numbers. The batch of white feather six-winged beasts in the divine realm would mature and be ready for sale this afternoon. There were a total of 22. Based on the previous price, contacting that purchasing manager for sale would yield, at most, just over 40,000. There is still a long way to go to reach the 500,000 credit point gap. The awakening grass in the divine realm had not matured yet, so it couldn't be sold. I need to find a way to make some money. If all else fails, I can only sell a few Tinthasandier awakening flowers. Guhan exited the divine realm, glanced at the time, and noted that there were no classes arranged at school in the afternoon. It was all free time for students to handle divine realm affairs. He tidied up his things and went straight home. After all, he had already been isolated, and there was nothing worthwhile to discuss at school. Upon returning home, he found the gap in the security door stuffed with a multitude of colorful cards. Guhan casually pulled out these cards. Just as he was about to toss the handful of cards into the trash, his eyes inadvertently swept over the topmost card. His movements instantly froze. It was a hard cardstock with a black background and golden letters featuring several lines of extremely eye-catching text. Rest assured, loan large amount without worries. Exclusive channel for core awakeners in the divine realm. No collateral needed, no ID verification, required absolutely confidential instant approval and credit. Up to 3 million credit points available to help your divine realm soar. Guhan brought the card closer, carefully reading the small print below, then flipped through the other cards in his hand. Most were advertisements from various loan companies, and there were also some suggestive cards. But Guhan stood by the trash can, staring at the card in his hand, standing there for a full minute. Then he threw the other random cards into the trash can, leaving only a few loan cards, which he discreetly tucked into his parents had not yet returned from work, and his sister Gu Xian should still be in class at school. He changed his shoes and walked straight back to his bedroom, locking the door behind him. As soon as he sat down at his desk, his handheld device vibrated. Opening the Xinyu interface, the purchasing manager had already sent several reply messages. "I'm here, bro. You just said there would be hundreds ready for sale. Is that true? If that's the case, would you consider supplying me? As always, we'll handle it through underground transactions." Guhan looked at the screen, his fingers lightly tapping on the virtual keyboard. "It's true. There will be large quantities ready for sale every day." The other side almost replied instantly, accompanied by a shocked emoji. "Great. They'll take as many as you have. Little bro, the quality of your batch of white feather six-winged beasts is top-notch. The meat is delicious and rivals that of the six-winged beasts, and our head chef can't stop praising it. To be honest, a dozen isn't even enough to fill the gaps. I was also thinking about asking if you sell the breeding techniques. The price is negotiable." Guhan raised an eyebrow. The other party seemed to be the purchaser from Yunding Restaurant. He leaned back in his chair and quickly replied, "The breeding techniques are core secrets and are not for sale. Let's start with 100 for our cooperation. Depending on the situation, I will consider expanding the breeding scale." The other side was silent for about half a minute, seemingly weighing the options. "All right. He'll go seek approval from above today. If you can stabilize the supply at 1,000 heads daily in the future, could you give me a 10% discount on the price?" Guhan quickly calculated in his mind. Producing 1,000 white feather six-winged beasts daily at the original price of 2,000, each a 10% discount, would bring it down to 1,800. After deducting the platform's 5% handling fee for underground transactions, the net daily income would be around 171 million credit points. This would definitely bring in a major investor. The other party, as the purchasing manager proactively suggested a 10% discount, clearly indicating a desire to take a cut in the middle. Guhan understood this logic. As long as he could ensure quick cash flow, he could accept a slight profit. "No problem. As long as you can handle it, the price will be as you said." After sending this message, Guhan calculated the costs again. An appropriately aged female six-winged beast is priced at 3,000 credit points. The average lifespan of six-winged beasts is 1,000 years, and a litter of white feather six-winged beasts typically yields 5 to 6. To achieve a daily production of 1,000 white feather six-winged beasts, at least 550,000 credit points must be invested in purchasing female beasts. One step at a time. Guhan had the other party take photos of the virtual goods and package the 22 mature, white feather six-winged beasts from the Divine Realm, sending them over as per the usual arrangement. 41,800 credit points were successfully credited. Watching the digits in his account jump, Guhan did not hesitate and directly purchased 13 appropriately aged female six-winged beasts in one go. With the 4 he already had in the Divine Realm, he now had a total of 17 female beasts. "Let's set a small goal first. Aim for 100 heads delivered by tomorrow." Guhan released the newly purchased female beasts into the breeding area of the Divine Realm and conveniently arranged ample feed for them. If Yunding Restaurant could indeed consume 1,000 heads daily, he could always invest more to expand the scale later. Having finalized this transaction, Guhan took out 5 loan cards. A daily production of 100 white feather six-winged beasts would bring in a stable income of 190,000. For an ordinary high school student, this amount would be a fortune. But for Guhan, it was far from enough. The selection competition tomorrow was looming, and he urgently needed to purchase body refinement methods to equip the Ant Warrior. Time waits for no one. Relying on saving 19,000 daily is too slow. Guhan lined up the 5 cards and carefully compared the terms on them. After deliberating for a dozen minutes, he selected 2 cards. One was called Rest Assured Loan, and the other was called Chinquan Large Amount Loan. The Rest Assured Loan has an extremely low threshold, just awakening the core of the Divine Realm, and providing the Divine Realm's connection coordinates is enough to apply. The maximum amount is 3 million and does not require real-world identification. Moreover, the conditions are very tempting: interest-free for the first month with a 5% interest for a 1-year term. Guhan snorted softly. These lenders are quite cunning. Obtaining the Divine Realm coordinates is tantamount to grasping the lifeline of the borrower. There is no need to know who you are or where you live. If you fail to repay on time, the collection team will directly invade through the coordinates, turning the resources, creatures, and even buildings in the Divine Realm upside down. And since you possess the core of the Divine Realm, if you can't pay it back, your Divine Realm will be directly requisitioned. The rules of another lending platform, Chinquan Large Loan, are somewhat different. They require items produced in the Divine Realm as collateral, and the platform will issue loans up to 10 times the value of the collateral. In terms of interest, the first year comes with an exceptionally low rate of 1%. However, starting from the second year, the interest increases by 1% each month. Calculating it out, after 1 year, the annual interest increases by 12%, typical of predatory lending practices. So what if it's usury? Guhan calmly toyed with the Chinquan Large Loan card. Given the current development speed of his Divine Realm, he was confident that he could repay the principal and interest in a month, let alone a year. Having made up his mind, Guhan stopped hesitating. He first picked up his handheld device, scanned the QR code on the loan card, and downloaded a grayish-black anonymous application, which warned of high risk, and adeptly clicked to continue the installation. Following the prompts, Guhan generated a one-time connection coordinate for his divine realm and sent it over. Within a minute, an assessment report popped up on the screen. Prosperity of the divine realm 31 assessment result highly potential. Loan limit 2 million credit points. Guhan clicked to confirm the loan. The agreement was generated connecting to the divine realm's coordinates. Ding. 2 million credit points have been transferred to your anonymous account. Please note after the first month's grace period, an annual interest of 100,000 credit points will be incurred. Looking at the additional 2 million in his account, Guhan let out a long sigh of relief. But that was not enough. He switched back to the divine realm, his consciousness sweeping through the heart of the Ant-Man tribe. With a thought, Guhan loaded a 10th sandy-rolled awakening flower into the card, and then extracted it into reality. He opened the dedicated software for Chinku Enlarge Loan and accessed the evaluation page to transmit the awakening flower. The progress bar on the screen loaded quickly. Ding. Collateral assessment completed. Item name 10,000-year-old mutated awakening flower, market estimated value 300,000 credit points, loan limit 3 million credit points, interest calculation method first year annualized at 1, increasing by 1 each month from the second year. Do you confirm the collateral and loan? Guhan decisively clicked confirm. Loan successful. 3 million credit points have been transferred to your account. Current monthly interest to be paid 2,500 credit points. Total interest within a year will be 30,000 credit points. 5 million. Adding the remaining funds from selling the white feather six-winged beast, Guhan now had an astonishing available capital of 5,100,800 credit points. Guhan's heartbeat involuntarily quickened. From being penniless to holding 5 million in less than half an hour. This sense of control over vast resources put his mind in an exhilarating state. Guhan quickly opened the cultivation section of the trading platform, directly filtering for body refinement and group applicable. A dense list of products instantly sprang up on the screen. The Mighty Bull body refining technique he had previously taken note of was also listed, priced at 500,000 credit points. Guhan glanced at it and thought to himself, it's not that you're not good enough, it's just that now I have better options. The Ant-Men are inherently strong enough, and the Mighty Bull body refining technique is merely an embellishment. Now that he had enough funds, he needed to choose something that could develop in the long term. His gaze quickly scanned through the list. The Dragon Elephant Suppressing Prison technique was priced at 150,000 with immense power, but requiring a high level of comprehension from the practitioner. Pass. The Ant-Man's intelligence is still in the enlightenment stage, learning this is purely for the late stages. The Frenzied Blood technique, priced at 180,000, could unleash multiple times combat power for a short period, but its side effect was the overexpenditure of vitality. Guhan shook his head. The Ant-Man's lifespan is already short, and overexpenditure would truly turn them into consumables. After flipping through more than 10 pages, Guhan's gaze stopped on a upgrade technique called Heaven Swallowing Bloodline technique. Price 200,000 credit points. The introduction was simple: treat the physical body as a furnace refining blood and chi. The greatest feature is that practitioners need to consume large quantities of food. After reaching a certain level, they can influence the physique of their offspring. This means that as long as the first generation of Ant-Men successfully cultivates, their next generation will be born with a certain level of physical strength. Each generation stacking upon the last. Given enough time, even untrained younglings can possess formidable physiques. Although it is also a later-stage cultivation technique, it has a certain level of power in the early stages. Guhan did not hesitate at all, and directly clicked to purchase. With the technique secured, food supplies must keep pace. Body refinement consumes the most meat resources. The black armored Ant-Men currently rely entirely on six-winged chickens for food. Although the meat is delicious and energy-rich, the variety is too singular. Over time, this could easily lead to nutritional imbalances. Insectoids are relatively obscure, so their exclusive resources are comparatively cheap. Guhan entered Insectoids exoskeleton enhancement food into the search box. The page refreshed, displaying a plethora of bizarre species. He carefully checked the attributes and selected the 4 items most suitable for the black armored Ant-Man. The first item is Crystal Essence Wood. This is a tree deeply buried underground, rich in mineral essence. After the ant tribe consumes it, it can significantly enhance the density of their chitinous shells, strengthening the flexibility of their limbs and bones. Not only can it reduce the probability of fractures during labor and combat, but it can also accelerate the self-healing of wounds. The second item is the Honeydew Flower Seed. The nectar produced by this flower is extremely thick and rich in high-energy biological nutrients. After the Ant-Men consume it, their stamina can double, making it easier for them to carry heavy loads or migrate long distances without fatigue, while also enhancing the pressure resistance of their internal organs. The third item is Rock Core Moss. This substance attaches to mineral rock walls, growing by absorbing the spiritual energy of the earth. Its function is to strengthen the foundation, enhancing the ant tribe's basic resistance against the cold, miasma, and ordinary toxins in the underground. The last item is Iron-Shelled Insect Pupa. This is the mature pupa of a hard-shelled insect from the underground, high in protein and calcium. Consuming it over a long period can significantly increase muscular explosive power, especially enhancing the biting strength of the antman's mandibles, greatly improving their hunting and barrier-breaking capabilities. These 4 items combined create a tailor-made nutritional package for the antman. After adding everything to the shopping cart, Guhan directly opened the customer service chat box. Guhan boss 300 of each crystal essence wood honeydew flower seed rock, core moss iron-shelled insect pupa. After a few seconds the other side replied, clearly shocked by the quantity. The owner of the myriad worm cave, yo. Brother, are you planning to build an insectoid army? No problem, we have plenty of stock. We'll give you a discount, a total of 120,000 credit points. 120,000. Guhan raised an eyebrow. Guhan, boss, I'm a student and short on funds, can you give me a discount? The boss sent a crying emoji. Young man, being a student doesn't change the situation. This is a small business. The insect race is already niche and this price is significantly lower than resources from other races of the same tier. Go ask around, this is definitely a fair price, I really have very little profit. Guhan, 800,000. The insect race is niche and you're hard-pressed for stock. I'm really a student, I don't have much money, if you don't sell at this price, I'll just switch to raising apemen instead. Anyway, my divine country is just getting started, so changing direction is still possible. After sending the message, the other side remained silent for a full minute. Boss, don't do this, brother. How can you slash the price directly by 400,000? Are you trying to take my life? Look, considering you're a student, I'll give you a 0 off the 120,000, make it 100,000. It can't go any lower, if it goes lower, I won't even be able to recoup the wholesale price. Guhan remained noncommittal. Guhan, let me think about it, and consider it, sorry for bothering you. After sending this, he closed the chat window. Within 10 seconds a trading message popped up, boss, 80 will do. Hurry and take it. I'll send you the goods immediately. Guhan chuckled lightly, reopened the link, and promptly paid 80,000 credit points. From 120,000 slashed to 80,000, it still felt like not enough of a cut. The insect race is already so niche, and this greedy boss still sells it at such a high price. After purchasing the basic resources, Guhan continued to browse the marketplace, planning to replenish species that would balance the ecology of his divine country. Suddenly, a dark golden light flashed in the auction recommendation section on the homepage. Guhan instinctively clicked on it. It was an item that had failed to sell in the marketplace, named Battle Pattern Transformation Herb. Rating: class divine plant. Description: a divine herb that takes 1,000,000 years to mature, divine country time, containing the power of laws. Consuming it can trigger a second transformation of the body. After the outer skin undergoes transformation, it will attach natural battle patterns, significantly upgrading physical strength, defense, and self-healing abilities. Guhan's breath suddenly caught. A class divine plant. Such treasures usually circulate only in the circles of high-level divine countries and rarely appear on the market. It's likely the seller urgently needed money, which is why it was listed in the public auction house, but failed to sell due to the starting price being too high. Guhan glanced at the starting price, 150,000 credit points. Selling for 150,000 for just one, and it's a consumable. Indeed a bit expensive. Even if a peerless genius appeared in the divine country, no divine lord would be willing to buy it to feed their followers. However, Guhan didn't think so. If this divine herb could be synthesized into a new species that wasn't so top tier, but matured quickly, allowing the antmen to eat it, that would definitely be a qualitative improvement. Buy. Guhan gritted his teeth and clicked to buy at the fixed price. 150,000 credit points vanished in an instant. Looking at the battle pattern transformation herb sent by the divine country, Guhan felt both pain and excitement, immediately arranging a complete forced breeding package for it. Afterward, Guhan checked various parts of the divine country and replenished many species to balance the ecological environment of his divine country. After a frenzied shopping spree, only 60,000 credit points remained in his account. Guhan promptly stopped himself. Oh, buying things is really easy to get addicted to. This money absolutely cannot be touched again. It must be saved for purchasing suitable female six-winged beasts tomorrow. That is the capital for him to produce 1,000 heads daily, as well as the financial chain to ensure he can repay the loans. At the dinner table in the evening, the pork rib soup was steaming. Tang Yinran heavily placed a bowl of soup in front of Guhan, causing the soup to nearly spill. Drink. You need to replenish yourself. A look at how frail you are. Guhan picked up the bowl and blew on it twice. Mom, how am I frail? This is just the large consumption during the awakening of the core. Tang Yinran pulled out a chair and sat down, crossing her arms and staring at him. What did you do last night? Did you really spend the night in a hotel with your teacher? Is your teacher a woman? Guhan, while digging into his food, replied, Teacher Qin is a woman, so what? We couldn't get back in the floating car, so what's wrong with staying overnight in a hotel? Tang Yinran continued to stare at Guhan. Look at those dark circles under your eyes. Guhan, be honest, have you been? Guhan nearly spat out his soup. Led astray. Where would I learn to be led astray, eh? Tang Yinran snorted coldly and pulled out a few wrinkled pink cards from her pocket, slapping them down on the table. How do you explain these? I found them in the trash can. Guhan looked closely. They were indeed those ambiguous little cards from earlier. The front of the card depicted a succubus clad in revealing clothing striking a seductive pose. Guhan was speechless. You know these were found in the trash can, yet you placed them on the table. Isn't this just a small advertisement someone slipped through the door? Guhan pushed the card away. I just casually took it and threw it away. Keep making excuses. Tang Yinran didn't buy it. Why don't we see those at other people's doors? I commute every day and haven't seen any who I even specifically looked around. Who distributes such risque little cards during the day? Guhan was stunned. It indeed seemed that the cards were only stuffed at his own doorstep. His mind raced. This was definitely not a coincidence. It was likely that the lenders had obtained the list of students who had just awakened their divine country's core through some channel specifically targeting those who urgently needed resources but lacked funds. He's not a child anymore. Gu Yanxiao couldn't watch any longer and intervened. What do you mean, Hotels have the most of this kind of thing. Tang Yinran slammed the table. I'm educating my child. This adolescence is prone to mistakes, especially right after awakening the divine country, feeling restless and easily swayed by the alluring outside world. Guhan helplessly set down his bowl and chopsticks. All right, Mom, I get your point. If I really went astray, would I leave this stuff in the trash can for you to find? I shared a room with Teacher Qin last night. Tang Yanran's eyes widened even more, and Gu Yanxiao and Gu Xian both looked surprised. 2 beds. Last night's incident was sudden, and there were no rooms available at the hotel. Mom, you don't need to worry. I know what I'm doing, Guhan hurriedly explained. Gu Xian, sitting opposite, covered her mouth and chuckled, her shoulders shaking. Guhan shot her a glare. Stop laughing, I'm talking to you. Don't make mistakes during this adolescence, understand? Gu Xian pouted. I'm fine, old Tang trusts me the most. Tang Yinran glared at the 2 siblings. Both of you don't stray from the right path. All right, hurry up. And Gu Yanxiao handed Guhan a piece of rib. Even after awakening the divine country core, you need to rest. Don't think you're young and can stay up late to toil. Understood. After dinner, Guhan locked his room door and quickly gathered all the loan cards from the trash, tearing them to shreds, and finally breathed a sigh of relief after flushing them down the toilet. Things were a bit suspicious, but now that he had taken out the loan, he didn't want to think too much. Those 2 loan companies wouldn't be afraid of not being able to repay. Guhan glanced at the divine country. Everything was developing steadily. After spending the entire afternoon organizing the divine country and those species he had purchased, he indeed felt somewhat fatigued, and it was time for a good rest. The next morning, in the comprehensive training room of Dongjiang University, 26 individuals stood in the center of the venue, each with a tense expression. This was the entire group, choosing the war god route, making up half of the class. The school had only allocated 10 spots for the competition. This meant that today more than half of the participants would be eliminated. Guhan stood at the edge of the group with classmates intentionally or unintentionally distancing themselves. Qin Lin, dressed in a sharp combat uniform, strode to the front of the line. The equipment has been calibrated. She pointed at the 2 rows of semi-submersible connection pods behind her. Everyone connect to the divine nation and prepare to enter the simulated battlefield. Students lay down in the connection pods one by one. Guhan connected the neural ports, and his consciousness sank. When he opened his eyes again, the surroundings had transformed dramatically. Before him lay a desolate wasteland, the ground riddled with crisscrossing ravines devoid of any living creatures, with classmates around him appearing as mere phantoms. Qin Lin's voice echoed in the air, clear and distinct in everyone's ears. This is a real battlefield created using the core of an alien divine nation. By connecting to the divine nation, you can dispatch your followers to engage in combat. The selection consists of 2 parts, a testing system and an elimination system. Qin Lin continued to announce the rules. You can send out as many of your strongest followers as you wish. I will assign each of you a level 1 follower for testing. She added, as long as your follower can withstand my follower for 1 minute, you will pass the test and move on to the elimination round. A slightly overweight boy raised his hand, his voice trembling. Teacher Qin, what if our followers are killed? If they are killed, you will be disqualified. The war god route is this ruthless. A follower who can't last even a minute would only be sending themselves to death in the league. She paused, her tone growing heavier. Anyone who wants to withdraw can do so now. The wasteland fell silent, and no one moved. Those who could choose the war god route had some confidence. Very well. Qin Lin raised her right hand and snapped her fingers in the void. In the open space ahead, lights flashed in succession. 26 warriors clad in light armor and wielding long spears appeared out of thin air. These warriors were robust, with skin of a bluish-gray hue and coarse manes on their cheeks, clearly halforcs. As soon as they appeared, they quickly dispersed into formation, their movements synchronized, evidently well-trained. Each spear-wielding soldier corresponds to one of you. Now send out your followers. With Qin Lin's command, the open space suddenly became lively. Lights flickered back and forth as various bizarre creatures emerged. Most students summoned battle beasts, such as armored rhinoceroses and windblade wolves. Those with better conditions managed to summon a few ape men wielding wooden sticks. Some even sent out halforcs, though their equipment was shabby, making them look like refugees. After all, the prices for intelligent races were exorbitant beyond what an ordinary family could afford. Guhan's consciousness stirred slightly as he connected to the divine nation. 10 black shadows fell onto the sandy ground ahead. Guhan did not choose humanoid soldier ants, but instead selected worker ants which moved on 6 limbs like typical insectoids. Qin Lin's consciousness surveyed the entire field, and when her gaze swept past Guhan's position, her brows immediately furrowed. Black-armored ants. No, it didn't seem quite right. Could they be a mutated species? A twinge of displeasure arose in Qin Lin's heart. Guhan actually chose to cultivate insectoids. Everyone knew that while insectoids reproduced quickly and had decent combat power in the early stages, their greatest flaw was the lack of intelligence. They completely disregarded commands. Once on the battlefield, they would often fight purely on instinct, unable to execute complex tactical commands. This guy, in a rush to handle today's selection, was truly wasting those scholarships. Not far away, Zhao Su also noticed Guhan's actions. He looked at the 10 large ants lying on the ground and almost laughed out loud. I thought you had some trump card, but in the end you just summoned a bunch of bugs. Zhao Su sneered inwardly. Last night his father Zhao Kuan had specifically called him to the study to tell him that Guhan had completely fallen into the trap. That Xinquan large loan was arranged by Zhao Kuan, who had approved an exceptionally high limit of 3 million for Guhan. Originally Zhao Su was worried that Guhan would use the money to buy some powerful species, but now it seemed he was entirely overthinking it. Even though Zhao Su had poor grades, he was acutely aware of the shortcomings of insectoids. A poor wretch is just a poor wretch if their vision is so limited. Zhao Su proudly lifted his chin and summoned his follower. 5 slender lizard men appeared before him. These lizard men not only wielded fine iron curved swords, but also wore leather armor. Spread out and focus on containment. Zhao Su issued the command. He knew well that as long as they could last for a minute, there was no need for a hard fight. Upon seeing the lizard men appear, several gasps erupted from around. What are those crimson-scaled lizard men? 600,000 each. Zhao Xiao's got this one secured. With this equipment and configuration, as long as he doesn't get into a direct fight, he will definitely pass. Listening to his classmates' discussions, Zhao Zu's smile grew even more radiant. This was the effect he wanted. The timer starts now. With Qin Lin's command, the 26 halforc spearmen charged forward in an instant. The battlefield was immediately thrown into chaos with the roars of battle beasts and the clashing of weapons intermingling. Many students' battle beasts upon first contact were forced back by the spearmen's exquisite spear techniques, suffering several wounds. On Zhao Zu's side, the lizard men appeared to be in complete control. They used their agile movements to continuously circle around the spearmen, occasionally blocking with their curved swords, perfectly executing a containment strategy. At that moment, a louder wave of gasps suddenly erupted from the crowd, even mixed with sounds of sharp breaths. They're so fierce. They even have tactics. Zhao Su felt a surge of joy. Had these bumpkins finally witnessed the prowess of his lizard men? He turned his head, ready to bask in the adoring gazes. But as he scanned the crowd, he found that everyone's attention was not on him at all. Following the gaze of the crowd, Zhao Zu's smile instantly froze, his eyes widening in shock. The scene in Guhan's area was extraordinarily bizarre. The spearman assigned to test Guhan was now retreating in terror. Just a few seconds ago, the spearman had followed routine tactics and thrust his spear towards the nearest black-armored ant. That black-armored ant did not dodge or evade. It charged straight towards the spear's tip, allowing the spear to pierce its body, while it clamped down tightly on the spear with its massive jaws. Before the spearman could react, 2 black-armored ants had already flanked him from the sides, their jaws locking onto the spearman's arms. The physique of a level 1 creature could not compare to that of metal. The spearman struggled desperately, blood flowing from his arms as he attempted to shake off the 2 insects with brute force. Immediately afterward, the remaining 7 black-armored ants did not swarm in like typical insectoids to bite. Instead, they quickly spread out, forming a perfect encirclement that cut off all retreat routes for the spearman. The spearman was already in a panic, abandoning his spear while retreating, and even calling for help from his companions. With the assistance of a nearby comrade, he successfully broke through the encirclement and escaped. The entire venue fell into a dead silence. Guhan stood still, calmly watching the fleeing spearman. He did not issue a command to pursue. The 9 black-armored ants, having driven off the enemy, immediately regrouped, surrounding their injured comrade, resembling a well-trained army. Zhao Zu's mouth opened in shock, unable to make a sound for a long time. Is this really insectoids? Standing above, Qin Lin also wore a face of astonishment. She stared intently at the 10 black-armored ants. Such a level of discipline had completely surpassed that of low-tier insectoids. How did Guhan manage this? Guhan lifted his head, breaking the silence in the arena. Teacher Qin, it seems a minute hasn't passed yet. What if it ran away? Does this count as passing the test? Qin Lin came to her senses, taking a deep breath to suppress the turmoil within her heart. You pass. It must be true. Without the help of companions, or Guhan's black-armored ants pursuing us, even her elite spear soldiers would be ground down. That kid's black-armored ants were probably the trump card that defeated the giant honey badgers multiple times, possibly the reason he ranked first in the assessment. Impressive. Are the insectoids that powerful? A curse suddenly erupted from the crowd. This remark shattered the tranquility, causing over 20 students to explode in chatter. 10 black-armored ants, and they managed to run off an elite believer. Damn, raising insectoids might not be a bad idea. A few quick-minded students had already connected their handheld devices, searching the Divine Realm marketplace. Found it. Black-armored ants, only 3,000 credit points for a nest. That's too cheap. Ooh, I usually pay 10,000 for a regular saber-toothed tiger. I'm placing an order for a nest right now. I'll buy 2. This price-performance ratio is simply unbeatable. Qin Lin's voice interrupted the eager students. Her tone was serious. Black-armored ants are indeed cheap, but don't forget their characteristics. They are large, have tremendous appetites, and reproduce at an alarming rate. An adult black-armored ant consumes half its body weight in food every day. Our nest easily contains over 10,000. Can you calculate how much meat you'll need daily? Once introduced into the Divine Realm, without a sufficiently large ecological chain to support them, they will quickly deplete your resources. Have you all thought this through? The students who had just been clamoring to buy suddenly fell silent, quietly putting away their devices. The teacher is right, this thing is a bottomless pit. Affordable to buy, but impossible to raise. Qin Lin turned to look at Guhan, her expression complex. While others couldn't afford it, Guhan was still able to train them so well. How did he manage it? It seems Guhan's top score in cultural studies wasn't for nothing. A boy who usually hung out with Zhao Su muttered quietly. He must be well versed in the habits of black-armored ants, otherwise he would never be able to command these mindless insects. Indeed, I used to think cultural studies were useless, but now it seems that solid theoretical knowledge lets one play with even the most basic insectoids. Several nearby classmates nodded in agreement, feeling a bit shaken about their views on cultural study scores. Guhan couldn't be bothered to explain. After all, everyone thought that way. The next round of testing continued. With Guhan's battle as a comparison, the others' fights appeared rather mundane. In fact, the spear soldiers arranged by Qin Lin didn't go all out. The testing system itself wasn't that harsh. Aside from Guhan's bloodshed, most of the other students' believers only suffered minor injuries. Even so, a few students, seeing their painstakingly nurtured believers hurt, chose to give up. After a round of testing, a total of 18 individuals passed. Next is the elimination system. Qin Lin pulled up the battle list. The rules are simple: battle in pairs, and you can surrender at any time. However, there's one thing I must clarify in advance. She swiped across the screen, isolating 5 names. Zhao Su, Chu Yue, Wang Ming. Qin Lin read out the 5 names. The believers of these 5 students belong to the intelligent race. The city's War God League includes team events requiring high communication and cooperation among believers. Thus, these 5 individuals are granted direct entry and priority advancement. A stir went through the crowd, but no one raised objections. The inherent advantages of intelligent races in cooperation were indeed irreplaceable. This was common knowledge. Zhao Su proudly lifted his chin, casting a glance at Guhan. Chu Yu quietly stood beside, gazing in Guhan's direction, lost in thought. The remaining 13 students will compete for the last 5 spots. In other words, 8 of you must be eliminated. After announcing the rules, Qin Lin pressed the random match button. The names on the big screen scrolled rapidly, finally stopping. The first match, Guhan versus Lu Chang. Lu Chang was a burly boy who took a deep breath. Guhan, your insects are indeed formidable, but my armored rhinoceros is no pushover. As he spoke, Lu Chang directly summoned 16 robust armored rhinoceroses. These rhinoceroses were covered in thick hard skin, their sturdy hooves producing a dull roar, each one several times larger than the black-armored ants. Guhan had the ants carry the injured companion back to the Divine Realm. Immediately afterwards, 16 beams of white light flashed sequentially. 16 black-armored ant warriors, even larger than the previous batch, appeared. Seeing Guhan dispatch the same number of black-armored ants, Lu Chang sneered, "You'll regret this." "Let's talk, let's start." Guhan replied casually. "Charge. Crush them." Lu Chang activated his skill Fearless Charge, commanding the creatures in the Divine Realm to launch a fearless charge in one direction. The 16 armored rhinoceroses surged forward toward the black-armored ant swarm, raising a cloud of dust behind them. The momentum of this charge was such that even the earlier elite spear soldiers dared not confront it, Hedon needing to evade. The 16 black-armored warriors did not retreat, but advanced, directly charging at the stampede of rhinoceroses. The foremost black-armored warrior collided Hedon with the leading armored rhinoceros. A dull thud echoed. The scene Lu Chang had envisioned, where the insects would be trampled into paste, did not occur. The charge of the rhinoceroses was unexpectedly halted. "How is this possible?" Lu Chang exclaimed in shock. The innate strength of the black-armored warriors was fully unleashed at this moment, capable of lifting objects several times their own weight. The black-armored warrior let out a shrill cry, exerting its jaws fiercely. The massive armored rhinoceros was actually lifted over its head, and then slammed down onto the rhinoceros herd. The rhinoceroses scattered in disarray. The lead rhinoceros crashed heavily to the ground, ending up on its back, struggling desperately to right itself. The charge formation was instantly disrupted, and each black-armored warrior dealt with one rhinoceros. In just half a minute, all 16 armored rhinoceroses were overturned, lying on their backs, emitting helpless cries. The black-armored warriors did not kill, waiting until all the rhinoceroses had been captured and lifted. Liu Chang stood frozen in place, his face flushed. I concede. He managed to utter those words with difficulty before quickly recalling his believers into the divine realm. The audience fell silent once more. If defeating the spear soldiers earlier relied on strategy, then defeating the armored rhinoceroses was purely a display of overwhelming strength. Qin Lin looked at Gu Han, her expression filled with shock. "Teacher, I want to learn this," a student exclaimed uncontrollably. Qin Lin was visibly troubled and cleared her throat. "I can't teach you, nor do I understand the insect race. From what I can see, these black-armored ants are comparable to level 1 strength-type believers." The crowd gasped in astonishment. What the hell? Level 1 strength-type believers? What a joke. Liu Chang lost without grievance. Although the iron-armored rhino is formidable, it is merely a large toy in the face of absolute strength. Liu Chang wiped the cold sweat from his brow, feeling a wave of fear. Fortunately, Gu Han had shown mercy, merely flipping the rhino over. Had those insects followed up with a strike, all his hard work would have been in vain. Zhao Su stood at the back of the crowd, his face grim. The military strength displayed by Gu Han was likely not even the full extent. If all were unleashed, the lizard men he had trained would probably be no match. At this moment, Chu Yu was also fixated on the black-armored ants on the field, her brows furrowed. She had previously participated in the scholarship assessment alongside Gu Han. Her associated skill was the Shrank Ice Bloodline, which could add a freezing and slowing effect to her allies' attacks with a 20 chance to freeze enemies. All her followers were Halfrek archers. If she faced Gu Han, as long as she kept her distance and used kite tactics relying on the slowing effect, she should still be able to win. But what if Gu Han could summon dozens, or even hundreds of such monsters? Chu Yu shook her head. Even she would struggle against a swarm tactic. If those powerful ants closed in, her archers would surely be torn to shreds in an instant. Not just Chu Yu, the expressions of the other students also changed as they regarded Gu Han, all mentally treating him as the primary imagined enemy and simulating the battle results. At this moment, Gu Han was also calculating in his mind, though he was considering Teacher Qin's spear soldiers. Ignoring Teacher Qin's skills, the sheer number advantage of the black-armored ants should allow them to overwhelm level 1 troops. As for Zhao Su and Chu Yu, Gu Han didn't take them seriously at all. A rough estimate showed that unless this group of classmates attacked together, they wouldn't even qualify to formally challenge him. Alright, the elimination round is over and the 10 slots have been determined. Qin Lin interrupted everyone's thoughts. The crowd left the connecting cabin, and the 10 advancing individuals regrouped. Qin Lin scanned the room. Starting next week, you 10 will practice in the training room every Saturday. I will arrange targeted tactical guidance and practical simulations based on the characteristics of your followers. The citywide God of War Professional League in 3 months is one of your few opportunities. Qin Lin raised her voice. As long as you make a name for yourselves in the league, major corporations will actively seek you out for sponsorship. With financial support, your divine kingdoms will continue to grow. Do you understand? Understood. The crowd responded in unison. Alright, dismissed. Qin Lin waved her hand. Gu Han, stay for a moment. She walked up to Gu Han, crossing her arms and assessing him from head to toe. Do you think you've stolen the limelight today, that the black-armored ants are invincible, eh? Qin Lin's tone carried a reprimanding undertone. Gu Han did not interject, waiting for her to continue. You have only seen the initial development speed of the insect race. Qin Lin shook her head. When it comes to the professional league, those truly gifted students will teach you a lesson. Intelligent races have established battle formations, exclusive body refining techniques, and will forge weapons and armor. No matter how strong your ants are when facing a fully armed, organized army, they will just be sending themselves to their doom. The potential of the insect race is too low. You will only fall further behind others. Gu Han couldn't help but chuckle bitterly after hearing this. Teacher Qin, do you think I have a choice? With 200,000 in scholarship funds, I can't even form a team. Gu Han spread his hands. If I were to choose an intelligent race, I would have to start training from the ape men. It might take until I'm 50 to train a batch of capable, intelligent followers, barely catching up to Zhao Su and their starting level now. Qin Lin opened her mouth, but couldn't find her words for a long time. She suddenly realized that she had subconsciously regarded Gu Han as one of those resource-rich geniuses. His ability to train the black-armored ants to this extent was already a remarkable talent. Perhaps it was his continuous breaking of norms that made her completely forget he was merely a student from an ordinary family with no conditions to support him. I was presumptuous, teacher. Qin Lin sighed, her tone softening. You truly have great talent, though I don't want you. Teacher Qin. Guhan suddenly interrupted her. Can you send out a level 1 squad to fight me with full force? Qin Lin was taken aback, doubting her hearing. What did you say? I want to see where my limits lie. Guhan pointed to the connecting cabin. I want to have a match with you, teacher. I want to experience true level 1 combat power. Qin Lin laughed angrily. Have you lost your mind? She pointed at Guhan. Do you really think that with those ants you can challenge a level 1 troop? What I just tested on you were the new recruits. I let you off easy. I'm serious. Guhan's expression was earnest. Consider it a makeup lesson for me. Put forth your full strength, and let me see just how vast the gap truly is. Qin Lin stared at him for a few seconds. Seeing he showed no signs of backing down, her anger began to rise. Fine, this is what you asked for. I'll make it clear beforehand, once we really fight, I won't hold back. If your ants are wiped out, don't blame me. Rest assured, Guhan smiled. If you don't want your followers to die for nothing, then don't hold back. Guhan re-entered the Divine Kingdom battlefield, connecting the Divine Kingdom channel. 300 black-armored ants densely spread across the Gobi Desert, creating an overwhelming dark mass. They did not emit any roars, merely lying quietly in place, yet exuding a suffocating sense of oppression. Qin Lin's smile instantly froze. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed the shock in her heart, feeling an increased pressure. She finally understood the meaning behind Guhan's earlier words. This kid truly intended to rely on numbers to overwhelm her level 1 troops. Qin Lin gritted her teeth. You little brat, today, I'll let you see what a regular army looks like. A flash of light appeared. On the other side of the Gobi, 200 Halfrek warriors materialized out of thin air. This army was completely different from those spear soldiers earlier. They were clad in uniform iron armor with 50 soldiers in front wielding heavy tower shields. When they slammed their shields to the ground, it was like an iron wall. Behind the shield soldiers were 100 spear soldiers wielding 3-meter-long spears, the spear tips protruding through the gaps in the shields, emanating an intimidating chill. At the rear, 50 Halfrek archers had already knocked their arrows, aiming directly at the distant swarm of ants. Guhan directly issued the charge command. 300 black-armored ant-men received the order and dashed forward, kicking up sand and stones on the gravel plain, racing to shorten the distance to the opposing army. Qin Lin stood calmly behind the Halfrek army. Fire! 50 Halfrek archers simultaneously released their bows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arrows tore through the air with a sharp whistling sound raining down upon the charging ant horde. The black-armored ant-men at the front had never encountered such an attack method. They were caught off guard, and the black shell on their heads was pierced directly by the sharp arrows. The fierce attacking power of the first-level creatures was displayed vividly at this moment. The struck ant-men stumbled to a halt, some even being sent flying by the immense force of the arrows, crashing heavily into their companions behind. Green bodily fluid instantly stained the sandy ground. A volley of arrows had forcefully halted the momentum of the charge. Guhan stood in place, his brows furrowed. The black-armored ant-men in the back quickly moved up, opening their massive jaws to bite onto the corpse of a fallen companion, using it. The black-armored ant-men in the back quickly moved up, opening their massive jaws to bite onto the corpse of a fallen companion, using it as a shield to push forward against the second wave of arrows. The arrows lodged into the corpse made a dull, thudding sound. The distance between both sides was rapidly closed. Form ranks, repel the enemies. Qin Lin's voice sounded again. The 50 Halfrek tower shield soldiers at the front slammed their heavy shields onto the ground in unison, clustering together to form an impenetrable wall of shields. Bang! The first batch of black-armored ant-men crashed violently into the shield wall. The enormous recoil left the ant-men dazed, yet the shield wall remained unmoving. Thrust! The spearmen shouted in unison. The shields tilted to reveal gaps, and 100 spears suddenly lunged forward. The sharp tips accurately pierced the vital spots of the black-armored ant-men. Retrieve! The spears were instantly pulled back. Following that, the shield soldiers who had been waiting raised their tower shields and slammed them forward. The dozen or so black-armored ant-men at the very front were sent flying back, collapsing to the ground. Retrieve shields, thrust spears, withdraw spears, and slam shields. The Halfrek army's movements were synchronized and seamless. Guhan's proud 300 black-armored ant-men had suffered heavy casualties after just one clash. They simply could not break through the front. The surviving ant-men emitted urgent hisses, quickly spreading out in an attempt to encircle from both sides. Qin Lin sneered and issued another command: change formation. The Halfrek army swiftly moved. The shield soldiers on the periphery quickly moved, connecting head to tail to form a massive circle, tightening their formation to protect the spearmen and archers in the center. Next, the spearmen in the inner circle paired up to lift the archers high. From their elevated position, the archers had a clear view and continued to shoot arrows at the encircling ant-men. The remaining spearmen guarded behind the shield soldiers, continuously thrusting outward through the gaps. Any black-armored ant-men attempting to climb over the shield wall, using their fallen companions' bodies, would be mercilessly pierced by the spears. The entire Halfrek army instantly transformed into a spiked iron barrel. Not only that, but this iron barrel formation was also slowly advancing. Qin Lin directed the army to avoid the corpses of the ant-men on the ground to prevent a pileup from providing a foothold for the ant-men to cross over the shield wall. Gu Han watched the battlefield before him, feeling a chill in his heart. Before long, more than half of the 300 black-armored ant-men had been killed or injured, and the remaining ones could only anxiously circle on the periphery, unable to find a breakthrough. If this continued, total annihilation was inevitable. This was true warfare. Those wealthy heirs with abundant resources their followers likely possessed similar. The black-armored ant-men had not learned formations and did not know how to break them. They could only rely on their instincts accumulated from hunting to fight. The idea of using their companions' corpses as shields against arrows was already the limit of their intelligence. When faced with such a fully equipped, well-coordinated regular army, a mere numerical advantage was utterly ineffective. What was even worse was that throughout this battle Qin Lin hadn't even used any skills. It was entirely reliant on the synergy of troop types and tactical domination. Gu Han raised his right hand and shouted loudly, "Teacher Qin, I concede." Continuing to fight would only lead to the remaining ant-men dying in vain. Even if he had deployed those humanoid ant soldiers from the start, the outcome would not have changed. The ant-men's troop types and combat methods were far too simplistic. Although this battle ended in a crushing defeat, he had already achieved his goal. The focus of his future studies would be on weaponry formations and the diversity of troop types. Qin Lin waved her hand, and the Halfrek army immediately ceased their attack and reformed ranks. She approached Gu Han, her tone laced with a hint of pride. "Did you see that? This is the gap." Gu Han nodded humbly, accepting the lesson. "Even if I hadn't deployed a first-level army, just now, as long as well-trained veterans are paired with appropriate equipment and formations, they could easily crush your ant swarm into the ground." Qin Lin continued. "I have learned from my students." Gu Han said sincerely, "Teacher, may I take a copy of the battle recording back with me?" Qin Lin was momentarily taken aback, then revealed an appreciative expression. The fact that this kid immediately thought of reviewing after a crushing defeat showed his excellent mindset. "Sure, I'll send it to you shortly. Do study it well. Your ant swarm has considerable potential, but if you want to go further in the league, relying solely on brute force won't suffice." "Understood, thank you, teacher." Gu Han exited the Divine Connection chamber, stowed away his handheld device, and left the comprehensive training room. It was afternoon. Gu Han returned home, locking himself in his bedroom, replaying that battle recording over and over. He meticulously observed every change in formation of the Halfrek army, the angles at which the spearmen thrust, and the timing of the shield soldiers raising their shields. The black-armored ant-men's flaws were glaringly obvious. Lacking ranged attack methods and defensive measures, they were completely like living targets against such an iron barrel formation. To break the impasse, the ant-men needed to learn as well. For instance, equipping them with weapons, or breeding special ant types capable of spraying venom from a distance, or even selecting humanoid forms for specialized training. Currently, the ant-man civilization was progressing rapidly. With the assistance of that disabled intelligent being, they had learned to herd iron-shelled insect pupae and six-winged chickens, and they also collected nectar to store in underground nests. Training troop types might be temporarily unfeasible, but considering aspects from natural enemies and living environments could be a path forward. Theoretical knowledge proved useful at this moment. When living conditions are harsh and various natural enemies emerge, it propels a species to rapidly grow and evolve. This undoubtedly requires greater investment. Just then, the handheld device on the desk vibrated. The screen lit up, revealing a message from the procurement manager of the Cloud Summit food court. "Boss, are you there? Are there 100 to be produced today?" Gu Han immediately replied, "Yes, brother, we have them. 100 is perfect, and we can ship at any time. I have already communicated with the higher-ups. In the future, we can handle 1,000 units from your side every day, and as we agreed, it's a 10% discount. How does that sound?" "No problem." Gu Han agreed readily. He quickly entered the Divine Kingdom and packaged the 100 matured white feather six-winged beasts according to the previous operation. After deducting the handling fees, 190 credit points were securely credited to his account. With the other party's response in hand, Gu Han wasted no time and immediately purchased suitable female six-winged beasts with the remaining credit points. A total of 200 female six-winged beasts filled the breeding area in an instant. Gu Han drove all the six-winged chickens out of the breeding area, entrusting them to the Ant-Man tribe for breeding, with regular reproductive packages arranged for the six-winged chickens. He planned to divide the Divine Kingdom into two parts. Gu Han marked the boundaries, dedicating a small area as an absolutely safe breeding zone specifically for nurturing white feather six-winged beasts, surrounded by a barrier formed by iron vines and snake ficus. Subsequently, he moved the Ant-Man tribe's habitat to the periphery of the breeding area, stationing the Ant-Man tribe here to patrol day and night, ensuring the safety of the money tree. As for the remaining large area, Gu Han was prepared to completely change his approach. He intended to transform the Divine Kingdom into a brutal Shura field. However, the remaining over 100,000 credit points were simply insufficient to alter the terrain. Guhan stroked his chin and took out a Tintho Sandy-rolled enlightenment flower from the Divine Kingdom, skillfully opening the Qianquan large loan software to upload the collateral. Half a minute later the review was approved. However, this time the software evaluated conservatively, granting only a 2 million credit point limit. Guhan did not dwell on it and directly clicked to withdraw. The account balance filled up again. He opened the terrain card section of the trading platform and frantically bought items. Crade Snowfield Environment Card 40000. Crade Micro Desert Card 45000. Crade Active Volcano Terrain 60000. Crade Saline Deep Lake Card 55000. 2 million credit points were spent in the blink of an eye. Guhan used all 4 terrain cards, transforming them into 4 streams of light that entered the Divine Kingdom. The land of the Divine Kingdom trembled violently. In the distance, a small volcano erupted, billowing black smoke with scorching waves sweeping through its surroundings, turning into a desolate wasteland. Large areas of land at the edge of the Divine Kingdom collapsed, connecting to the outer rivers on land, forming a saline deep lake that resembled a small ocean, which could hardly even be called an ocean, with glaciers sprawling and snowfields forming near the shore. The 4 distinctly different small terrains caused a sudden change in the climate of the Divine Kingdom. Hot and cold air currents clashed, and in some areas fierce winds began to howl. The Ant-Man, who had adapted to the plains climate, appeared somewhat flustered in the face of the sudden climatic changes and hurriedly retreated to their underground nests. Looking at the 70,000 square meters of the Divine Kingdom, it truly seemed too small. The 5 terrains were crammed together, but they had at least begun to take shape. Guhan let out a sigh, overlooking the drastically changed Divine Kingdom, and delivered a new divine edict to the Ant-Man tribe. Ant-Man tribe, a new era begins. From today onwards, the tribe will implement a system of survival of the fittest. Only the strong shall hold the right to reproduce. Times change, structures are reshaped. Step out of your nests, conquer the direst of situations, and flatten all obstacles in your path. The vast divine consciousness descended like heavenly thunder, precisely entering the awareness of every Ant-Man underground. The Ant-Man tribe, which had just been unsettled by the drastic terrain changes and extreme climate, froze in place at that moment. In the next second, the entire underground nest erupted in a frenzy. The densely packed Ant-Men all prostrated and bowed, their dark compound eyes devoid of fear replaced by intense fervor. Over 90% of the Ant-Man population are females, and under the Queen's suppression, they are unable to reproduce. As long as they become strong within the tribe, they can enjoy reproduction and even become new queens. Every living being has the desire to reproduce, and even worker and soldier ants are no exception. With Guhan's skills to assist them, they will surely be able to reproduce. Under the intervention of the Divine Lord, individual differences in battle or survival will be passed on as favorable genes, accelerating and controlling the evolution of the species. He plans to purchase various fierce creatures that feed on ants to introduce into the ecosystem. As long as he avoids species that harbor mutual animosities, a high-pressure ecological cycle targeting the Ant-Men can be maintained. Only under the pressure of life and death will these Ant-Men be rapidly screened. However, now that the money has been spent, he can only wait for the 1,000 white feather 6-winged beasts to be released tomorrow, which will bring in over 170,000 credit points, and this will happen every day. The external debts, his personal loans, and the development of the Divine Kingdom will all have stable financial support. Just as Guhan was about to exit the Divine Kingdom to rest, his device suddenly vibrated violently, popping up a bright red warning message. It was an internal message from the Rest Assured loan software. Dear user, due to a system malfunction, our assessment of your Divine Kingdom's prosperity and repayment ability yesterday was severely miscalculated. We now require you to immediately repay all loans, 2 million credit points. If you are unable to settle the debt in one go, please sign the following supplementary agreement, and we will arrange an extension for you. Guhan frowned and clicked on the supplementary agreement. Just a glance made him break out in a cold sweat. The originally promised 1-month interest-free period was directly voided. The new interest calculation method is an annual rate of 5, with a monthly increase of 1 with no upper limit. This is not normal lending, it is simply a loan shark trap. Once he signs with compound interest, it won't be long before both he and the Divine Kingdom are lost. These people specifically target newly awakened students holding the core of the Divine Kingdom as leverage to easily control the borrowers. Isn't this bullying the honest ones? At the very bottom of the letter there was a line of bold red text. If you do not repay the debt within 1 hour or refuse to sign this agreement, we will initiate compulsory procedures to carry out an armed assault on your Divine Kingdom until you comply. Any losses incurred during this period will be borne by you. An armed assault. Guhan was taken aback for a moment, then almost burst out laughing. What does the Divine Lord fear most? It is the exposure of the Divine Kingdom's coordinates, leading to invasion by external forces which could destroy the ecosystem and even the core. The lending company had seized this Achilles heel to force borrowers to yield. But was Guhan afraid? He was just worried about not finding suitable opponents to train the Ant-Man. Purchasing species would cost money, but didn't this free sparring partner come knocking at his door? Guhan directly typed a line in the reply box. I want sign. There's no money, only my life. He hit send. In less than 10 seconds the other party replied. Our company will soon carry out assault measures against your divine kingdom until you repay or sign the terms. Any losses incurred during this period will be borne by you. Meanwhile, in a high-rise office building in the center of Jiang City, an employee in a suit looked at the response on the computer screen, suddenly slammed his hand on the desk, and grinned maliciously. Another one who doesn't know the height of the sky. He turned to complain to a colleague at the nearby workstation. Why are these people all the same now? They don't shed tears until they see the coffin, and need to be beaten up before they will behave. It's really affecting my performance. Saying this, he pressed a few buttons in the system, packing a 2 million credit order, and sending it to his colleague across the desk. Same old rules, help me connect with the debt collection outsourcing. His colleague grinned and glanced at the incoming information. A divine kingdom with only a grade rating has awakened its core. There isn't even a decent intelligent race in it. The colleague disdainfully blew a smoke ring. These poor folks are the most troublesome, you can't squeeze out much oil from them. Alright, I'll find someone to give him a beating, mess up his divine kingdom a bit, and he'll definitely sign the order obediently. In the Zhao family villa in the study on the second floor, Zhao Kun leaned back in the genuine leather executive chair, scrolling through the data reports on his tablet, a smile creeping up at the corners of his mouth. The screen displayed the back-end system of Qian Kun large loan, with Guhan's name appearing on the latest loan list. Another 2 million borrowed using 100,000-year-old Qi Ling flowers as collateral. Zhao Kun picked up his teacup and took a sip, his face full of sarcasm. I want to see just how many Qi Ling flowers you have left. Originally, he was pondering how to entrap Guhan deeply in the loan pit, but it seemed this kid had already jumped in head first. When he couldn't repay the money, Gu Yangxiu's family would never hope to turn their fortunes around. The study door was suddenly pushed open. Zhao Su strode in, slamming a document onto the rosewood desk. Zhao Kun frowned, and upon realizing it was the application form for the Divine Kingdom core, his expression changed instantly. Are you crazy? Are you trying to turn the world upside down? Is this something you can sign casually? You're only a freshman. Zhao Su pressed his hands against the edge of the desk, veins popping on his neck. If I don't awaken the core, how can I compete in the league? How can I win against Guhan? What's Guhan even worth to push you to this point? Zhao Kun pointed at the screen, exasperated. He borrowed my high-interest loan, he'll be ruined soon. What are you competing with him for? Not enough. I heard the principal has already helped him apply for an early awakening. Zhao Su gritted his teeth, breathing heavily. Teacher Qin has already made his ant swarm a focus of attention. My lizard man population is reproducing too slowly, and I can't build up numbers. If the core isn't awakened to accelerate breeding, I will eventually be left behind. Zhao Su straightened up, looking directly at his father. Dad, don't you want me to surpass him and step on the Gu family? I want to prove myself in the city's professional league. As long as I can make an appearance in the league and secure sponsorship from a major force, our Zhao family can truly rise above our current status, no longer having to look to those business associations for approval. The study fell silent. Zhao Kun stared at his son's flushed face, momentarily speechless. No parent wishes for their child to take such risks. Awakening the Divine Kingdom core is a double-edged sword. As a businessman, he values return on investment the most. His son's words indeed struck a chord in his heart. The God of War Professional League in Jiangqing is a hunting ground for major corporations and business associations to scout talent. The Zhao family is merely a nouveau riche in Dongjiang County. Perhaps this is a good opportunity to climb higher. It's good that you have this determination. Zhao Kun's tone softened as he examined the application form in his hand. After awakening the core, the safety of your divine kingdom must be the priority. Zhao Kun stood up, patting Zhao Zu's shoulder. I will allocate half of the family's liquid funds to the black market to buy you a batch of advanced defense cards. Maintain this momentum and strive to be the first demigod of the Zhao family. Zhao Su was overjoyed. Thank you, Dad. Rest assured, once I awaken the Divine Kingdom core, that waste Guhan won't even be qualified to compete with me. For 3 consecutive days, Guhan maintained an extremely regular routine. After finishing classes at school during the day, he focused on selecting powerful ant people for his Divine Kingdom. Among the ant people, there are variations in size and body structure compared to other ants. Selecting a large number of individuals with advantages for breeding will continuously produce advantageous offspring. The first batch of ant people had reached the end of their lifespan. Under the clan rules established by Guhan, all dying ant people voluntarily walked onto the altar without hesitation for the strength of the clan. The blessing of the sacrificers increased the number of sacrificers by over 10,000, raising the probability of breaking through to the next level of extraordinary from 0.0001131 to 0.000178113. Currently, the probability still seems a bit low. Guhan sighed. Now that the living environment for the ant people had shrunk, and with enemies emerging, the number of ant people available for sacrifice would significantly decrease. Considering the current population of the ant people, it's conservatively estimated that it would take 30,000 days to possibly reach one. By that time, he would already be buried. This is a long-term investment. It's no wonder this divine structure was rated E-class. If Guhan's situation is this difficult, other divine lords must find it even harder to complete. High-level deities often have populations in the billions, but that is their foundation and cannot be sacrificed at all. However, this is just the current size of the clan. Guhan has ways to improve efficiency. The black-armored ants have a large size and high consumption, while the area of the divine kingdom is insufficient to support the rapid expansion of their population. The stealthy ants are the same size as regular ants, or he could cultivate a type of ant people with extremely short lifespans and very small sizes, which could expand rapidly and fulfill the sacrificial mission. Some may think this is cruel, as the entire clan exists solely for sacrifice. But these are divine beings existing solely for the deity. If they cannot create value for the deity, then their existence is meaningless. After coming to this world, Guhan realized deeply that deities cannot afford compassion. Life is merely a part of constructing the divine kingdom. Allowing them to live out their lives before sacrifice is already a respect for their lives. If Guhan does not struggle, he is essentially just a lowly life form with a similar mission, and it might be impossible for him to live his life peacefully. Guhan began to look for new ants, small in size, short-lived, and fast-breeding, which would not significantly disrupt the ecology of the divine kingdom. The fine black ants, scavengers of detritus, are common species at the ecological bottom, extremely small in size, with a lifespan of only a few months, reproducing in astonishing numbers, capable of easily reaching a population of millions. Guhan skillfully bred fine black ant people, arranging a dozen fine black ant queens to build nests around the altar, facilitating the elderly ant people to quickly reach the sacrificial platform. The fine black ant population is directly managed by the stealthy ant people, who are similar in size and can communicate better with each other. With the help of Qi-Ling flowers and other Qi-Ling plants, the ant people civilization has already developed the concept of years, months, and days after receiving constant knowledge from the disabled intelligent beings. They have even learned to communicate through written language and pictures. Although the ant people can quickly transmit information through their antennae, written symbols can also assist them. The most direct manifestation is that they have begun to carve clan illustrations on the stones around the altar, resembling a form of historical engraving. The disabled intelligent beings are revered by the ant people as priests, holding a status equal to that of various ant queens respected by the ant populace. His story is also recorded in the stone carvings, descending from the heavens like a messenger of divinity. This is a good beginning. Civilization needs to be recorded, and so does knowledge. No ant person can completely remember everything and pass it on to the next generation through their antennae. Text and illustrations allow future generations to learn more knowledge and experiences. In the realm of aquaculture, the purchasing manager of Yunding Restaurant was exceptionally reliable. Each day they procured 1,000 units, settling at a 10% discount, resulting in a net income of over 170,000 credit points daily after deducting platform fees. By the end of 3 days, Guhan's account balance had skyrocketed to over 540,000. The speed at which money was made was simply delightful. As for the threatening lender Fangshin Loan, they dispatched a team of goblins who were swiftly dealt with by the patrolling ant-men before they could even assess the situation. Guhan pondered for a moment and decided to repay the 2 million principal first. After all, he did borrow 2 million, and if anything were to happen, he as a student couldn't handle it for now and didn't want to expose the uniqueness of his skills too early. However, the other party refused to acknowledge the repayment. After settling the debt, the Fangshin Loan software sent a long list of bills. Overdue penalty 500,000. God Realm coordinate locking fee 200,000. Collection fee 300,000. Collection casualty compensation 1,500,000. All added up, they forced him to owe nearly 3 million and threatened him that if he did not sign the high-interest terms, the next step would not involve mere henchmen. Guhan looked at the collection casualty compensation and truly did not expect these people to be so shameless, blaming him for the military losses caused by attacking his god realm. This made Guhan thoroughly enraged. Such a company was a bottomless pit. The principal was already repaid, and these unreasonable demands had no legal effect. All the other party could do was continually threaten him with the safety of his god realm. Since there was no way to evade, he resolved to kill as many as they sent. As a student, he was protected by the state and was not currently afraid of being offline. Indeed, Fangshin Loan, adhering to confidentiality principles, only established a connection coordinate for the God Realm after assessing it, without saving any information about the client. After all, with the God Realm coordinates and core in hand, they could control a God Master for a lifetime. Yet they never anticipated encountering a hard nut to crack. The staff member responsible for Guhan's case swallowed hard beads of fine sweat, forming on his forehead. He had been in this business for 3 years, handling at least 800 cases. Usually when facing clients with Clevel God realms, sending a few halferks to display weapons would scare them into submission, making them obediently sign high-interest contracts. But today's case felt distinctly ominous. He grabbed the tablet on the desk, quickly walked through the corridor, and pushed open the door to the department head's office. Brother Song, something's wrong. Behind the desk, the supervisor Brother Song was leaning back in his chair engrossed in his palm device. Xiao Lu, how many times have I told you in our line of work the worst thing is to lose your composure? Xiao Lu quickly approached the desk and handed over the tablet. Brother Song, I am not exaggerating. This case numbered 9527 belongs to that Clevel God realm that borrowed 2 million. Something is off. Brother Song put down his palm device and glanced. What seems off? Is it overdue? Or unwilling to sign a new contract? He repaid the principal. Brother Song furrowed his brow and sat up straight. Repaid. 2 million principal settled in one go. Yes, settled. I processed the compensation form according to the procedure. Did he report it? No, he seems to have uninstalled the software and hasn't responded at all. Brother Song sneered, leaning back against his chair. I thought it was something major. I've seen many such impulsive youth. Do they think they can just repay the principal and walk away? We hold his God realm coordinates. Can he really escape? Well, send an outsourced collection team to give him a scare, destroy some of his land, and kill his followers. He will surely reinstall the software to find us. Xiao Liu's face grew increasingly grim. Brother Song, the problem lies here. I have already outsourced the case to the Black Rat team. They sent 30 goblin assassins, and all of them were annihilated. The Black Rat side has been calling non-stop, demanding compensation. The office fell silent for a moment. Brother Song stared at the data on the tablet. A Clevel-rated God realm, completely annihilating 30 goblin assassins, seemed utterly unreasonable. Seeing Brother Song's silence, Xiao Lu felt increasingly uneasy. Brother Song, do you think this kid might be playing possum? If he has a strong background, will our actions bring trouble? Should we just let this case go? After all, the principal has been recovered. Smack. Brother Song slammed the table. Nonsense. That loan isn't just a freebie. The Black Rat will want compensation from me. Brother Song stood up, walked around the desk twice, and the gloom on his face gradually dissipated, replaced by a sense of excitement as he pointed at Xiao Liu's nose. Xiao Lu, after 3 years your mind still hasn't opened up. Think about it carefully. Where would a Clevel talented client get 2 million cash to repay the loan? If he truly had money, why would he come to us for this predatory loan? Xiao Lu was taken aback following this line of thought. Are you implying? Isn't it obvious? Brother Song pressed his hands on the desk, lowering his voice, his tone laced with conviction. This must be a scion of a prominent family. Moreover, a marginalized character whose Clevel rating is not valued by the family. Xiao Lu listened in confusion. A scion from a prominent family. A waste. Brother Song acted as if he had seen through everything. Precisely because he is a waste, the family must be withholding resources from him, not giving him money to develop his God realm. This kid, unwilling to accept his fate, sneaked out secretly to borrow money from us to buy resources, hoping to take a gamble. Xiao Liu's eyes lit up with realization. That 2 million principal was borrowed from friends, or perhaps sold some personal items to gather the money. Close enough. Brother Song tapped the tablet screen. As for why the Black Rat team was completely wiped out, that's even simpler. He comes from a prominent family. How could he lack a few life-saving cards? His elders could casually grant him a high-level defensive building. Wiping out dozens of goblins would be like child's play. After hearing this analysis, Xiao Lu not only did not relax, but became more anxious. Brother Song, since he is from a prominent family, we cannot provoke him. What if his family investigates and finds us? You don't understand a thing. Brother Song scolded angrily. He is just a Clevel waste. Do you think the family cares about him? Resources from prominent families are reserved for geniuses. This kind of waste dying outside wouldn't even matter. But don't forget one thing, what do prominent families value the most? Xiao Lu tentatively answered, face. Exactly. It's all about face. Brother Song snapped his fingers. We have his God realm coordinates in hand. As long as we continually send troops to attack him and force him into a corner. When he can no longer withstand it, he will definitely seek help from his family. At that time, his parents will absolutely send someone to negotiate with us to save face and protect their child's life. Brother Song became increasingly excited as he spoke. By that time, we won't be asking for his 3 million penalty anymore. We will directly demand 50 million. No, 100 million. Let his family pay to buy out this God realm coordinate. Xiao Lu, you are lucky. This is your big break. Xiao Lu was stunned by Brother Song's predictions, swallowing hard as he began calculating mentally how much commission he could receive. The immense profit instantly overshadowed his inner fear. Brother Song, what should we do now? His God realm has defensive structures. A regular outsourced team would just be sending themselves to death. Brother Song snorted coldly, a hint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. I have invested in this case. Contact the Mad Rhino rating team. Xiao Lu gasped. Mad Rhino. They are one of the top 10 collection teams in the black market, and their entrance fee starts at 1 million. You can't catch a wolf without letting go of the child. Brother Song gritted his teeth. Tell the leader of Mad Rhino that I will give him 5 million for this case. Have him send in some extraordinary followers to beat him to a pulp. As long as they don't completely destroy the God Realm core, they can do whatever they want. Understood. Xiao Lu straightened his back, feeling the blood in his veins boiling, as if he were walking on air. A case that even Brother Song invested in was a major deal, though as long as they succeeded, he wouldn't have to worry for the rest of his life. The Wild Rhino Plundering Group. In a smoke-filled private room, the leader, Brother Lei, was lounging with one leg crossed over the other, a cheap cigar clamped between his teeth, as he boredly flipped through a handheld gaming device. The screen displayed the mission target information sent by the Fengxin Loan Company. An area of 700 square meters rated class, suspected to have advanced defensive structures. Brother Lei scoffed, exhaling a thick puff of smoke and flicking the ash onto the glass coffee table in front of him. They want us to take action for this. Truly foolish and rich people. A younger member leaned in with a big smile. Brother Lei, we've struck a great bargain this time. Brother Lei grunted, swiping at the screen a couple of times. At that moment, a text message arrived from the employer's contact, Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu, Brother Lei, the other party has some strength. They previously annihilated the Black Rat Squad. It's best to send extraordinary believers over for safety. Seeing this message, the fat on Brother Lei's face twitched, and he pressed the voice button to reply. Are you teaching me how to do my job? Those second-rate goblins like the Black Rat Squad can compare with us wild rhinos. Even one of my intelligent soldiers could kick them around like a ball. After sending the message, there was silence for a few seconds before Xiao Lu replied with a line of text. Xiao Lu, no, Brother Lei misunderstood. You are professionals, we leave it all to you. Brother Lei snorted coldly and tossed the handheld device onto the sofa. A class divine country, what if they have defensive structures given by their elders at home? He turned to the young member and gave an order. Send a team of 20 elite members to scout the area and also include 5 digging moles. The young member was taken aback. Brother Lei, don't we need extraordinary believers to lead the charge? Brother Lei slapped the back of the young member's head. Lead the charge? Are you kidding? Since they have defensive structures, can't we just avoid the surface? Let the digging moles tunnel underground and let them scout ahead, bypassing the surface defenses and collapsing from within. This kind of job could be done with your eyes closed. Go take care of it. The young member received the order and left. Brother Lei leaned back on the sofa, comfortably changing his position, preparing to wait for good news. In the divine country of Guhan, a spatial rift silently tore open and 20 fully armed intelligent soldiers filed out one after another. The leading captain was burly, holding a battle axe. He surveyed his surroundings, coughing from the harsh climate that hit him in the face. To the left was a sky filled with sand and wind, while to the right lay an icy wasteland. What the hell is this place? Why is the terrain so bizarre? One of the team complained. The captain waved his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. Don't worry about the terrain, the Lord said there would be advanced defensive structures here. We're all going underground. He waved his hand, releasing 5 large digging moles with remarkably developed front. With a command from Ironhead, the 5 digging moles immediately began to dig into the ground, quickly creating a spacious underground tunnel. The 20 intelligent soldiers lit their torches and closely followed the digging moles, delving deeper. The team traveled underground for a full half hour. Suddenly, the leading mole stopped and emitted a squeaking sound. Did we break through? The captain's expression brightened as he quickened his pace. Indeed, a huge cavity had appeared ahead, faint light filtering through. He extinguished his torch, drew his battle axe, and made a gesture signaling the soldiers to prepare for battle. The 20 elite soldiers held their breath, silently creeping through the tunnel and stepping into this underground space. However, when they saw the scene before them, everyone froze in place. This was not the core area of the divine country at all. It was a massive, suffocating underground labyrinth nest. The walls around were adorned with glowing ores illuminating the entire nest. And in the glow, thousands of black-armored ant-men halted their work, turning their heads in unison, staring intensely at these unexpected guests. Several people felt their scalps go numb. See, Captain. One soldier trembled, pointing at several humanoid ant-men. Our people know they are ant-men. The captain's palm was sweating as he gripped the battle axe. The quantity was at least several tens of thousands. At that moment, the ant-men slowly parted to create a passage. A middle-aged, disabled, intelligent man draped in animal skin was carried out amidst a group of towering black-armored ant-men. The disabled, intelligent man looked at these intruders with fervent eyes. He shouted in a rough voice. Divine. Instruction. Capture. Alive. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire underground nest erupted in chaos. Countless black-armored ant-men swarmed forward like a tide. Form up. Defense. The captain shouted frantically, swinging his battle axe to cleave the first black-armored ant-man charging at him. But it was utterly useless. The sheer number of ant-men overwhelmed them with brute force. Just 5 minutes later, the battle was over. The 5 digging moles were torn to pieces and became food for the ant-men. Meanwhile, the captain and his 19 teammates were tightly bound by the black-armored ant-men using vines. The disabled, intelligent man nodded in satisfaction, directing the ant-men to move the captives to the altar. In the real world, Guhan had just finished showering and walked to his desk drying his hair. He submerged his consciousness into the divine country preparing to check the output of the Bayou's six-winged beasts today, but saw 20 shirtless muscular men kneeling neatly in the altar square. These individuals were all bound by vines, their mouths stuffed with unknown animal skin, frantically struggling with terrified faces. Next to them lay their armor and weapons, while the disabled intelligent man led a group of ant-men reverently worshipping the sky. Great deity. Guhan carefully examined these 20 muscular men. Each one was muscular and vigorous, making them high-quality, intelligent soldiers. The only ones who could enter his divine country were those from the Fangxin Loan Company. Goodness, this isn't a debt collection company at all. It's practically a charity organization, bringing warmth. Thank you for the gift. He had been worried about the aging of the disabled intelligent man and the potential decline in breeding quality. Unexpectedly, the other party directly sent 20 elite intelligent soldiers, all of them male. This physical quality was simply perfect for breeding. Guhan quickly activated the skill forced breeding, arranging for continuous breeding sessions with the ant queens. The headquarters of the Mad Rhino plunderers. Lei Gu suddenly smashed his wine glass against the wall, creating a large dent with tremendous force. He grabbed his handheld device and connected to Song Guest's video call. As soon as the screen lit up, Lei Gu erupted in fury. Song Daitu, you better give me an explanation. Who the hell is this client? Lei Guest's forehead veins bulged as he pointed at the screen, ranting. I sent in 20 elite intelligent beings plus 5 specially trained burrowing moles for dealing with defensive structures. They all perished inside. The 5 million you provided isn't even enough to cover my losses. In the office of the supervisor at the Fangxin Loan Company, upon hearing this, Song Data's mind raced. The previous annihilation of the Black Rat Squad's 30 Goblin Knife fighters could be attributed to luck or the defensive items bestowed by their elders, but now even the elite team of Mad Rhino had fallen, indicating this was no ordinary defensive structure. The family power behind this person or the trump cards in his hand far exceeded expectations. This was practically an endless gold mine. As long as they could completely breach the Divine Kingdom and force him into a corner, the amount of money they could extort would definitely be astronomical. Song Gu immediately put on a smile to placate Lei Gu on the other end. Hey Lei Lottie, calm down. I already had my subordinates inform you about sending in extraordinary believers. According to the rules, if this order fails, the most you'll get is the starting fee. Before he could finish, Lei Gu double fingers pinching a cigarette pointed at the camera and cursed, damn it. How can you be so selfish? It was clearly your provided information that was incorrect. This is not a clevel. Let me finish my words. How about this? Well, consider this order a failure and I will withdraw it. He'll still transfer the full 5 million to your account. Consider it compensation for my brother. Sounds fair, right? Having been in this line of work for so many years, Lei Gu was surprised by Song Daitu, who was notorious for being stingy. He originally planned to ask for half, but now Song Daitu was voluntarily offering 5 million. Something was off. Lei Gu instantly shifted away from his earlier furious demeanor, letting out a cold laugh. Withdraw the order. You think too highly of yourself. Lei Gu plopped back into his chair, legs crossed on the table. Your willingness to take a loss on this shows that the profit behind this order is substantial enough to drown someone. I'm taking this job all the way. However, the price needs to be renegotiated. Once we slaughter this fat sheep, I want a 10% cut. Furthermore, this time, I'll personally arrange for the believers. Song Data's face stiffened. Lei Gu, your appetite is too big. You want 10% just like that. Your first wave was completely wiped out, and it's not because you're stingy. I warned you before to send extraordinary believers to lead the team, but you refused to listen. Now that you've lost manpower, you're here to split the order with me. Stop with the nonsense. 10% profit, and if you cut even a cent, it'll ruin this deal for you. The two began haggling over the screen, and in the end Daitu gritted his teeth and settled on a distribution scheme of 5% profit. After hanging up, Lei Gu immediately got up and walked towards the office area. 5% is enough to live comfortably for several years, he thought as he walked. This time they absolutely could not skimp on costs. Lei Gu directly summoned a level 2 intelligent being captain and 10 of the most battle-hardened level 1 elite intelligent beings. This time they absolutely could not skimp on costs. Lei Gu directly summoned a level 2 intelligent being captain and 10 of the most battle-hardened level 1 elite intelligent beings from his divine kingdom. Not only that, he also deployed the trump card of the Mad Rhino plunderers, the mutated armored armadillo, for added security. Guhan lay on his bed resting with his eyes closed when suddenly his handheld device emitted a rapid vibration alert. After being ambushed by the intelligent beings squad last time, Guhan set the highest level of monitoring permissions for his divine kingdom. With his smart assistant, any spatial fluctuations would trigger an immediate alert. In midair at the edge of the divine kingdom, space was forcibly torn open by a violent force, creating a massive rift. Soon after, 11 figures leaped out from the rift and landed heavily on the modified snowy terrain. Above the heads of this group of invaders, the smart assistant visually displayed a numerical symbol representing their levels, indicating they were extraordinary believers. 10 intelligent beings marked with a 1-0 fully armed wielding heavy battle blades and donned in standardized combat armor. The leader standing at the very front had a prominent 2 hovering above his head. A level 2 intelligent being. This level 2 intelligent being captain stood over 2 meters tall, with bulging muscles under his light armor, exuding an aura far surpassing the 10 subordinates behind him. Guhan raised an eyebrow. These loan sharks were really putting in the resources, even sending out a level 2 extraordinary believer. However, what caught Guhan's attention was not these intelligent beings. Instead, it was the deep, muffled roar that emanated from the rift, followed by a colossal creature crashing to the ground, causing the surrounding snow to sink insignificantly. Guhan's eyes instantly lit up. It was a beast the size of a heavy truck, completely enveloped in thick metallic armor, its surface gleaming with a dark metallic sheen, and its edges incredibly sharp. Its sturdy limbs were powerful, and as it casually scraped its claws across the ground, it carved deep grooves into the frozen hard rocky surface. It wasn't until Guhan used his smart assistant to identify it that he realized this was a mutated armored armadillo. This creature's defensive and destructive capabilities were absolutely beyond the current black armored ant swarm's ability to confront directly. It wasn't until Guhan used his smart assistant to identify it that he realized this was a mutated armored armadillo. This creature's defensive and destructive capabilities were absolutely beyond the current. The environment is extremely harsh, but I don't see any surface defensive structures for now. The captain's voice was low as he raised his hand, signaling his team to halt. The quieter it is, the more problematic it is. In this kind of terrain, we can't rule out hidden lethal traps on the surface. The captain turned to look at the massive armored armadillo. Everyone be cautious. We will enter the armadillo's interior and roll right through. As the captain let out a light whistle, the enormous armored armadillo obediently flipped over, completely exposing its furry belly. Its abdomen was not covered by armor, but instead revealed a large concave space. The 11 intelligent beings skillfully jumped into the armadillo's belly, tightly gripping the coarse hairs on its belly. Once everyone was in position, the armored armadillo let out a deep growl, its front and back, and suddenly accompanied by a series of ear-piercing sounds from the metal plates grinding against each other, the enormous beast curled into a perfect giant metallic sphere. Boom. The metallic sphere began to spin, accelerating rapidly as it ignored the snow, rocks, and complex terrain on the surface, bulldozing its way toward the core area of the Divine Kingdom with an extremely forceful demeanor. The boulders along the way were smashed to pieces, and several iron vine snake banyans were knocked askew, with the obstructing vines completely severed, unable to hold it back. Occasionally, this massive metallic ball would slow down slightly, and a sharp head would poke out from the gaps in the sphere to quickly confirm the direction before closing again and continuing to accelerate. Seeing this scene, Guhan not only felt no pain, but also excitedly rubbed his hands together. This size, this defense. Guhan muttered to himself, his gaze fixed tightly on the rolling metallic sphere. If this thing hits Hedon, not to mention the ant people, even a level 1 extraordinary believer would be turned into mush on the spot. The more Guhan looked, the more he liked it. Unfortunately, this armored armadillo couldn't be kept, but using it to cultivate a new type of ant person with super strong defensive capabilities would definitely be a massive upgrade in combat power. Thank you to all the book friends who can see this. The subsequent story will be even more exciting, and new books need traffic to let more book friends see them, so that I can continue writing. I emerged from over 2,000 new books, and it was the support of each book friend that brought us together. If you find this book somewhat interesting, your comments and encouragement to update and add it to your bookshelf are really important to me. Thank you for your support. Guhan gazed down upon the land of the Divine Kingdom. The enormous metallic sphere raced wildly at the junction of volcanic rock and desert, crushing several ironvine banyan trees along the way and severing the vines that obstructed its path. The armored armadillo possessed astonishing defensive and destructive capabilities. Guhan stroked his chin, contemplating that if the ant people could be like the armored armadillo, they could achieve both assault and defense. With this thought, he directly activated the forced breeding to lock onto the rapidly moving armored armadillo, combining it with the black armored ant queen. An invisible force of rules descended. The rapidly rolling metallic sphere suddenly halted, its massive body twitching in place. In the next moment, it found itself in the ant colony's lair, enveloped in white light. The siege beast was gone. The 11 extraordinary believers originally hidden within the beast's belly lost their support and were hurled out due to inertia. A series of dull thuds followed. The 11 individuals crashed onto the rough volcanic rock ground, rolling several meters before finally coming to a stop. The leading second-level intelligent captain got up, covered in dust, and shook his head. What happened? Where's the armadillo? He was about to whistle to call the armadillo, but his movements suddenly froze. The surroundings were filled with the rustling sounds of creatures crawling. He raised his head, and all he could see was a sea of black. The black armored ants were swarming, encircling the 11 of them tightly. Guhan was watching, not in a hurry to use his skills. He issued a divine decree instructing the black armored ants and the hidden armored ants to prepare for battle. The last batch of ordinary intelligent soldiers was too weak, failing to test the limits of the ant horde. This time, with the extraordinary believers present, it was the perfect opportunity to serve as a free whetstone to see just how large the gap was between the ant people and the extraordinary rank. The second-level captain swiftly drew the heavy sword from his back. Form up. Prepare for battle. The 10 first-level soldiers reacted quickly, drawing their weapons and forming a tight, circular formation back to back. The black armored ants gave them no chance to support each other. The front row of hundreds of black armored ants suddenly accelerated, charging directly at the 10-person formation. Kill. The second-level captain roared, sweeping his heavy sword and instantly severing the 2 black armored ants at the front. The 10 first-level soldiers also swung their swords, relying on their extraordinary rank's power and speed to withstand the initial wave of impact. But there were simply too many ants. The black armored ants were utterly fearless of death. Those in the front fell, while the ones behind simply stepped over their fallen comrades to continue the assault. The black armored ants surged like a torrential flood, instantly scattering the formation of the 11. The 10 first-level soldiers were forced to fight individually. They swung their longswords just as they cleaved through a black armored ants shell. Dozens of tiny black shadows suddenly sprang from the shadows. The hidden armored ants instantly burrowed into the gaps of their armor. This was a specialized assassin-type troop cultivated by Guhan. Small in size, fast in speed, their shells blended seamlessly with the surrounding environment. The soldiers were focused on defending against the heavy strikes of the frontline black armored ants and completely neglected the surprise attack from the hidden armored ants. In an instant, their bodies were riddled with countless cuts from the hidden armored ants, each wound fine and excruciatingly itchy. However, the physique of the extraordinary believers was indeed robust. As soon as the wounds began to bleed, their muscles automatically contracted, slowing the blood flow, and the edges of the wounds started to scab over. This regenerative ability and endurance far surpassed that of ordinary intelligent beings. Although it was merely superficial damage, it significantly affected their ability to continue fighting. The 10 soldiers gritted their teeth, swinging their long swords with unyielding determination while occasionally scratching at their wounds. This was undoubtedly the most dire battle they had ever fought. On the other side, the second-level captain was completely slaughtering. The claws of the hidden armored ants scratched against his skin, leaving not even a white mark. The hidden armored ants even stripped away his armor, revealing his powerful physique. A faint metallic sheen glimmered on the surface of his skin. This was an extraordinary believer who practiced body refinement. The second-level captain took a bold step forward, swinging his heavy sword and directly sending 2 black armored ants flying. He stood alone at the forefront, bracing against the successive charges of dozens of black armored ants. The insect race's pain receptors were dull, and the ants had no concept of retreat. A black armored ant with a severed leg clung desperately to the soldier's ankle, while another, having its back armor cleaved open, charged at the opponent's chest with its last ounce of strength, creating an opportunity for its comrades to attack. The stamina of the first-level soldiers began to be wildly consumed. The hidden armored ants struck and retreated, never staying in one place, even burrowing into ears and nostrils to launch sneak attacks. The black armored ants, on the other hand, took the brunt of the pressure, sacrificing themselves to fill the gaps. After 5 minutes, the 10 first-level soldiers finally could not hold on any longer. Their movements grew slower, and the force with which they swung their long swords decreased significantly. Hundreds of black armored ants surged forward, directly pinning them down. Their weapons were forcibly disarmed. The ants lifted these 10 spoils of war and made their way toward the altar. On the battlefield, only the second-level captain was still holding on. He gasped for breath, his heavy sword already dull, and he was beset by 7 or 8 black armored ants clinging to him. He was single-handedly fighting off so many ants, and his stamina was nearing its limit. Watching his subordinates being captured alive, the second-level captain's eyes instantly turned red. There was no way he would escape today. You want to capture me alive? In your dreams. The second-level captain let out a beast-like roar as his muscles suddenly surged, blood beads oozing from his skin. A surge of violent energy rampaged within him, warping the very air around him. Was he going to self-destruct? Guhan raised an eyebrow. Want to die? Did you seek my permission first? Forced breeding activate. The moment the skill took effect, the violent energy within the second-level captain was instantly extinguished. His eyes rolled back, his body convulsed violently, and he was engulfed by white light. That was close. The physique of the second-level believers was definitely several times stronger than that of the first-level believers. Such a superb genetic quality could not be wasted. The initial 20 elite intelligent beings' genes were completely insufficient. This group of extraordinary believers was about to bring an epic enhancement to the ant race. Guhan was filled with excitement as he frantically arranged breeding experiments for all the captives. He even began to anticipate and hope that the loan company would quickly dispatch stronger believers to attack him. Ding! Intermediate Intelligent Assistant Upgrade complete, deducting 500,000 credit points. Guhan looked at the prompt on the handheld device and turned off the assistant's online feature. After 2 waves of invasions were completely annihilated, there had been no activity for several days, indicating that the enemy had quieted down. Having suffered consecutive losses, this group of loan sharks was likely scheming something big. The next time they came, it would definitely be a tough challenge. In order to prevent invasions and manage numerous experimental subjects, the basic assistant was no longer sufficient. The screen interface was completely refreshed, and the intermediate assistant's capabilities had significantly improved, with the most practical features being the Divine Nation civilization log and individual marking of the Divine Nation. Guhan swiped his finger, tagging the 11 extraordinary believers and the shielded armadillo with exclusive labels, allowing him to keep a close watch on these creatures at any time. Although the enemy had cancelled the connection to the Divine Nation, Guhan still had no intention of selling these captives. Once they were released into the market, they could easily be reclaimed, exposing the secrets of the Divine Nation. The previous 20 ordinary intelligent beings had been drained to death, but the vitality of these extraordinary believers was indeed much stronger. Especially that second-level captain, his powerful recovery ability should allow him to live a while longer. Unknowingly, he had accumulated over 7 million in funds during this time. Guhan paid off the 5 million from the Qian Kuan large loan in one go and redeemed 2 Tinthasanier Spirit Awakening flowers. This loan provider had no deceptive tricks. They even increased the borrowing limit for the next loan and lowered the annual interest rate. Guhan was even a bit disappointed that this was a legitimate lending app that attracted repeat customers. However, Guhan did not plan to take out another loan for the time being, mainly because he was currently earning over 170,000 credit points daily, making borrowing unnecessary. The Divine Nation also wouldn't necessarily yield results just by spending credit points unless the believers were also purchased. In the evening, the family was getting ready to eat. Ding! Your account has received 1 million credit points. Gu Yangxiu's handheld device beeped. He picked it up in confusion, instantly freezing in place, his eyes widening. Gu Yangxiu's hands began to tremble as he suddenly looked up. 1 million. Tang Yinran was just bringing out a plate of stir-fried vegetables and nearly dropped it in shock. How much? Who gave it? Gu Xian also leaned over, gasping in surprise. Tang Yinran set down the plate, wiped her hands on her apron, and immediately took Gu Yangxiu's handheld device to check. The transfer was from her son Guhan. The dining table fell into 5 seconds of silence. Then the three spoke in unison. Gu Yanxiao, what illegal organization did you join? Gu Xian, brother, did you rob a bank? Tang Yinran grabbed Guhan's arm. Did you participate in underground magic? Guhan was tugged around unsteadily, looking helpless as he pressed down his mother's hand. Stop. Can't it just be that I earned it myself? You earned it yourself? Gu Yanxiao did not believe it at all. As a student, how could you earn 1 million? By breeding animals. Guhan picked up a piece of vegetables, chewing as he spoke. I am raising 6-winged beasts on a large scale in the Divine Nation and signed a long-term supply contract with a big hotel. It's easy to earn 1 million a month now. He had no intention of telling his parents about the white-feathered 6-winged beasts. The couple exchanged glances, their eyes wide. You? Gu Yanxiao pointed at Guhan, his lips trembling. You awaken the core of the Divine Nation, just to breed animals. Guhan spread his hands. Dad, if I don't use the tenfold acceleration of the core of the Divine Nation for breeding, should I let it grow grass, eh? Besides, my skill is breeding related, and during my 4 years in college I am protected by national law, so no one can forcibly plunder my Divine Nation. I can first earn money to build a solid foundation, then develop extraordinary powers later. Gu Yanxiao opened his mouth to retort, but found that his son's reasoning was not entirely unreasonable. He pondered for a long time before suddenly slapping his thigh. Right. Why didn't I think of that back then? New brains really work better. Tang Yinran also breathed a sigh of relief, playfully poking Guhan with her finger. You scare me to death, kid. My son is indeed successful. Since it's earned from a legitimate business, he'll save this money for you, so you can marry a wife later. Guhan quickly interrupted. This 1 million is for Dad. First pay off the more than 100,000 owed to Uncle Zhao. You won't need to work anymore. With the remaining money, buy some supplements to properly care for your health and manage your Divine Nation again. Stop considering renting it out. Gu Yanxiao wiped his face, happiness arriving too suddenly for him to accept. Guhan seized the opportunity. And there's one more thing, we need to move to a bigger house. No way. Tang Yinran rejected without a second thought. This old house is just fine, why change? Even though you can make money now, the development of the Divine Nation will become an endless pit. The further we go, money needs to be spent wisely. You brat, just because you have a bit of money you're getting carried away. Gu Yanxiao agreed. Yes, the neighbors are familiar, it would be a shame to move. Save some money, I don't plan to start over. Raising animals is fine too. Guhan sighed inwardly. Improving family conditions was secondary. The main purpose was to move. Guhan had pulled a fast one on trustworthy loan and wiped out 2 waves of their forces. Those loan sharks would definitely not let it go easily. This bomb had to be defused in advance. Guhan's eyes turned landing on Gu Xin, who was eating beside him. Mom, think about it, Xin will have her college entrance exams next year. Guhan spoke earnestly. How poor is the sound insulation in our neighborhood? Aunt Wang downstairs dances every day, and old Zheng upstairs plays the eru at midnight. Can Xin concentrate on her studies at night? Tang Yinran was taken aback. Guhan continued to press. Moreover, the admission score for Jiangxing University rises every year. If we change to a high-end community with strict security, it would provide Xin with a quiet study environment, giving her a better chance to get into Jiang University. Isn't that better than anything else? Just as Gu Xin was about to say something, Guhan gave her a look, then pulled out his handheld device and transferred her 10,000 credit points. He then transferred another 1 million to Tang Yinran. Gu Xin picked up her phone, and her eyes lit up, quickly nodding vigorously. It's indeed quite noisy, and my brother is right. This 1 million can be used for household expenses. I truly don't lack money. You two have worked hard over the years. Enjoy it well, and I can develop the divine nation with peace of mind. Tang Yinran and Gu Yanxiao felt it was a bit unreal, tears glistening in their eyes, but they couldn't help but feel a bit worried. Seeing his son casually take out another million, Gu Yanxiao truly believed Guhan's claim of earning 1 million a month. This was probably a conservative estimate. The family had been cramped in a small house for so many years. Now that they had money, there was no need to suffer in silence. Gu Yanxiao nodded. I'll listen to you. Tomorrow your mother and I will go look for a real estate agent. Let's not buy just yet. Let's find a quiet place to rent a spacious flat, so Xinxin can focus on her studies. Guhan felt a weight lift off his shoulders as he saw his parents finally relent. After returning the money to Uncle Zhao, I'll resign. There's no need to explain much to him. He mentioned helping me with a loan before, but I declined. Gu Yanxiao frowned slightly. Zhao Kun had indeed mentioned supporting his son, but he hadn't expected him to act this way. His son had no reason to lie about such matters. Tang Yinran shot a disdainful glance. What does Zhao Kun want? He's become increasingly utilitarian. If it weren't for his introduction back, then you wouldn't have gone into the underworld. Gu Yanxiao interrupted. Alright, let's not talk about it. After all, he did help us, so I'll resign tomorrow. Guhan mainly didn't want his father to always be on guard against Zhao Kun. In his 2 lifetimes, he had little affection for Zhao Kun. From his mother's words, it seemed his father had relied on Zhao Kun to raise money to save him back then. Noticing the atmosphere was a bit tense, Guhan casually asked, Dad, by the way, I've grown up, and still haven't heard you mention what level your innate skill is. Gu Yanxiao's hand holding the cup paused, and he chuckled awkwardly. Why bring that up? It's all ancient history. I'm just curious. Guhan leaned in closer. To be able to win over my mom, you must have been quite the figure back in the day, right? Gu Xin also leaned in with a curious look. Yeah, Dad, just tell us. I want to hear. Gu Yanxiao was at a loss as he was pestered by his siblings, so he set down the cup and sighed. The initial area was 300,000 square meters. It's in strength skill called the Blade of Breaking Formation. Gu Yanxiao's voice was calm. I've only awakened half of it. Currently, it's a passive skill that can reduce the target's defenses by 50% during allied attacks. Only when one reaches divinity will they have active skills. Guhan gasped in astonishment. 50% armor penetration. This was definitely a natural war skill. In the later stages, facing those with high-level defensive spells and top-tier armor, this 50% defense ignoring effect could turn the tide of a divine battle. Strength. The ceiling of our family. Gu Xin exclaimed in shock. Guhan was equally astonished. He only knew that his dad was indeed a genius back then. Dad, you are a born war god. What are you doing with aquaculture? Use this money to regroup and make a comeback. Aren't you always teaching me not to underestimate the young and poor? Gu Yanxiao's face flushed, and he turned his head away. He reached into his pocket to grab a cigarette, glanced at Tang Yinran, and then withdrew his hand. Tang Yinran's expression softened slightly, and Gu Yanxiao looked at his rough hands and smiled bitterly. A comeback. I'm almost 50. What's there to say about not underestimating the young and poor? When I awakened this talent back then, I indeed had my glory days. Your mother's family, the Tang family, even planned to invite me to join them. Although I'm an orphan, I didn't want to change my surname or become a subordinate of their family, so I rejected them. Gu Yanxiao turned to look at Tang Yinran with a bitter smile. In the end, I still managed to win over your mother and elope from the Tang family. I thought that with this strength talent I could carve out a path for myself, but life ultimately dealt me a heavy blow. Gu Yanxiao felt he had said too much and awkwardly waved his hand. You're planning to take the war route, and the expenses will be endless. As for me, I'll just let it go while I'm past the age of competing for strength. Now that I have this tenfold acceleration function, I'll dabble in aquaculture, earn some stable money, and a peaceful and happy family is better than anything. Guhan looked at the white hairs at his father's temples and didn't press further. His father's spirit had been worn down by long years of poverty and hard work. Perhaps he had also once hoped to see what it would be like when his skills fully awakened. Only when he fully rose to power and possessed enough resources and strength could he help his old man's divine kingdom rise again. Guhan changed the subject and turned to look at his mother Tang Yinran. So Mom, what about you? Tang Yinran covered her mouth and smiled. Me? I can't compare to your dad. My initial Divine Kingdom area is quite large with 1 million square meters. How much? Guhan thought he had misheard. 1 million square meters. This was even larger than his proud 70,000 square meters. In the entire Jiang City, an initial space of 1 million square meters was undoubtedly rare. Seeing her son's huge reaction, Tang Yinran waved her hand. What use is a large area if the skill is subpar? My innate skill is frank, called Light of Healing Star. Its effect is to apply a minute of healing light to allies, but the cooldown time is a whole day. Guhan opened his mouth, stunned into silence. A healing skill with a onatary cooldown was indeed quite useless in battles within the Divine Kingdom. Because of this frank skill, no one wanted to team up with me during practical classes in college. Tang Yinran leaned on Gu Yanxiao's shoulder. Only your dad didn't mind me bringing this burden along during every assessment. Gu Yanxiao took the opportunity to wrap his arm around his wife's shoulder and joked. Nonsense. How many boys were lining up to win your favor back then? If it weren't for my strong fists driving them away, I wouldn't have had a chance. Gu Xian rubbed her arms as if she had goosebumps. Ew, that's so cheesy. Guhan, however, was deep in thought. Gu Xian rubbed her arms as if she had goosebumps. Ew, that's so cheesy. Guhan, however, was deep in thought. Could it be that Mom's situation, like his own skill, was a misjudgment by the artificial intelligence regarding the rank? But so far the skill description indeed didn't seem special, and it could also be due to incomplete awakening. Guhan looked at his mother deep in thought. It was precisely because of this frank skill that the Tang family hadn't cultivated her as a core member, allowing her to have the chance to elope with his dad. Guhan looked at his mother deep in thought. It was precisely because of this frank skill that the Tang family hadn't cultivated. Guhan gave his sister a knowing look. Gu Xian understood immediately and stood up. I haven't finished my book yet, I'll head out first. You two continue. After saying that, she dashed back to her room. Guhan also stood up. I'm going back to my room to sleep. You all can decide about looking at houses tomorrow. Without waiting for his parents to respond, Guhan walked straight back to his room and locked the door. His consciousness entered the Divine Kingdom. The originally desolate snowy ground had now been excavated into a complex and vast underground empire. The newly bred Ant-Man, a hybrid of the next generation of extraordinary intelligent beings, could now survive in extreme cold. He summoned the current species data. The intelligent assistant immediately projected a semi-transparent virtual screen in midair with strings of data rapidly flashing. Find Black Ant-Man 194520, Black Armored Ant-Man 21304, Hidden Armored Ant-Man 648116, Six-Winged Beast 210, White Feather 6-Winged Beast 1008. Guhan closed the species panel and focused on another piece of information. He noticed that many readers criticized the protagonist for having a family, but they all had significant roles later on. There were also comments saying his dad was inadequate, but throughout the construction of the Divine Kingdom, his father had sacrificed everything to ensure Guhan's safety until he turned 18. His father had compromised for the family and had gradually lost his edge. Do not underestimate the middle-aged and poor. The war god will return. This segment was written on Father's Day, dedicated to my first Father's Day. Once enough probability is accumulated, the agreed divine structure, the blessing of the sacrificer, will undoubtedly undergo a qualitative change. Guhan was also very curious about what the active effect of Gu Yangxiao's companion skill would be. For now he set this matter aside and shifted his focus to the larval chamber in the underground lair. After a complex process of trial and error, the creations from the armored armadillo and black ant were bizarre and varied. The first several breeding attempts yielded nothing but deformed ants. Until the 23rd attempt. A mature insect emerged, its size 2 times larger than a typical black ant, covered in a layer of dark gray heavy armor. When faced with danger, it could curl its body with the armor on its 6 limbs seamlessly interlocking into a hard sphere. It perfectly inherited the mutated armor of the armored armadillo while retaining the original characteristics of the ant. Thus the armored ant was born. However, this success alone was not enough. He desired an intelligent armored ant-man. The forced breeding mechanism was activated again, this time combining the armored ant with a secondary intelligent being. The difficulty increased significantly, as the human structure differed entirely from that of the armadillo. The resulting armored ant-men varied greatly in form. Some had massive shells and crawled on the ground, while others were slender with minimal armor, and none could curl into a ball. The structure of their bodies limited them. Perhaps the armored ant-men would need many generations to evolve before achieving the ability to fully curl into a ball. In Guhan's vision, the armored ant-men should be able to curl tightly into a spherical armor like the armored armadillo, allowing them to be completely invulnerable to ranged attacks. However, even with hundreds of matured armored ant-men, Guhan was not satisfied. He had to settle for those that were somewhat similar. Soon the first batch of barely successful armored ant-men was born. These creatures stood about 2 meters tall, their thick shells vibrant, displaying exaggerated barbs and angles resembling armored warriors. The outer sides of their forearms bore shields the size of half a door. When attacked, the shields could interlock, providing solid protection for their upper bodies. Though they could not seamlessly curl into a ball, they were more than qualified to serve as heavy armored soldiers. In the face of ranged attacks, these creatures could absorb firepower and charge forward, unleashing havoc once they closed in on the enemy. With the addition of the new troop type and the infusion of secondary intelligent genes, the entire Ant-Man population underwent a significant transformation. The new generation of black ants boasted a more robust physique. Their previously somewhat clumsy oval exoskeleton now evolved into a distribution resembling human muscle fibers, resembling a Kamen Rider. They balanced defense and agility, moving nearly a third faster and exuding a strong sense of brutal beauty. The most significant change was in the stealth Ant-Men. These little creatures, originally equipped with simple claws, had evolved highly flexible five-fingered limbs, each joint distinctly articulated. With this sensitivity in their fingers, they could definitely wield weapons. They could no longer rely solely on biting and clawing. Their methods of attack would undergo a qualitative leap. The problem was that the Ant-Man population currently lacked forging technology, let alone crafting miniature weapons for these tiny assassins. For now, he noted it down for future reference, planning to search for relevant miniature forging blueprints or special structures in the trading market. With the explosive growth and genetic evolution of the Ant-Man population, the once formidable threats had ceased to be a concern. The giant golden beetle had already been killed by the black Ant-Man, its shell stripped and hung on the altar, as the large honey badger, which had once been a fierce opponent, now avoided the Ant-Man, retreating to the desert after several life-threatening encounters, no longer daring to provoke the Ant-Man tribe. With no natural enemies and no survival pressure, the combat experience and evolution speed of the Ant-Man had noticeably slowed down. This was not acceptable. Guhan opened the trading software. He entered search criteria: disaster level, insectiating, adaptable to harsh terrains. Soon he identified several types of monsters. Earth rampant, disaster level, aberration, gigantic in size, primarily preying on insect tribes living deep underground year-round. Flame greed, disaster level, aberration, inhabiting volcanic regions, extremely violent in temperament, capable of expelling gas at extremely high temperatures. Sand swallow, disaster level, aberration, residing in desert areas, adept at ambushing travelers and of giant size. Sea prisoner, disaster level, aberration, dwelling in deep ocean waters with a jellyfish-like transparent body and octopus-like flexible tentacles, possessing paralyzing toxins, making it incredibly troublesome. Giant ice toad, disaster level, aberration, feeding on insect tribes with both its skin and bodily fluids being highly toxic. As these were all disaster level species, they were generally captured from alien battlefields, and their prices were not too high, costing only a few hundred credit points each. Guhan directly ordered 1,000 of each. Before long, the Divine Nation's transmission lit up, and 5 species cards were transmitted. Guhan deployed them sequentially according to the terrain. The Earth Rampant and Sand Swallow were somewhat similar, differing only in their environmental conditions, and as soon as they were released, they burrowed underground. With jaws full of meat, grinder-like teeth, segmented bodies, and hundreds of stout legs, they resembled centipedes or long worms. Flame Greed resembled a giant lizard, flowing with dark red-hot patterns, emitting a pungent sulfur smell from its nostrils and continuously billowing white smoke. The Sea Prisoner and Giant Ice Toad quickly spread out to occupy their respective areas. To prevent these sparring partners from starving, Guhan purchased numerous food-type species, completing the ecological cycle for the 5 types of species. He spent all of today's 1.7 million, leaving Guhan's assets at 0 once again. Truly no amount of credit points seemed sufficient. While others spent money to strengthen their troops, he was instead spending money to raise their natural enemies. The total investment in the entire Divine Nation had reached 10 million credit points. Some might think about investing in half-beasts. With Guhan's breeding skills, there could have been nearly 1,000 by now, so why go through all this trouble? This was indeed the case. Of forced breeding did not consider hybridization, and normal breeding was still quite strong. However, others had many means to achieve this, even using money to amass the number of followers which would render Guhan's advantages null in comparison to those from large families. Deep underground, a corner of the ant nest collapsed with a thunderous roar. A giant centipede several meters long burst through the soil, its mouth filled with interlocking sharp teeth, devouring thousands of nearby black ant-men in one go. Faced with this colossal creature, the remaining black ant-men immediately chose to retreat and quickly relayed the information. These tiny ant-men were hardly enough to fill the gaps, and the centipede swiftly left the area, intending to head towards the black-armored ant nest. 3 patrolling shield-armored ant-men were the first to receive the news and quickly arrived on the scene, standing firm to prevent the centipede from wantonly destroying the nest. They combined their 4 arms, forming a massive shield in front of them. The centipede's sharp teeth bit fiercely into the shield, producing a sound that made one's teeth ache from the friction. The shield-armored ant-men braced against the tremendous force, their legs digging into the hard ground and plowing deep trenches. Reinforcements from the black-armored ant-men arrived in time, seizing the opportunity to leap up, high-stepping on their companions' shoulders to pounce onto the centipede's carapace. They clamped down with their large mandibles and began to tear at it with their claws. In the cramped space, the centipede thrashed wildly, hundreds of stout legs kicking frantically. The weaker Ant-Men simply could not withstand such violent impacts, many being crushed to death, their mangled bodies strewn all around. Guhan silently observed everything happening within the divine realm. A holographic display from the intelligent assistant appeared beside him, constantly flashing the casualty data of the Ant-Men. The casualties are significant, Guhan murmured softly. To protect the core area of the ant nest and the queen, the Ant-Men were completely driven into a frenzy, with a continuous stream of warriors pouring out from various tunnels, trampling over their fallen companions. It took nearly 1,000 Ant-Men lives to finally wear down the rampaging centipede, whose massive body lay helplessly limp in the passage. Meanwhile, in the Ant-Man's habitat that had already ventured into the snowy expanse, a giant ice toad guarded several main ventilation holes. As soon as an Ant-Man poked its head out, a long, slimy tongue would snap out, pulling the prey into its mouth. Some of the Ant-Men that ventured out had no time to react and were directly swallowed. 100 black-armored Ant-Men formed a raiding party and charged out to the surface. They moved at incredible speed, quickly closing in to attack the giant ice toad. Startled, the ice toad excreted a large amount of thick, slippery venom, then leaped away, gradually shaking off the Ant-Men clinging to it and fleeing into the deeper snow. The raiding party successfully drove off the enemy. However, before they could return to the cave, the black-armored Ant-Men, contaminated with the venom, began to collapse one after another. Their exoskeletons rapidly turned black, their limbs spasmed a few times before going still. Even a few shield-armored Ant-Men responsible for guarding the rear could not withstand this fierce toxin, struggling as they fell outside the cave entrance. These cunning giant ice toads waited for the Ant-Men to return to their nests, even carrying away the bodies of those Ant-Men that had been poisoned to consume. The initial plan to expand around the snowy region had completely failed, forcing the Ant-Men to retreat back to their original territory underground. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye, and within the accelerated rules 100 years had passed in the divine realm. The century-long tug-of-war was exceedingly brutal. Guhan called up the data panel from the intelligent assistant, his brow furrowed. The once 2,000-strong black-armored Ant-Men had now dwindled to just over 10,000. While the centipede near the ant nest had been largely exterminated, the giant ice toad continued to pursue the ant swarm, occasionally entering the plains to lay in wait. The toxin had become a barrier that the Ant-Men could not overcome. Guhan shifted his gaze to the desert area of the divine realm, wanting to see the situation of species over there. Amidst the swirling yellow sand, a black and white figure was chasing after a sand swallower, which was that large honey badger hiding in the desert. It relying on its tough skin and flesh, clawed and scratched at the massive sand swallower. The sand swallower, annoyed, burrowed deep into the sand, refusing to show its face. The honey badger dug for a while, then turned and ran toward the edge of the snow. It strutted confidently up to the giant ice toad, raised its paw, and slapped down. Startled, the ice toad shot out its venom, covering the honey badger's face. The honey badger collapsed on the spot. The sinful life is over, Guhan shook his head. Yet not long after, he saw it roaming around like nothing had happened, causing trouble everywhere. It didn't die from the poison. Oh, its toxin resistance is truly remarkable, Guhan couldn't help but comment. This large honey badger was clearly aging, yet its temperament remained unchanged. Should I merge the honey badger's genes with the Ant-Man while it's still alive? Create a honey badger Ant-Man? He thought carefully, but ultimately dismissed the idea. No, the Ant-Men are a social species that relies on high levels of discipline and cooperation. With the honey badger's temper, no one would submit, and merging it would lead to constant internal strife. In the end, it would be like raising a venomous insect. He completely dismissed the thought. He activated the individual marking function of the intelligent assistant. Previously, to observe the effects of the toxin, he had marked every generation of poisoned Ant-Men in the area covered by the ice toad's venom. 2 flashing green dots appeared on the screen. There are indeed some that survived. Guhan's eyes brightened as he swiftly locked onto the target area. Those were 2 black-armored Ant-Men. They had been contaminated with a small amount of ice toad venom, their black exoskeletons dulled, but still very much alive, showing a significantly stronger toxin resistance than their companions. With a thought, Guhan used a skill on these 2 Ant-Men with potential for toxin resistance. Forced breeding was activated. He used these 2 as the maternal source, continuously breeding with the strong individuals within the swarm. The new generation of Ant-Men would likely inherit this toxin-resistant trait, and as long as they were replaced over several generations, they should be able to withstand the potent poison. For social species like the Ant-Man, toxins were their greatest fear. People would immediately think of insecticides, or even contagious viruses. This is also why Guhan wanted to introduce toxic species among their enemies. Merely having toxin-resistant genes was not enough, physical resilience had to match as well. Returning to reality, Guhan opened the trading software and entered the area for enhancing physical traits. The spiritual plant section of the trading software was filled with a dazzling array. Guhan scrolled through the holographic display, his gaze sweeping over a pile of height-year spiritual plants. Dragon-scale fruit tree significantly enhances meat-based physical traits maturation period of 5,000 years. Price, 3 million credit points per tree. Bone refinement flower strengthens the density of followers' bones maturation period of 200 years. Price, 100,000 credit points per flower. Guhan purchased the luxury consumables needed for the 2 body refinement paths and immediately activated. Plant hybridization is relatively simple, allowing for the cultivation of numerous varieties, determining which can be mass-planted based on their effects and maturation periods. Just like those spiritual plants that initially activated spiritual energy, and those that could produce spiritual energy, a small portion, with fast growth rates and significant effects, were heavily cultivated by Guhan. Currently, Guhan's divine realm mainly has 5 types of functional plants: those for spiritual awakening, those for enhancing physical traits, those for producing spiritual energy, those for increasing battle patterns, and those for defense like the iron vine snake banyan. The new generation of Ant-Man possesses these plants that enhance physical constitution along with superior genes. Over a century, the overall strength of the Ant-Man tribe has reached a level incomparable to the original generation. When a land-dwelling beast accidentally burrowed into the ant nest preparing to feast, the Ant-Men, who previously could only sacrifice their lives in the face of such monsters, found themselves in a different situation this time. Several patrolling shield-armored Ant-Men charged forward, their arms united as their bone shields firmly resisted the advance of the land beast, matching its immense power without yielding an inch. Before the land beast could react, dozens of black-armored Ant-Men sprang out from the surrounding passages, their speed doubled compared to before. Their sharp claws pried open the gaps in the beast's armor, while their massive jaws bit down fiercely, and another set of limbs thrust bone spears deep into its body. The land beast continued to thrash and roll in attack, sending several black-armored Ant-Men flying against the stone walls, yet they promptly flipped over and charged back energetically. With enhanced physiques, such physical impacts could no longer inflict fatal wounds upon them. In less than an hour, this several-meter-long disaster-level aberration was mercilessly dismembered by the ant swarm, turning into chunks of high-protein meat, which were transported to the incubation chamber where the Ant Queen resided. The roles of prey and predator had completely reversed. They no longer relied solely on brute strength to attack. The bone spears honed from the remains of their ancestors were also key to their victory. It seemed that the previously disabled intelligent beings had taught them to use tools. However, the passage of time in the divine realm is extraordinarily swift. The disabled intelligent beings had died 200 years prior, along with the extraordinary ones they had captured. Though some of these Ant-Men had become intelligent after awakening, able to comprehend historical inscriptions and absorb the experiences of their predecessors, the evolution of their civilization remained too slow. They would need to find them some teachers. Guhan opened a trading app and entered the slave trading zone, directly contacting a highly reputable slave trader. Without hesitation, Guhan purchased 20 battle-damaged, disabled intelligent beings. A flash of white light enveloped them as the 20 tattered, imperfect beings were transported into the divine realm. Some of them had broken legs, others were missing arms, and some were blind, each face marked by profound fear. Guhan immediately issued a divine decree. A large number of black-armored Ant-Men surged to the surface, surrounding these disabled intelligent beings. The intelligent beings thought they were about to be eaten and retreated in fright. However, the Ant-Men did not attack. Instead, they presented fresh fruits and 6-winged chicken meat. Through the will of the divine realm, Guhan forcibly implanted a thought into the minds of the intelligent beings. They were to teach the Ant-Men to use tools more skillfully, passing on all the knowledge they had previously grasped. The basic language that the Ant-Men had learned continued to exist, allowing communication to proceed without too many obstacles. Being fellow intelligent beings and resembling the divine messengers in the inscriptions, the Ant-Men held them in great respect. This group of disabled intelligent beings received unprecedented respect here, quickly integrating into life and starting training sessions within the ant nest. One disabled intelligent being sat on the ground holding a shard of shield armor, meticulously grinding it into a blade on the hard stone, surrounded by hundreds of Ant-Men who watched intently. Not only did they teach weapon sharpening, but other intelligent beings began to instruct the shield-armored Ant-Men on how to connect their shields to form larger ones. They taught the Ant-Men how to bind the sharp teeth of the land beast to long wooden sticks to create sharper spears, and how to weave tough vines into large nets. The biting cold wind at the edge of the snowy ground remained piercing. A giant ice toad squatted by the entrance of the ant nest, its belly bulging as it awaited the Ant-Men to emerge. Quick and skillful, it stuck its tongue out and caught an Ant-Man's head, only to realize it was merely a skull. Seeing the Ant-Men emerging one by one, the giant ice toad, now highly intelligent after awakening, turned and fled. A large net woven from dozens of vines sprang from the ground, ensnaring it. Startled, the giant ice toad immediately released a copious amount of viscous poison from its body, attempting to corrode the vines. However, the vines had been dried and processed by the Ant-Men before weaving, making them extraordinarily resilient, impervious to corrosion. Around it, several black-armored Ant-Men appeared, no longer empty-handed, but instead wielding tunter-long-toothed spears. They kept their distance, thrusting the bone spears fiercely into the net. The giant ice toad struggled wildly, its poison splattering everywhere. Dozens of spears struck simultaneously, pinning the giant ice toad to the ground, rendering it immobile. A few small concealed armor Ant-Men climbed along the bone spears, holding extremely sharp hollow bones, accurately stabbing into the giant ice toad's poison glands, and began skillfully extracting the venom. The toxic substances from the ice toad were collected into small stone jars. The black-armored Ant-Men dipped the tips of their bone spears into the jars, carefully drying and storing them for use against future land beast incursions. Another century passed swiftly. The batch of disabled intelligent beings had aged and died, but the sparks of the skills they left behind had ignited a flame within the Ant-Man tribe. The entire underground ant nest was no longer a primitive earthen cave. Its walls were smoothed to an extraordinary sheen, with pathways branching in all directions. The armory was filled with bone spears, tower shields, vine nets, and even simple throwing devices made from polished stones. The inscriptions recording the history of the Ant-Man tribe added another glorious page. The Ant-Men not only learned to use tools, but even began to domesticate land beasts and giant ice toads. They kept the captured cubs of land beasts in cages made of bone armor, feeding them regularly. Once grown, they would be used for land clearing and digging, and could also serve as a reserve food source, with their teeth and bones used as tools and weapons. The stomach sacs of the giant ice toads, after undergoing special processing, could serve as bags for collecting items, while their thigh tendons were incredibly resilient, used to make ropes or bowstrings. Indeed, the civilization of the Ant-Men had preliminarily entered the era of cold weapons, entirely thanks to the experiences passed down by the batch of disabled veterans. Consequently, later on, when Guhan selected intelligent beings, he would choose selectively, not minding if the price was a bit higher. The Ant-Men were like sponges in contact with water, thirsting for knowledge. The demonstrations and teachings by the intelligent beings often left the Ant-Men in awe, which greatly pleased the intelligent beings, who wished to share everything they could. Although they no longer needed to truly give everything, Guhan did not train the later intelligent beings to nurture the Ant-Men, as the current Ant-Men were mostly the offspring of second-level intelligent hybrids, with genes being at their best. In the classroom, Qin-Lin stood at the podium holding a freshly printed report card. It had been a month since the awakening of the core of Guhan's divine kingdom. Qin-Lin set the tone, saying, "The scores for the new round of prosperity tests have been released. This time, unlike before, the evolutionary degree of the racial civilizations has also been included in the assessment." Students below whispered to each other. As long as a race was an intelligent species, it basically had won, and the intelligent races available on the market were primarily from stable civilizations of divine kingdoms. After purchasing for reproduction, one could quickly form their own civilization. It was rare for someone like Guhan, who started from scratch, unless one didn't have enough money and chose to start with primitive humans. Chu Yu and Zhao Su, who possessed intelligent races, still maintained a stable position in the top tier. Qin-Lin read a few names before changing the subject. However, in this test, one person's progress has been remarkable, even surpassing the majority of classmates in the class. Qin-Lin looked towards the back row. Guhan, comprehensive score 5th. The classroom instantly fell silent for a few seconds, then turned in unison to look at Guhan. Zhao Su, sitting in the front row, tightly gripped the pen in his hand. He had already awakened the core of his divine kingdom and spent a fortune to purchase a large number of breeding cards to quickly expand the lizardman population, yet he was only second. He did not expect Guhan to leap to 5th place. Were there not all insect races in his divine kingdom? His father Zhao Kuan had repeatedly reminded him not to have any overt conflict with Guhan, as his family had already repaid their debts, even clearing off millions in loans. Perhaps the Tang family had changed their minds and secretly invested in Guhan. It was truly frustrating. Every time he thought he had Guhan under control, Guhan would always surprise him. Qin-Lin looked at Guhan, feeling quite satisfied. To have such a stubborn student like Guhan persuaded by her was quite a sense of achievement. After her harsh reprimand of Guhan's Insect Sea strategy in last month's practical class, she suggested he pay attention to troop coordination and civilization development. It seemed that this lad had taken her words to heart, likely decisively giving up on those mindless insects in favor of intelligent races. Qin-Lin put away the report card. The scores are merely a reference. Next, for those students who sign up for the professional league, we will conduct a Divine Kingdom combat strength test this Saturday. After the test, I will categorize you into Team 1 and Team 2 based on your battle characteristics. Those with higher strength will directly serve as team leaders. Upon hearing this, several students who had signed up for the league changed their expressions. A boy raised his hand and shouted, "Teacher Qin, are we fighting again? Last time during the class competition, half of my followers died, and it has only just recovered since then. If we fight again, how can I participate in the league? That's right, teacher, this is too damaging. Qinlin pressed her hands down, signaling for silence. Don't worry. This test will use a data simulation system. Your followers won't actually die. The entire class was stunned for a moment, then erupted in exclamations. Simulation system? The school actually has this. That's advanced equipment only available in professional leagues. Qinlin smiled. The school has invested heavily to introduce this set of equipment, which perfectly replicates your Divine Kingdom data. This is prioritized for our key class, and in future practical exams the simulation system will be fully utilized to maximize your command abilities without harming the foundation of your Divine Kingdoms. The students cheered. To be honest, they had always envied Jiangxing University's simulation system, but unfortunately they had not been admitted and had to settle for Dongjiang University. They didn't expect to use it now. At this point, Qinlin countered, do you know why, when you first awakened, you had to fight with real weapons? No, it was to make you remember. Qinlin tapped the podium. Unless you see the horrific scenes of your followers dying in battle, at least 90 of you would choose to take the path of the war god. Guhan sat in his seat, silently contemplating. The simulation system was indeed a good thing. If every ant in his Divine Kingdom were to meet their end, they could all be sacrificed. If there were a simulation system, he could fully unleash his potential without fearing the death of his followers, testing the ultimate combat power of the shielded ant and the stealth ant, as well as observing the effects of venom in actual combat. After class, Guhan did not rush to leave, but went to Qinlin's office. The changes in his Divine Kingdom had been immense during this period. The hybrid medicinal plants he had cultivated had matured, and the ant queens practicing the heaven-swallowing bloodline technique had already made progress, with the most direct manifestation being that the newly hatched ant offspring perfectly inherited some of the physical strength of their mother. In terms of physical quality and strength, this new generation of ants definitely exceeded the average level of first-tier followers. However, the problem lay here. Guhan found that no matter how much the power of these ants increased, or how abnormal their physiques became, they were still unable to cross that threshold and enter the extraordinary realm. He researched a lot of materials, but found no reason. He could only seek guidance from the class teacher. In the office, Qinlin was reviewing the test data, and looked up to see Guhan enter, pointing to the chair across from her. Sit down. Do you have something to discuss with me? Guhan sat down and got straight to the point. Teacher Qin, I would like to ask about the issue of followers breaking through to the extraordinary realm. Qinlin paused her pen. Oh, has your follower reached the threshold of the extraordinary? No, I have a friend. Guhan carefully chose his words. He fed his followers quite a bit of strengthening spiritual plants and guided them through some physical training. Now his followers' overall physical quality is certainly much stronger than that of ordinary first-tier followers, but why has there been no breakthrough to the extraordinary? Friend. Qinlin was puzzled, but upon reflection it made sense. Guhan's followers likely wouldn't reach the extraordinary so quickly. Stalling at the extraordinary threshold was quite common among new students. Breaking through to the extraordinary is not merely a matter of stacking physical strength. Qinlin set down her cup. The breakthrough conditions vary greatly between different races. For example, halforcs require extreme life-and-death stimulation to activate their berserker bloodline, while elves need to resonate with the natural elements. She looked at Guhan. What race is your friend primarily cultivating? Guhan hesitated for a moment. It should be the Homo sapiens race. Guhan provided a vague answer. Homo sapiens. Qinlin raised an eyebrow. That shouldn't be the case. Breaking through to the extraordinary is essentially a path to life evolution, constantly breaking through the shackles of life to reach higher levels. Homo sapiens are intelligent and adaptable. They should be able to achieve something in the extraordinary path. Your friend might be too anxious. If the values are stacked up, but the comprehension is insufficient, they won't be able to find the right path for them. You can think of the Divine Kingdom as our path to the extraordinary. If we hadn't entered the Divine Kingdom era, we would still just be ordinary people. After listening, Guhan seemed to understand. The beginning of everything is difficult, and he indeed had been a bit anxious. The extraordinary path for the ant race still required them to comprehend it themselves. The three mainstream extraordinary paths for Homo sapiens, aside from the conditions that are not sufficient for technological advancement, the body refining techniques, have already been initiated, and the Divine Kingdom currently possesses a rudimentary spiritual energy, which can fully introduce cultivation methods to expand the extraordinary paths. Qinlin picked up the thermos cup and took a sip, continuing to elaborate on the specifics of the extraordinary paths. The vast majority of divine lords will plan the paths for their followers in advance. Half-beasts awaken their bloodlines, elves specialize in magic, and humans focus on technology. These are all established templates. Of course, there are a few rare races that can explore a new path through generations of reproduction, but this is highly dependent on luck, so don't hold out too much hope. Guhan took the opportunity to ask, Teacher Qin, what about the path of cultivation? Cultivation. Is your friend wealthy? Cultivation is indeed one of the fastest ways to achieve extraordinary power. But be clear, it's also the most resource-consuming path. Not to mention just the spirit stones to test the follower's qualifications, the opening meridians pills for initial treatment, and the introductory perception of spirit are all exorbitantly priced. Moreover, there must be a rich spiritual energy environment in the Divine Kingdom. If you don't have tens of millions in assets, it's better to abandon this idea early on. Guhan nodded in thanks. After leaving the office, he opened his handheld device to check the necessary items for cultivation on the trading platform. Qin Lin was right, cultivation indeed costs money. However, he happened to have some money on hand with over 10 million credit points saved in his account. Low-tier spirit testing stone can be used 100,000 times, 3 million credit points. Opening meridians pill 100 pills, 200,000 credit points. Basic cultivation method perception of spirit, 5 million credit points. This is just the most basic setup. Guhan gritted his teeth and directly clicked to purchase. His account balance instantly dropped to 5 million. Money truly does not last long in the Divine Kingdom era. Back in his room at home, Guhan's consciousness entered the Divine Kingdom. Guhan floated above the ant people, and with a thought, a card emitting a faint glow was activated. A 10-meter-tall blue giant stone crashed down, landing steadily in the widest central area of the ant nest. The impact caused the entire underground space to hum with sound. The ant people who were sharpening their bone spears in the square were startled and quickly assumed defensive formations. All my followers must touch this stone. Those blessed by the light can receive extraordinary inheritance. The divine decree descended. The entire ant nest erupted in excitement, even though they did not understand what extraordinary inheritance meant. The role of the wise humans became evident. The ant people did not descend into chaos. Under the command of the wise humans and their leader, more than 300,000 ant people formed dozens of orderly formations, taking turns to approach and touch the blue stone. The scene was extremely spectacular as a black tide of ants spiraled down the passage, one after another, pressing their claws against the spirit testing stone. The first 100 showed no reaction. The first 1,000 also showed no reaction. After several tens of thousands, the spirit testing stone finally flashed a faint white light. Guhan shook his head as he watched from above. After nearly a month in the Divine Kingdom, all more than 300,000 ant people had finally been tested, including the immobile ant queen, who was also brought out for testing. Ultimately, only a mere 80 ant people stood beside the spirit testing stone, qualifying for cultivation. Out of more than 300,000, selecting 80 with spiritual roots was an absurdly low probability. Worse still, the light emitted from these 80 ant people was all low-quality white light. This indicated that their spiritual roots were of the lowest grade, lacking even the 5 elemental roots. They had defective spiritual roots which could still cultivate, but the path to immortality would be difficult. Guhan exited the Divine Kingdom and opened his trading device to start searching for information. Since they were inherently lacking, he could only rely on postnatal remedies or perhaps buy items to improve the followers' physiques. He searched for improving spiritual root quality. The first page of the pop-it-up entries immediately made Guhan's heart sink. S-Class Divine Plant. Spiritual root vine. Regularly consuming its leaves can significantly improve followers' physiques and purify their spiritual root quality. Price: 50 million credit points per plant. 50 million for a plant, and there's no market for it. Guhan directly closed the page, completely abandoning the thought of relying on external forces to improve quality. This item could be encountered, but not sought, and even if he had the money, he might not be able to buy it. Let's just make do and practice. The money has already been spent, and let's try any method we can. Guhan re-entered the Divine Kingdom, distributing opening meridians pills to the 80 lucky ones, while directly instilling the cultivation method of perception of spirit into their minds. The 80 ant people who received the gifts were isolated and arranged to meditate in the most concentrated area of spiritual energy underground. Guhan adjusted the flow of time and used the intelligent assistant to record their action logs. 1 day in the Divine Kingdom equals 10 years. When Guhan checked the logs of the Divine Kingdom, he nearly laughed out of anger. Among these 80 ant people, 37 were short-lived black ants. Although they had spiritual root qualifications, their lifespan cap was only a short year. Just as they had barely grasped the techniques and the effects of the opening meridians pills had yet to be fully absorbed, these 37 black ants had already exhausted their lifespans, dying of old age in the meditation chamber. Before the cultivation even began, nearly half of them had perished. The remaining 43 ant people were the hidden armor ants and shield armor ants, which had much longer lifespans, living 2 to 3 decades. However, their qualifications were truly poor, and due to a lack of comprehension, soon half of the ant people gave up and left the meditation area. Guhan rubbed his throbbing temples. At this moment, the path of cultivation also seems to be blocked. With insufficient comprehension, poor qualifications, and short lifespans, these 3 fatal flaws directly blocked the path of cultivation. If there is an opportunity, he must obtain divine plants that can improve the follower's spiritual root quality to possibly open the path of cultivation for the divine kingdom. Most human cognition is subject to survivor bias. Only through true practice does one realize how difficult it all is. Guhan distributed the remaining opening meridians pills to the ant people who hadn't given up, as they were of no use just sitting there. He even moved them to the side of the 10,000-year awakening flower for cultivation, sending wise humans to explain any terms they did not understand, making a final effort. The path of cultivation was dry and tedious. Guhan even accompanied them personally, feeling the passage of time, with a heart constantly seeking upward, yet unable to see the road ahead. In the end, those few ant people who persisted until the end still could not break the invisible shackles of their qualifications. They sat cross-legged beside the awakening flower, and until the last moment of their lives they still could not truly draw in chi. Guhan rubbed his throbbing temples, having cut off his connection to the divine kingdom several times during the process. It was too exhausting. He had spent nearly 3 days in the divine kingdom, staying up most of the night, consuming enormous mental energy, and was utterly fatigued. Only after everyone had failed did he reluctantly collapse into sleep, which turned out to be an oversleep. When he abruptly woke up and grabbed his handheld device, he nearly rolled off the bed. It's Saturday's practical test. I'm late. Many people urged for updates today, and there were even gifts. Thank you all. More comments will lead to more updates. The long path to immortality, let's go together. Hey Race, an extra update for you. The Comprehensive Combat Training Hall of Dongjiang University. In the spacious and bright center of the venue, 2 expensive simulation terminals resembling cryo chambers from a sci-fi movie are placed. In the middle of the hall, a large holographic projection is displaying the scene of the simulated battlefield in real time. On the ravaged, grassy battlefield, a team of burly halforcs is standing atop the remains of lizardmen, letting out a roar towards the sky. This team has a very clear division of labor, with a dozen halforc warriors armed with heavy tower shields at the forefront, their muscles bulging and visually striking, while behind them stands a well-equipped group of halforc archers. The archers emit a visible aura of light. Even Zhao Su couldn't win. A wave of gasps erupted among the students below. Chuyu's development speed is insane. Those 6 first-level archers have incredible attack power. Not only that, look at the formation of those halforcs. It's a complete defensive arrangement. How can we fight like this? Zhao Su emerged from the simulation chamber, his face filled with despair. Qin Lin stood beside the control panel, nodding in satisfaction. Under her guidance, Chuyu's team not only has a reasonable combination of types, but is also fully equipped. Those 6 first-level disciples are the core output of the team, already at the top level in the entire Dongjiang County. Is anyone else going to challenge Chuyu's captain position? Qin Lin looked around. Several boys exchanged glances, shrinking their necks in silence. The few people who had just gone up to challenge didn't even touch the halforc shield formation before being turned into sieves by the archers in the back. Just as the hall fell into a silence so deep that a pin drop could be heard. Bang! The metal door of the training hall was pushed open. Guhan rushed in with disheveled hair and clothing, panting heavily. All eyes turned towards him. Qin Lin immediately furrowed her brows. Guhan, you better give me a reason for arriving just when the practical test is about to end. The captain has already been chosen, and you haven't even replied to the messages. I overslept and my handheld console broke. Please forgive me, Teacher Qin. Guhan coughed twice and quickly walked into the team. Stop right there. A crisp female voice rang out in the hall. Standing beside the left simulation chamber, Chua pointed directly at him. Guhan, since you're here, come up and fight a match so you won't be dissatisfied with me being the captain later. The classmates all made way, exposing Guhan all alone in front. Guhan scratched his hair. He didn't really want to reveal his ant people. I concede you're doing well as captain. There's really no need to fight. No way. Chuyu's temper flared up. After being overshadowed by Guhan in the last scholarship assessment, she had been holding back her frustration, wanting to prove she could absolutely defeat him. If I can't win against you today, even being captain won't feel right. Be a man and come up without hesitation. Chuyue raised her chin defiantly. Guhan sighed. Qin Lin also chimed in. Stop dragging it out. She also wanted to see what race Guhan would choose after giving up the insect race. There was no avoiding it. Guhan could only walk to the empty simulation chamber on the right, pull open the door, and lie inside. The door closed. As the neurons connected, Guhan's consciousness instantly plunged into a vast white simulation space. Connecting to Divine Kingdom data. Data simulation in progress. The holographic projection above the hall instantly split into 2. On the left side was Chuyu's halforc army, shields crashing to the ground, exuding an aura of killing intent. The right side's image was flickering and loading continuously. All the classmates held their breaths, craning their necks to watch the screen. What race do you think Guhan picked? With a rank of 5th in the class, it must be an intelligent race. What's there to guess? Chuyue is bound to win. Zhao Su crossed his arms, displeased. He originally wanted to challenge Guhan, but was unexpectedly preempted by Chuyue. But this works too. Let Chuyue deflate Guhan's morale first, and he can study his troops. As the discussion among the crowd intensified, the right side projection finally froze. The previously noisy hall fell into dead silence the moment the image became clear. Everyone's eyes widened, mouths agape. Even Qin Lin took a step forward, her expression completely frozen. On the screen appeared a group of pitch black. They stood over a meter tall, covered in a layer of shiny black armor. What was most astonishing was that this group of monsters was actually walking upright. Their sturdy lower limbs firmly treaded on the grass, while their upper limbs evolved to resemble human hands, retaining only a few sharp claws. 2 antennae swayed on their heads, and some even held crudely crafted black spears and bows. This creature, if one were to call it human, looked more like a bug. What? What is this? A boy in the front row pointed at the projection, stuttering and breaking the silence. Aren't these just ants? Ants evolved. The crowd erupted. Qin Lin felt a buzzing in her head. This was not some new intelligent race. These were clearly the same black-armored ants from before, only now they were ant people. But how could they have changed like this? How could the insect race break the genetic lock and evolve into a humanoid form? What kind of new species from another world is this? After the shock, Qin Lin forcibly suppressed the tumult of emotions in her heart and began to closely observe this strange group of ant people. Soon she frowned. So what if they had mutated? A change in form does not compensate for tactical flaws. In the holographic projection, those hundreds of black-armored ant people looked like a scattered pile of sand gazing around aimlessly. After 10,000 years of awakening from the spirit flower, the intelligence of the ant people had indeed leaped, harboring immense curiosity towards all unknown things. Now placed in this completely unfamiliar grassy battlefield by the simulation terminal, they had no awareness of fighting whatsoever. A few ant people squatted on the ground, using their claws to paw at the simulated weeds. Others huddled together, whispering to each other, emitting strange hissing sounds, as if discussing the Halford army confronting them ahead. The formation was loose and disorganized, some squatting and others standing, not even having the most basic defensive formation. This looks just like a bunch of country bumpkins. Someone couldn't help but laugh. They look intimidating, but they don't even know how to line up. How can they fight? Qin Lin secretly shook her head. A team without discipline is a live target on the battlefield. Facing Chuyu's well-trained elite Halford team, this loose formation would likely collapse entirely after just one charge. In the simulation chamber, Chuyu also saw the opposing formation. Although she was surprised by the ant people's morphological changes, she felt little fear. Such a disorganized rabble couldn't possibly withstand her attack. Since she was on the battlefield, she wouldn't hold back. All troops attack. Archers prepare. Chuyu issued commands from the control interface. The left Halford formation immediately marched forward in heavy synchronized steps, like a moving wall closing in on the right. The distance rapidly decreased, entering shooting range. Not daring to underestimate Guhan's strange troops, Chuyu unhesitatingly activated her innate skill. Frost Bloodline. In the holographic projection, the Halford archers roared to the sky, their auras instantly transforming into piercing ice blue, drawing bows and knocking arrows. Frost quickly crystallized on the bowstring, causing the surrounding air to freeze into wisps of white mist. Release. The sound of vibrating bowstrings resonated, tearing through the air. Dozens of arrows infused with frost power soared into the sky. They traced deadly parabolas resembling a sudden blizzard, cascading down towards the still gawking ant people's position. Before the arrows even landed, the biting chill had already arrived first. The grass on the ground was instantly coated with a thick layer of white frost. This was a completely indiscriminate strike. For the disorganized opponent, this blow would be absolutely devastating. It's over. The students in the hall shook their heads in unison. Guhan overestimated himself starting off without even giving orders. He was just asking to be beaten. Chuyu watched the falling ice arrows with a light breath. She had won. The next moment, the sky full of ice arrows whistled down, completely burying the hundreds of pitch-black ant people. The violent explosion, mixed with the sharp sound of ice shards shattering, resonated throughout the hall. A thick ice-blue mist instantly exploded, engulfing the entire right battlefield in a massive ice fog prison, making it impossible to see any situation inside. Qin Lin sighed, placing her hand on the control panel ready to press the button to end the test. It was not that Guhan was being overconfident and did not give commands. The holographic projection had just taken shape, and he was still observing the subtle differences between the ant people in the simulation and those in the real divine kingdom when Chuyu's attacks came crashing down like a storm. The icy mist rolled violently across the simulated battlefield. In the combat hall, Qin Lin and a group of students were fixated on the projection center. To everyone, Guhan's group of black coal balls, which hadn't even formed a proper formation, would undoubtedly face dire consequences after being caught off guard by this round of overwhelming fire. As the mist gradually dissipated, the scene before Qin Lin, who was about to announce the results, made her swallow her words. The ant people did not collapse in droves as anticipated. They merely had a layer of white frost on their bodies. Their movements appeared somewhat sluggish, but they were not significantly. Above the team, dozens of ant people were being supported by their comrades holding large shields that were pieced together, completely blocking the icy arrows that had just been shot. The shield's surface was covered in frost, yet no arrows could penetrate it. This defense is a bit outrageous, isn't it? Someone in the crowd remarked. Is that the insect race? When did they start using shields? Zhao Su stared wide-eyed, fixated on the shield-wielding ant people. He had initially thought Guhan had changed tactics, but it turned out he not only didn't abandon the insect race, but also found new ways to utilize them. Chuyu frowned slightly, feeling somewhat surprised that her attack did not clear the field. However, she quickly adjusted. The individual combat quality of the Halfrek army far exceeded that of the opponents, and in a head-to-head confrontation, she would definitely not lose. Continue to close in. Chuyu issued the divine command. Fire, Guhan ordered calmly. In the holographic projection, the ant people in the back row quickly lined up and took crude bows and arrows from their backs. They knocked their arrows, their movements somewhat awkward. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A wave of scattered arrows was launched towards the Halfrek formation. Chuyu watched the crooked arrows in midair and couldn't help but snort coldly. Those arrows, like the bows in the ant people's hands, were extremely poorly made. The shafts were not straight, and the arrowheads were not even made of metal, looking more like polished pieces of armor. Such an attack could not even pierce the outer layer of the Halfrek's leather armor. Sure enough, the arrows fell harmlessly into the Halfrek army, lacking any lethality. The frontline Halfrek shield bearers didn't even raise their shields fully. The other Halfreks casually waved their weapons and knocked the crudely made bone arrows to the ground. A sharp burst of laughter erupted from the Halfrek army as they brandished their weapons, mocking the strange creatures across from them. The students in the combat hall also breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed Guhan's race was merely a bit more defensive. Chuyu no longer wasted time and immediately ordered, shield bearers, cover the entire army, advance. Close the distance, increase arrow penetration, and wipe them out in one go. The Halfrek army began to march with heavy steps, advancing aggressively. A frontline Halfrek shield bearer suddenly stumbled, his massive body stiffening abruptly, and with a thud he knelt on the ground. He threw away the shield in his hands, clutching his throat tightly with both hands, emitting a painful rasping sound as he desperately scratched at his skin, his nails instantly drawing several bloody lines. Before the other Halfreks could react, the second and third shield bearers fell one after another. Next, the archers in the back row, unable even to pull the bowstrings, collapsed one by one, frantically scratching at their necks, their facial muscles contorting to extremes. In just a few seconds, over half of the originally imposing Halfrek army had fallen. Chuyu in the simulation chamber looked on in shock as her followers collapsed, her mind going blank. Get up. Attack. What is happening? She issued commands in rapid succession. In the end, only 6 of the sturdiest level 1 Halfrek believers were still struggling to hold on. They leaned on their longbows, their bodies beginning to convulse violently, eventually collapsing to the ground in defeat, following in the footsteps of their companions. The entire Halfrek army was annihilated. Only then did the ant people lower their shields cautiously and approach the Halfrek corpses, beginning to rummage through their equipment. A series of gasps echoed throughout the combat hall. The scene was too bizarre. Throughout the encounter, both sides had only exchanged a single volley of fire. The ant people hadn't even left their original positions. How did the Halfreks mysteriously perish? Only Guhan understood what had happened. That last volley of arrows was not meant to kill the enemy. It was merely a delivery mechanism. Large numbers of hidden shell ant people had long since latched onto those bone arrows, using the cover of the shots to stealthily infiltrate the Halfrek formation. The hidden shell ant people were extremely small in size and could change the color of their shells to achieve invisibility, making them undetectable in the chaos. Once they landed, they immediately brandished their poisonous stingers laced with the venom of the giant ice toad, swiftly closing in on the Halfreks, targeting their necks, which lacked armor protection. The toxicity of the giant ice toad was incredibly potent. Even level 1 believers could not withstand more than a few hits, let alone the ordinary Halfreks. It seems the simulation system is indeed impressive, accurately replicating even the lethal poison of the giant ice toad. Guhan assessed inwardly. The combination of the hidden shell ant people and the venom was simply a killer weapon on the battlefield. To prevent others from noticing the presence of the hidden shell ant people, Guhan raised his hand and pressed the exit button on the control panel. The holographic projection in the center of the combat hall instantly collapsed, and all the ant people and Halfrek corpses vanished without a trace. This sudden interruption caught the students who were preparing to observe closely off guard. Was that a curse just now? Those Halfreks died so painfully. A girl rubbed her arms. I think it looks like— Did you not notice? The problem must lie with that batch of arrows that were just shot. Damn, how despicable. They poisoned them before the battle even started. The discussions erupted in the crowd. The door of Chuyu's simulation pod suddenly burst open, and she jumped out angrily, her face flushed, striding over to Guhan and glaring at him fiercely. She was not a fool who once she calmed down and thought it over she naturally guessed that the problem lay with the arrows. Despicable scoundrel. Chu Yu gritted her teeth, her voice filled with resentment. A bunch of barbarians refusing to confront me, he'd resorting to poisoning to scheme against me. In the face of Chu Yu's accusation, Gu Han merely shrugged, his tone very flat. That is their tactic. On the battlefield there is no such thing as despicable or not. Everything is for survival. Chu Yu was speechless with anger. Qin Lin, seeing the situation, hurriedly stepped forward to mediate, though she too was surprised by the tactics of Gu Han's followers. Alright, everyone be quiet. Qin Lin raised her voice to suppress the surrounding discussions. The competition rules do not state that poisons cannot be used. The Divine Kingdom War is a life-and-death struggle, and one can say that anything goes. Although Gu Han's followers' tactics are not honorable, they are indeed very effective and have preserved their own safety. She looked at Chu Yu and reassured her. Chu Yu, this is also a lesson for you. Divine Kingdom creatures are incredibly diverse. Remember, do not underestimate unknown attacking methods in the future. Chu Yu bit her lip, her chest heaving violently. The well-equipped Halford army had been killed by a group of black ants that didn't even wear clothes, making it hard for her to swallow this defeat. I refuse to accept this. Chu Yu declared loudly, her eyes fixed on Gu Han. That was just me being careless, not dodging. Let's do it again. This time I absolutely will not let your arrows land in my formation. The surrounding classmates immediately began to cheer. Gu Han's tactics might only be effective the first time. Once others were on guard, the effectiveness would be greatly reduced. Stop. Captain, I'll still let you handle it. I have no objections. Gu Han waved his hand. Though he did not engage in battle, Gu Han knew well that with the current quality of the ant people, even without using the lethal poison, just sending the black-armored ant people, Chu Yu would still not be a match. Even if her entire army consisted of level 1 soldiers, there would be no chance of victory. Gu Han did not wish to waste time. What he truly wanted to spar with was still his homeroom teacher Qin Lin. Alright, that's it for today. Qin Lin clapped her hands, interrupting Chu Yu's attempts to continue pressing the issue, and announced loudly the grouping list for the league has been temporarily finalized. Chu Yu is assigned as the captain of Team 1, and Zhao Su as the captain of Team 2. Gu Han, you will be placed in Team 1. Zhao Su opened his mouth beside her, but hesitated, afraid to challenge Gu Han, fearing he might lose his position as captain. Damn it. Has he really received sponsorship from the Tang family? Gu Han's sudden and deadly poisoning tactics were truly bizarre, and his lizardmen had no confidence in withstanding such an assault. Chu Yu bit her lip, feeling reluctant, but managed to suppress her anger in front of Qin Lin and stepped aside. As the other students gradually dispersed, the training hall became increasingly empty. Qin Lin waved for Chu Yu and Gu Han to come forward. Chu Yu was a student Qin Lin privately mentored, possessing both talent and a good family background. Qin Lin wanted to take this opportunity to mediate and unite the two. Gu Han, I know you held back earlier. Qin Lin got straight to the point. Chu Yu is now aware of your poisoning tactics, so you two should have another simulation match. Exchange insights so you can cooperate better during the league. Chu Yu raised her chin, evidently agreeing. However, Gu Han shook his head without hesitation. No need, tactics are meant to be unexpected. She's not my opponent. He paused, then changed his tone. But Teacher Qin, I do want to challenge you to a match. Qin Lin was taken aback, then laughed in exasperation. You're addicted to seeking out punishment, aren't you? Last time Gu Han had dragged her in as a sparring partner. Although he managed to hold out for a while using the swarm tactics, he was ultimately annihilated by her first-level army. This time is different. Gu Han raised a finger. I want to challenge your second-level army. Upon hearing this, Chu Yu crossed her arms and mocked without reservation. What an overestimation of your abilities. Chu Yu actually knew about Gu Han's last challenge against Qin Lin's first-level army. At that time, Qin Lin had used this matter to admonish her, making it clear that Gu Han's number of insect cultists was astounding. If he spread them out, they could indeed overwhelm her archers. To counter such tactics, she had painstakingly researched a combination of shield, spear, and bow units. But a second-level army was an entirely different concept. Even the ordinary second-level believers had undergone a qualitative transformation in physical capability. Gu Han had no extraordinary believers, relying on those peculiar Ant-Men. How could he confront a second-level army? Ignoring Chu Yu's mockery, Gu Han looked at Qin Lin. Just one match. If I lose, I will immediately rematch with Chu Yu and no excuses. Qin Lin sized up Gu Han. This kid's Divine Nation development always seemed to create unique movements, and she was indeed curious about his current limit of battle power. Alright. Qin Lin walked towards the simulation pod. I want to see what more you have up your sleeve. Get ready. As the pod door closed, the holographic projection lit up once more in the training hall. On the vast simulated plane, radiant lights flickered on Qin Lin's side, revealing 100 burly Halford warriors arranged in neat rows. These second-level Halford stood a full head taller than the previous first-level believers, their bare muscles bulging and veins protruding. They carried battle axes and grips heavy shields, their breaths exuding a palpable sense of pressure. On the other side, Gu Han's camp also emerged. A dark mass, it appeared to consist of nearly 200 Ant-Men. Shu Yu stood outside the field staring intently at the holographic projection, her fists clenched tightly, her breath suddenly halting. At the forefront of these 200 Ant-Men stood dozens of exceptionally conspicuous large figures. They were nearly 2 meters tall, their outer layers covered in flamboyantly dark shells, with heavy carapaces stacked upon one another. What stood out most were their arms, which extended into broad and thick natural shields. As these giant Ant-Men stood there, an incredibly intense sense of oppression struck, hard, wholly comparable to extraordinary level believers. What kind of mutated species is this? Qin Lin transmitted through the channel, her tone tinged with unmistakable astonishment. Guhan did not respond. The forces he dispatched this time appeared on the surface to be a mix of shield Ant-Men and ordinary black Ant-Men, totaling 200. In reality, hidden within the gaps of those large Ant-Men's armor were a full 1,000 nearly invisible hidden. Seeing Guhan remain silent, Qin Lin directly issued orders. The Halfrek army quickly established the most secure defensive formation. The archers in the back immediately knocked their arrows, their strong arms drawing back to form a crescent, their arrows aimed directly at the Ant-Men's camp. Against a second-level army, Guhan certainly wouldn't reuse his previous poisonous tactics. The opponent was prepared, and coupled with the second-level Halfrek's quick reaction speed, the bow and arrows would be intercepted and shot down midair. Charge! Guhan issued a divine command in his mind. Instantly, the Ant-Men sprang into action. Dozens of 2-meter-tall shield Ant-Men did not scatter to shield, but quickly converged towards the center. Their broad shields pressed against each other, locking with the carapace of the other shield Ant-Men. The remaining ordinary black Ant-Men moved with extreme precision, swiftly diving into the interior of this massive shield ball. Within an extremely short time, they seamlessly formed a gigantic perfect sphere. The entire process flowed like water. Throughout the long years in the Divine Nation, the wise teachers had also resolved the issue of shield Ant-Men being unable to close into a perfect sphere, and had practiced this tactic proficiently. The next moment, this massive black shield ball suddenly rolled forward, carrying an overwhelming force, charging straight toward the Halfrek formation. Its size was now as large as the shield armadillo that once invaded the Divine Nation, moving purely in a violent charge without needing to pause and observe. Qin Lin's Halfrek archers immediately released their arrows. The arrows flew swiftly, producing a series of dense metallic clashing sounds. The arrows shot by the second-level believers were immensely powerful, but upon contacting the rounded surface of the shield ball, the majority slid off along the curvature, deviating entirely and failing to land a hit. A few arrows that struck directly only left white scratches and shallow dents on the thick shield, unable to penetrate the defense. Qin Lin exclaimed in surprise, "There's technique involved. You can do it this way." She quickly adjusted her tactics, and the Halfrek army immediately changed formation. The archers and spear soldiers quickly retreated to increase the distance, while the frontline shield soldiers drove their heavy shields into the ground, standing shoulder-to-shoulder, shields touching, bracing firmly at the front to withstand this wave of impact, with the formidable physical strength of the second-level believers. In an instant, the black shield ball, with tremendous kinetic energy, crashed down. With a deafening thud, the Halfrek defense line violently shook. The front few second-level shield soldiers bent their arms sharply, the immense force transmitted through the heavy shield to them, causing their internal organs to churn. The defense line was instantly shattered. Due to the recoil from the impact, the massive shield ball bounced high up, hovering directly above the Halfrek formation. "Open!" Guhan calmly commanded. The ball in midair instantly transformed. The shield Ant-Men all turned their bodies, and the originally interconnected broad shields burst open. With the dual forces of gravity and inertia, the shield ball sprouted countless blades, crashing down into the dense center of the Halfrek formation. The heavy shields, spinning with great force, turned into extremely lethal cutting weapons. Blood splattered. Several second-level Halfrek warriors were cut in half, without even having time to scream. Many Halfreks were directly trampled to the ground by the shield ball, spitting blood and suffering shattered bones. The originally tightly knit Halfrek formation was instantly thrown into disarray by this descending blow. Shu Yu, standing outside the field, gaped, unable to utter a single word. This simple, yet brutally strange charging method completely overturned her understanding of tactical coordination. Inside the simulation pod, Qin Lin gazed at her team suffering heavy losses in an instant. Instead of feeling angry, she was filled with a surge of battle spirit. "You little brat." Qin Lin's voice erupted in the channel. "I take back what I just said. If from now on I'm going to get serious." Halfrek's Qin Lin activated her talent skill. Help me up, help me up. Please collect and comment to urge updates. Thank you all. Additional updates will be provided. 3. The skill Help Me Up was activated, and a strange red light illuminated the Halfrek on Qin Lin's side in the holographic projection. Those Halfreks whose arms had been shattered by the shield armor and bones crushed astonishingly stood upright again. Their wounds continued to bleed profusely, yet their movements showed no signs of delay. Within 5 seconds, all negative effects were removed. Pain was completely blocked, and their mobility was forcefully restored. Suddenly the red light deepened, and the Halfrek let out an enraged roar, its already massive body swelling outward once more with its thick muscles tearing apart the coarse leather armor it wore. The unique, extraordinary trait of the Halfrek race triggered their bloodline frenzy ability when on the brink of death. The wounds rapidly stopped bleeding under the effect of the frenzy, with large areas of skin forming scabs. Guhan watched the data changes on the simulator screen, secretly astonished. Qin Lin's talent skill Help Me Up was simply a perfect match for the Halfrek's extraordinary traits. First, it forced a 5-second extension on life, disregarding pain, then utilized the bloodline frenzy to forcefully restore their injuries. No wonder in the last encounter against Qin Lin's first-level army the opponent flattened him without even using skills. It turned out that the previous attack didn't even force Qin Lin to use her skills. The situation on the battlefield shifted in favor of the Halfreks. They discarded their ranged weapons and shields, drawing heavy, double-bladed battle axes from their backs. Scatter! Guhan commanded in his mind. The massive black shield armor sphere instantly collapsed, and dozens of 2-meter-tall shield armor Ant-Men along with over 100 regular black armor Ant-Men landed, immediately engaging the Halfreks in battle. A heavy battle axe came crashing down with a sound of slicing air. The shield armor Ant-Man in the front suddenly raised both arms, the broad and hard natural shield directly meeting the sharp axe blade. Metal clashed violently against carapace, sparks flying. The battle axe was firmly lodged in the surface of the shield armor, unable to advance even an inch. The shield armor Ant-Man stood firm, its 2-meter-tall massive body withstanding the full force of the second-level Halfrek's frenzy attack, and then it suddenly pushed forward, directly shoving the opposing Halfrek backward repeatedly. Qin Lin let out a gasp in the channel. She never expected that Guhan's bizarre bugs could actually go toe-to-toe with the frenzied second-level Halfreks in sheer physical strength. The shield armor Ant-Men, relying on their exaggerated defenses, were even able to suppress the second-level Halfrek. The remaining ordinary black armor Ant-Men coordinated seamlessly, attacking a single Halfrek in groups of 2 or 3, using agile movements and sharp forelimbs to leave deep scratches on the Halfrek's body. The scene instantly fell into a stalemate. But this balance was soon shattered. A Halfrek, having recently recovered some injuries through frenzy, was raising its battle axe to strike when its body suddenly convulsed violently. Its massive body crashed into the mud, hands tightly gripping its own neck, black blood gushing from its mouth, and nose unable to let out even a scream, before completely losing all movement. Soon after, the second and third Halfreks followed suit. Those Halfreks that had been struck by the shield armor sphere during the charge began to collapse and die one after another. Their deaths were identical to those of the previous batch, led by Chuyu. Qin Lin stared at the rapidly decreasing number of surviving troops, completely stunned. It was poison again. But she had been watching the entire scene. Guhan hadn't let the backline shoot any poison bone arrows. Where was this poison coming from? Guhan sat in the simulator observing the changes in the battlefield, his fingers gently tapping the edge of the poison stings of the hidden armor Ant-Men indeed could not penetrate the tough and coarse skin defenses of the second-level believers, and the extreme poison of the giant ice toad could not cause harm through the surface either. However, that previous wave of shield armor spheres had already left various wounds on most of the Halfreks. Hundreds of hidden armor Ant-Men had long blended into the chaotic melee, using those pre-existing wounds to stab their poison stings laced with giant ice toad venom into the Halfreks. As long as there were wounds, the venom could directly harm the second-level believers. Qin Lin could only watch helplessly as her proud army of second-level Halfreks fell in droves. Even the uninjured Halfreks gradually lost their ability to resist under the assault of the shield armor Ant-Men and black armor Ant-Men, quickly succumbing to poison after being forcibly torn open. 10 minutes later, the holographic projection froze completely. On Guhan's side, half of the black armor Ant-Men were dead or injured, and the shield armor ants were covered in terrifying gashes from battle axes. But on the opposing front, 100 second-level Halfreks had been completely annihilated, with corpses strewn across the ground. Outside the simulation, Chuyu covered her mouth tightly, with both hands, her eyes wide as saucers. She had originally thought Guhan had only defeated her through despicable means, but now, seeing the field littered with the corpses of frenzied second-level Halfreks, she finally understood that Guhan hadn't even exerted a tenth of his strength during their fight. She had even thought about rematching him. Chuyu felt her cheeks burning. She truly wasn't qualified. The door of the simulator popped open. Qin Lin took off her sensory helmet, her usually calm face now flushed red. What a disaster. The dignified class teacher had actually been completely wiped out by a freshman. Fortunately, this was a simulation. The deaths of believers could be reset. If this were in a real Divine Nation battle, this loss would leave her in agony for half a year. Qin Lin took a deep breath and walked out of the simulator, looking at Guhan, who had also exited. Had she known this kid was so formidable, she shouldn't have been so arrogant as to send only 100 people up. If she had sent over 500 second-level believers, sheer numbers could have overwhelmed him. But how could she have known that Guhan had nearly 100,000 capable ant-men in his divine nation? But a loss is a loss. You little brat, how come your bugs have gotten even stronger? Qin Lin stepped forward and slapped Guhan on the shoulder, the force making him grimace. I was careless, so I lost. Qin Lin was straightforward and directly admitted the outcome. You always do big things without drawing attention. From that kind of battle, it's clear that your bug's individual combat capabilities have completely reached the threshold of second-level believers. Plus that kind of unpredictable poison strategy. Qin Lin became more excited as she spoke, hands on her hips. I was originally a bit worried about this professional league. Now seeing your combat power, I can picture our class results. I need to go to the principal soon and propose some conditions. We must secure more resources. Chuyue, keep this under wraps for now. Chuyu nodded, dumbly feeling an indescribable sensation in her heart. This level seemed a bit too fake, no? It should be said that Guhan's level was too abnormal. On a serious note, Qin Lin leaned in closer, sizing Guhan up. Where did you get these exaggerated bug variants? Chuyu nearby also perked up her ears. Guhan scratched his head, feigning a simple smile. I got them from the last time in the otherworld battlefield. It was probably my good luck that they mutated like this. Qin Lin's face twitched, clearly not believing this nonsense. But then again, these were secrets belonging to another's divine nation. Even for a teacher, it wasn't appropriate to pry directly. The two women looked at Guhan with somewhat different expressions at this moment. Qin Lin crossed her arms and reflected on the battle just fought, saying, I underestimated your strength just now. As long as I completely disrupt the Halford formation and avoid direct confrontation with you, your followers won't find it easy to take advantage of the situation. Guhan was equally aware that the MVP of this match, which managed to wipe out the second-tier Halforks, was undoubtedly the venom of the giant ice toad. Although the shield ant's defense was formidable, its attack power still left much to be desired. If they were to engage in a prolonged battle with fully powered second-tier Halforks, even if they ultimately won, the ant army would suffer heavy losses. Qin Lin took a step forward, lowering her voice with a teasing tone. Make sure your friend properly trains this bat. At this rate, she might soon reach the threshold of the extraordinary. Guhan cleared his throat, twice realizing that Qin Lin had already guessed his previous, unfounded friendship. Qin Lin waved her hand, her expression becoming serious. In 2 months, the citywide professional league will commence. Chuyue, you also need to hurry up and enhance the strength of the Halforks. Chuyu nodded repeatedly from the side, as the impact of the recent battle was too great for her. Now her mind was consumed with strategizing how to counter Guhan's ants. Qin Lin continued. In the annual league of Jiangxing University, there are always a few freshmen from wealthy backgrounds. They invest massive resources before even enrolling, and many have second-tier followers by their first year. Last year's batch even included a freak talent with third-tier followers. Upon hearing this, Chuyu was taken aback. She had invested so much only to achieve first-tier followers. Third-tier followers. If they are so wealthy, why don't those big families just buy a few fifth-tier followers for their descendants? It would be a straightforward win. Qin Lin shook a finger. But extraordinary followers are only loyal to their original deity. We cultivate our divine realm with the ultimate goal of gaining the faith power of extraordinary followers. Only the heartfelt faith of followers can nourish the deity, allowing them to attain the extraordinary and transform from mortal to demigod and true god. Purchased henchmen will never give their all, let alone generate faith power. Guhan stroked his chin. Big families will only invest in the construction of the divine realm and species cultivation to enhance the quality of their own followers. Exactly, Qin Lin nodded. Moreover, the competition officials are not foolish. The divine realm scanning system can easily detect that the purchased high-end combat power does not belong to the deity's original species and will be treated as cheating. Hearing this, Guhan felt somewhat reassured. Spending money also has its limits, otherwise the competition would lose all meaning. After leaving the combat hall, Guhan headed straight to the library. Having defeated Qin Lin's second-tier Halfork, he did not allow himself to feel too complacent. The combat effectiveness exhibited by different races and their varied talents and skills could differ vastly. Qin Lin's Halforks relied on bloodline frenzy. If they were replaced with flying races or followers skilled in long-range magical bombardment, the ants' ground tactics would incur a heavy toll. The biggest drawback remained their overly singular attack methods. The ants currently relied entirely on instinctual melee combat, wielding only crude weapons and large mandibles. If they encountered extraordinary beings above first year, it would indeed feel like a futile effort. Ants naturally possess 2 pairs of arms, allowing them to wield more than others. Guhan opened the trading software. He entered weapons and equipment into the search box. Instantly, a dazzling array of products appeared on the screen. At the top row were various firearms, artillery, and even individual rocket launchers. Guhan couldn't help. If I could equip the ants with AKs, what do I need to cultivate immortality for? But when he saw the price tags below, his enthusiasm instantly cooled. A standard automatic rifle cost 10,000 credit points. This didn't even include the ammunition. Ammunition is a consumable requiring even more credit points. More critically, the theory class on the divine realm in middle school clearly stated that purchasing firearms first requires an application for reporting. Furthermore, these firearms are only adequate against ordinary beings once enemy followers step into the extraordinary and undergo a qualitative change in physical attributes. Ordinary bullets would at most inflict light injuries. If the opponent donned a bulletproof vest or armor, the cost-effectiveness of firearms would diminish significantly. Of course, this isn't to say firearms are useless. For example, explosive armor-piercing rounds that can penetrate extraordinary followers' defenses would cost astronomical sums. For now, cold weapons seemed more practical. Guhan scrolled to the cold weapons section, and after much consideration ultimately ordered a batch of heavy equipment. 10,000 greatswords, 10,000 double-bladed battle axes, and 10,000 sets of steel knives. And to ensure the ants could quickly master the use of these weapons, Guhan also spent some money to hire a group of intelligent beings proficient in specialized weapon combat to serve as instructors for the ants. While the equipment issue was resolved, the sense of urgency in his heart did not diminish. After all, the ants were a new species he had created. What if they could never step into the extraordinary? Guhan was accustomed to preparing for the worst. If the path to the extraordinary doesn't work, then I can only push the biological advantages to the extreme. At that point, I'll raise another group of intelligent beings to plan separately. He closed his eyes, continuously reviewing the current troop configuration in his mind. The shield ants could withstand damage and defend, but their bulk made them less agile. The stealth ants were small and hard to detect, suitable only for reconnaissance and coordination with the giant ice toad's poisonous ambush. The black ants were the main force, but lacked the ability to determine victory or defeat on the front lines. It was imperative to research and develop a new type of mutant ant with absolutely terrifying destructive power. Guhan collaborated with the intelligent assistant to search for suitable candidates while rapidly flipping through various biological encyclopedias. Suddenly his gaze landed on a vividly colored image of a deep-sea creature. As he read the description in the book, his eyes instantly lit up. It was a uniquely shaped arthropod with forelimbs resembling two heavy hammers, the mantis shrimp. It belongs to the family of mantis shrimps. After roughly calculating with the intelligent assistant, if this creature were to combine with the ants, its two hammers upon striking would likely exceed the speed of sound, comparable to a bullet being fired with striking force 100 times greater than that of a regular handgun. This is simply a real-life, one-punch man. The intelligent assistant even recommended 3 types of ants with capabilities surpassing that of the mantis shrimp, the curved white ant, the Dracula ant, and the large-toothed fierce ant. Guhan stared at the information displayed on the smart assistant's screen, his eyes growing brighter with each passing moment. At the top of the list was the skewed ant, which had a completely asymmetrical jaw structure, a typical crooked-mouthed warrior. The double jaws strike with astonishing speed, 13 times faster than the mantis shrimp. In moments of danger, the large jaws can spring out like a spring, delivering tremendous power. Second is the Dracula ant, whose jaw closure speed is 10 times that of the mantis shrimp, closing faster than a human can blink, 5,000 times faster. Lastly, there is the big-toothed warrior ant, which possesses a biting force 500 times its own weight. The explosive power at the moment of jaw closure can propel itself several decimeters away. With comprehensive capabilities, it can both attack and escape, excelling in both group and solo combat, with outstanding power multiplier and superior armor-breaking ability compared to the previous 2 ant species. Guhan stroked his chin, his mind already beginning to carefully analyze. In terms of attack power, the mantis shrimp was still the best, while the skewed ant, despite having the fastest jaw strike speed, was not suitable for continuous combat. The Dracula ant had the fastest jaw closure speed, but lacked sufficient strength. Although the big-toothed warrior's statistics were still respectable, when compared meticulously with the mantis shrimp, it still fell short. Just as he was preparing to delve deeper into the species of flight, running and jumping, his handheld device suddenly vibrated. It was a video call from his mother, Tang Yinran. Xiaohan, your dad and I are looking at houses. Your dad wants you to come take a look, and if it seems suitable, well, choose this one. Half an hour later, Guhan took a taxi to the Xinyuan community. This community was considered mid-range in Dongjiang County, with tight security and impressive greenery. As he reached the 3rd floor, and before he could knock, he heard a hearty laughter coming from inside. Guhan pushed the door open. In the spacious living room, Gu Yanxiao was animatedly chatting with a middle-aged man, the two even having their arms around each other. Guhan focused his gaze, his brow slightly furrowed. Why was Zhao Kun also here? Guhan forced a smile, greeting him with a perfunctory tone. Hello, Uncle Zhao. Upon hearing the voice, Zhao Kun immediately turned around, his smile instantly widening several times. He strode over and patted Guhan's shoulder without any pretense. My nephew Han has arrived. You are now quite the figure in Dongjiang County. Zhuer has told me that you are going to participate in the Warrior Professional League, and I've heard that even the core of the Divine Nation has awakened. The future looks promising. Gu Yanxiao scratched his head, laughing broadly. Old Zhao, don't flatter him too much, or he'll be too proud of himself. Isn't Zhuer great too? I heard she's in a class. Zhao Kun waved his hand repeatedly, his expression serious. Old Gu, you're mistaken here. Nephew Han truly has real talent, a genuine genius. Old Gu, you are really lucky to have such an accomplished son. In the future, make sure Nephew Han mentors our Zhuer, and let's all interact more. Gu Yanxiao kept agreeing, looking quite pleased. Gu Han watched his dad's unsuspecting demeanor, feeling speech. Zhao Kun was all compliments, clearly having ulterior motives. Gu Han walked over to Tang Yinran, lowering his voice. Mom, why is Uncle Zhao here? Tang Yinran rolled her eyes, leaning in to whisper to Gu Han. It's because your dad can't keep his mouth shut. Zhao Kun heard about it, and came over to say that the landlord of this community is his acquaintance, and the rent can be calculated at 20 off. Your dad agreed to come look at it, because he thought it would save money. Gu Han sighed inwardly. His dad was probably already blinded by Zhao Kun's small favor, completely forgetting what he had previously told him. Oh well, it doesn't matter. He only felt that Zhao Kun was hypocritical after all he had helped during his dad's toughest times, and there was no reason for his dad to push him away. Fortunately, he hadn't disclosed the matter of the white feather six-winged beast to his dad earlier. Alright, this house looks quite spacious, you guys decide. Gu Han was too lazy to concern himself with such social niceties. He had a lot of matters to handle regarding his divine nation, so he casually found an excuse. I'll head back to pack my things now. Nephew Han, prepare well for the league. Uncle believes in you. Gu Han forced a smile, and immediately turned back home. Gu Han quickly packed his belongings, and tore up the notes left from the previous mixed breeding experiments. During the moving process, he had to prevent the notes from being read, much like most parents would sneak a peek at their children's diaries. Before Gu Han awakened his divine nation, several notebooks outlining development directions had already been browsed. In the coming time, if he wanted to expand the Ant-Man population, he must first focus all his energy on governing his divine nation. In others' divine nations, most god lords can be hands-off. After arranging the terrain, once the intelligent species enter, they would gradually adjust themselves, followed by a long period of evolution, and since they come with their own civilization, there is no need for concern. Gu Han was different. His domain was far too vast. Within his divine nation, not only were there various observation groups for mixed breeding experiments that needed data recorded, but he also had to maintain high-value plants. More importantly, the civilization direction of the Ant-Men needed to be strictly corrected. The batch of intelligent instructors he purchased had already been deployed to the Ant-Men's territory. In the center of the black-armored Ant-Men's tribe, a massive stone slab was erected. A dozen or so intelligent beings clad in animal skins were demonstrating on the ground how to exert force, how to use great swords and battle axes holding branches. Some taught a wild berserker style, while others emphasized guerrilla tactics. There was even one intelligent being passionately imparting the Night Spirit to a group of Ant-Men discussing duel etiquette. Gu Han frowned as he watched. Night Spirit. In a war in the divine nation, talking about Night Spirit was absurd. Heads could be chopped off and kicked like balls. This was the kind of troublemaker Gu Han needed to watch out for, as it could skew the civilization of the Ant-Men. He immediately issued a divine decree and enhanced instructions to all the Ant-Men through the Ant Queen, discarding those flashy theories and emphasizing martial ethics, focusing training on achieving unyielding means, preferably aiming for a single strike to eliminate the enemy. The advantage of the Ant-Men lay in their overwhelming numbers and absolute obedience, and engaging in unknown duels was superfluous. Gu Han directly sold off the intelligent being who preached Night Spirit. After resolving the issue with the intelligent instructors, Gu Han's attention shifted from the Ant-Men's territory to the core planting area of the Divine Nation. The terrain here had already been divided into several experimental blocks. In the widest plot of land, the pure Qi Ling flower seedlings were planted. 100 seedlings in the outer world had grown for only a month, but within the Divine Nation 300 years had already passed. The originally delicate seedlings had now grown into half-meter-tall dark purple branches, with faint spiritual light shimmering on their leaves, releasing a subtle fragrance. Gu Han opened a trading app to check the latest market trends. 300-year-old Qi Ling flower seedlings, due to their scarcity, were in high demand on the market, with individual prices soaring to 20 to 30,000 credit points. If I sell all 100, that would be 2 to 3 million. Gu Han calculated in his mind. Qi Ling flowers, being high-grade divine plants, have extremely high environmental requirements, needing at least 1,000 years to fully mature and bloom. Mature ones are rarely sold. Many people buy seedlings to plant instead. Although matured ones fetch higher prices, Gu Han did not intend to wait. The climate in the Divine Nation had become extremely variable due to extreme environmental conditions. The 7,000-year-old Qi Ling flower parent roots were thick and sturdy, thus were not afraid of such extreme weather. However, this batch of seedlings was too fragile, requiring a significant amount of effort to care for, while the Ant-Man would only tend to the weeds. If he was not careful, this several million worth of assets could perish in the ground, posing too great a risk. It would be better to cash out and clear the land. Aside from the Qi Ling flower, the vast expanse of hybrid Qi Ling grass is truly his trump card. Although its awakening effect is inferior to that of the Qi Ling flower, it is easy to cultivate and matures quickly. As long as a few are planted, it won't be long before they grow densely across the entire hillside. It requires no meticulous care and yields astonishingly high output. For those divine masters who cannot afford divine plants and urgently need to enhance the intelligence of ordinary believers, this is undoubtedly an irresistible temptation. If this item were taken to the outside world, it would surely be snatched up eagerly. After listing the young Qi Ling flower seedlings on the trading platform, Gu Han browsed through the existing Qi Ling plants in the divine realm. He packaged all the plants with mediocre quality and growth routes replaced by Qi Ling grass into cards. Young Qi Ling vine 30 units, unit price of 12,000 credit points. Qi Ling moss 500 square meters, package price of 600,000 credit points. These plants, which have not undergone official grade verification, were all labeled by Gu Han as divine plants. Gu Han closed the product interface and opened the category for divine plants. Grade B, Grade A, Grade S. The further he looked, the more outrageous the prices became, often reaching millions with no upper limit. Some divine plants even have no price listed, only stating trade for items. Ever since he fully developed the Divine Nation, Gu Han discovered that nothing was cheap. He used to think 1 million was a lot. Now upon looking, 1 million couldn't even buy a single plant. Indeed, the higher he aimed to rise, the more it felt like the marketplace was choking him for money. When Gu Han came across a divine plant named Dragon Blood Ancient Vine, the price marked at the bottom of the page made him pause. It wasn't the effect that interested him, but rather its value of 30 million credit points. This was merely a branch, not a complete plant. If high-grade divine plants are worth so much, then if I create a substitute, wouldn't that? Gu Han tapped thoughtfully on his device, seemingly discovering a previously unconsidered path to profit. Relying on the Baiyu six-winged beast could bring in profits, but one cannot rely solely on a single line of income. Once the cooperation ends or the market saturates, the revenue would cease. Taking advantage of the current stable and substantial income, Gu Han could fully invest in some popular and high-value divine plants. With the skill of forced breeding, he only needed to buy one of each type to cultivate new species and open the substitute market. With so many divine master, substitutes would surely be popular. Everyone wants to spend less money. Gu Han already had 3 target divine plants. Grade A divine plant Dragon Blood Ancient Vine, priced at 30 million credit points. Grade A divine plant Demon Essence Fruit Tree, priced at 32 million credit points. Grade S divine plant Spiritual Root Network, currently out of stock, historical transaction price between 50 million to 70 million credit points. The Dragon Blood Ancient Vine has a chance to awaken the ancestral bloodline of half-beasts and can elevate their frenzy to a higher level. Half-beasts have relatively low prices and high combat power, making them a popular race. Thus, the Dragon Blood Ancient Vine is also in great demand. The fruit of the Demon Essence Fruit Tree can enhance a believer's affinity for magic with a low probability, and the magical transcendence path is also a hot topic, hence, it has a significant market. As for the Spiritual Root Network, it goes without saying, it is completely out of stock and rare to find. As long as Gu Han acquires it once the substitute plan emerges, it will definitely become a huge hit. After all, cultivation is an obsession for the Chinese, much like magic's popularity overseas. Gu Han set the trading software backend to automatic reminders and then switched to the biological encyclopedia. With 5 million in funds, he still needed to save for a while before he could initiate. Ultimately, it is still the ant people that determine his combat power ceiling. Battling Qin Lin again had also yielded significant benefits. Poison can win, but one cannot always rely on poison. When facing a race with strong defense that can purify toxins, the killing move of the hidden armor ant people would be greatly diminished. He needed troops capable of directly breaching the front line. Gu Han opened the exotic creatures section to see if any beings from other worlds had better stats than the mantis shrimp. No, when it comes to short-range explosive attacks, the mantis shrimp is still the most formidable. Afterwards, Gu Han selected 3 materials. Swift Step Armor, the strongest short-range explosive speed comparable to airplane speed, suitable for ground assaults. Bombardier Locust, exaggerated jumping ability, longest launch distance, suitable for pursuit and escape. Ghost Needle Dragonfly, strong flight maneuverability, suitable for high-altitude reconnaissance and harassment. He did not hesitate and directly purchased female specimens of the 4 species, spending under 10,000. As he looked at the deduction notification, he couldn't help but recall the lending company muttering to himself. It's been a month with no news. They aren't afraid, are they? You guys hurry up and pressure me hard. Ever since the last failed invasion by the second-level intelligent beings, that company had not made any new probes, and Gu Han found himself a bit unaccustomed. The last batch of second-level intelligent beings and armored armadillos significantly boosted his ant people's strength. If they sent a few more, he could save a lot this time. Unfortunately, they did not come, and he had no way to pressure them. For the sake of the new ant people's quality, Gu Han opened the intelligent being trading page. The price of second-level intelligent beings has always been high. After a long selection, he finally gritted his teeth and bought a second-level male intelligent being with a high physical score. 2 million credit points. At the moment before payment, Gu Han still hoped for another invasion of the Divine Nation, but unfortunately, there was no movement at all. He could only console himself that they were just waiting for the right moment to deliver a big surprise. The new insect species quickly arrived at the Divine Nation, and Guhan no longer grouped them for cultivation as he had before. During this time, he had figured out a rough but effective synthesis pattern. Step 1. Designate the species and combine it with intelligent beings, with the goal not being the direct production of a finished product, but rather aligning the insect organs and humanoid structures on the same line. Step 2. Select from the first generation the insect people that can still move, normally possess budding intelligence, and have organ structures close to expectations. Step 3. Combine the insect people with the ant queen, leveraging the ant queen's reproductive ability to pile the possibilities through quantity. Step 4. Find individuals from the vast number of offspring. As long as the quantity is sufficient, one can always filter out 1 or 2 usable specimens. Although this method consumes a lot of resources, it is the most convenient and time-efficient, requiring less effort and observation. Taking the mantis shrimp as an example, after forced breeding with second-level intelligent beings, the first batch of embryos had many issues. Some had colorful exoskeletons, but could not support walking. Some only retained the shrimp structure and twitched outside of water, while others didn't even maintain a humanoid form. Guhan was already accustomed to it, waiting for batch after batch of offspring to be born and selecting suitable shrimp people to breed with the ant queen. The consumption of the mantis shrimp lineage was far greater than he had anticipated. Among the initial 3,000 offspring, 80% leaned towards the shrimp form. They had thick shells and shrimp hammers, yet could not survive on land. It wasn't until 7,000 offspring were born that Guhan finally selected some satisfactory individuals. One of them was an ant-man nearly 1.6 meters tall. Its head retained the features of a shrimp, with 2 compound eyes occupying the sides of its head, and its mandibles were underdeveloped, giving it weak biting power. The torso was structured like an ant, and its shell displayed a colorful iridescence. Originally it had 4 arms. The lower 2 were similar to those of a human, while the upper 2 were robust with hammer-like ends usually curled up against its chest. At first glance it appeared as if 2 massive shells were growing from its chest, and it was capable of being both aquatic and terrestrial, which greatly pleased Guhan. Soon a shielded Ant-Man engaged in offense and defense experiments with this new type of Ant-Man. The shielded Ant-Man raised its shield arm, sinking its body down to protect itself with the thick shield in front. The new type of Ant-Man approached to within half a meter, and upon hearing a loud bang, it retreated a few steps. In contrast, the shielded Ant-Man slid back several meters, a noticeable dent appearing on its shield arm. Guhan raised an eyebrow and used his intelligent assistant to check the status of the shielded Ant-Man. Left shield arm has a minor fracture, shell damaged, but can recover. Yet the shielded Ant-Man did not rise. Guhan frowned and asked the intelligent assistant to check again. Chest cavity impacted, internal organs damaged, immediate treatment required. Guhan couldn't help but gasp in shock, quickly arranging for other Ant-Men to carry the shielded Ant-Man away for treatment. If Qin Lin's second-level half-beast were struck by such a normal punch, even in a bloodline frenzy, it would likely explode on the spot. Yet the bloodshot eyes were filled with joy. It worked. After 3 days it finally succeeded, and its power exceeded his expectations. It should be noted that even second-level half-beasts might not be able to breach the shielded Ant-Man's defenses, let alone inflict serious injury. After all, this creature had a shrimp head, so Guhan named the new Ant-Man Ant Fist Shrimp Man. He then began to arrange for the mass breeding of Ant Fist Shrimp Men as the main force. Next came the Swift Armor Ant and Bombardment Locust. Guhan chose to base the synthesis on the Stealth Armor Ant. The Stealth Armor Ant was small, capable of invisibility, but its biggest problem was insufficient speed, making it weak in both assault and retreat. The Swift Armor Ant and Bombardment Locust addressed this shortcoming. Ultimately, Guhan decided to carry out multi-race fusion with the Stealth Armor Ant, even incorporating the Ghost Shuttle Dragonfly. One might wonder why not include the Mantis Shrimp as well. It could, but it was unnecessary. The Stealth Armor Ant was already extremely small, and adding a shrimp hammer would not yield effective damage, which would instead complicate the formation process. This multi-species fusion ultimately took Guhan 2 weeks, equivalent to 140 years in the Divine Realm, to complete. They remained small in size, with stronger, longer legs and joints more suited for running and jumping, and a pair of thin wings folded beneath another pair of shell-like wings. The shell still retained its invisibility capability, though the shape was no longer humanoid. Fortunately, their minds were preserved and their intelligence remained adequate. Invisibility allowed them to traverse complex terrain in a short time. After launching a venomous sting attack, they could quickly leap away, and in emergencies they could even fly at high speeds. The entire Stealth Armor Ant population underwent iteration, becoming more suited for ambush and reconnaissance. The Black Armor Ants all upgraded to flying variants, filling the gap of the absence of an air force in Guhan's Divine Realm. Under Guhan's intervention and the ample supply of food, the Ant-Man population experienced an unprecedented population explosion. The Ant Queens tirelessly produced, and the new generation of main force soldiers rapidly took shape. Ant-Fist Shrimpmen and Shielded Ant-Men became the absolute core of the Divine Army. These two major troop types perfectly complemented each other in offense and defense, dominating everything on land. Due to the Ant-Fist Shrimpman's integration of aquatic biological genes, they even possessed formidable underwater combat capabilities, becoming a truly amphibious army. In the sky, tens of thousands of flying black armor ants darkened the horizon. Guhan tailored exquisite light short bows and long spears for them. This group of Air Force no longer engaged in close combat, but focused on high-frequency fire suppression and poison arrow coverage from the air. Once the Legion was formed, the plains and snowy regions could no longer accommodate all the Ant-Men. The underground was nearly hollowed out, and Guhan issued a divine decree for territorial expansion. Excluding the small black ants, the combat class Ant-Men had approached 300,000. They were divided into two torrents surging towards the oceans and deserts of the Divine Realm, ready to launch an official attack. In the ocean area, the sea captives that had troubled the initial experimental Ant-Fist Shrimpmen were about to face annihilation. A massive sea captive floated in the water, its numerous tentacles wrapping around the Ant-Fist Shrimpmen at the front of the formation. The flying black armor ants provided ranged arrow support to suppress the tentacles, while the remaining Ant-Fist Shrimpmen took this opportunity to evade the tentacles and approach its transparent crown head. Suddenly the sea erupted in flames, as if explosions were occurring underwater. Even though the crown head of the sea captive was soft and not under pressure, it was still ruptured by the high temperature and shockwave, its massive body being pushed back several meters like a rag bag, all its tentacles thrashing uncontrollably. Before long, the massive body of the sea captive floated on the water's surface, battered and torn, with some areas charred, having lost all signs of life. This soft-bodied, multi-legged creature released paralyzing toxins, without the hammering attacks of the Ant-Fist Shrimpmen, creating cavitation effects, rapidly compressing the water to form vacuum bubbles, collapsing and releasing high temperatures and shockwaves. Ordinary physical attacks posed no threat to such soft-bodied creatures. What was initially thought to be the most challenging enemy, the sea captive, was ultimately conquered by the Ant-Men. On the other side, the desert area was equally predictable. The sandworms, which liked to ambush hidden beneath the sand, could not breach the defenses of the shielded Ant-Men, and were turned into mush by the group attacks of the Ant-Fist Shrimpmen as soon as they exposed themselves. The Ant-Men rapidly expanded their territory, and aside from the volcanic high-temperature regions, all other areas had been thoroughly conquered by the Ant-Men. Guhan overlooked the Ant-Men as they expanded their territory. The new generation of Ant-Men was indeed formidable, and the enemies that previously might have caused them much suffering were now no match for them, yet his brow remained furrowed. The overall strength of the Ant-Men was indeed strong, having advanced to a new level, facing even second-level extraordinary beings with no pressure. However, there were still no signs of breaking through to the extraordinary within the race. He focused his gaze on the divine structure blessing of the Sacrificer, which had undergone large-scale propagation of the small black ants over this period with generations of sacrifices. A level divine structure blessing of the Sacrificer. Current probability of breaking through to the next level of extraordinary 0.102-15698. Blessed race Ant-Men. This has a 0.1 breakthrough rate, yet there has been no movement. Could it be that the Ant-Men truly cannot advance? Guhan rubbed his temples, feeling a mix of hope and anxiety. If they couldn't step into the extraordinary, it would mean that all of Guhan's substantial investments in the Ant-Men, in the Xinyuan community, Guhan and his family finally moved out of their previous small house. Their new home is still a 3-bedroom apartment, but the area is several times larger than before. Gu Yanxiao and Tang Yanran have both resigned from their jobs and are now tidying up the things they brought over in the living room, with bursts of laughter echoing occasionally. Guhan locked himself in his room, sitting at his brand-new gaming desk. He had been troubled for many days about the inability of the Ant-Man tribe to transcend the ordinary, and was planning to log into the local deity forum of Jiang City to take a look. To obtain resources, resolve difficulties in the Divine Realm, or make quick money, the forum is the best channel. As he clicked in, a prominently pinned post on the homepage caught his eye. Jiang City War God Bounty List updated. Newcomers dominate the rankings. Guhan clicked on the post. The list was densely populated with dozens of names, including black households, wanted criminals, and debtors listed by loan companies. The person ranked first had their name bolded and highlighted in red. Codename Jiang City Loan King. Total debt 130 million credit points. Bounty amount 50 million credit points. Defeat his Divine Realm and retain the core of the Divine Realm identity unknown. The bounty provider only offers the coordinates of the Divine Realm and assumes no other responsibility. Participants take their own lives in their hands. What the hell, over 100 million? How did a sole proprietor manage to take out such a loan? Which platform has such audacity? I wonder if Fangxin Loans would put me on the bounty list as well. Guhan gazed at the top of the list, pondering deeply. He continued browsing the trading and messaging sections of the forum. Suddenly, an anonymous post published just a few hours earlier caught his attention. Internal news. Underground black match is set to open soon. Prize pool features rare S-class divine plants. Guhan straightened his back and clicked on the details. Indeed, the Grand Champion reward included an S-class divine plant. When he saw the reward details, Guhan's breath momentarily stopped. It was actually the Spirit Root Net. This item has been out of stock in the marketplace for years, yet here it was. With it, the Ant-Man tribe members who lack spirit roots could gradually improve their physiques, meeting the conditions to step into the realm of cultivation. If the Ant-Men still cannot break through to the extraordinary, their only path to transcendence would be to obtain the Spirit Root Net and pursue cultivation. Is this news reliable? A netizen asked in the post. The poster replied it's genuine. It said that a certain prominent family in Jiang City is offering it as a lure to attract powerful deities to invest. Let's see what's going on. Guhan clicked on the anonymous link attached below the post. After a few page redirects, the screen suddenly went completely black, followed by a blood-red countdown appearing. 3 days remaining. Below were dense explanations of the competition rules. Guhan scanned through them line by line. The competition had restrictions for deities, only allowing those below the demigod level to participate. This meant that powerful elders could not personally enter the fray to help their juniors seize rewards. The participants would all be below the demigod level, with the highest in the divine realm being level 4 extraordinary life forms. The most critical point was that this was a real coordinate war which could result in the deaths of believers, and even the divine realm's environment could be damaged. The competition was divided into 2 phases. The first phase is a preliminary elimination round requiring participants to win 10 consecutive matches to earn the qualification to compete. The second phase is the defending match. A champion will be randomly selected from the participants who must provide a one-time accurate coordinate of their divine realm. Participants will rush to enter the divine realm coordinate and attack the champion until one side concedes. The champion must provide another one-time coordinate for the participants to continue their assault, with no time to rest. This is truly a war in the divine realm. The defending match tests the foundations of the divine realm. For many deities who treat their believers as treasures, this is undoubtedly a significant psychological barrier. But Guhan wasn't afraid. His divine realm was unafraid of invasion. As he continued reading, Guhan paused his movements. To ensure the event is not hindered by official intervention, the entire process is conducted on encrypted software, with participants remaining anonymous, ensuring a high level of confidentiality. The problem lies in the defending match of the second phase. This match will be live-streamed across the internet with encryption, which complicates matters, causing Guhan's brows to furrow. Ant punch, shrimp people, black armor ant people, hidden armor ant people, shield armor ant people. These are all bizarre hybrid species that he cobbled together. In all of Jiang City, no, perhaps in all of humanity, he might be the only one who possesses them. Once these troops appear on the live stream, any major force with a little effort could easily uncover his real identity, which is no different from directly revealing his ID number. Moreover, live streaming the second defending match means he cannot use skills to fend off powerful invaders when his divine realm is invaded. Otherwise the effects of his skills would be publicly revealed. Should he abandon the competition? But the Spirit Root Net was right in front of him. If he missed this opportunity, who knows when he would encounter it again. The Ant-Man tribe cannot remain stuck at the ordinary life form stage, otherwise all prior investments would. Guhan had no choice. He was determined to participate. At worst, he would exhaust the energy of his divine realm to secure the championship. As long as there were surviving Ant-Men, he could quickly restore his original military strength. After much contemplation, a bold idea emerged in Guhan's mind. Perhaps he could use this opportunity to make a significant profit, while also diverting others' attention. The profit model of the black match organizers primarily relies on taking a cut from the betting pool and ultimately selling the champion's contact information to those major forces looking to recruit the champion, ensuring unquestionable confidentiality. With proper handling, he could not only obtain the Spirit Root Net, but also leverage his champion status to work on his own profit-making plan. Resolute, Guhan began frantically searching for the entry point of the black match on the forum. These underground organizations hide extremely well. Guhan was required to change over a dozen proxy IPs. After that, he cracked 3 layers of verification codes and spent 2 credit points to buy a temporary referral code on the black market, finally managing to download the encrypted software named Abyss Arena. Skillfully ignoring the risks, he continued the installation. After completing it, he opened the interface, which had a very simple and understandable UI consisting of only red and black colors. Please enter your nickname. The username needed to be somewhat confusing. Guhan thought for a moment, typed a few strokes on the keyboard, and uploaded an avatar of a little yellow chick with a middle part. Riding grandma across the road, clicked confirm. In the homepage activity bar were various events including gambling and yellow crab sections. Guhan selected Jiang City, found the relevant events, and clicked to register for the competition. Please upload your divine realm's one-time coordinate. After uploading, your qualification to participate will be locked and cannot be changed. Guhan communicated with his divine realm and generated a temporary coordinate valid for only 7 days, uploading it into the software. Registration successful. Please wait for the preliminary matching in 3 days. Wish you a pleasant life. Wishing everyone a happy Dragon Boat Festival. Thanks for the urging support, but the Book City really doesn't allow viewing constantly cutting traffic. There are hardly any new readers left. Collecting comments to urge updates, data, is good, the platform will recommend it. I want to transcend those who survive the black matches are never newly awakened students, or teachers like Qin Lin. To vie for Strength Divine Flora, many even higher seasoned veterans stuck at cultivation bottlenecks, paying exorbitant sums. 3rd and 4th tier believers. Guhan murmured to himself. With the overwhelming numerical advantage of his 300,000 Ant Warrior Legion, and the terrifying explosive power of the Shrimp Fist Warriors, he could likely overwhelm 3rd tier believers through sheer force alone. But what if he faced 4th tier adversaries? A dozen or so would pose no insurmountable challenge. But should their numbers swell into the hundreds, victory would no longer be assured. At the 4th tier, supernatural beings undergo a qualitative leap in physical resilience and regenerative capacity. Conventional firearms would barely scratch their hides. Even the Shrimp Fist Warriors' supersonic punches, capable of piercing such defenses, would prove futile against hordes of 4th tier believers. His entire legion of 300,000 would be slaughtered within moments. He had to elevate his combat strength significantly within 3 days. Guhan closed his eyes, sinking his consciousness into his divine realm. Within its vast plains, an endless sea of ant warriors bustled ceaselessly. At the realm's heart stood a colossal nest where dozens of massive queen ants lay prostrate upon the ground. Faint waves of heat shimmered around them, their abdomens rhythmically contracting and expanding. They were cultivating the heaven-devouring bloodline art, a technique that after generations of relentless refinement had finally reached minor mastery under this generation of queens. Guhan sensed it clearly. The vitality of the queen's eggs had doubled, yielding foundational ant warriors with superior physiques and thicker, harder carapaces. Even with their body cultivation art nearing completion, they still haven't unlocked a path to transcendence. That is deeply anomalous, Guhan observed, sweeping his gaze across the nest. The heaven-devouring bloodline art had vastly enhanced the ant people's physical constitution, propelling their corporeal strength beyond mortal limits. Yet something vital remained missing. With no further progress possible, through conventional cultivation only one recourse remained. Guhan willed himself into the divine realm's exclusive cultivation zone. Sequestered apart, the soil here glowed deep crimson. Fields of grass-like flora swayed in the wind, their leaves etched with innate dark golden patterns. Hybrid variant Battle Emblem Divine Grass, a substitute strain Guhan had forcibly bred using a Brank divine plant. The authentic Battle Emblem Divine Grass commanded prices exceeding 1 million credits per specimen. When consumed during molting, it granted battle emblems that dramatically amplified defense strength and other core attributes. Though the hybrid variant fell short of the original in efficacy, it compensated with staggering yield and extraordinary hardiness. Guhan had long withheld mass distribution to his ant warrior legions. The current batch had taken nearly 5 centuries to mature. Fully grown ant warriors possessed hardened, immutable carapaces. Ingesting the grass elicited no effect. The grass's potency activated only during juvenile development, specifically during molting and growth phases, when battle emblems could form. 3 real-world days equated to 30 years within the divine realm, precisely 1 full generation of new ant warriors. A thunderous proclamation erupted across the heavens of the divine realm. Instantly silence descended upon the ant territory, every ant warrior ceased labor and bowed low toward the sky. Henceforth all newborn combat units shall be fed battle emblem grass. The divine edict resounded. Tens of thousands of worker ants surged into the cultivation zone, wielding razor-sharp blades to harvest the grass with meticulous care, then ferried it ceaselessly to the hatcheries. The hatchlings devoured the grass ravenously, golden luminescence rippled across their pale, fleshy bodies. Though current reserves sufficed for only several generations, Guhan immediately tasked his AI assistants with accelerating propagation. 2 days later, Guhan re-entered the divine realm. On the training grounds, 2 generations of ant warriors conducted joint drills. On the left stood the elite veterans, carapaces, jet black arms thick as pillars. On the right marched the new generation bearing battle emblems, no longer uniformly black, but overlaid with intricate dark golden sigils across their chitin. An elder Shrimp Fist warrior struck first. His right arm mace whistled violently through the air. The battle emblem shield ant warrior neither dodged nor retreated, raising his left arm shield to meet the blow heated. The impact reverberated through the air, sending visible shockwaves rippling outward, while the dark golden emblems across his carapace blazed brilliantly, instantly dispersing the kinetic force throughout his entire frame. That single strike, powerful enough to shatter steel plates, left only a faint white scar upon the shield's carapace. Ordinary shield ants couldn't withstand even one blow from a Shrimp Fist warrior. This demonstrated a quantum leap in defensive capability, one capable of absorbing concussive shockwaves and searing heat alike. Testing the battle emblem Shrimp Fist warriors was unnecessary. Their uncontrolled strikes risked killing comrades outright. Guhan watched, deeply satisfied. More crucially, these emblems exhibited extraordinary force of dissipation against physical impacts. Was this not transcendence itself? Guhan silently challenged the void. Gazing down upon the assembled legion, its ranks gleaming with dark golden emblems, Guhan drew confidence from its composition, primarily Shrimp Fist and Shield Ant warriors numbering 10,000 strong. In just 72 hours, his divine realm's martial might had undergone a metamorphosis. With this 10,000 strong battle emblem legion as his foundation, he now dared confront any fourth-tier believer force, so long as it lacked truly aberrant power. On the third night, Guhan dined early, then locked himself inside his bedroom. He powered on his handheld console, launched the Abyss Coliseum application, and linked it directly to his divine realm. A line of blood-red text flashed across the screen: identity verification successful. Welcome to the Abyss, contestant, riding grandma across the road. Total registered contestants approximately 241,000. This tournament employs a consecutive victory format. The system randomly matches opponents. 10 consecutive wins guarantee advancement. Defeat results in immediate disqualification. Guhan arched an eyebrow. Such a ruthless format permitted no margin for error, naturally allowing repeated attempts until 10 consecutive victories would inflate the final qualifying pool. 3-second countdown. Matching your first-round opponent. The central wheel spun wildly, flashing grotesque avatars and nicknames. Seconds later, the wheel halted. The Abyss Coliseum loading interface flickered, and Guhan's consciousness descended upon a desolate battlefield plain. Gigantic characters hung suspended midair, riding grandma across the road versus inexperienced stepmother. Guhan's consciousness descended upon a desolate battlefield plain. Guhan could not discern the true appearance of the other party, only seeing a vague shadow. The others seemed to be sizing him up as well. Every beginning is difficult. To be safe, we should launch a full-scale attack. With a thought, Guhan opened the passage to his divine realm. After all, losing one match meant elimination, so there was no need to hold back. He had to bring out all his assets from the start. The opposing side was equally resolute, flashes of light flickering in succession. A row of elegantly marching elven warriors clad in exquisite light armor emerged. A total of 1,000 level 2 elven archers and 300 level 3 elven sword and shield warriors formed a well-organized formation radiating an extraordinary aura. This lineup would be a favorite to win, even in a city-level professional student competition. Guhan merely raised his hand and snapped his fingers. In the next second, the space behind him rippled violently. The grinding sound of chitin scraping was overwhelming, like a tsunami surging forth. A dense swarm of black-armored ant-men took to the skies, obscuring the light of the heavens like a gathering storm. On the ground, it resembled a vast ocean of black metal, with shielded ant-men lined up neatly, their heavy shields smashing into the earth. With a deafening roar, the front line standing firm like a city wall. Following closely were the vivid, multicolored ant-fist shrimp, wielding various heavy weapons, a massive swarm advancing ominously. The sky and ground were filled with ant-men. Aside from the invisible ant-men, there were easily around 100,000 soldiers blocking half of the battlefield on Guhan's side. The elven warriors on the other side, who had initially been spirited, suddenly froze. Many elven archers trembled as they gripped their bows, feeling fear in the face of a monstrous tide. Though this group of monsters did not exude an extraordinary aura, the ostentatious shielded ant-men's imposing shield shapes, along with the hovering black-armored ant-men in the sky, were enough to render anyone breathless. The elven warriors gasped in despair, their voices trembling. This is too terrifying. How can we fight this? Guhan was about to issue an attack order when the system prompt suddenly sounded. The elven warriors have chosen to surrender. Riding grandma across the road wins current consecutive victories won. This person didn't even have the courage to test the waters and fled outright. Guhan shrugged and continued to match. It made sense. In a consecutive victory system, excessive losses were the worst. Even if the opponent thought they could win facing an enemy of Guhan's scale after the battle, there probably wouldn't be many of the 1,300 elves left, making the next match impossible. Less than a minute after exiting the battlefield, the system matched successfully again. Riding grandma across the road versus sword pointing at the stars. The opponent summoned 500 level 3 wise men, all sword cultivators. Level 3, and still sword cultivators. Guhan's first reaction was that he had to acquire this batch of genetic stock. The ant-men might possess sword cultivator talent, perhaps even having spiritual roots. His eyes turned red with greed as he dispatched 100,000 ant-men, even ordering to capture some alive at all costs. After seeing the appearance of Guhan's ant army, sword pointing at the stars was silent for 5 seconds before decisively choosing to surrender. Is that it? Still a sword cultivator, not even having the courage to fight. Guhan felt a great sense of disappointment. In the third round, he matched up with The Chief Calls You for Dinner. The Chief Calls You for Dinner directly summoned 20,000 level 2 goblins. The goblin race is also a rapidly breeding species, with their numbers being their biggest advantage. Before encountering Guhan, they had also intimidated a few opponents into surrendering with sheer numbers. Winning without bloodshed greatly boosted his confidence, and he even called out from afar at the start, "My goblin army is equally effective with both genders. If you do not want to." His words were abruptly cut off as Guhan's 100,000 ant army appeared. The opponent left behind a remark, "What kind of ridiculous matchmaking system is this? Is the system targeting me?" He decisively chose to withdraw. Guhan was left puzzled, wondering what was wrong with that person. In his divine realm, Guhan was bored, having won 3 consecutive matches without losing a single soldier. The sheer numerical advantage of 100,000 was magnified infinitely here. Most of the divine lords participating in such black matches had strength, and no one would consider these monsters which lacked any extraordinary traits weak, nor would anyone be willing to pit their divine realm's foundation against a swarm of insects. The countdown reset. The 4th match was successfully matched. Riding Grandma Across the Road vs Raging Tyranno Warrior. The environment changed to a marshland. The opponent's phantom flickered, accompanied by a series of roars. 20,000 level 2 lizardmen emerged from the muddy waters, followed by 5,000 massive level 3 lizardmen wielding heavy bone clubs. Given this setup, the opponent seemed to have brought a field resource card into battle. This lineup was stronger than the previous 3. Raging Tyranno Warrior spoke in a sharp male voice, "Old Granny. Even bugs that haven't reached the extraordinary level are useless no matter how many there are." He clearly felt that his extraordinary beings were numerous enough, and no matter how many Ant-Men Guhan had, they would be mere fodder. Let alone over 20,000 extraordinary beings against 100,000 ordinary insect tribes. The advantage is mine. The lizardmen's scales have extremely high defense, ordinary swords and knives cannot break through, and these insect tribes might not even be able to penetrate their defenses. All troops charge. The opponent roared. The lizardman army brandished their weapons, trampling through the muddy waters like a green mudslide, rushing toward the Ant-Men's position. Guhan's spirit lifted. Finally, there was someone willing to fight. Battle pattern shield soldiers prepare to engage. Battle pattern ant fists prioritize exterminating level 3 extraordinary beings. Others will intercept level 2 extraordinary beings. Guhan issued the order. The marsh was not deep, yet it hindered the Ant-Men from moving as freely as the opponent. The frontline battle pattern shield soldiers slammed their shield arms into the marsh, the dark golden battle patterns instantly connecting as one. The level 3 lizardmen clawed fiercely, smashing their bone clubs down onto the shields. The dull sound of impact echoed throughout the marsh. Raging Tyranno Warrior initially believed that this charge from the level 3s would be enough to tear apart the opposing formation. But the next second he was stunned. Those shielded Ant-Men not only did not take a step back, they withstood the heavy blows of the level 3 lizardmen. The club struck the shields, leaving only a faint smudge. The immense impact seemed to be completely absorbed by the patterns on the shields. This is impossible. How can the level 3 lizardman's power not break through? Before he could react, a flurry of shadows shot out from the gaps between the shielded Ant-Men, moving as fast as lightning. They were several battle pattern ant fists, shrimps their height of 1.60 meters, making them appear as a group of children gathered around, barely reaching knee height. The level 3 lizardmen looked on with disdain. Suddenly a few explosive sounds rang out. One of the level 3 lizardmen's knees buckled backward, their legs smashed to a bloody pulp, their body losing support and collapsing to the ground. Their eyes bulged, the proud scales shattered like brittle shells, and black blood mixed with bone fragments gushed forth. What the hell is this? The Raging Tyranno Warrior was taken aback. The attack frequency of the ant fist shrimps was absurdly high, their hammers striking like pile drivers. A barrage of rapid strikes. The supersonic heavy fists relentlessly pounded on the level 3 lizardmen. The scene was nothing short of gory, ultimately erupting in clouds of blood mist after continuous heavy hits, reducing them to unrecognizable forms. The shrill screams filled the air. In a matter of moments, over half of the level 3 lizardmen were dead or injured, and the level 2 main force was completely tied up, unable to provide timely support. Raging Tyranno Warrior hurriedly activated the skill-weakening marsh, causing a wave of black gas to emanate across the battlefield, making all the Ant-Men within the marsh feel their state halved. The battlefield situation instantly reversed. The lizardmen seemed completely unaffected. Many ant fist shrimps were sent flying by the level 3 lizardmen wielding heavy bone clubs. Thankfully, the shielded Ant-Men provided timely support, but the ant army began to suffer minor casualties. That sharp voice of the tyrant warrior rang out again, grating to the ears. "Kik. Country bumpkin, have you never seen such a spectacle? A bunch of worthless bugs die." This was the reason the opponent deployed a resource card at the start of the game. This swamp must amplify the effects of his skills several times. Can the competition still be played this way? It completely exploits the loopholes in the game mechanics. This is practically a battle in the opponent's divine realm. The Tyrant Warrior continued to spew trash talk, clearly venting the anger of the severely injured level 3 lizardmen. Look at you still not using your master skills. It seems these monsters were created by your innate skills, right? TSK Tisk, is this all? A trash talent paired with trash species, not even extraordinary. Trash is just trash. Guhan clenched his fists. The Ant-Man had never been able to reach the extraordinary, and he was equally furious at this foul mouth. On the battlefield, the level 3 lizardmen swung their massive bone clubs using the slippery advantage of the mire to charge to the front lines quickly. They leapt high using the force of their descent to slam the bone clubs down hard on the shielded Ant-Man's giant shield. The dull sound of impact echoed repeatedly. Several shielded Ant-Men shook violently. The dark golden battle markings on their bodies erupted with blinding light, forcibly dissipating a large portion of the impact. However, several ordinary shielded Ant-Men spewed blood from their mouths and noses, green bodily fluids seeping from the cracks in their shells. Yet they did not retreat an inch. Seeing this scene, Guhan felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. These were the units he had painstakingly built up over a long time, effort and credit points, and they were far from worthless. This cannot continue. The collective weakness drastically reduced the fighting power of the Ant Army. There was no need to directly confront the level 3 lizardmen, so Guhan immediately issued a divine edict. Tactical change. Battlemark Ant Punch Shrimp bypassed the front line and prioritized clearing the level 2 lizardmen. Shielded Ant-Men, Black-Shelled Ant-Men, Titan formation, abandon counterattacks, and focus on defense to hold off the level 3 lizardmen. On the battlefield, the Ant Army immediately changed formations. The Black-Shelled Ant-Men, hovering in midair, folded their wings. Their ant bloodlines were the purest, and for the sake of their kin, they were willing to sacrifice themselves to buy time for their comrades. One by one, the Black-Shelled Ant-Men opened their forearms, tightly clinging to the heads of the level 3 lizardmen, blocking their line of sight. The lizardmen, enraged, grabbed down and tore them all apart. Ants. Ha. The Tyrant Warrior found it amusing. Initially, when he saw the Ant-Men change their battle line, he thought it was a tactic, but it turned out to be a death sentence. Before his laughter faded, a sudden change occurred. On the flank of the line, dense, dark, golden phantoms rushed across the surface of the mire. The Battlemark Ant Punch Shrimp had already reached the rear of the lizardmen formation under the cover of their comrade. Ordinary Ant Punch Shrimp could not deal with the level 2 lizardmen when weakened, but those with battle markings were different. Even when weakened by skills, they still delivered a punch each. The sound of explosions was incessant, the hard scales instantly caved in, and the sound of broken ribs was clearly audible as the level 2 lizardmen were knocked flying, crashing heavily into the mire and twitching twice before falling silent. The formation of level 2 lizardmen collapsed like a field of wheat being harvested. The super-speed heavy punches of the shrimp were immensely powerful, and the level 2 lizardmen could not withstand them at all. In just a few minutes, 20,000 level 2 lizardmen fell in a large area. The Tyrant Warrior's eyes widened in fury, roaring for the level 3 lizardmen to return for support. But at this moment, the level 3 lizardmen had already been tightly entangled by a group of fearless Ant-Men. The level 2 lizardmen were the foundation he had spent over a decade cultivating, many of whom were just one step away from level 3. Stop! Stop! Don't hit anymore. The Tyrant Warrior was utterly panicked, his voice trembling. No more fighting. I concede. I surrender. The system prompt sound immediately followed. The opponent has initiated a surrender request. Do you accept? Guhan snorted coldly. Before the match began, a unilateral withdrawal was indeed effective. Once the fight started, it could only end if both sides agreed. He directly ignored the request box. Surrender? I do not agree. Guhan coldly issued the command, kill them all. Are you insane? The Tyrant Warrior cursed loudly. We're all here to make money. There's no need to make it so absolute. They'll pay you. Stop hitting. 5 million credit points. No 10 million. As long as you agree, you'll transfer it immediately. Seeing Guhan remain unmoved. Is 10 million not enough? 20 million. They'll give you all the money in my account. The Tyrant Warrior's voice was already tinged with tears. Cultivating 20,000 level 2 followers and several thousand level 3 followers had cost him too much effort. If they all died here, his Divine Realms followers would be utterly wasted, and even his life level could be affected. This is 20 million. Enough for you to buy an upgrade Divine plant outside. Guhan's finger hovered over the control panel as he stared at the green blood and broken shells scattered on the ground. How many Ant-Men had he lost due to the lizardmen's advantage in the terrain? He felt the pain as well, but it couldn't just end like this. Money. He currently did not care about this money at all. You exploited the loophole in the terrain card and talked so much trash. Oh, wasn't that demeanor just now quite impressive? Why have you wilted? Guhan retorted without holding back. That was strategy. This is a rational use of the rules. The Tyrant Warrior shouted. But you have successfully angered me. Guhan directly clicked the reject key. Surrender request has been denied. You bastard. I remember your ID. Just wait for me. Guhan couldn't be bothered to listen to his nonsense, and directly blocked the opponent's voice. This person's skills had indeed disgusted Guhan. If he let him go today, once he recovered his energy, he might encounter him in reality in the future. To ensure he would never encounter him again, he decided to completely incapacitate him. Kill them all. Avenge our fallen comrades. Guhan issued the final command once again. He didn't even harbor the thought of capturing a level 3 lizard man alive. On the battlefield, the ant army erupted with earth-shattering roars. The battle-mark Ant Punch Shrimp, having finished off the level 2 lizardmen, immediately turned and converged into an unstoppable dark golden torrent charging towards the surrounded level 3 lizardmen. In the face of absolute numbers and extreme individual burst skills could not save the lizardmen from their dire situation. Thousands of level 3 lizardmen were completely overwhelmed by the swarm of ants. In the mire, only the piercing cries and explosive sounds remained until the opposing army was completely wiped out and the software prompt sound rang out. Victory. Current consecutive wins 4. This battle had been incredibly frustrating. He had the intelligent assistant compile the battle report data. Out of 100,000 ant army, nearly 30,000 had been lost in this battle, not counting the accidental injuries among the hidden shell ants and the chaos. Disconnecting from the abyss arena, Guhan returned to his divine kingdom, letting out a sigh of relief. Facing a melee opponent, Hedon, the war pattern shield ant, and Antfish Shrimp were undoubtedly the best offensive and defensive combination. However, once confronted with a large-scale debuff skill, like the weakening marsh, numerical monsters would be countered. The numerical advantage of the ants was significantly diminished, leaving them to fill the gap with their lives. Group weakness is truly nauseating. Guhan rubbed his throbbing temples. The war pattern grass was his last trump card, and he still felt it was somewhat inadequate. He was uncertain about the strength of a level 4 believer and felt quite uneasy. The time limit for the first round of the elimination match was a full 7 days. He had no intention of continuing to clash Hedon. Until his forces were fully replenished, the risk of matchmaking was too great. He directly issued a divine edict allowing the Ant Queen to lift restrictions and reproduce at full capacity, aiming to fill the battle losses within these 3 days. To be safe, he must enter the next match with a fully equipped army. Perhaps he would encounter an opponent willing to surrender without a fight. On Saturday afternoon, in a practical theory class, Guhan sat in the back row of the lecture hall, propping his chin with one hand. He was completely unable to concentrate. Today, the homeroom teacher Qin Lin was absent, and he missed the chance to engage with her. As soon as the class bell rang, his classmates scattered around him, afraid of being associated with him. Chuyu walked over from the front holding 2 bottles of energy drinks and handed one to Guhan. Guhan, I want to ask you something. They say your ants are from an alien race. Is that true? Ever since Chuyu learned about Guhan's true strength, she no longer had any intention of practicing with him, but was instead very curious. Guhan didn't stand on ceremony. He took the drink and gulped it down. He had indeed heard some rumors. Ever since the Divine Kingdom War practice sessions, those classmates had been thoroughly dominated, and no one wanted to practice with him anymore. There were even whispers that he was from an alien race. He had indeed heard some rumors. Ever since the Divine Kingdom War practice sessions, those classmates had been thoroughly dominated, and no one wanted to practice with him anymore. There were even whispers that he was practicing with this bunch of classmates is completely a waste of time. They can't even gather a few level 1 believers, which does nothing to enhance the strength of the ants. His mind was consumed by the final defense battle of the black match. He had already suffered considerable losses in just the 4th round of the elimination match, and the opponents he would face afterward would definitely be stronger. He urgently needed to know the true strength of a level 4 believer. Among those he knew, only his homeroom teacher Qin Lin had a level 4 believer, but she was absent today. As Guhan walked, he typed and sent Teacher Qin, "Are you free today? I want to practice with you." Qin Lin replied, "Busy person, am I not living my life? Usually I have to watch over your classes. If I take a leave, I still have to accompany you for extra practice." Guhan, it's not for nothing. I have a few spirit awakening grasses that can enhance a believer's intelligence. I'll gift them to you as a reward. The message box flashed. The other party is typing several times repeatedly, and it took a full minute before Qin Lin's response finally came. Qin Lin, where did you get so many strange resources? You are indeed investing. I really want those divine plants, but I have something to do today, let's postpone it. The black match was happening in just a few days. After resting, he had to continue fighting. Guhan didn't want to miss the chance to compete for the spirit root connection and could only shamelessly persist. What is it? I'm quite anxious. Qin Lin sent a meme of a panda person carrying a 4-meter-long sword. It's a matchmaking event, big brother. Can you be as anxious as I am? My mother arranged 4 or 5 matchmaking candidates for me in one go, and I have to meet them all today. It's driving me crazy. She quickly sent another message. Qin Lin sent another meme stating, I have an idea, right? You can help me sabotage it. As long as you can get me out of it today, I'll accompany you to battle tonight. We can stay up all night. Guhan looked at the words on the screen and felt that this was completely not a problem. Guhan, you said it, this is easy. Just gather all 4 or 5 of them at the same table. Qin Lin, you are truly a genius. If my mother finds out I did this, the password to my house will be changed tonight, and I won't even be able to go home. Guhan, then bring your mother along too. Qin Lin, are you a carbon-based life form? You were supposed to save me, not send me to my doom. Guhan, alright, I'll assist you. Send me the address, rest assured, I will definitely mess it up. Qin Lin, you better. However, your words sound quite strange. The address has been sent to you, Blue Mountain Cafe, on Haiban Road. Hurry, and come to the rescue. Guhan glanced at the location and directly took a taxi to Haiban Road. 15 minutes later, Guhan pushed open the glass door of the Blue Mountain Cafe, and the vintage brass bell above the door rang out a crisp sound. There weren't many people in the shop. Guhan's gaze swept over the rows of booths and quickly locked onto his target in a corner by the window. Qin Lin had specifically dressed up today, wearing a fitted black coat over a light yellow top, with a white pleated skirt below. Her short hair was casually tied back, showing hints of a mismatched style, but without looking awkward. However, her expression was one of helplessness, propping her chin, with one hand her gaze fixed on a dog by the roadside outside the window. Sitting opposite her was a young man in a tailored suit, his hair neatly styled. He held a coffee cup in hand, speaking animatedly. Guhan walked over quietly, and just caught the words of the suited man. Miss Qin, I think we are quite compatible. My family runs 2 divine resource trading companies with an annual turnover of over 10 million credit points. Although you are just a university teacher in a county which lowers your career potential, I don't mind. After marriage, you can resign from your teaching job and focus on managing the household for me. My divine kingdom has already cultivated level 2 believers, and in 2 years I will push for level 3. Oh, and Qin Lin finally pulled her gaze from the dog and forced out an extremely unappealing smile. Mr. Wang, my divine kingdom currently has level 4 believers. The suited man's words came to a sudden halt, his hand holding the coffee cup froze in midair, and his face, but he quickly cleared his throat twice, trying to regain his composure. Having a girl with high combat power isn't necessarily a good thing if it can lead to a lack of gentle temperament. Our family places more emphasis on. Guhan could no longer listen. It seemed this man was persistent, and he needed to take decisive action. He strode forward, directly pulling out the chair next to Qin Lin and plopping down. The loud noise interrupted the suited man's speech. The suited man frowned, looking Guhan up and down in his extremely ordinary casual wear. Excuse me, sir, this seat is taken. Are you sure you sat in the wrong place? Qin Lin's eyes lit up at the sight of Guhan, ready to play along. Guhan didn't even glance at the suited man. He turned to Qin Lin, his tone laden with reproach. Didn't the doctor say that the fetal signs are unstable in the first 3 months? Your mother disagrees with me. Oh, we can show her the pregnancy test report. From now on I will take care of you. I don't associate with these dubious people anymore. At that moment the air in the entire cafe seemed to freeze. Qin Lin stared blankly at Guhan, feeling a sudden ringing in her ears, nearly slipping off her chair. She pressed her hands tightly against her face, the flush creeping through her fingers and spreading down to the nape of her neck. This guy must be toxic. I asked you to stir the pot, not to cut off my lifeline. You've ruined my reputation. Qin Lin's mind was screaming, realizing she had made a hasty decision in seeking out Guhan. The man in the suit was initially stunned for a few seconds, then began to scrutinize Guhan from head to toe. At 18 or 19 years old, dressed in ordinary casual, where he looked like a naive youth just entering society. Who's not being serious? The man in the suit scoffed, tugging at his tie. You haven't even grown hair, yet coming here to act like a big shot. Miss Qin, you don't need to resort to such tactics to test me. This is a friend you brought, right? The acting is too Just as Qin Lin was about to put her hands down and smooth things over, Guhan completely ignored the man in the suit. He got up, abruptly grabbing Qin Lin's arm and pulling her up with a slight force. Let's go, don't pay attention to this average guy. Guhan pulled Qin Lin toward the entrance with decisive strides. Let go of my daughter. Qin Lin, you stop right there. A powerful voice suddenly boomed from a hidden booth near the window of the cafe. Upon hearing this voice, Qin Lin shivered and instinctively released Guhan's hand. Mom. She widened her eyes, staring at the middle-aged woman who was quickly approaching, utterly stunned. The newcomer removed her mask and donned a pair of black-rimmed glasses. While her features bore some resemblance to Qin Lin's, her aura was of an entirely different dimension. Guhan paused, glancing back and saying, You really called your mom here? Shut up. Qin Lin exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration and turning to her mother. Mom, you actually followed me secretly and monitoring my blind date. Qin's mother smirked, stepping forward to glare at Guhan. If I hadn't come, I wouldn't have known you already have a child. You've really grown some skills, Qin Lin. As she said this, Qin's mother shifted her tone. Where did you find this wild boy to accompany you in this act? As the situation threatened to spiral out of control, the few remaining customers in the cafe began to peek over, and some even pulled out their phones. Guhan remained unfazed. He scanned the surroundings and pointed to a nearby spacious 4-person table. All right, stop standing here and making a scene. As he spoke, Guhan naturally pulled out a chair and sat down, casually snapping his fingers. A staff member hiding behind the bar peeked out. Get a cappuccino for my aunt. Guhan waved to the staff and turned to the still-standing Qin's mother. Annie, let's sit down and talk first. Making a loud scene isn't appropriate considering your status. Qin's mother was taken aback by Gu Han's assertive demeanor, and the anger she had prepared was forcefully suppressed. She cast a suspicious glance at Gu Han, but still pulled Qin Lin to sit down. The man in the suit left on the sidelines hurriedly walked over and took the remaining empty seat, trying to regain the initiative. Making a loud scene isn't appropriate considering your status. Qin's mother was taken aback by Gu Han's assertive demeanor and the anger she had. The man's expression stiffened, but with Qin's mother present he forced a smile and nodded ill pay. The four sat down, and the atmosphere turned a bit strange. Since he had agreed to help Qin Lin thwart the blind date, and with her mother present he would resolve it all at once to avoid future arrangements for blind dates that would waste his practice time. Just as Qin's mother was about to start questioning, Gu Han took the initiative. He dropped the earlier nonchalant attitude and put on a sincere expression. Auntie, I truly apologize for earlier. My name is Gu Han, and I am actually her suitor. I saw how annoyed she was being pestered by this gentleman earlier, so I deliberately exaggerated to make him back off. Please don't be upset, it was all my decision, don't blame Qin Lin for it. Qin Lin opened her mouth. She originally wanted to say that Gu Han was her student, but the words caught in her throat. What nonsense is Gu Han spouting? A suitor? Could he be serious? In her daze, Qin's mother shot a sidelong glance at Gu Han, her expression still unfriendly. I knew it was an act. Qin's mother snorted coldly, sizing up Gu Han's attire. Suitor, how old are you this year? What do you do? With your conditions, what makes you think you can pursue my daughter? Seizing the opportunity, the man in the suit straightened up. He adjusted the hem of his suit jacket and approached Qin's mother with a flattering smile. Annie, today's young people are just too reckless. The man in the suit paused and deliberately raised his voice a little. Auntie, I own 2 companies with annual sales exceeding 10 million, and I have 2 fully paid properties in the city center. If Miss Qin were to be with me, she would certainly not suffer. Upon hearing annual sales exceeding 10 million, Qin's mother's previously tense expression relaxed considerably. She put on a smile, her tone softening. Oh dear, I'm so sorry, Mr. Qi, for causing you embarrassment today. This girl has been spoiled by me and doesn't understand things. Not at all, Miss Qin is just being true to herself, Mr. She responded, clearly pleased. However, Qin's mother shifted her tone, her smile fading slightly, her gaze sharpening. Mr. Qi, with 2 companies and annual sales in the millions, do you pay your taxes on time and in full? Mr. Qi's smile abruptly froze. He never expected the conversation would jump from blind dates to audits. I do pay. Mr. Qi stammered. I heard Annie works at the official tax bureau, and your professional integrity is truly admirable. As long as you file taxes on time, that's good. There's a strict crackdown on tax evasion now, Qin's mother added nonchalantly, then turned her attention back to Gu Han. Mr. Qi has annual sales of 10 million, what about you? Qin's mother looked at Gu Han, her tone somewhat casual. You say you're a suitor, how do you plan to support her? Do you have a car? A house? A company? Gu Han picked up the latte that had just been served and took a slow sip. He had been on blind dates in his previous life, but at that time he had indeed been stumped by such questions. I have none of that. Gu Han set down his cup, his tone calm. I'm still a freshman in college. Moreover, Qin Lin is— As soon as he said this, Qin Lin felt a buzzing in her head. This guy was simply a demolitions expert. Qin Lin screamed in her heart, please stop talking. Gu Han, your antics are driving me insane. Forget it, if I'm going to die, let it be quick. Dying early leads to rebirth. She took a deep breath, preparing to reveal the whole truth, thinking that being scolded by her mom was better than continuing to die socially here. Just as Qin Lin was about to speak, Gu Han casually added, but my daily sales are less than 2 million credit points. The breath Qin Lin had just inhaled caught in her throat, and she began to cough violently. Daily sales of less than 2 million. What did you say? Qin's mother's voice rose by 8 degrees. A student. Daily sales of 1 million. What kind of business can generate 1 million a day? Is this income legal? Driven by years of tax work instinct, Qin's mother's professional illness flared up. Young man, you can eat recklessly, but you can't talk recklessly. Daily sales of 1 million. Have you paid your taxes? Is this income personal or business? Can you provide proof? A series of soul-searching questions bombarded him. Mr. Qi chuckled from the side. Annie, do you really— A freshman with daily sales of less than 2 million. Even $100 would be less than 2 million. If he can provide proof, he'll eat this coffee cup. Gu Han raised an eyebrow, ready for a confrontation, and gave Mr. Qi a mysterious smile. He rummaged through his pocket and pulled out his Divine Master handheld device, opening the second-hand trading app. Auntie, this platform deducts fees, so it should count as having paid, right? Gu Han said while skillfully navigating to the order page. He flipped the screen of the handheld device towards Qin's mother, displaying a series of high-end ecological consulting transactions showing daily trade amounts exceeding 1 million. The rows of eye-catching transaction successful notifications along with a long string of zeros behind them left Qin's mother gasping in shock. Qin Lin also leaned forward with a curious expression. Her gaze fell upon the lines of red text stating Advanced Ecological Consulting and the daily settlement summary exceeding 1 million. She pointed at the handheld device in astonishment, her finger trembling. This. No. Mister. She, witnessing the mother-daughter duo's reactions, tugged at his tie, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, and grabbed a tissue to wipe it off. Just a moment ago he had boasted that as long as Gu-han provided evidence he would eat his coffee cup. Gu-han pressed the lock screen button, tucked the device back into his pocket, and spread his hands. Teacher, I'm done pretending. I'm laying my cards on the table, Gu-han said casually. The displeasure on Sheen's mother's face vanished, replaced by unmistakable admiration. She cleared her throat twice and assumed an elder's authority. Little Gu, your situation is quite special. Although the platform deducted some fees according to our tax laws, such high personal business income still needs to be reconciled at the end of the year. You will need to pay a portion of personal income tax, don't take it lightly. Gu-han nodded repeatedly. He put on a look of someone being taught. Annie is right, I'm still a student, and don't understand these things very well. I will have to trouble Auntie to guide me in settling the taxes. I absolutely cannot cause trouble for the country. Well said, well said. You should. Sheen's mother instructed Gu-han on what to do. Her impression of him greatly improved. 18 or 19 years old, looking decent, and making $1 million a day. She suddenly felt that the name Gu-han sounded somewhat familiar. Sheen's mother turned to Sheen Lin, who was still in a daze. Girl, how have I heard you mention this name before? What did he do? Sheen Lin snapped back to reality and quickly replied, Mom, he is the one I mentioned to you earlier, the student who forced the Ministry of Education to revise the exam score line. He even beat me in the previous battle against the Divine Kingdom and won 1,000 credit points from me at the start of the semester. Right? Look at my memory. I said a young person who can alter the Ministry of Education's policies is certainly not an ordinary individual. Oh, my, truly a promising youth. Mister. She stood awkwardly to the side, not daring to speak. Sheen's mother stood up and adjusted her clothing. The smile on her face was hard to conceal. All right, I won't interfere too much in your young people's matters. I have a meeting at the bureau, I will take my leave. You two carry on. Annie, take care. Gu-han stood to see her off. He didn't forget to turn and look at Mr. She. He raised an eyebrow and indicated the coffee on the table with his chin. Mr. She, it's time to settle the bill. Sheen Lin hasn't agreed to me yet. You better show your charm. There might still be a chance. Mr. She gritted his teeth, his chest heaving violently, unable to utter a word. He could only dejectedly wave at the waiter to settle the account. Little did he expect that Gu-han would return directly, grab Sheen Lin's arm, and walk out, leaving him alone in a state of confusion. The two sat in Sheen Lin's silver floating car. As soon as the door closed, Sheen Lin retaliated with a punch, landing solidly on Gu-han's shoulder. You really mean it, huh? Sheen Lin glared, the flush on her cheeks still unwaning. Making $1 million a day? You turned out to be a hidden nouveau riche. You've left me completely flabbergasted with all this. Gu-han rubbed his shoulder and coughed twice. I did it to achieve the desired effect. I helped you solve the problem all at once, so you won't have to go on blind dates for a while. You can use me as a shield for now. Sheen Lin shot him a displeased glance, her heart racing. She leaned against the driver's seat, stealing glances at Gu-han's profile. A shield. It sounded easy, but she still had to face her parents' questioning when she got home. This guy was just talking about pursuing someone inside, and he said it so naturally. Could it be that he really has feelings for me? Sheen Lin's mind was a chaotic mess. No, I'm the teacher, he's the student, even if there's only a 7 or 8 year age difference. If this gets out, how will others in the school perceive me? But he does seem quite unusual. From being forced into the key class as a clever student based on grades, Sheen Lin's impression of him underwent multiple changes. If he really confesses, how should I refuse? Would a direct rejection hurt his self-esteem? What if he becomes disheartened and it affects his studies? Sheen Lin vigorously shook her head. What are you even thinking? Buzzing. The vibrating sound interrupted her while she fumbled to pull out her handheld device and open the screen. It was a voice message from her mom. She pressed the device against her ear to listen, only to find that it automatically connected to the car's sound system. Suddenly Sheen's mother's voice echoed in the car. You little girl, I canceled all the blind dates behind your back. This boy is a potential stock. You better seize the opportunity and don't let him slip away. Age is not a problem if he doesn't understand. You take the initiative. This young man is best to grasp. Sheen Lin felt a rush of blood to her head, her cheeks burning, and hurriedly pressed the lock screen button, gripping the handheld device tightly, her expression extremely peculiar. This is so embarrassing. The car fell silent, as if a pin drop could be heard. She took a deep breath, forcing her racing heart to calm down. Turning her head, she looked at Gu-han, her lips moving. The atmosphere had reached this point. As should she just directly ask him? Ask him how much of what he said in the cafe was true and how much was false. If he really has that intention, it would be good for her to prepare mentally in advance and nip this in the bud. Gu-han. Sheen Lin just began, her palms sweating. This is a good thing. Gu-han directly interrupted her, wanting to ease her embarrassment. Sheen Lin was taken aback. Since Auntie isn't forcing you to go on blind dates anymore, then your time is completely free. Quick, let's hurry to the school comprehensive training hall. There's a simulation terminal there. Oh, we should go practice now. You promised to accompany me all night. Sheen Lin's face revealed an expression of grievance as she gritted her teeth and spat out 2 words. Gu-han. Huh, what's wrong? Gu-han looked completely puzzled. Nothing. I just want you to fasten your seatbelt. Qin Lin slammed the accelerator and sped away. A few minutes later, the floating car came to a sudden stop in front of the university's comprehensive training hall. As the evening approached, the students had long since finished their classes. Guhan hurriedly made his way to the central simulation pod. He knocked on the pod door and urged, "Turn it on, Teacher Qin, let's make haste." "Are you sure you want me to go all out?" Qin Lin stepped to another simulation pod. Even in a simulation, death will still inflict psychological trauma on the believers. "Yes, I want you to give it your all." Guhan settled into the pod. All battle believers, including the level 4 believers, leave none behind, do not hold back at all. Qin Lin did not try to persuade him further. She understood Guhan's character. From what had just happened, she already knew that Guhan was not short of money. It was no surprise that a student who could earn $1 million a day had some hidden cards up his sleeve. Moreover, his believers were definitely not simple. The two donned their sensory helmets, and the terrain randomly generated an open plain. Qin Lin swiftly dragged the holographic panel to directly connect to the Divine Kingdom and summoned her entire army. Over 30,000 Halferks appeared out of thin air on one side of the plain. Among them were 20,000 level 1 believers, 10,000 level 2 believers, and 2,000 level 3 believers. At the very center of the formation stood 100 level 4 Halferk archers, each wielding a heavy skeletal longbow, exuding immense pressure. Qin Lin's strength was undoubtedly formidable. At 26 years old, she was just a step away from being a demigod, and her skill Lift Me Up was highly compatible with Halferk's. Had she awakened her core back in the day with her talent, she would have likely become a deity by now. "It's your turn," Qin Lin communicated through the channel. Guhan did not waste words and connected to the Divine Kingdom to summon his believers. A swarm of black insect-like creatures instantly filled the other side of the plain, visibly numbering around 90,000 Ant-Men. In just one day, the Ant-Men had increased their ranks by 20,000 new troops. Qin Lin felt her scalp tingle at the sight. This was truly his full strength. "Time is of the essence, let's go to war." Guhan directly issued the charge order. 90,000 troops surged forth like a massive black tide, crashing toward the Halferk camp. Guhan did not employ the previous fear tactic, but chose the most direct approach. "Fire!" Qin Lin reacted swiftly, and she also instructed her believers to spread out, preparing for Guhan to initiate the shield ball again. 100 level 4 Halferk archers simultaneously drew their skeletal longbows, straining the bowstrings to their limits. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 100 arrows tore through the air, emitting piercing shrieks as they shot towards the front line of the Ant-Men. The battle pattern shield Ant-Men raised both arms in unison. The dark golden battle patterns glimmered faintly, attempting to absorb the impact. Bang, bang, bang. The violent sounds of collision echoed. The battle patterns did indeed absorb some of the force, but the foundational destructive power of level 4 extraordinary bodies was simply terrifying. The sound of cracking shells reverberated. Dozens of battle pattern shield Ant-Men had cracks on their arms and chests. Some were struck repeatedly by arrows, their shields shattered in an instant, and pierced through, propelled backward by the massive kinetic energy for over 10 meters, impaled into the ground. After just one round of volleys, a gap appeared in the front line. Guhan frowned tightly. This destructive power was simply uncontainable. Change formation. Guhan shifted to a micromanipulation perspective. The battle pattern Ant Punch Shrimp charged from the flank, their supersonic heavy punches directed at the Halferk camp. A level 3 Berserker had his ribs broken in one punch, flying backward. However, when the battle pattern Ant Punch Shrimp reached the front of the level 4 archers, the situation changed. The archers replaced their longbows with broad swords, swinging them down in a reverse grip. The blade clashed against the shrimp hammer. The level 4 believers staggered back 3 steps. The sword broke, and even their arm was shaken, causing blood vessels beneath the skin to rupture, yet they sustained no fatal injuries. Rage. Qin Lin seized the opportunity to activate her racial talent. Simultaneously, the Lift Me Up skill aura descended. The wounded archers wound, instantly stopped bleeding, their muscles surged, doubling their speed and strength. With one kick to the Ant Punch Shrimp's abdomen, they sent it flying. As the orc activated rage, Guhan's forces began to rapidly dwindle. Qin Lin did not give Guhan a chance to regroup. She scattered all 30,000 Halferks, constantly pulling and devouring the Ant-Men on the plain. 30 minutes later, the last shield Ant-Man on the sand table was brutally dispatched by a flurry of axes. The battle concluded. Guhan's entire army was wiped out, while Qin Lin had over 1,000 level 2 believers and more than 30 level 4 believers remaining. Qin Lin exited the immersive perspective, removed her sensory helmet, and gasped for breath. "Guhan, you truly are a monster." She was genuinely impressed. Guhan had only awakened his Divine Kingdom for just over 2 months, and had awakened his core for a little over a month. These 90,000 bugs, lacking even extraordinary traits, nearly exhausted the foundation she had painstakingly built over several years purely through their physical strength. Especially those battle pattern believers who were less than 1.60 meters tall, one punch from them had the destructive power of a level 3 believer and could even injure a level 4 believer. If given a little more time, she feared she wouldn't even see Guhan's taillights. Not enough. Guhan stared at the settlement panel, his voice heavy. With such strength, going to the Black Tournament would simply be a death trap. If he encountered a large number of level 4 believers there, how would he fight? Let's go again. Guhan reloaded the sand table. Still fighting. Qin Lin was taken aback. Reset. The second simulation battle began. This time Guhan attempted to use the hidden armor Ant-Man to poison, specifically targeting the level 4 archers. However, the poison resistance of the level 4 archers was indeed quite high. Qin Lin promptly used skills to let the believers' bloodlines rage and restore their conditions. 20 minutes later, Guhan was once again obliterated. In the third round, Guhan attempted an aerial assault. In the fourth round, he restructured the sphere tactic. Without exception, all failed. The suppression of level 4 believers was too strong, coupled with Qin Lin's rich command experience, which did not give Guhan any openings to turn the tide. It was 9 o'clock at night. Qin Lin rubbed her sore neck, gazing at the simulation pod across from her. Guhan, take a break. Your troop composition has reached its limits. Oh, challenging above your level is inherently difficult, and you are challenging me at level 4. No response came from the simulation pod. Guhan had his eyes closed, mentally replaying the first 4 clashes. Where was the breakthrough point? The arrows of the level 4 archers could not be directly resisted, so he must not let them output for too long. Guhan suddenly opened his eyes and rapidly tapped on the control panel. 5th time begin. The battlefield reloaded once more. The moment the countdown ended, Guhan issued entirely different commands from the previous 4 times. Normal shield Ant-Man, form small shield balls, intercept all level 2 Halferks. Black armored Ant-Man, take to the skies, target the level 4 archers directly above. Battle pattern shield Ant-Man, battle pattern Ant Punch Shrimp, form a charge formation. On the plane, 10,000 normal shield Ant-Man formed around 100 shield balls, charging towards the Halferk camp like an unstoppable force. Meanwhile, in the sky, tens of thousands of black-armored Ant-Men flapped their wings, creating a dark cloud as they soared over the Halferk defense line, hovering above the archers and harassing them with arrows. Useless, just aerial targets. Qin Lin immediately issued commands. Archers engage in aerial combat. Level 3 believers hold the line to stop the shield balls from advancing. Arrows surged upward like a flood. The black-armored Ant-Man's defenses could not withstand the arrows of level 4 believers, but their flying ability was sufficiently agile. They scattered and regrouped in the air like a school of sardines. Puff, puff. Those black-armored Ant-Men caught midair that couldn't dodge, exploded in bursts of green blood. Now, fold your wings and dive down. Guhan gritted his teeth and shouted. All black-armored Ant-Men, like missiles, folded their wings and plummeted straight down, crashing into the archer formation along with green blood. The wide insect wings interlocked with each other, blocking all views ahead. On the ground, the battle pattern shield Ant-Men formed sharp conical formations, charging against the massive axes of the level 3 believers, crashing into them despite their shells cracking, pushing forward relentlessly. The battle pattern shield Ant-Men carved a bloody path through the defense of the level 3 believers. But the real killing move was still behind. The battle pattern Ant Punch Shrimp leaped off the shoulders of the battle pattern shield Ant-Man, gaining momentum with each. In the preceding moment, just before the rain of black-armored Ant-Men was about to hit the ground, and the archer's visibility was about to recover, the first battle pattern Ant Punch Shrimp leaped over the heads of the level 3 berserkers, smashing directly into the heart of the archer formation. Its twin hammers charged in midair, generating a sonic boom. Everything happened too quickly. Qin Lin's eyes widened in shock, completely unprepared for Guhan's final wreck. Watching the dark golden meteors crashing into the level 4 believer camp like a torrential rain, she immediately shouted, "Everyone retreat and defend. Activate Bloodline Rage." But it was too close. Thousands of battle pattern Ant Punch Shrimp were already inches away from the archers' faces. The frontmost level 4 archer hurriedly raised his skeletal longbow to block. To the tens of thousands of readers, thank you for your support. I feel very energized. Let's maintain this momentum and push for 100,000 readers. Hey Race, the extra update. Please urge me with comments and reviews. I need to get back to writing now. Bang. The white bone great bow could not withstand even a second under the assault of the twin hammers, instantly exploding into a shower of bone shards. The level 4 Halferk archer's eyes bulged, and before he could make his next move, 3 battle pattern Ant Fist Shrimp had already pounced from different directions. The supersonic heavy punch, accompanied by a piercing sonic boom, struck solidly against his head. His head split open like a melon, akin to vibrant flowers blooming continuously at the center of the battlefield. Go berserk. Quickly. Qin Lin shouted anxiously, simultaneously casting the skill, "Help me up," across the field. Unfortunately, those level 4 Halferks with their heads blown off could only be helped back to their headless corpses. This was the only method Guhan had devised after observing for a long time to restrain Qin Lin's Halferks. Those level 4 followers who had narrowly dodged the first wave of airdropped attacks immediately discarded their broken bows and drew their broad swords, their eyes turning crimson as as they entered a frenzied state. The level 4 Halfric's bodies swelled dramatically, muscles bulging as their injuries healed rapidly. The broadsword swept horizontally, directly severing two battle-pattern ant fist shrimps in half. But it was futile. More battle-pattern ant fist shrimps charged forward, relentlessly disregarding the broadsword's slashes, completely abandoning defense, and resorting to a life-for-a-life strategy to eliminate all level 4 Halfric's as quickly as possible. In less than 3 minutes, 100 level 4 archers were brutally crushed to death by the sheer numbers and continuous hammering of the battle-pattern ant fist shrimps. With the firepower suppression of the level 4 followers lost, the remaining battle-pattern ant fist ants, under the cover of shield-armored ants, slaughtered through the Halfric line as if they were tigers entering a flock of sheep, causing it to collapse completely. Although 90,000 troops suffered more than half their losses, the remaining ants had completely fallen into a frenzied state of slaughter, their battle formations and rhythm undergoing a complete transformation as they surrounded, divided, and strangled the remaining Halfric's. Warning, all your followers have perished. Simulation battle concluded. The system's notification echoed in Qin Lin's ears. Guhan let out a sigh of relief and glanced at the settlement panel. Out of 90,000 troops, only over 8,000 large ants and more than 70,000 concealed armored ants survived. It was a tragic victory. The cockpit door slowly opened. Guhan removed the sensory helmet, rubbed his stiff neck, and turned to look at the adjacent cabin. Qin Lin abruptly yanked off her sensory helmet, her short hair sticking to her cheeks with sweat. She held onto the edge of the door with one hand, gasping heavily, her chest rising and falling violently. Guhan, you really are a monster. How could you win against me? Qin Lin stared at him, her tone revealing an unmistakable shock. She had just felt that suffocating sense of, Teacher Qin, you didn't go easy on me, did you? Guhan stood up, stretching his sore shoulders. It just feels like your command was a beat slow during that last charge. I went easy. Qin Lin's voice rose a few notches. I even drained my skills. Your bugs fell from the sky, obstructing my vision, while the others stacked up for a forced advance. By the time I reacted, it was already too late to defend. Still not enough. If there were more level 4 followers, my life-for-life strategy would definitely not suffice. Teacher Qin, let's have another round this time. Try a different defensive formation. As he spoke, he turned around and was about to sit back in the simulation pod. Stop, stop, stop. Qin Lin grabbed his arm, waving her hands repeatedly. Just spare me. Guhan looked back at her. Qin Lin pointed at the holographic clock on the wall. It was 9:30 in the evening. Why are you pushing yourself so hard? Qin Lin sighed and let go. You're already quite impressive. After all, I am a teacher on the verge of advancing to demigod status. I exerted all my strength, yet I still got flattened by you. What more do you want from a freshman who has just awakened for over 2 months? Guhan glanced at the clock and realized it was already so late. Unbeknownst to him, Qin Lin had accompanied him in an intense battle for over 4 hours. In that last battle, he had not won easily at all. It had been a costly win, using ordinary followers' lives to exchange for the opponent's high-end combat power, and he had only managed to finish off the battle with the remaining troop advantage. In a real Divine Kingdom, such battle losses could be said to have depleted one's foundation. However, for Guhan, troop numbers were not an issue, their breeding speed was there. The real problem was that the upper limit of military power was insufficient, the output was lacking, and the defense was inadequate. Qin Lin's strength was quite high. Her Halfric's could fully trigger their extraordinary traits due to their skills. But in the final arena competition, there would definitely be stronger Divine Lords, or even more terrifying races. Guhan, coming from Blue Star in his past life, had been deeply fascinated by the Divine Kingdom system since childhood, which was also the main reason he ranked first in cultural subjects countywide. He would never feel superior just because he had achieved such results at the beginning. The more the Divine Kingdom developed, the more Guhan felt his strength was lacking. What are you daydreaming about? Qin Lin waved her hand in front of his eyes. Guhan snapped back to reality. I was thinking that the ordinary followers relying on physical strength to compete with the extraordinary ultimately have their limits. The attack and defense of level 4 extraordinary beings, along with their recovery capabilities, can no longer be easily balanced by mere numbers. He paused and looked at Qin Lin. Qin Lin observed his thoughtful expression and slightly raised her eyebrows. Are you thinking about how to help your followers quickly enter the extraordinary stage? Guhan nodded slightly in affirmation. His development of the forced breeding skill resulted in his approach being completely different from others. However, he still lacked sufficient knowledge to understand how the extraordinary emerged among Divine Kingdom beings. The theoretical courses in school were very shallow, with many core secrets held by higher-ups. Seeing him like this, Qin Lin suddenly smiled. She walked over to the sofa in the rest area, crossed her legs, and found a comfortable position to lean back. Pour me a glass of water. Qin Lin tilted her chin. Guhan walked to the water dispenser, filled a cup with warm water, and handed it over. Qin Lin took the paper cup, took a small sip, and then spoke slowly. Although your followers have not yet entered the extraordinary, their overall power is already extremely outrageous, even surpassing my level 3 followers. This could be an advantage, but also a limitation. Guhan had thought about this as well. After all, the ants were all hybrids of level 2 intelligent beings, but he did not want to give up the current ant physique and start over with ordinary intelligent beings unless that route proved completely unviable. He pulled over a chair and sat down. I've read all the materials in the school library. They say it relies on the natural evolution of the divine kingdom environment, but the cycles are too long. That's written for ordinary students. Qin Lin placed the paper cup on the coffee table. Some special cultivation methods won't be included in public textbooks at all. Guhan's eyes lit up. Qin Lin looked at his eager expression and couldn't help but smirk slightly. He'll give you a chance. Treat me to a nice meal as tonight's training fee, and I can give you some guidance. Qin Lin lifted her chin slightly, her tone carrying a hint of mischief. Without a second thought, Guhan stood up. Let's go, you choose what to eat. Qin Lin was taken aback by his decisive demeanor and then shook her head helplessly. This guy, as soon as he hears about improving strength, is more eager than anyone else. Truly a divine kingdom fanatic. The two of them quickly packed their things and exited the comprehensive combat hall. At the Haishan Pavilion restaurant in Jiang City, Guhan sat in Qin Lin's hovercar parked at the VIP spot at the entrance. The two stepped out and, guided by a waiter, headed straight to a window-side table in the hall on the second floor. The expenses here are exorbitant, with any meal starting at 5 figures. Guhan picked up the menu, not even glancing at the prices, and directly ordered king crab, bluefin tuna, sashimi platter, Australian lobster, along with several signature dishes. Qin Laosher, is this level of hospitality acceptable? Can you help guide me? Guhan placed his hands crossed on the table, getting straight to the point. Qin Lin gleefully wiped her hands, clearly pleased. She hadn't expected Guhan to bring her to the most expensive seafood restaurant in the city. The suitors she had met at the cafe earlier were simply incomparable. You're quite generous. The concept of extraordinary life varies from person to person. For a divine nation, stepping into the extraordinary is like opening the door to a new world. You can focus on nurturing certain individuals. As long as one person in the tribe steps into the extraordinary and breaks that barrier, the rules of the entire divine nation will follow suit and be rewritten. At that time, other tribesmen will also be influenced, and the difficulty of entering the extraordinary will significantly decrease. Guhan leaned back in his chair, observing Qin Lin. The publicly available textbooks at school only mentioned the natural evolution of followers and the accumulation of resources, never discussing such a crafty approach. Is this information reliable? How do you know? Guhan asked. Qin Lin lowered her voice and leaned forward. My dad said so. He works in the military defense department, and this is the approach used in the army. Methods in the army should be reliable information that has been repeatedly verified. However, this matter cannot be rushed. Qin Lin sat back, continuing to eat. Popular races are relatively easier to touch upon the extraordinary threshold. For example, Homo sapiens, as they belong to the same human race as our divine leader, have similar genetic structures, making communication and guidance the simplest. Then there are half-beasts and elves. Sigh, she sighed. My half-beast can easily break through limits and acquire extraordinary characteristics due to my skills, so I level up faster than ordinary races. But before that, I've barely managed to push one half-beast leader to the first level of extraordinary just before graduating from university. Guhan, after hearing this, posed a question. But before that, I've barely managed to push one half-beast leader to the first level of extraordinary just before Qin Lin put down her chopsticks and countered, what is Chu Yu's awakening skill? Ice bloodline, Guhan replied. Qin Lin snapped her fingers. The ice bloodline is a bloodline enhancement type skill, while the half-beast's racial trait frenzy is essentially an exploitation of bloodline power. These two are nearly of the same origin. If the divine leader's skills align closely with the racial traits of the followers, the speed of breaking through to the extraordinary will increase exponentially. Let's put it this way, if your skill relates to magical elements, and you choose the elf race, then the speed at which the followers break through to the extraordinary will be faster than others. Guhan understood. He hadn't realized there was such a thing as compatibility. The bidirectional matching of skills and racial traits is the core. Guhan's mind raced, thinking his skill is forced breeding. Which race is most fond of reproduction? Or rather, which race's extraordinary traits are related to reproduction? According to Qin Lin's theory, if he wanted to pursue the fastest breakthrough speed, shouldn't he have chosen goblins back then? After all, one of the goblin's racial traits is disorderly reproduction. The goblin's reproductive desires and his skill are undoubtedly a match made in heaven. But Guhan had chosen the Ant-Man. Isn't the Ant-Man's reproduction rate higher? Upon closer thought, the reproduction method of Ant-Man is entirely different from that of goblins, and even differs from that of most other races. The reproduction of insectoids is highly centralized. All worker ants and soldier ants lack reproductive abilities. The entire reproduction responsibility of the Ant-Man race rests solely on the queen, which is not very compatible. Guhan would not consider goblins. The overall quality of Ant-Man is certainly several dimensions higher than that. He doesn't need to worry about the 90,000 ant army. Perhaps he could try concentrating resources on the queen, especially since most queens have already cultivated the devouring bloodline technique to a small success. First, lead the way for others to break through. Just as Guhan grasped the key link and was ready to continue asking about specific operational details, a slightly frivolous male voice suddenly came from the side of the aisle. Qinlin, is that really you? What a coincidence. A young man dressed in a deep blue casual suit stood at the door holding half a glass of red wine, exuding an air of nonchalance. Beside the man was a woman dressed in a revealing spaghetti strap, her makeup flamboyant tightly, holding onto the man's arm. Qinlin's smile instantly vanished, her brows furrowing. Chen Feng. The man was indeed Chen Feng, Qinlin's first love from university. Shortly after they got together, Qinlin's parents investigated his background and found him lacking in character, forcefully separating the two. And indeed, shortly after their breakup, Chen Feng quickly started dating another girl. This incident left Qinlin heartbroken for quite a while before she could move on. What Qinlin hadn't expected was that the woman he was now with was her own dormitory roommate from university, Li Jiaojiao. Li Jiaojiao looked Qinlin up and down, then her gaze fell on Guhan, covering her mouth and giggling. It really is you, Qinlin. When Chen Feng said he recognized you, I didn't believe it. Is this your boyfriend? So you like? Qinlin's expression turned somewhat unpleasant, but due to the occasion, she stiffly explained, no, this is a student I brought. Oh my. Li Jiaojiao exclaimed exaggeratedly, leaning closer to Chen Feng. Bringing a student out for seafood this late. Extra tutoring must be quite exhausting. Chen Feng pretended to be serious. Jiao, don't say too much. I've heard Qinlin is doing well at Dongjiang University, and mentoring students is part of her job. Guhan could tell that Qinlin didn't have a close relationship with these two and might even be somewhat at odds with them. He picked up his chopsticks and stirred the clay pot in front of him, where a free-range chicken was being used as a side ingredient. Teacher, what kind of chicken is this? How could even a high-end restaurant like Haishan Pavilion serve such a wild chicken? It looks really unappetizing. Li Jiaojiao's smile froze her face, turning pale and flushed. Today Chen Feng had invited her to Haishan Pavilion for a date, and she had deliberately dressed very revealingly. How could she not hear the implication of wild chicken on the table? Qinlin was initially taken aback, then quickly realized, nearly bursting into laughter. She forced down the corners of her lips that wanted to rise, and shook her head in agreement with Guhan. I'm not too sure either, it's probably just a side ingredient. So it's a side dish. I don't like chicken, a waiter. Take this chicken away. Guhan snapped his fingers to signal the waiter to take it away. Unexpectedly, Li Jiaojiao became furious, her chest heaving violently, pointing at Guhan and cursing. Who are you calling a brat? Chen Feng's expression darkened as he quickly grabbed Li Jiaojiao, turning to Qinlin. Qinlin, aren't you going to introduce us? Qinlin elegantly pulled out a napkin to wipe her mouth, leisurely leaning back in her chair. We were talking about chicken. Oh, what's wrong with her? Then I'll introduce them. Qinlin raised her chin. These two are my university classmates now teaching at Jiang. Then with an open palm, Qinlin pointed at Guhan, her tone carrying a hint of pride she didn't even realize. This is my student Guhan, a freshman at Dongjiang University this year. Upon hearing the words freshman, Chen Feng let out a scoff, planning to say how Qinlin liked someone so young, but upon hearing Guhan's name, surprise instantly appeared on his face. He is Guhan. Guhan. Li Jiaojiao's voice suddenly rose by 8 degrees. The diners at the surrounding tables turned their gazes toward her in unison. Guhan. Is he the student who caused the Ministry of Education to reform the score lines? Goodness, that name has been ringing in Jiang City lately. I finally see the real person today. This kid raised the score lines. That's too outrageous. It's a good thing I wasn't in his era, or I wouldn't even have passed the exams. Listening to the whispers around her, Qinlin lifted her chin slightly, her tone brimming with unabashed pride. That's right, he is my student. Listening to the whispers around her, Qinlin lifted her chin slightly, her tone brimming with unabashed pride. That's right, he is my student. To show off about. Li Jiaojiao scrutinized Guhan with a sour tone. No wonder you, as the homeroom teacher, had to take him out for special treatment. Turns out he's getting preferential treatment. Has Dongjiang University fallen to the point of betting on a crank, useless person? It's truly laughable. Qinlin crossed her arms and retorted, don't use the Divine Kingdom ratings to make your case. Your Jiang City University ALS rank is still being rubbed down by my student. That was just a scholarship assessment, it means nothing. It's just kids playing house. Li Jiaojiao snorted coldly, arms crossed. I heard this kid also signed up for next month's citywide vocational competition. Soon he'll understand what true class disparity is on the arena. She leaned slightly forward, staring at Qinlin. Let me tell you quietly, I hope you don't lose sleep tonight. Our class, Lin Shushue, an S-rank elf god master, has her core disciples already at level 3 transcendent. After the competition, Lin Shushue will be directly admitted to a top academy in the imperial capital. Qinlin almost laughed out loud in her heart. Level 3 transcendent. Even with all her effort and all the level 4 disciples, she still lost to Guhan. Qinlin remained dismissive. Is that all? Li Jiaojiao frowned. What do you mean? I mean level 3 transcendent is just that much. Qinlin extended a finger and shook it. Dare to make a bet with me? Bet on what? Let's bet on who will be this year's competition champion. Qin Lin looked directly at Li Jiao. I bet Dongjiang University will win the championship. The stake is 10 transcendent crystals. The atmosphere at the table instantly froze. Chen Feng's expression changed. This woman must be crazy. He quickly held down Li Jiao who was about to speak. 10 transcendent crystals is not a small amount. Chen Feng turned to Gu Han and scrutinized him carefully. Awakeners with the evolution of divine kingdom life would have their physical constitution enhanced. Chen Feng noticed that Gu Han's physique was indeed stronger than that of ordinary people, but that was all. There was not a single energy fluctuation from any transcendent life in Gu Han. Not even a hint of transcendent aura indicating that this kid definitely hadn't cultivated a single transcendent disciple in his divine kingdom. Chen Feng already had his suspicions. Qin Lin probably didn't want to lose face in front of him. That damn woman's desire to win is truly laughable. Li Jiao also reacted. She similarly examined Gu Han's status and confirmed that he hadn't even touched the threshold of the transcendent. What are you trying to uphold? Li Jiao shook off Chen Feng's hand and pointed at Qin Lin. Do you really think I'm afraid? The Lin family invested resources for Lin Shuxue that you wouldn't even dare to imagine. This bet I accept. Gu Han sitting beside actually had no idea what transcendent crystals were. But as he watched the tug-of-war between Qin Lin and Li Jiao, his mind was racing. Gu Han immediately stopped Qin Lin, slightly frowning, his tone infused with just the right amount of panic and retreat. Teacher Qin, let's forget it. What if we lose? Let's not gamble anymore. He turned to Li Jiao, repeatedly waving his hands. Teacher Qin is joking, we won't gamble anymore. Seeing Gu Han's guilty expression, the last bit of doubt in Li Jiao's heart dissipated completely. This kid is afraid. Now you want to back out. Too late. I won't let you show off. Li Jiao took out her handheld device, quickly pulled up the electronic agreement interface, and resolutely stated, 10 transcendent crystals are nothing, while raise the stakes. 15. Aren't you confident? Teacher Qin, do you dare to accept? Qin Lin struggled to suppress the smile at the corners of her mouth. Pretending to be enraged, she stood up and slammed the table. Sign if you dare. Am I afraid of you? The two handheld devices clinked together, and with a beep the betting agreement officially took effect. After the agreement was generated, Li Jiao happily stowed away her device, looking down at the two with an air of superiority. Qin Lin, just wait to go bankrupt. After saying this, she linked arms with Chen Feng, strutting out of the Sea God Pavilion restaurant like a victor. Once the figures of the two disappeared completely from the restaurant's entrance, Qin Lin's tense shoulders instantly sagged, and then she burst into a fit of laughter. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. 15 transcendent crystals. Li Jiao is such a big fool, she hasn't changed at all. What are transcendent crystals? Gu Han asked at the right moment. Qin Lin's face lit up, sitting up straight, and lowered her voice to explain. Transcendent crystals are the most exquisite cultivation resource after divine kingdom life breaks through the transcendent level. As long as they are absorbed by disciples, they can completely ignore bottlenecks and quickly improve their transcendent level. Gu Han suddenly thought, could he use transcendent crystals to directly feed the Ant-Man to break through transcendent? Qin Lin continued, this thing is not available on the market. The Huaxia government controls it very strictly. It only circulates occasionally in the underground black market. The current market price is about 5 million credit points per piece. 5 million each. 15 pieces. That's 75 million credit points. Do your best. I'm counting on you. Once you win the championship, those 15 transcendent crystals will be all yours. Gu Han raised an eyebrow. All for me. You don't want any. What do I want that for? My level 4 half-beast now needs practical experience. Popping crystals won't get me to demigod status. Qin Lin waved her hand generously. Besides, as a senior teacher, the Ministry of Education gives me a crystal every year as a welfare. Gu Han looked into Qin Lin's eyes. If you lose, do you have 15 crystals to pay her? Qin Lin confidently spread her hands. I don't have any. I don't even have one. Gu Han was stunned. Then why would you dare to sign a betting agreement with her? Isn't it because I have confidence in you? Qin Lin smiled sweetly. Li Jiao's family is in the mining business. They're quite wealthy. She can definitely come up with those 15 transcendent crystals. If you win, we make a profit together. If we lose... Qin Lin shrugged her shoulders and said playfully, I'm doing this for you. If we lose, you definitely won't leave me. Gu Han was at a loss for words, but the teacher's betting reward was indeed all for him. Transcendent crystals are truly rare, and he wanted them very much, though he felt a bit pressured. Well, since it's about rankings, I might as well aim for the championship. Busy is better. Thanks to the brothers who sent small gifts. Now I can only squeeze out time to write, and the backend only shows your comments and likes urging for updates. Every time I see your support, I feel so motivated. At this moment, the handheld device emitted an abrupt vibration. Warning, a high-energy life form has forcibly torn through the divine kingdom's barriers. A powerful, extraordinary life form. Excellent. This is exactly what I need. He was not the least bit alarmed. Instead, a look of undisguised joy appeared on his face. For the past few days he had been troubled trying to find a suitable high-level life form to study for breakthrough routes. Unexpectedly, in the middle of his meal, someone delivered it right to his door late at night. What a warm-hearted loan company. Guhan celebrated inwardly, eagerly hoping for an invasion of the Divine Kingdom. He immediately manipulated the core of the Divine Kingdom to slow down the flow of time. Teacher Qin, you keep eating, I need to use the restroom. Guhan put down his utensils and stood up. Qin Lin looked at the corners of Guhan's mouth, which he could not suppress, and felt a sudden panic. He couldn't help but tease, don't you dare escape under the pretense of using the restroom, you promised to treat for this meal. Rest assured I won't escape. Guhan dropped this line, turned, and strode towards the restroom, locking the door of the stall behind him. He then closed his eyes, allowing his consciousness to sink into the Divine Kingdom. His gaze pierced through the clouds, locking onto the volcanic area of the Divine Kingdom. The temperature here was extremely high, and the volcanic overlord Zhu Tan, who usually roamed around, was nowhere to be seen, all hiding deep within the crevices of the rocks, trembling in fear. A bizarrely shaped creature was slowly moving along the scorching rocks. Its upper body was oddly elongated, resembling a cylindrical shape, with gray-brown skin and arms as thin as dry branches. Its lower body was entirely constructed like a giant white garlic bulb with a base covered in dense roots that were rapidly swaying, resembling an Armstrong cannon. On top of its head there was a large hole continuously spewing out thick, black toxic mist. Above this monster's head a phantom numerical mark hovered 6. Wow. A level 6 extraordinary life form. The opponent's divine master is practically a demigod. Following this monster there were dozens of robust exotic beasts, each marked with the number 3. These exotic beasts were covered in thick green scales with a transparent crystalline horn growing in the center of their foreheads, resembling horned goatmen. Blue and white electric currents continuously flickered on the horn, with electric sparks crackling in the air. Guhan summoned his intelligent assistant. A scanning beam descended from the sky, sweeping over the group of invaders below. An introduction popped up. Nong Mo Ren level 6 extraordinary creature, Lei Pu level 3 extraordinary creature. This team composition was quite sophisticated, featuring large area toxin attacks and lightning area attacks. Divine master of this place, come out and meet me. A brazen voice shouted directly from the Nong Mo Ren, the words reaching Guhan's consciousness. The Nong Mo Ren stopped its wriggling base and raised its chimney-like head towards the sky. This was actually the consciousness of the opposing divine master attached to a follower. According to the school textbooks, only those who reach the demigod level can project their consciousness onto higher-level followers for cross-border communication. Guhan did not intend to show himself, but instead lowered his voice. Who sent you here? The Nong Mo Ren swayed its bizarrely long body, letting out a strange laugh. Who I am is not important. I am only responsible for doing my job for payment. I advise you to clear your debts quickly. If you refuse now, once I make my move, you will regret it for life. Previously, several waves had come to cause destruction, all of which he had annihilated. After such a long time, without any movement, he did not expect them to have brought a demigod this time. Seeing that the sky remained silent for too long, the Nong Mo Ren thought Guhan was afraid. At the moment it tore through the barrier and descended, it had already scouted the surrounding area. Within the entire Divine Kingdom, there wasn't even a trace of extraordinary energy. In such an uncivilized Divine Kingdom, it could push through with its eyes closed. What's the matter, scared to speak? The Nong Mo Ren transmitted again, its tone full of mockery. It was quite famous on the path as a debt collection hunter, having handled a multitude of debt collection cases. Even when encountering a Divine Kingdom, with level 7 extraordinary followers, it had never failed, with a success rate of debt collection reaching 99%. It relied on the rare species of Nong Mo Ren, who once it sprayed its toxic mist, the entire Divine Kingdom would be reduced to ashes. However, unexpectedly the master of this Divine Kingdom was not afraid. Instead, he threatened with his words. I also advise you to leave soon, otherwise when I make my move you will regret it for life. You won't shed tears until you see the coffin. The last Divine Master who spoke to me like this has already ruined his Divine Kingdom, leaving not a single blade of grass behind. Guhan completely disregarded the threat, as he was busy reviewing the species encyclopedia in his Nong Mo Ren, an intelligent species from another realm, can absorb external toxins and continuously ferment and purify them in its toxin sac to produce stronger composite toxic gas. Guhan's eyes lit up. This was an extremely perfect toxin manufacturing machine. It was very suitable to hybridize it with certain plants in the Divine Kingdom to create a protective flora for the Divine Kingdom. Guhan then looked at the introduction of the Lei Pu. Lei Pu, an intelligent species from another realm, can store and release high-pressure lightning through the crystalline horn on its head. While the biggest shortcoming of the hidden armored ant race has always been the lack of offensive methods, if they could hybridize the ability to generate electricity into the hidden armored ants, given their numerical advantage, the output of electricity would be absolutely terrifying. The Nong Mo Ren grew impatient after not hearing a response for some time. Since you wish to die, I shall accommodate you. Guhan closed the encyclopedia panel and calmly spoke downwards. Since you wish to die, I shall also accommodate you. The Nong Mo Rin obviously froze for a moment. Then it burst into a piercing maniacal laugh. Interesting. A mere uncivilized divine master dares to threaten a demigod. You will pay a painful price for your words. Guhan retorted without hesitation. You won't shed tears until you see the coffin. You will be the first, but certainly not the last. Guhan was in a very good mood. This loan company truly delivered exceptional goods this time, and he was very satisfied. Toxicity and lightning are both highly lethal attributes. After two previous failures, the opponent clearly came well prepared this time. Using poison is indeed the fastest way to pose a threat, and the most effective means of attack. Guhan just hoped that the loan company would not be discouraged, and would send more high-level goods in the future. He would take as many as they sent. The Nong Mo Rin stopped wasting words. Its giant garlic bulb at the bottom suddenly contracted, and swelled, seemingly preparing to spray toxic mist over a wide area. Guhan immediately activated the skill Forced Breeding on the Nong Mo Rin and the group of Leipu below. No matter what you are, as long as you are classified as a creature, you cannot escape this skill in my divine kingdom. After the white light fell, the once arrogant Nong Mo Rin froze all at once, then let out a shriek like an animal being slaughtered. What thing is this? Let me out. The Nong Mo Rin's massive body writhed frantically within the white light to no avail. He could no longer control his limbs, nor withdraw his consciousness back to the divine realm. He had stood at half-god rank for many years, and had never encountered anything like this. A cold sweat of pure terror soaked his skin. Most terrifying of all was the thorn-covered, blood-sucking vine rapidly closing in before him, and he realized what would come next. His coarse voice trembled with obvious panic. No, I don't want this rushed. Guhan frowned. How could this thing still speak? When he had used forced procreation, Changji Fanji, before, neither the half-beasts nor the transcendent sapients had ever made a sound. Wait. Guhan suddenly understood. Attached to this Nong Mo Rin was the projected consciousness of a half-god level powerhouse. That meant the deity's host consciousness had not been expelled by the divine realm skill, rather it had been confined together with the Nong Mo Rin's body by the variability. Damn, this skill was far more domineering than he had imagined. Even the deity's consciousness could not be extracted. He had never seen this before. He had assumed that after forced procreation the target would be immediately severed from their followers. But Guhan could not be pleased. This was troublesome. He had thought this was merely a delivery. He did not expect the vendor to be dragged in as well. If the Nong Mo Rin were drained and the deity's consciousness returned to its original body, would not his secret of forced procreation be exposed? At the thought, Guhan felt a sudden panic and had to devise a solution quickly. When level 2 sapients endured intense breeding, they lasted for decades, while level 6 transcendent being has far deeper reserves. Perhaps it can endure for centuries. He muttered to himself. He would not be soft-hearted. This man had come to assault his divine realm with malice. Guhan knew clearly that without his divine technique as a safeguard, all his painstaking efforts would be ruined. His first instinct was to kill the man, though he had no immediate way to do so. He had given him a chance, warned him to leave, yet the man refused, and even threatened to devastate his divine realm. If the divine realm's ecology collapsed, even if the man failed to destroy its core, Guhan would at best be rendered useless, at worst struck down by a grievous illness. Even if later the education department invoked student protection laws to investigate, that would be too late. Once he was dead, punishment or compensation would mean nothing. If you want my life, don't blame me for being ruthless. Guhan summoned his intelligent assistant panel and flicked through the trading app with swift motions. The Nong Mo Rin had finished the first batch and was on the second. His voice had taken on a whimper. Big brother. I was wrong, big brother. What sorcery is this? Stop it, I won't collect debts anymore, okay? I want to go home. Guhan paid him no heed and placed orders for a host of repulsive creatures. Mire maggots, dung beetles, carrion skunks. Whatever was disgusting, he bought it. All were species that could be bought in large numbers for mere dozens of credit points. I gave you a chance. Since you're here, you ought to experience my full combination of techniques. Guhan opened the assistant settings and changed the Nong Mo Rin's match targets from a single species to random species, prioritizing the vile creatures he had just purchased. The Nong Mo Rin uttered an utterly wrenching scream. What are you doing? Don't come near me. Guhan immediately muted the incoming species noises, and the world fell silent. Judging by the agony of his cries, the Nong Mo Rin must also have been able to empathize when he communicated. If he could not kill him, he would utterly shatter him mentally. By the time the half-god consciousness-driven mad returned, it would likely be incapable of coherent thought. Centuries of mental contamination should suffice. This man had courted his own destruction. Guhan never burdened himself with needless scruples, and was even pleased at the prospect of new species being born. He arranged everything meticulously, nodded in satisfaction, and withdrew his consciousness from the divine realm. Returning from the restroom to the main hall, a commotion reached him. A ring of people had formed in the center, and several staff from Haishin Gu were standing before a well-dressed middle-aged man. Nearby diners paused their chopsticks and whispered. Guhan glanced over, returned to his seat, and asked Qin Lin, "What's happening?" "Someone is making trouble. He says the meat tastes wrong, different from what he ate elsewhere, and suspects the restaurant of serving fake meat." Fake meat? Guhan was taken aback. Haishenggu is one of Jiangsheng's top 3 upscale restaurants. How could they use fake meat? Who knows? Maybe a rival hired someone to cause a scene, Qin Lin said casually. But the owner just came over and to compensate customers announced a 20% discount for the whole night. Guhan laughed. Is that even a thing? He glanced at his watch. It was already 11:30. Teacher Qin, are you about finished? He wiped his mouth with a napkin. Although tomorrow is the weekend, it's not safe to head back so late. If something happens on the way, we'll have to stay in Jiangxing again. Guhan was eager to return. His time was precious. Were it not for his class advisor's great help, he would not have spent the evening on a meal. Qin Lin's hand holding her glass trembled, and water nearly spilled. Her mind flashed to the earlier incident when the two had been left in Jiangxing by an otherworldly rift and put up in a room. Thinking Guhan was hinting at something, her expression grew awkward. I'm full too. Qin Lin sprang to her feet, her voice strangely loud. He'll call the waiter to pack. Guhan nodded. They had indeed ordered a little too much, and several dishes had only been tasted. After paying the bill, he asked smoothly, "Are you free tomorrow?" I'm actually a bit tired today," Qin Lin interrupted hastily. She felt she could no longer have so much private contact with Guhan. The more they interacted, the more she wanted to know, and that unsettled her. "Fine then. When you have time, I'll spar again. Don't forget we're aiming for the championship. You don't want to lose the bet, do you? Heartless, threatening me now? Come on, let's go. They'll walk you out." Qin Lin, annoyed, gave Guhan's arm a playful, yet annoyed little punch. Guhan pushed open the door, and the living room light was still on. Tang Yinran was sitting on the sofa holding a remote control and changing channels with a black seaweed mask on her face. Ever since she stopped going to work, she had been binge-watching dramas she missed, often staying up late. "Mom, I'm back." Guhan changed into slippers. Tang Yinran turned her head, her voice muffled under the mask. "What time is it now? You only came back at midnight again." "I practiced at the school's comprehensive training hall for a while, then went to Jiang City for dinner before returning," Guhan casually replied as he walked toward his room. Tang Yinran put down the remote control. "Who did you practice with? Smells nice. Is it a girl?" "It was a practice session with Teacher Qin, and then we reviewed our tactics afterward," Guhan explained. "Is it that Teacher Qin Lin again?" Tang Yinran tore off the mask from her face and threw it into the trash. Qin grabbed a tissue to wipe her hands and leaned against the wall. "This teacher seems to care about you quite a bit, staying up with you to review late at night." "She's the homeroom teacher, so she has a strong sense of responsibility," Guhan replied. Tang Yinran stared at him with a strange expression for a couple of seconds and muttered, "Maybe you'll invite Teacher Qin over for dinner someday, to properly thank her." "It's up to you. You can invite her yourself." "I can't be bothered to do it." Guhan knew his mom was still suspicious about the last little card incident, shook his head, and opened his bedroom door. "I'm going to take a shower. I'm all sweaty." Guhan grabbed some clothes and ignored his mother's nagging, diving into the bathroom. After drying his hair and returning to his bedroom, he locked the door and tossed his handheld console onto the bedside table. He closed his eyes and plunged his consciousness into the divine realm. A large batch of Naga magic flowers had already sprouted under the accelerated time of the divine realm, growing into a patch of dark purple chimney-like flowers 1/2 meter high. He closed his eyes and plunged his consciousness into the divine realm. A large batch of Naga magic flowers had already sprouted under the accelerated time of the divine realm, growing into a patch of dark purple chimney. Guhan was quite satisfied with these living plants. He moved all the Naga magic flowers to be planted around the volcanic area and arranged for the ant people to water them with the venom of the giant ice toad. The ant people carefully poured the giant ice toad's venom onto the soil at the roots of the Naga magic flowers. As the venom made contact with the soil, a slight, sizzling sound emanated, and the flower buds of the Naga magic flowers suddenly opened wide, revealing serrated flower cores that seemed to dance and claw, while the once shriveled sac visibly swelled. Guhan tried to communicate with them through divine sense, discovering that the Naga magic flowers possessed some intelligence. Whenever the ant people watered them with venom, they conveyed a sense of joy and even absorbed the poisonous gas dissipating in the air. Guhan nodded in satisfaction, arranging for them to develop properly. He didn't need to cultivate the Naga magic flowers into highly intelligent followers. As long as they could distinguish between friend and foe, this patch of flowers would become the first line of defense for the divine realm. Any intruder lacking poison resistance would be directly killed upon entering here, and they would provide significant assistance in future competitions. The Naga beings required a large amount of toxic substances as food, which did not suit his divine realm, as it would contaminate the breeding area for the white feather six-winged beast. Therefore, Guhan decided not to focus on cultivating Naga creatures for now. All the ugly and disgusting Naga creatures were thrown into the volcanic area to be used as feed for Zhu Tan. Afterward, Guhan focused his attention on the plain region. This was what he cared about most: the offspring of the Thunder Soldier and the Hidden Shell Ant Queen. Under the effect of accelerated time, this area had already bred a generation of adult insects. With a sufficient number of hidden shell ant queens, Guhan finally found a few satisfactory adults in the corner of the ant nest after searching for more than 10 minutes. The genes of the swift armored ant and the bombardier locust had nearly degenerated. Fortunately, the shell wings had been preserved, and their bodies still resembled the ant people, with a distinctive horn on their heads, which was the part where the thunder soldier generated electricity. He immediately marked these few mothers with thunder horns and isolated them for mass breeding. After completing this, Guhan exited the Divine Realm and opened his handheld console to check the holographic footage recorded today. The defense of high-end combat power was too thick. The hidden shell ants were small in size and low in attack power, making them of minimal use. Now that there were the electric varieties, the hidden shell ants could completely change the tide of battle. Taking advantage of the enemy's focus on combat, the electric hidden shell ants could directly burrow into the enemy's ears, nostrils, or wounds, releasing high-voltage electricity within. As long as the numbers were sufficient, even a level 3 extraordinary would be paralyzed instantly by the electric shock to their internal organs, and even if they didn't die, it would greatly affect their combat capability. The survival capabilities of ordinary ant people were still too weak, mainly relying on the 10,000 battle pattern ants. Currently, the stock of mature battle pattern grass was low, and it wouldn't last for many generations. The new species of battle pattern grass also wouldn't mature in time. At this rate, it was impossible to equip all ant people with battle patterns. Guhan immediately began to recultivate, needing battle pattern grass that matured faster. Even if the effects of the battle patterns would be greatly reduced, it would still provide some improvement for all ant people. He collected other excess plants in the Divine Realm and listed them on the second-hand market to make room for battle pattern grass. Looking at the empty order list on the second-hand market's backend, he sighed softly. Aside from the initial batch of Cheeling flower seedlings sold, those previously priced high Cheeling grasses had gone unnoticed. His previous luck in connecting the white feather six-winged beast with the Cloud Summit food court was purely coincidental. The platform didn't provide traffic, and with fewer people browsing, it didn't matter how high the cost-performance ratio of his spiritual plants was. Relying on reselling substitute spiritual plants on the second-hand market for substantial income was a bit too optimistic. Worrying was futile. The most urgent matter now was to win the black competition. As long as he won, Guhan could solve all the development issues in front of him. Guhan rubbed his temples. There were too many things to handle that day, and he was already mentally exhausted. Just as he was about to put down his handheld console, he noticed that the alert in the Divine Realm was still showing a red warning symbol. He clicked on the warning details. Warning: there are unhealed spatial rifts in the Divine Realm barrier. Guhan was stunned. Spatial rifts. That passage torn open by the half-god consciousness of the debt collector. Guhan immediately reinvested his consciousness into the Divine Realm. At the edge of the volcanic area in the Divine Realm, a long black spatial rift over 10 meters long was quietly suspended there, and the surrounding spatial barrier was slightly distorted. The passage had not been closed. Guhan immediately understood the reason. Under normal circumstances, if the Divine Master failed to invade or completed their mission, they would definitely cut off the passage at the first opportunity to prevent reverse invasion. But the current situation was completely different. That half-god level consciousness projection was forcibly locked within the Naga creature. That half-god consciousness couldn't even commit suicide. It was utterly incapable of controlling the Divine Realm to close the passage. This meant that the gate of the opponent's Divine Realm was now wide open. His heart suddenly began to race. If it stayed this way, I wouldn't feel sleepy at all. Guhan slowly grinned, shaking his eyebrows. A demigod level powerhouse's Divine Kingdom, home to a nest of level 6 extraordinary beings known as the Nangmorin. This individual can recruit the rare Nangmorin as followers along with the Leifu as subordinate tribes, indicating immense wealth. A veritable unguarded super treasury. Thanking the gifts of nature, Guhan gazed at the deep blue spatial rift that had yet to heal his excitement, causing his breath to come in heavier bursts. Yet his mind remained clear, not clouded by the allure of a zero-cost acquisition. After all, that was a demigod-level divine kingdom. Even if the divine consciousness of the deity was absent, there must still be a multitude of high-level extraordinary beings lurking within. The Nangmorin are toxic all over. The divine kingdom likely harbors deadly poisons as well. Recklessly allowing the Ant Legion to invade would be akin to delivering themselves to the enemy. Let's gather intelligence first. Guhan snapped his fingers. With the command issued, 30,000 concealed armored ant warriors swiftly assembled beneath the rift. Their shells possessed the color-changing invisibility effect, and their small size made them ideal for reconnaissance. First Squad 1000 advance, Guhan commanded, observing the throng of tiny black dots below. The ant warriors synchronized their wing vibrations, and 1,000 concealed armored ants formed a thin line, entering the deep blue rift and vanishing from sight. Guhan waited outside. His current realm was not yet that of a demigod, preventing him from projecting his consciousness onto his followers. He was also unwilling to recklessly enter with his main consciousness, relying instead on these little ones to bring back information. About an hour later, a concealed, armored ant poked its head out of the rift, conveying the intelligence it had gathered. They spread out within a 1,000-meter radius, revealing vibrant patches of plants with no signs of animals. No toxic mist. Guhan rubbed his chin. He initially thought the enemy's divine kingdom would resemble a large toxic gas chamber. But then he recalled that the divine kingdom housed not only Nangmorin, but also Leifu, who are resistant to toxins. In a multiracial habitat, the Nangmorin could not indiscriminately turn their home into a toxic wasteland. No animals, vibrant plants, likely highly poisonous. With no followers in the 1,000-meter radius, it seems the enemy's divine kingdom is unexpectedly vast. Guhan quickly analyzed the information, his courage bolstered. Since there was no pervasive toxic mist, things would be much easier. All troops advance. Guhan waved his hand, dispatching the remaining over 100,000 concealed armored ants. Spread out for reconnaissance, document all visible terrain. Remember, do not touch any plants within the divine kingdom. Most importantly, do not expose yourselves. The 100,000 troops surged into the rift like an invisible tide. Guhan planned to operate on two fronts. With no one watching, it would be even easier. He summoned 10,000 robust black armored ants along with 10 pregnant ant queens, and finally brought along 100 groundhogs. Your task is to cultivate the underground. Excavate from deep below. Remember, the deeper you dig, the better. Absolutely avoid disturbing the roots of those poisonous plants. Once you reach the other side, focus on digging tunnels and establishing nests, rapidly expanding your population. Transport food back to the divine kingdom, but do not consume any of the local creatures. Guhan repeatedly instructed. Until he fully understood the details of the enemy's divine kingdom, he could gradually infiltrate from underground, even leveraging his own territory to significantly expand the black armored ant population, facilitating future resource collection. After arranging everything, Guhan could no longer resist the urge to exit the divine kingdom. Lying on his bed, he tossed, and turned. It was destined to be a sleepless night. Every hour he would immerse his consciousness into the divine kingdom to receive the intelligence brought back in batches by the concealed armored ants. As for the original plan to concentrate resources to cultivate the ant queens into extraordinary beings, that was temporarily postponed. What could be more exhilarating than stealing from a demigod's home? He stayed awake until dawn as the dispatched concealed armored ants began to return one after another. They brought back a wealth of information. Guhan, sporting dark circles under his eyes, sat in a chair in his bedroom, with an electronic drawing tablet piecing together the overall picture of the enemy's divine kingdom. After several hours of intense work, an extremely detailed map of the divine kingdom appeared on the screen. Its area was absurdly large, initially estimated to be around 80,000 square kilometers. This was 11,000 times the size of Guhan's divine kingdom, equivalent to a large province. The terrain was primarily composed of rolling hills and toxic marshes. If he could conquer the core of this divine kingdom and extract its essence, the area of his own divine kingdom would expand 11-fold, and the ant warriors would no longer need to live underground 100 levels down. Just like when his father Gu Yanxiao was defeated and had the essence of his divine kingdom extracted, causing its area to shrink back to its initial size. Guhan also roughly gauged the social hierarchy of the enemy's divine kingdom based on the descriptions from the ants. The number of Nangmorin was incredibly vast, spread across every corner of the divine kingdom. However, the vast majority were ordinary lower-class Nangmorin whose toxicity was not strong. Their daily tasks involved soaking in toxic marshes and gathering plant toxins to ferment more potent venom, which they would then submit in layers to their superiors. Even their currency for trade was venom. The Nangmorin race relied on their toxins. The more potent and pure the venom, the greater the likelihood they could ascend to extraordinary status. The number of extraordinary Nangmorin within his divine kingdom was few, probably less than 100. Yet each resided in extremely luxurious palaces, enjoying the servitude of lower-class Nangmorin. This is good news, a typical case of centralized exploitation. Guhan marked an X over several circles representing the palaces. As for the Leifu clan, they patrolled the periphery of these palaces inhabited by the extraordinary Nangmorin. Clearly the role of Leifu in this divine kingdom was that of bodyguards responsible for protecting the safety of high-ranking Nangmorin while suppressing any potential rebellions from the lower ranks. What excited Guhan the most was the news relayed by the underground cultivation team. The black armored ants discovered several extremely terrifying veins of thunder source minerals deep underground, accompanied by a wealth of rare metal ores. No wonder this individual chose Leifu as subordinate tribes. If he could seize these thunder source veins, Guhan's newly cultivated concealed armored ants would no longer have trouble acquiring thunder source crystals. Guhan took a large gulp of cold water, forcefully suppressing the ecstatic joy within him. The underground fortifications of the enemy's divine kingdom were relatively weak, allowing him to quietly transport all the deep layers of mineral veins before actually conquering the divine kingdom. Even if the subsequent attack failed, he would still not return empty-handed. As for why he anticipated a potential failure, there was bad news according to intelligence, brought back at great cost by a batch of concealed armored ants that penetrated deep into the core area of the Divine Kingdom. At the very center of the enemy's Divine Kingdom, there lay a mountain temple that perpetually emitted black toxic mists. Within the Grand Temple resided a Nangmoran larger than a small mountain, which received the toxic liquid offerings from other powerful Nangmoran. The concealed armored ants dared not approach too closely, merely observing from afar nearly caused them to faint under the overwhelming pressure of its life level. This massive Nangmoran guarding the core was likely far beyond level 6. Guhan did not expect such profound depth in this individual. A typical model of utilizing the entire clan's resources for support. Guhan's mind raced. The other party accumulated all the resources of the Divine Nation on a single believer, forcefully creating a high-level extraordinary being. Based on the description of the hidden armored ant, Guhan roughly estimated that the giant Nangmoran must be at least level 8 or 9. The excitement that had originally surged quickly receded. This creature was too large, regardless of whether it could emerge from that spatial rift. It usually just lay there accepting the poisonous offerings without moving. It couldn't enter its own Divine Nation, and the forced reproduction couldn't be applied to it. Sending the ant army to confront it head-on was completely unrealistic. The disparity in life levels was too vast to be compensated by numbers. In the other party's Divine Nation, they had the home field advantage. A giant extraordinary Nangmoran of that size could easily unleash a cloud of poisonous mist, wiping out the ant army entirely. A direct confrontation would be tantamount to sending them to their doom. This matter cannot be rushed. I need to come up with a plan, Guhan muttered to himself. If he couldn't defeat this colossal boss, he could only avoid it for now. The precious mineral veins deep underground were indeed valuable. He could extract as much as possible. He immediately issued a divine decree. The hidden armored ant army, lurking on the surface numbering over 100,000, withdrew 80,000, leaving only 20,000 to continue monitoring the movements of the other Divine Nation, especially focusing on the mountain hall. Next, Guhan turned his attention to his own Divine Nation. Normally, to prevent ecological collapse, he had to strictly control the breeding numbers of the ant race to avoid overcrowding. But now it was different. With an entire unguarded demigod Divine Nation laid out before him, Guhan directly chose 100 pregnant black armored ant queens and sent them all into the other Divine Nation. Guhan issued them a singular divine decree: reproduce freely. Do not worry about food or space, maximize their reproductive capabilities, and empty the mineral veins of the other Divine Nation in the shortest time possible without revealing themselves. After completing this, Guhan opened the trading software on his palm device and acquired a few intelligent beings with rich mining experience. He had them act as foremen, guiding the black armored ants on how to mine safely and efficiently. With the situation underground fully set in motion, Guhan finally made time to lift the sound barrier of the Nangmoran. He directly asked, "What is your current strength?" Upon hearing Guhan's voice, the demigod consciousness within the Nangmoran immediately screamed, Please let me go back. I can't take it anymore." The voice was filled with despair. In the high-speed flow of time within the Divine Nation over the past few days, this consciousness had undergone countless rounds of forced interspecies reproduction, and its mental defenses were on the verge of collapse. "Let me go. I can pay you. Whatever you want, I will give it to you." Guhan's tone turned cold. "My patience is limited. You only need to answer my questions. If you say one more useless word, I will leave immediately." I will say. The demigod consciousness gasped, not daring to hide anything. "I am a level 9 demigod. There is also a believer in my Divine Nation who has just reached level 9. No one knows who I have always claimed to be a level 6 demigod." Guhan listened and sneered inwardly. As expected, there is a level 9. This guy is truly cunning. Although he is a level 9 demigod, he pretends to be level 6, likely having played the role of a pig to eat the tiger many times. "Please let me go." Seeing Guhan's silence, the demigod consciousness hurriedly offered conditions. "I have money. My Divine Nation has many good things. Scrayed divine plants and scrayed divine buildings. I can give them all to you. Just let me go back and I will transfer them to you immediately." Fearing Guhan would not believe him, he continued to sweeten the deal. "I can sign a Divine Nation contract with you. A master servant contract is fine too. Just let me go home." Guhan stroked his chin. He was actually proposing to sign a Divine Nation contract. It seemed he was genuinely frightened by the torment. The temptation was indeed great, having a level 9 demigod as a slave, while also gaining scrayed resources for free. However, the disparity in strength between the two parties was apparent. Guhan had yet to even touch the threshold of the extraordinary. Signing a contract with a level 9 demigod would be far too risky. Though Guhan excelled in cultural studies, that was merely superficial knowledge about Divine Nations. If the contract backfired, he wouldn't even have a place to cry. Compared to those scrayed divine plants and buildings, what Guhan truly desired was the essence of the Divine Nation. His hesitation made the demigod consciousness ecstatic. "Have you agreed? Quick, get rid of those damn things. I can let you go back, Guhan added leisurely, but I want your divine nation's essence. All of it. The atmosphere instantly froze. The essence of the divine nation is the foundation of the divine nation. Handing over all the essence would cause the divine nation to retract to its initial area, and numerous divine nation creatures would be instantly obliterated, equivalent to reverting to the time when the divine nation was just awakened. The demigod consciousness cursed loudly. Damn it. You won't have a good end. Various profanities erupted like a barrage. Guhan was not surprised at all. It seemed he still needed more torment. He raised his hand again, blocking the curses. Enjoy it slowly. Now he at least confirmed that the big boss was a level 9 extraordinary being. The next step was a race against time. This level 9 demigod consciousness was trapped in its own divine nation, and its physical body would fall into a deep slumber. A level 9 demigod possesses a high physical strength. Even without food or water, relying solely on the life force sustained by the divine nation, it could conservatively last for a month. In the real world, a month would equate to 300 years in the divine nation under a tenfold time flow. Either the other party's physical body would starve to death after a month, or the level 6 Nangmorin would be consumed to exhaustion by forced reproduction, allowing the demigod consciousness to return. Both scenarios would sever the connection between the other party's divine nation and his own. 300 years. The level 9 Nangmorin on the other side was too massive, making movement difficult. It would likely not leave the mountain hall. As long as he did not provoke it, and the underground mining activities were not too conspicuous, 300 years would be sufficient to empty this mineral vein. However, merely emptying the mineral vein was only a minimum requirement in Guhan's eyes. He desperately wanted the essence of the other party's divine nation, which spanned an area of 80,000 square kilometers. Once he obtained it, his divine nation's area would undergo explosive expansion, no longer being troubled by its small size, allowing the ant race to reproduce freely. He had to find a way to kill that level 9 big boss, but that was easier said than done. Just the extraordinary level. The most pressing task at hand is to finish the elimination rounds of the Abyss Arena. Having already achieved 4 consecutive victories, the aim today is to secure a 10-win streak, to earn a promotion slot, allowing for a few days of rest and recovery to gather the energy needed for the upcoming championship. After a night of excitement, without sleep, it was fortunate that today was the weekend. Guhan took the opportunity to catch up on his sleep. It wasn't until the afternoon that he opened the Abyss Arena software, uploaded the coordinates of his divine kingdom, and clicked to match. The system notification chimed. Match successful. Match 5 Old Granny crossing the street vs. What can you do to me? The terrain was a vast, open, stony desert littered with debris. On the opposing side, a brilliant light flashed, as nearly 10,000 muscular halferks roared into existence, all at level 3 extraordinary. These halferks had bulging muscles and wielded heavy double-bladed axes without any other troop configurations. Guhan summoned 100,000 ant soldiers, a dark tide of insects instantly flooding half the battlefield. What can you do to me? What the hell? How can there still be so many of you on the third day? Guhan couldn't be bothered with idle chatter and immediately issued a divine decree. The frontline shielded ant soldiers quickly grouped together, hundreds forming a unit, their bodies interlocking, and on the ground, they instantly rolled into massive black shield balls. Dozens of shield balls surged down the slope towards the Halferk camp, crushing the ground into deep ravine. The Halferk chief raised his giant axe, roaring orders to engage, as over 10,000 Halferks had red eyes not activated by extraordinary traits, but rather resembling a certain body refining technique. They swung their giant axes, bracing for impact. Just as the shield balls crashed into the enemy formation, Guhan snapped his fingers. Scatter! Dozens of rapidly rolling shield balls exploded apart. The battle-patterned ant fist shrimp hidden at the center of the shield ball was propelled outward by the powerful centrifugal force. The dark golden battle patterns illuminated the air as a supersonic heavy punch shot forth, targeting the Halferk chief. The Halferk chief didn't even have time to scream before his chest was pierced by a single punch. A massive cloud of blood erupted from his back, splattering his comrades behind him with chunks of internal organs. This ballistic charge tactic was conceived during practical training with Qin Lin. It perfectly utilized the defensive capabilities of the shielded ants and the explosive power of the ant fist shrimps. A large number of frontline Halferks collapsed instantly, their formation disintegrating as the battle-patterned ant fist shrimp surged into the enemy ranks, each punch erupting into a cloud of blood. In less than half a minute, What can you do to me directly submitted a surrender request. There was no need to waste time in a guaranteed victory, and Guhan clicked to agree. Another easy 5-win streak. After uploading the coordinates again, Guhan continued to match. In the 6th match, the opponent, seeing the scale of the 100,000 army, immediately forfeited. In the 7th match, the opposing force had 30,000 troops. Seeing Guhan's overwhelming display, they steeled themselves to give it a try, but after suffering half their casualties, they decisively surrendered. Efficiency is decent, Guhan remarked, stretching his neck as he entered the 8th match. The opponent's ID was Guns N' Roses. This time the battlefield was a city ruin filled with crumbling steel-reinforced concrete structures. Just as Guhan summoned his army of ants, the opposing side, showing no regard for combat protocols, unleashed a barrage of gunfire from within an abandoned building. The deafening sound of machine gun fire rained down and large swathes of bullets fell, with several black-armored ants being shot to pieces before they could even take flight. The shielded ants required no command from Guhan and immediately raised their shields in response. Sparks flew as bullets struck the shields, producing a cacophony of sounds. The opposing machine guns couldn't penetrate the shields at all. A hot weapons deity. Guhan raised an eyebrow, surprised that the opponent's extraordinary follower was wielding modern firearms. Bang! A thunderous explosion resounded from above as a large-caliber armor-piercing round tore through the air, directly piercing the torso of a shielded ant. There was even a heavy sniper rifle. Guns and Roses, no matter how many bugs you have against modern heavy firepower, they are just live targets. Don't struggle, just surrender, and you might save some of your followers. This person's talent skill likely had some hidden functionality, otherwise it was impossible that at the start not a single enemy was visible. Guhan turned a deaf ear to this, and quickly issued commands. The stealth ants rapidly spread across the battlefield, searching for traces of the enemy. A dense buzzing filled the air as 30,000 black-armored ants quickly took to the skies, distracting the sniper and drawing the enemy's fire. With the cooperation of the stealth and black-armored ants, the sniper's position was quickly identified. On the roof of the abandoned building, just as the sniper reloaded a hot shell preparing to shift positions, the sky above suddenly darkened. Several black-armored ants precisely landed in the sniper's position, completely ignoring the tactical daggers drawn by the enemy. With a swift motion of their sharp forelimbs, they snatched the heavy sniper rifle and brutally snapped its barrel. Indeed, the opposing side was human, but it seemed the extraordinary followers were not very high level, mostly at level 2 or 3. Dozens of high-ground sniping points were rapidly taken down, truly and completely captured. Especially the level 3 followers, who were directly beaten to a pulp and captured alive by the black-armored ants. Without heavy sniper support, the ant fist shrimps quickly advanced under the cover of the shielded ants. Just when Guhan thought victory was within easy reach, the opposing followers surprisingly had high-explosive grenades and smoke bombs. Several waves of ants were heavily injured by the grenades, while the enemy quickly shifted positions using the dispersed smoke. After successfully capturing a few level 3 humans, Guhan decisively ordered the ant army to cease their charge, preventing the enemy from having any large-scale weapons. Before long, the opponent initiated their surrender. From Guns N' Roses' perspective, it truly felt like encountering a hacker. Her followers were equipped with thermal imaging devices, and her great skill in not here allowed her followers to conceal their forms, making it impossible for enemies over a meter away to detect them. Moreover, her followers had not seen any enemies approaching, and the sniper points were exposed. After she ordered the smoke to cover their retreat, her followers began to die one by one under bizarre circumstances. Damn it! Turn off the wall hack. This terrified her, prompting her to surrender immediately. Guhan had only entangled her for so long to capture her level 3 human followers alive. The stealth ants this time carried purified venom from the demon flower, which even level 2 followers couldn't withstand. Guhan clicked to agree to victory in the 8th match. With just 2 matches left to reach a full 10 wins for promotion, Guhan re-uploaded the coordinates and clicked to continue matching. The matching interface spun for a full minute before finally stopping. In the 9th match, the opponent's ID was walking on the waves. The moment Guhan entered the battlefield, he sensed something was amiss. All he saw was an endless expanse of sea with only a few scattered rocks protruding from the surface. The opponent had actually used a very expensive ocean terrain card, completely transforming the original battlefield into a marine environment. The waves roared, and within the opposing camp, nearly 10,000 mermen stood atop the waves, their upper bodies human and lower bodies fish. They wielded tridents with waves swirling around them. Once the shielded ants fell into the water, their heavy shells would pull them straight to the seabed, ultimately drowning them. Therefore, at the first opportunity, the black-armored ants lifted the shielded ants into the air. Seeing the ant fist shrimps sink beneath the waves, the opposing side burst into laughter. This was a female deity. Walking on the waves, old lady. Have you met your nemesis? Your bugs can't swim, you're out of luck today, so surrender quickly. TSK. Another terrain dog. Guhan scoffed. Since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for killing you all. Guhan ignored her, lamenting in his heart that if only the batch of electric hidden shell ants had matured, they could have easily wiped out this terrain dog. If it weren't for the amphibious ant fist shrimp, he would surely fall under her hands. Fortunately, her strength wasn't too extraordinary. At most, she was merely a tier 3 believer. The hidden shell ants had already attempted to attack in secret, but to no avail. The water surrounding the merfolk formed a protective barrier, and the small size of the hidden shell ants faced great resistance in the water. Before they could approach for a kill, they were washed away by the waves. Nearly 10,000 merfolk believers raised their tridents. Waves of small magical water screens surged upwards, accurately striking at the hovering black shell ants. The black shell ants clutched shield ants in their grasp, their wings nearly smoking as they narrowly dodged the water screen attacks. If hit by the water screens, they wouldn't die instantly, but their wings would get wet, making it nearly impossible to fly once they hit the water, leaving them vulnerable to slaughter. It's merely the end of a strong bow. I let you insult me. The opponent immediately issued a divine decree. Group chant. Ocean tornado. The water screens around the merfolk surged, chanting incantations, as the once calm sea began to whirl violently, forming a vortex that seemed to rise as if pulled by a giant hand. The ocean tornado, spiraling upwards to connect with the heavens. Guhan observed the battlefield earnestly. The ocean tornado was still charging, only about the size of 10 people, but if it continued to grow it would become unmanageable, and the black shell ants would have nowhere to escape. The ants couldn't even fight back. The ocean tornado expanded, whipping up winds that swept many black shell ants along, leaving them unable to flee. Huh. It's over. You're already crying. Yes, it's over. Guhan snapped his fingers. Below the water, dark golden shadows suddenly surged forth. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of explosions erupted, accompanied by bursts of blood mist like ignited red firecrackers, with flashes of fire and flying red fragments. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of explosions erupted, accompanied by bursts of blood mist like ignited red firecrackers, with flashes of fire and— What is this? An ambush underwater, the opponent screamed. Too late. Their attention had been focused above. They didn't realize that the ant fist shrimp had gills. The 2,000 ant fist shrimp that appeared to be drowning were actually gliding along the seabed, silently approaching the location of the merfolk, ready to strike before they could react. The heavy punches of the battle-patterned ant fist shrimp faced no resistance underwater. With a single punch, they struck the merfolk, rendering the water barrier ineffective against such overwhelming force. In just 5 seconds, over 1,000 merfolk were killed on the spot, their blood instantly staining the sea. The remaining merfolk, realizing the danger, scattered in panic. The chanting of the ocean tornado was interrupted, and the swirling waters began to distort, collapsing like flailing tentacles. Meanwhile, the black shell ants in the sky released their grips. Over 10,000 shield ants fell like cannonballs, accompanied by howling winds crashing violently into the sea. Boom, boom, boom. Huge splashes erupted as the hard shells of the shield ants smashed through the merfolk's formation, tightly clutching the surrounding merfolk upon hitting the water. On the surface, shield ants continued to rain down, while underwater ant fist shrimp frantically harvested. The black shell ants were responsible for rescuing the shield ants and holding off the enemy. The merfolk completely lost their fighting spirit, terrified. The opponent's face turned pale. With their affinity for water magic, they decisively surrendered. Guhan never showed mercy to arrogant terrain dogs, refusing to surrender and determined to kill. Regardless of the opponent's panicked screams and insults, Guhan remained unfazed. Some might argue that Guhan lacked chivalry, saying he should spare those who surrendered, and that it was cowardly to bull. Not only did he not feel that way, but Guhan particularly despised such opponents who relied on expensive terrain cards for an advantage. He was even more determined to strike hard. Congratulations on your victory. Current consecutive wins 9. These terrain dogs who relied on money to buy terrain cards to gain an edge had poor adaptability in real combat, and were arrogant. If we're talking about intimidation, they were even less threatening than the previous Raging Dragon Warrior. That guy's area weakening skill was indeed powerful. He just had the misfortune of facing Guhan too early. Just one last match, and he could break through to the elimination round. The system prompt soon sounded. Match successful. Riding an old lady across the street, vs. Peak brilliance, the scene shifted to an open plain. Guhan squinted, his gaze sweeping across the enemy camp on the other side of the plain. Approximately 70 Tier 4 intelligent believers clad in light armor and armed with bows and arrows. 3,000 Tier 3 intelligent, 5,000 Tier 2, and over 10,000 Tier 1. Shield soldiers in front, spearmen in the center, archers in the back. A very standard traditional multi-unit formation. Guhan stroked his chin. This configuration was merely a low-tier version of Qin Lin's forces. Although their numbers were less than Qin Lin's Halfrek army, the threat posed by those 70 Tier 4 believers was equally significant. If they stabilized their formation and withstood his charge, the killing power of the Tier 4 archers was undoubtedly formidable, and the Ant army would suffer heavy casualties. Guhan originally considered whether he could capture a few intelligent beings alive to study their genetics, but he quickly dismissed that thought. Against such a tightly knit formation, he couldn't afford to be reckless. If he disrupted the rhythm in an attempt to capture a few live targets, and ended up losing the match, it would truly be a loss. We must strike quickly and decisively. Guhan issued a divine decree for a rapid attack. They had to eliminate those 70 Tier 4 believers before the enemy figured out the ants' capabilities, especially before they could unleash any skills. A piercing sound of flapping wings echoed in the sky. Over 10,000 black shell ants soared into the air, forming a dark cloud that charged towards the enemy's rear lines. Peak Brilliance saw this swarm of insects blocking the sky and immediately ordered archers in the back fire at a 45-degree angle. Ignore the sky, I'll suppress the insects on the ground. The spearmen retreated to defend against the aerial assault. This person had rich combat experience and quickly saw through the distraction the real threat lay on the ground. But he misjudged Guhan's strategy. The black shell ants flew above the intelligent formation without launching any attacks. They simply folded their wings. Over 10,000 large black shell ants plummeted straight down. Puff, puff. The heavy bodies crashed into the intelligent camp. The black shell ants executed the most primitive suicide attack, crashing into the archers. They were unafraid of the spearmen's attacks, using their legs to kick away the long spears, while their forearms wielded blades and shields for defense. Many black shell ants were pierced by the spears, splattering green bodily fluids that obscured the vision of the archers and nearby intelligent beings. The entire rear formation instantly descended into chaos. Damn, a suicide attack. The battle-patterned shield ants on the ground had already formed a dense conical formation connecting their dark golden battle patterns together like a train moving forward. Without shouting or roaring, the shield ants bravely withstood the rain of arrows crashing directly into the front line of the intelligent beings with a furious demeanor. The sickening sound of bones cracking echoed across the plain as the Tier 4 shields of the intelligent beings caved in under the ants' charge. Hundreds of Tier 1 and Tier 2 shield soldiers were smashed away by the tremendous force, coughing up blood. A gap was instantly torn in the defense line. Following closely behind, both the battle-patterned ant fist shrimp and the ordinary ant fist shrimp surged forward simultaneously. They leaped onto the backs of the shield ants, launching themselves high into the air. Their target was the Tier 4 intelligent beings behind. This combo was precisely what Guhan had used to defeat Qin Lin during simulations. Upon seeing the enemy close in with weapons, the Tier 4 intelligent beings immediately retracted their bows and drew their large swords to block. Without fully grasping how the opponent attacked, they already felt pain in their bodies. Peak Brilliance, is this all you've got? Clearly the attacks from those ants were not enough to threaten the Tier 4 believers, causing him to breathe a sigh of relief. The Tier 4 believers' attacks could also harm the ant fist shrimp, so Guhan arranged for the battle-patterned ant fist shrimp to engage in the second wave, aiming for a fatal strike. Only when the battle-patterned ant fist shrimp closed in and the Tier 4 believers were killed in a combined attack did Peak Brilliance react. He had no time to feel sorrow. He immediately activated his A-grade talent skill, Wind Titan, and Pull. A profoundly eerie gale erupted across the otherwise tranquil plain, yet it posed no hindrance whatsoever to Guhan's Ant-Human Legion. As if guided by sentient will, the wind struck with uncanny precision, lifting every Homo sapiens devotee off their feet and hurling them backward over 1,000 meters in a single violent sweep. From his godlike vantage point, Guhan observed the spectacle clearly and paused momentarily, stunned. This innate ability was none other than a mass force displacement skill, an unparalleled escape technique. He could not deny its perfection at this critical juncture. Had it activated even 1 second later, the remaining 24 level 4 devotees would have been pulverized into crimson pulp by the battle-marked ant fist shrimp warriors. You fled just in time, Guhan murmured, clicking his tongue thoughtfully. Though the gale had spared the Homo sapiens' lives, it had utterly shattered their meticulously ordered formation. Archers were now jumbled among shield-bearers. The entire Homo sapiens phalanx devolved into chaotic disarray. Launching a swift assault now would drastically reduce lethality and risk encirclement and annihilation. Guhan's gaze sharpened, locking onto the shaken level 4 devotees. Since conventional tactics had failed, capture, alive, was now the only viable course. All shield-armored Anthumans form spherical assault formations, close distance rapidly, and suppress enemy ranged retaliation. Ant-fist shrimp warriors prioritize eliminating level 3 devotees. Black-armored Anthumans provide covering fire and diversionary pressure. I require live captives. In an instant, the vast Ant-Human host, previously spread like a tide, reconfigured. Countless shield-armored Ant-Humans interlocked head-to-tail, curling inward to assemble hundreds of armored spheres. Those spheres accelerated swiftly toward the Homo sapiens lines. Loose arrows now? Block them. Feng Mang Bai Lu roared, commanding his devotees in desperate counterattack. A deluge of arrows descended upon the armored spheres, clattering sharply against their thick carapaces, unable to pierce their formidable shells. Even when several heavy arrows fired by level 4 archers managed to penetrate the armor, the spheres maintained relentless momentum, unstoppable, unbroken. Hundreds of armored spheres crashed into the Homo sapiens ranks like colossal steamrollers, crushing numerous level 1 devotees beneath their weight, spilling blood and rupturing organs. The enemy host instantly fragmented. As the spheres disintegrated, centrifugal force hurled the ant-fist shrimp warriors hidden within, launching them directly into the fleeing ranks of low-tier Homo sapiens. Senior Homo sapiens devotees fought desperately, thrusting spears, and swinging heavy swords with furious abandon against the ant-humans. Casualties among ordinary shield-armored ant-humans surged dramatically. Guhan did not so much as furrow his brow. War demanded sacrifice. So long as level 4 devotees were secured alive, the exchange was unequivocally profitable. At the battlefield's heart, the battle-marked ant-fist shrimp warriors engaged the level 4 devotees, overwhelming them through sheer numerical superiority. Per Guhan's explicit order to take captives, they targeted limbs and joints exclusively. Within a single exchange, 2 level 4 Homo sapiens had their arms wrenched from their sockets, then pinned to the earth by black-armored ant-humans and dragged toward the divine gateway at the rear. The battle raged for over 10 minutes. At the cost of more than 20,000 anthumans, Guhan successfully captured 8 level 4 devotees alive. Meanwhile, Feng Mang Bai Lu's army, once numbering over 10,000 Homo sapiens, had been reduced to fewer than 200 survivors. All devotees below level 3 lay dead. Watching his elite devotees hauled away like livestock, Feng Mang Bai Lu finally broke. Stop, I surrender. Cease the slaughter. A system notification chimed. Opponent, Feng Mang Bai Lu, has surrendered and requested negotiation. Guhan arched a brow and tapped accept. Brother, you're ruthless beyond measure. This is merely a tournament elimination round. Why seize my level 4 devotees like livestock? Feng Mang Bai Lu choked back tears. Guhan replied coolly, you slaughtered my devotees. Must I not reclaim something in return? Come on, brother. Surely you know how many resources go into cultivating a level 4 devotee. Name your price. I'll ransom them. Feng Mang Bai Lu gritted his teeth, anguish twisting his features. When Guhan remained silent, he added urgently, I'll pay in credit points. 5 million. No, 10 million. Guhan scoffed. 10 million for 8 captives? Spare me the jest. I'm pressed for time. Transcendent crystals. He possessed transcendent crystals. These rare artifacts directly elevated devotees' transcendent tiers, a tightly regulated resource legally restricted and traded only illicitly on the black market. Qin Lin had once mentioned them scarce, potent, and fiercely controlled by official authorities. So rarely seen that even black market forums yielded no trace. Guhan suppressed the fierce surge of desire within him. His expression remained impassive. He genuinely needed 1 crystal for experimentation, yet despite exhaustive searches across black markets and forums, none had surfaced. 3 transcendent crystals for 8 level 4 captives. Their market value exceeds 20 million. Feng Mang Bai Lu erupted, voice cracking. Brother, these are transcendent crystals. They're nearly impossible to acquire, even on the black market. Insufficient. Then I depart. Feng Mang Bai Lu's face likely paled to emerald. Panicked, he cried out as Guhan turned away. Wait. I also possess a Class D divine structure. He tossed forward a softly glowing card. Guhan scanned its description. Mind Repository Class D divine structure. Upon activation, selects a designated race. The structure continuously stores that race's intelligence quotient, averaging collective IQ, until total cognitive depletion occurs. After reading the description, Guhan felt as though his cerebral cortex had been ironed flat. The effect was undeniably extraordinary, yet utterly nonsensical. First enforce universal intellectual parity, then inevitably drain the entire race into mindless oblivion. Who designed such a thing? Was this not sheer folly? Who in their right mind would deploy it? Still, as a Class D artifact, it held nominal market value, even if functionally worthless. 5 transcendent crystals plus this obsolete divine structure. For 6 level 4 captives, Guhan declared his final offer. 5 crystals, and only 6 captives. You seized 8. His opponent nearly leapt up. I only have 4. Guhan's tone chilled. 4 crystals, plus 5 million credits. 6 captives. Take it, or leave it. Taken. Taken. Desperate to seal the deal before Guhan revoked it. Knowing this worthless relic had languished unsold in his inventory for years, he capitulated instantly. Both parties swiftly finalized the transaction via the integrated software system, securing 4 transcendent crystals and a Class D divine structure in exchange for 6 level 4 prisoners left Guhan deeply satisfied. After all, only 1 or 2 breeding specimens were necessary. Selling the remainder would fetch roughly 24 million credits. Combat concluded. Victor riding grandma across the street. Current record 10 consecutive victories. Successfully advanced to the defense tournament. Defense matches commence in 5 days. Prepare accordingly. The arena competition is in 5 days. Guhan calculated the time in his heart. 5 days in reality is more than enough for the ant army to undergo a complete overhaul. Disconnecting from the software, Guhan directly returned to the Divine Kingdom. The few captured third-level snipers had been fed some ice toad poison and were now tied up with vines thrown on the lawn like pupae. Now that there are 4th-level intelligent beings, these guys are of no use. Guhan discovered that the Abyss Arena software was still connected to the black market and decided to put these 3rd-level intelligent beings with special occupational skills up for sale. Snipers with firearms experience are quite valuable, Within 10 minutes, a buyer quickly came looking, and it turned out to be the one from Guns N' Roses. With an additional 10 million in his account, Guhan felt great. A war indeed brings in money quickly. Black market competitions are great. He should participate more often, and if he gets the chance he should capture more to sell back, since the main price from Genshin is even higher. After dealing with the third-level intelligent beings, Guhan's attention turned to the two fourth-level male intelligent beings. He directly called up the forced breeding panel. Selecting the two fourth-level male intelligent beings, he arranged for them to marry the female war gods of various ant tribes. Next comes the long cultivation period. Combining the ants again with the exceptional male intelligent beings, those advantageous traits are prone to degeneration, and the intelligent genes will dominate, resulting in a new generation of ants that are more like intelligent beings. Guhan had experience with this. He continued to breed the new generation with the existing ants, iterating constantly until the original advantageous traits were recovered. Until the new generation of ants roughly restored the original combat-ready appearance of the ants. This round of iteration greatly increased their physical capabilities. The excellent genes from the fourth-level followers significantly enhanced their agility, and they inherited even more of the intelligence of intelligent beings, leading to a qualitative improvement in battle formations. The latest low-tier version of the battle pattern grass had also been successfully cultivated. This type of battle pattern grass only requires 10 years in the Divine Kingdom to mature, which translates to just 1 day in reality. This means that the battle pattern grass can be used in large quantities, and all ants will possess battle patterns. Only the most core few elite squads of ant fist shrimp and heavy armored shield ants will be allocated the original, more effective alternative version of the battle pattern grass. During these 5 days of preparation, Guhan was confident he could elevate the overall strength of the ant tribe by several levels. If he faced the fourth-level archers of peak brilliance or the group weakness of raging tyrant warriors again, even if the opponent is prepared, the ant army will definitely crush them with overwhelming force. This elimination round has shown him things that cannot be learned from books. Various bizarre divine master skills, diverse intelligent races, and the oppressive feeling brought by the terrain. It felt like his vision had been completely opened. No matter what flashy skills the opponent uses, or what strange races they are, the ant fist will break through them. The feeling of seeing his carefully researched race challenge beyond its limits and slaughter everywhere is simply exhilarating. Now it is time to solve the most core issue. A purple crystal appeared in Guhan's palm. This was the extraordinary crystal exchanged from peak brilliance. Guhan decided to test it with an ant. With a thought, he summoned a battle pattern ant fist shrimp to him. Guhan threw down the purple extraordinary crystal. The extraordinary crystal, originally incredibly hard like a gemstone, was closely observed by the ant fist shrimp with its compound eyes, which didn't understand the divine master's intentions at all. But after the ant fist shrimp had contact with it for a while, a strange change occurred. The hard surface of the crystal suddenly softened, becoming bouncy like gelatin. Immediately, the crystal rapidly melted in the shrimp's hands, sublimating into a ball of blue-purple light mist. The light mist frantically drilled into its body through the gaps in the shrimp's shell. In that moment, Guhan clearly felt something was off. It wasn't the shrimp that was wrong, but the entire Divine Kingdom. An extremely bizarre sense of weightlessness came over him. Guhan felt as if the entire Divine Kingdom was crazily tilting toward this ant fist shrimp. At the core of the Divine Kingdom, the giant core tree began to shake violently, its branches and leaves rustling. The ant fist shrimp was completely enveloped in blue-purple light, its size unchanged, but the aura it emitted was steadily rising. The violent power rampaged within it, the light gradually dissipating while the light mist wafted away. The shrimp stood dazed in place with just an additional layer of blue-purple markings on its shell. Guhan immediately opened the Smart Assistant to check. No level. The extraordinary aura emitted by this shrimp was definitely not weaker than the second-level followers he had encountered before, and it might even be stronger. Yet the panel showed no sign of its extraordinary level. It was still unranked. What's going on? Guhan, could it be that the physique of this ant fist shrimp is too strong, its foundation too deep, and a single extraordinary crystal's energy is insufficient to break through that barrier? Extraordinary crystals are extremely precious and are often priced but hard to find in the market. But if they cannot be used to create extraordinary life, they are just a worthless stone. Guhan looked at the 3 remaining extraordinary crystals in his hand and gritted his teeth. Keep going. He directly tossed all 3 remaining extraordinary crystals down in one go. The ant fist shrimp took them all, swallowing the 3 jelly-like extraordinary crystals. The blue-purple light mist erupted instantly, being at least 10 times denser than before. The entire ground of the Divine Kingdom began to tremble. This time the sense of abnormality reached its peak. The core tree of the Divine Kingdom let out a deafening roar, and the massive trunk began to twist and collapse into chunks, eventually crystallizing. The light on the ant fist shrimp shot straight into the sky, and its aura soared. It surpassed the 3rd-level followers. It was comparable to the 4th-level followers. The violent, extraordinary aura even forced other observing ants nearby to retreat repeatedly. But Guhan fixed his gaze on the panel, his eyes almost straining. Still no level. No level means it cannot ascend. Just then the core of the Divine Kingdom completely the once vibrant core tree disappeared, replaced by a massive crystal floating in midair. This crystal emitted a dazzling light, so bright it illuminated the entire Divine Kingdom. The temperature began to rise sharply. The entire Divine Kingdom was lit up as bright as day by this crystal. Guhan squinted against the blinding light, watching the giant shining body, which resembled a blazing sun, gradually sink into the ground. Then he looked at the shrimp before him, which emitted an outrageous aura, but still had no level. He felt a surge of frustration and couldn't help but curse. Damn, a whole 4 extraordinary crystals wasted, and you don't give me a level upgrade, just plant a sun in my Divine Kingdom. As soon as he finished speaking, the brilliance of the Divine Kingdom's core extinguished and suddenly pulsed. A visible ring-shaped shockwave spread from within the crystal, instantly sweeping across the entire Divine Kingdom, causing it to tremble violently once more. Guhan distinctly felt the boundaries of the world expanding. This is the symbol of a follower entering the extraordinary. Then a thin ray of light descended from the sky. Guhan stared at the ant pincer shrimp man that had devoured 4 extraordinary crystals, filled with anticipation, thinking that this time he would surely be able to evolve. However, the slender beam of light, symbolizing the extraordinary, did not land on this ant pincer shrimp man, but instead descended directly into the core area, heading straight for the altar of the sacrificer. Not it. Guhan was taken aback, quickly following the beam of light with his gaze. At the altar, tens of thousands of old black ant-men were lining up. This was a voluntary sacrificial ceremony. The black ant-men had a lifespan of only 10 years, and whenever their end approached, they would spontaneously queue up to the altar, transforming into the power that allowed their clan to advance. At this moment, a tiny figure was enveloped by that towering beam of light. It was a young black ant-man, trembling violently due to the massive influx of energy, clenching its fists tightly, suddenly tilting its head back, and emitting a sharp, prolonged howl. The surrounding black ant-men who were sending it off were startled by this commotion, quickly retracting their gazes and gathering around. An old ant-man about to approach the altar turned back, confused by the beam of light, and spoke urgently, "Chang Sheng, are you okay?" Chang Sheng slowly opened her eyes within the beam, feeling an unprecedented surge of warmth within her body, her expression shifting from bewilderment to ecstasy. "Great-grandma, I'm fine." She waved her slender arm, her tone quivering with excitement. I think I've changed. It's spiritual energy, there's really spiritual energy, I can feel it." The old ant-man trembled all over, tears of joy streaming down her murky eyes. She restrained her excitement, and did not leave the queue to check, instead nodding incessantly, her arms waving. The old ant-men also tacitly stopped their steps, not urging her, and gazed fervently at the Chang Sheng surrounded at the altar. Good. It worked. It finally worked. The old ant-man wept tears of joy, resolutely turning to step toward the center of the altar. "Go back, my child. Great-grandma is going too." The old ant-man had never dared to imagine that on the last day before her death, she would see the extraordinary inheritance spoken of by the 81 ancestors manifesting in front of her. Although most were born from a single ant queen, the ant people still determined their lineage based on the birth batch, as per the customs of the wise beings. At this moment, Guhan had already spotted the young black ant-man named Chang Sheng. He was somewhat dazed. How could the extraordinary be a black ant-man? Wasn't this clan created by him specifically for sacrificial purposes? Short lifespan, no combat power. The greatest role of the entire clan was to increase the probability of the sacrificer's blessing before dying. At that time, the synthesis used the specimen from that disabled wise being, the priest, was incredible. Mainly because the black ant-men were not combat units, Guhan had not used a second-level wise being for their iteration back then. Could it be that the extraordinary was truly related to their innate constitution? Guhan scanned the young black ant-man with his intelligent assistant. Upon seeing this, his eyes widened in believer. Chang Sheng, black ant-man, level 1st stage, extraordinary cultivation technique, spirit perception, chapter entry, level status, spiritual energy, infused lifespan greatly increased. Cultivation, spirit perception chapter. Guhan gasped in shock, his mind buzzing. Although he had heard them mention spiritual energy, he had not dared to think in this direction. Wasn't this technique the one he had spent a great deal of money to buy and tried on those 80 useless spirit root ant-men? The result was that half died and half fled. Hadn't that matter already been put to rest? Guhan immediately pulled up the logs recorded by the intelligent assistant regarding the black ant-men's clan and quickly scrolled back. Lines of records slid past his vision, a relay of insights spanning 19 generations stunned him. It turned out that among the 80 cultivation seed ant-men back, then a significant portion were indeed black ant-men, including Chang Sheng's great-grandma, the 79th ancestor. Before her death, the 79th ancestor carved the spirit perception chapter and her insights onto a stone wall, during her closed-door training, passing away with the regret of not having drawn in the spiritual energy. Later, the 81st ancestor responsible for cleaning discovered the inscriptions left by her grandmother. She read the Spirit Perception chapter and saw her grandmother's insights. From that day on, the 81st ancestor preserved the stone carvings left by her grandmother, ensuring that all descendants of this lineage studied them even if they were unclear about whether they had that talent, thus passing it down from generation to generation. The lifespan of the Black Ant-Men was too short. They watched the hidden armored Ant-Men and black-armored Ant-Men fight for their God Lord with lifespans extending up to 30 years. Yet they had only a mere 10 years. When the time came, they could only queue up to the altar to meet their death. Although the clan shouted daily that sacrifice was a sacred return made for the future of the clan, no one wanted to die if they could avoid it. Perhaps it was the 79th ancestor's regret regarding the Spirit Perception chapter, the yearning for the extraordinary and the desire for a longer lifespan. Even though it seemed like a delusion to other lineages, their descendants pressed on relentlessly, using their scant understanding and 10 short years of life to grapple with the obscure and difficult Spirit Perception chapter. They held on to hope, believing that if one generation's lifespan was not enough to comprehend, then they would pass it down from generation to generation. A total of 19 generations persevered, passing it to the 100th generation, which is now Chang Sheng, who possessed exceptional talent and insight. Today, as Chang Sheng watched her great-grandmother, who had raised her step by step toward the altar, listening to the mournful hymns recited by her kin, the sense of unwillingness she held in her heart completely exploded. In that moment, she had an epiphany. The insights of her ancestors had long been integrated into her mind, and the divine realm happened to undergo a dramatic change due to the extraordinary crystals, with spiritual energies surging, and both the altar and the core of the divine realm lit up simultaneously. Chang Sheng sat down cross-legged on the spot, and truly grasped that elusive thread of spiritual energy, directly drawing it into her body, breaking free from the shackles of mortality. Gu Han, after reading the logs, was filled with goosebumps. He was deeply moved by the spirit of the Black Ant-Men. Damn, they managed to cultivate without the opening meridian pill. He couldn't help but curse. The hardships they endured were unimaginable. He never expected that what he once deemed his most failed investment would, under the arrangement of fate, yield a miracle. He originally thought he was the absolute master of this divine realm, with all developments within his plan. But now these tiny creatures taught him a lesson through their actions. The smallest and seemingly the most useless turned out to be the most commendable. Gu Han calmed his emotions and redirected his attention back to the divine realm. As Chang Sheng broke through to the extraordinary, the divine realm expanded, as well, skyrocketing from an area of 700,000 square meters to a full 1 million square meters. However, Gu Han also felt a bit puzzled. Was it because the ant pincer shrimp man had swallowed 4 extraordinary crystals that triggered the divine realm, or was it because Chang Sheng's breakthrough in cultivation that activated the divine realm? Or perhaps these two events coincidentally occurred together, resulting in today's situation. Who cares anyway? The believers in the divine realm now count as extraordinary too. Small as she is also extraordinary. Gu Han casually checked the altar. A rank divine structure, sacrificer's blessing, current probability of breaking through to the next level of extraordinary 0.237777779. Blessed race, ant people triggered one time. This means that the altar had just triggered this minuscule probability. Gu Han felt a wave of unease for a long time. Was this the blessing of the 79th ancestor and the predecessors? Gu Han was unsure, but he truly felt that kind of obsession seen in novels and illustrations, the spirit of endlessly exploring and seeking knowledge to live longer. With a flick of his divine sense, his vast consciousness descended directly above the altar. The sky within the divine realm instantly became turbulent, and the surrounding Black Ant-Men felt that familiar, yet terrifying pressure, immediately kneeling down in unison, not daring to breathe. Chang Sheng quickly knelt down with a thud, pressing her head deeply against the ground. A phantom began to coalesce in midair, and Gu Han looked down at the small figure below. What is your name? Gu Han's voice echoed throughout the divine realm like rolling thunder, although he already knew Chang Sheng's name. Chang Sheng was somewhat flabbergasted. In her lifetime, she had actually seen the legendary God Lord, and he even publicly asked for her name, which was an immense honor, even more glorious than entering the extraordinary. She trembled as she loudly replied, returning to the God Lord. I am called Chang Sheng. Chang Sheng, a good name. Your lineage has made great contributions. I bestow upon you 10 lifespan pills. This God Lord will open the extraordinary pathway for your clan, and the Black Ant-Man clan will be under your lineage's control. The entire Black Ant-Man clan erupted in exclamations, all envious of the lifespan pills which were mentioned in the widely spread tales of deities in their clan. Some might feel that 10 pills each is a bit few, but rarity increases value, and pills are considered extremely precious for the Black Ant-Men, enough for many to share. Others might also ask, why not give them opening meridian pills? Chang Sheng is a perfect example. There are too many black ant-men, and the damn spiritisting stones have limited uses. Guhan waved his hand, and an invisible force wrapped around Chang Sheng, lifting her from the ground. Come with me to a place. Chang Sheng felt a flash before her eyes as the scenery around her changed instantly. When she steadied herself again, she found herself in an empty area of the core zone of the divine realm. Before her stood a massive black boulder mountain-like in size, its surface pockmarked, exuding an ancient aura. This was the spiritisting stone Guhan had repurchased. Place your hand on it, and give it a try, Guhan commanded. Chang Sheng did not dare to delay, hurriedly stepping forward, taking a deep breath, and pressing her trembling right hand against the cold surface of the spiritisting stone. Guhan held his breath. He wanted to see what kind of aptitude this exceptionally talented little one who did not need an opening meridian pill possessed. The spirit stone erupted with a violent hum. Immediately 5 colors of light, red, yellow, blue, green, and gold, intertwined and surged skyward, their beams chaotic and murky as they pressed against one another in disarray. Chang Sheng looked up in confusion at the giant stone that had shown signs of change. She did not understand what it meant, but she felt a sense of anticipation in her heart. With all 5 colors present, she possessed a mixed spiritual root. Originally, it was thought that the thin black ant people had finally produced a prodigy after 19 generations of struggle. After much ado, it turned out that this ant person named Chang Sheng was merely lucky and had slightly higher comprehension. What a pity. However, upon further thought, it was actually reasonable. Only with a mixed spiritual root could one have a greater chance of perceiving the spiritual energy that drifted through the world without any external assistance. Spiritual energy has attributes. It is akin to a pure water attribute spiritual root living in a volcanic area rich in fire chi. Even if one possesses extraordinary talent, it would be difficult to capture the sparse water spiritual energy. However, mixed spiritual roots are different. With 5 elements, they can sense spiritual energy of all attributes to some extent. They are of a very low threshold and do not discriminate. Yet the cultivation world has always valued single spiritual roots, most as they specialize in absorbing one type of spiritual energy, allowing for rapid cultivation. Mixed spiritual roots can do it all, but it also means they are mediocre, needing to balance 5 attributes simultaneously, making cultivation quite challenging. This was what Guhan learned while accompanying the ant people in comprehending the spirit perception chapter. Guhan's expression remained unchanged, still maintaining a calm demeanor. This unexpected surprise indeed opened up the extraordinary path in the Divine Kingdom, but it was of no help to the current enhancement of combat power. The tiny black ant people were simply too small, measuring only a few millimeters. Even if Chang Sheng began cultivating and could sense the spiritual energy, her physique would receive some enhancement. However, against the large half-beasts or intelligent beings, she would still be easily crushed. The real challenge lay in the combat ant people produced through the high-level believers' breeding. The strongest single combat force, the ant fist shrimp, had swallowed 4 precious extraordinary crystals in one go, yet had not even reached a level, leaving Guhan somewhat amused and exasperated. However, the path to the extraordinary had finally been forged. I grant you a vial of marrow-cleansing liquid and 10 longevity pills. You may come and go as you please from here. The grand ethereal voice echoed in the space. Guhan casually tossed 2 jade vials, which landed with a thud before the small Chang Sheng, yet did not stir a speck of dust. He used the smart assistant to mark Chang Sheng. The precious extraordinary crystals could not possibly be wasted on a mixed spiritual root, but as the first cultivator of the Divine Kingdom, it was necessary to provide some resources as a benchmark for future generations. Chang Sheng repeatedly bowed in gratitude, and after expressing her thanks, she climbed toward the jade vial containing the longevity pills. After attending to Chang Sheng, Guhan shifted his focus to the expanded Divine Kingdom. Due to Chang Sheng's breakthrough, the area of the Divine Kingdom surged from 700,000 square meters to 1 million square meters. The territory expanded significantly, making the original terrain appear somewhat sparse. The defending competition was imminent, and he had more important matters to attend to. Guhan concentrated and arrived at the junction of the volcanic region. The pouch demon flowers, previously nurtured with the giant ice toad's venom, had grown into a large patch. They were the foundation of 6th-level extraordinary beings possessing extremely resilient life forces. Their branches were quite durable, even the ant fist shrimp found it difficult to destroy them completely. Guhan planned to use them to create the first absolute defense line for the Divine Kingdom. Under his mental control, the swaying pouch demon flowers were pushed along with the volcanic region to the outskirts, rearranging themselves on the empty land at the edge of the Divine Kingdom. In rows upon rows, they densely surrounded the periphery. Guhan arranged for more ant venom to irrigate these pouch demon flowers with ice toad venom, requiring them to absorb back any toxic mist they exhaled to prevent environmental pollution in the Divine Kingdom. Fortunately, they all enjoyed poison, showing no resistance to secondary or tertiary toxins, and even exchanged clouds of mist with one another, competing to see whose purity was higher, becoming quite engrossed. Watching this lively sea of flowers before him, it seemed they had all triggered the spirit awakening effect, even learning the language of the ant people. As he observed their swaying forms, Guhan could not help but think of a classic game, Plants vs. Zombies, which was also a defense game. Guhan's arrangement was unafraid of any violent destruction, and the highly toxic nature would deter many divine masters. Anyone who dared to charge directly at him during the defending competition would at least be poisoned to death if they were of lower combat power. After completing the outer defense line, Guhan prepared to inspect the results of the new generation of hidden shell ant people. The black-shelled ant people were currently working vigorously. After establishing an underground passage from the demigod's divine kingdom, these ant people had taken up their ancestral profession again, becoming ruthless transport machines. Rare metals and thunder source ores from the opposing divine kingdom were continuously transported back to Guhan's divine kingdom. The ores sparkling with ghostly blue arcs were prepared by Guhan for the new generation of hidden shell ant people. The thunder beasts thrived on these thunder source ores to generate electricity from the horns on their heads. After consuming these thunder source ores, the hidden shell ant people should be able to generate electricity stealthily on the battlefield. Guhan waved his hand, transferring a small mountain of thunder source ores to the territory of the hidden shell ant people. The hidden shell ant people were small in size and did not require much thunder source ore, but Guhan was unsure whether the principle of electricity generation from the horns on their heads depended on the quantity of ores, so he simply let them eat freely and would see how effective the electricity generation would be. They needed a target to shock. Guhan stroked his chin, surveying his surroundings in the divine kingdom, ultimately locking onto a fourth-level male intelligent being engaged in a fierce battle. Guhan was not worried about him committing suicide, as the ant people had basically completed their iteration and still had another fourth-level intelligent being as a backup. With a thought, the fourth-level intelligent being was teleported to the territory of the hidden shell ant people. This originally robust and muscular fourth-level intelligent being had now completely withered away. His eye sockets were now sunken, and his black legs trembled. As soon as he landed, he collapsed to the ground, showing none of the previous extraordinary vigor. Drool dripped from the corners of his mouth, his lips trembled pale as he lay on the ground, rolling his eyes, supporting himself with his hands like a butterfly flapping its wings, muttering incoherently, clearly on the verge of mental collapse. Consider this an electric therapy session to wake you up. Guhan unhesitatingly issued the command to generate electricity, as this fourth-level intelligent being had previously killed many ant people. The hidden shell ant people quickly burrowed into the mouth of the fourth-level intelligent being. In less than 2 seconds, the collapsed intelligent being suddenly shuddered, leaping like a carp, his eyes instantly bulging out. Zazup! A blinding blue-white arc of electricity suddenly erupted from the chest and abdomen of the intelligent being. The hidden shell ant people connected to his back, neck, and limbs exploded in a series of miniature thunderstorms. Ahaha! The unbearable screams echoed throughout the area as the fourth-level intelligent being was shocked like a fish just pulled from the water, wildly bouncing on the ground. His body, once drained of energy, now erupted with astonishing potential. He flailed in midair, veins bulging on his forehead, his hair standing on end as acrid black smoke rose from his body. The efficacy of the electric therapy was extraordinarily evident, and the scene before Guhan led him to involuntarily ask, "What is your name?" "Curse you." Guhan frowned, not expecting this tough guy, a level 9 deity, to beg for mercy after enduring a set of breeding packages, especially since this fellow had also been electrocuted. "Keep shocking. You're still quite tough. I really am calling you. Curse you. Trust me, oh God." The level 4 intelligent being let out a series of bizarre cries, desperately pleading for mercy, its tough image crumbling. Guhan felt a pang of frustration. What level of civilization were they at, even using foreign names? Guhan waved his hand to stop looking at the charred intelligent being, who was constantly twitching, and smacked his lips in satisfaction. It was clear it was terrified of death, so he decided to give it a brief reprieve to recover. Just a few hundred hidden armored ants' electricity was enough to make the level 4 intelligent being convulse. Of course, it might also be due to its flawed breeding foundation. But what if thousands, or even tens of thousands, were to generate power together? Even a tough level 4 extraordinary being would likely not withstand such continuous internal and external shocks. The key point was that they could become invisible, had a very small size, and were unpreventable. Once unleashed on the battlefield, they could easily take down enemy generals among the throngs, completely eliminating the need to expend a large number of ant lives for backline attacks. With the dual excellence of poisonous electricity, this was undoubtedly a force capable of instantly determining victory or defeat. What else could enhance strength? Guhan pondered deeply. To obtain the spiritual root network, he had to secure the championship. That was the only shortcut at this stage. Although Chang Sheng could draw and chi, the overall quality of the black ant race was extremely poor. Relying on them to self-cultivate and contribute to the divine nation, even if he waited until he graduated from university, he might not even touch the threshold of demigods. He needed the spiritual root network to fundamentally change the cultivation qualifications of the combat type ants. There should be many who could achieve 10 consecutive victories, but those who could withstand 10 victories and still dare to participate in the defense competition must be among the strongest of the demigods and below. Guhan repeatedly simulated the upcoming battles. His opponent was likely an experienced veteran with a full roster of level 4 believers. Their believers might also possess extraordinary traits. Coupled with the bizarre awakening skills of those divine lords, if he encountered a similar group debuff, or even more sinister skills, a slight misstep could lead to disaster. The most critical issue was that the defense competition was a war of attrition relying on foundation and manpower. He could ensure he repelled the first wave, but what about the second and third waves? Others would be waiting in the wings waiting for him to exhaust his forces and reveal all his trump cards before stepping in to reap the rewards. Guhan looked down at his divine nation, 1,000,000 square meters. It was indeed larger than before, but for the ant race, it was still too small. The various clans were squeezed together, and even the buffer zone for charging had to be meticulously calculated. The greatest advantage of the insect race was its numbers. The current space was simply insufficient for him to unleash his forces recklessly. If he forcibly bred, the ecological chain would immediately collapse. He wouldn't even need to be attacked by others to perish. Guhan's gaze fell upon the busy black armored ant teams transporting materials weaving between the fissures of the divine nation. Suddenly a light bulb went off. Why must I develop within my own divine nation? The other side boasts 80,000 square kilometers of vast land, and if the demigod lord is absent, even if the ground were to be dug up, no one would care. The Thunder Source Mine has enough resources. The space is ample. As long as he moves over the 6-winged chickens after breeding, food won't be an issue for now. Guhan grew more excited as he thought. If in the remaining days he could utilize the resources from that demigod's divine nation to crazily expand his military without limits as a reserve force. The defense competition is unknown, and after successfully defending there will be a period for rest and adjustment. After finishing a match during the rest, he could completely draw a large army from the demigod's divine nation. Guhan pulled up the rules explanation for the black match and meticulously detailed every aspect. In the first round of preliminaries, those opponents could spend money on terrain cards to alter the battlefield environment. But in the second round of the defense competition, the rules clearly state the attacking side is prohibited from using terrain cards. The reason is simple. The defense competition is conducted within the divine nation of the challenger. If a wealthy person disregards martial ethics and directly smashes dozens of ocean cards and magma cards, the ecology of the challenger's divine nation would be instantly ruined. Clearly unreasonable aspects of the competition rules are explained. What is not mentioned means it is allowed. The rules do not state that the challenger cannot replenish their divine nation's forces during the interval of rounds. In the organizer's logic, the military strength is fixed. Losing one means less. No one could possibly replenish their lost forces in a mere few minutes of rest. Even if someone buys or borrows external aid for their use, those believers would likely flee or show reluctance to fight, as they do not believe in the deity of their master. But Guhan could. As long as he stockpiled enough ants in advance, even if they were born in foreign lands with the queen ant as a faith bond, the ants would never betray. As long as no forces are replenished during the defense competition, the organizers would certainly not deem it a violation. Done, Guhan said, punching his palm. He immediately summoned all the ant queens, bringing the reserve queens to the opposite divine nation to breed in large quantities. First, he halted the transportation of ores into the divine nation, prioritizing food and refining plants, especially the battle pattern grass. I want all of you to go over there and breed freely. Don't worry about resource consumption. The hidden armored ants can directly mine for themselves, and they can eat the thunder source, or at will. The ant queens felt the divine command issued by their master, transmitting wild emotions, their antennae dancing wildly, excitedly screeching. They had been pinned up as in order to control the ant population, they had to lay eggs daily based on the number of ants that died in the divine nation. Hundreds of newly pregnant ant queens surrounded by their guards marched grandly through the fissures of space, diving into the unknown bountiful underground. The entire operational axis of the divine nation shifted instantly. It was no longer about moving bricks back. Now the whole family was going to live on the other side. Guhan stood before the fissure, watching the army depart continuously. This strategy not only solved the problem of insufficient forces, but also perfectly avoided the spatial limitations of his divine nation. By the time the defense competition arrived, he would be able to wait in comfort, using the relentless tide of insects to wear down those challengers. But after the excitement, Guhan quickly calmed down. He rubbed his chin, staring at the fissure for a long time, feeling an even greater yearning for the source of the divine nation, determined to risk it all to attempt to seize that demigod's divine nation. In a world without the support of a divine lord, even if the opponent was level 9 extraordinary, it was still worth it. To go or not to go? That is the question. He was completely in the dark about the situation over there. Although he had sent the Ant-Man to scout ahead, the perspective of the Ant-Man was entirely different from his own descent. However, once he, the Divine Master, personally stepped in and emitted any unusual fluctuations, it could alarm that ninth-level life form or other followers of the Divine Kingdom, and all would be in vain. The Divine Master could control the weather within his own Divine Kingdom, but once he entered another's domain, his consciousness would not possess such omnipotence. Though traveling freely posed no mortal danger, being attacked would still hurt. Unless one reached a higher realm, it was common not to venture into peril alone. Thus, after becoming a demigod, the Divine Master had grown accustomed to possessing his followers to explore other divine kingdoms. Forget it for the sake of caution, the overall situation must take precedence. Guhan dismissed the thought of going himself. The most pressing matter now was to utilize the expansion of the opposing divine kingdom's forces to cope with tomorrow's competition, and he needed to clear the battlefield. With a flicker of thought, the internal landscape of the Divine Kingdom began to shift. Mountains were moved, and seas. The ocean, which originally occupied a vast area, was forcibly compressed by half-merging snowfields, deserts, and volcanic zones into a battlefield, rudely pushing it to the edge of the Divine Kingdom, now covering a quarter of its area. Having just the space was not enough, there also needed to be a buffer zone. Guhan summoned all the iron vine snakes he had previously cultivated, lining them along the battlefield's periphery. These vines intertwined, rapidly forming a sturdy wooden wall. The breeding area for the white feather six-winged beast was fundamental to Guhan, being his most profitable industry, and it absolutely could not be affected during the battle. He gritted his teeth and directly spent 3 million credit points in the marketplace to purchase a defensive grade class divine structure, the Protective Energy Shield, which was placed directly above the breeding area, forming a semi-transparent blue dome that provided defense against shocks and impacts. Guhan clapped his hands and turned his gaze towards the newly arranged cluster of poisonous magic flowers. This thing was highly toxic. Although it served as a natural line of defense, it was bound to leak toxins once the fighting started, potentially poisoning the air of the Divine Kingdom. He planted a whole circle of poisonous magic grass at the far back of the battlefield, strictly ordering the Ant-Men not to feed them any toxins. According to the characteristics of the poisonous magic people, as long as they were not irrigated with poison, their innate shyness would drive them to absorb all toxic substances in the vicinity, making them the natural air purifiers. The leaked poison in the battlefield would be absorbed by the poisonous magic grass, ensuring that the interior of the Divine Kingdom remained safe. Guhan exhaled deeply, realizing that playing with toxins required constant vigilance to avoid ecological collapse. Right? I can undermine the opposing Divine Kingdom through the ecosystem. Guhan's eyes lit up, his thoughts suddenly opening up. With the Divine Master of the opposing kingdom trapped, the entire Divine Kingdom was actually in a state of being ungoverned. Without a Divine Master to maintain the ecological balance, it was entirely possible to undermine them through ecological means. His thinking had been too rigid, intimidated by that 9th-level boss constantly pondering on how to avoid battle, or, in fact, there was no need to engage in direct confrontation. As long as he quietly disrupted the ecological balance on the other side, once the food chain was broken, the lower-tier races would quickly collapse due to resource depletion. Once the lower-tier combatants were wiped out, even if only a few extraordinary beings or that 9th-level boss remained, Guhan could find another way to deal with them. Failing that, he could lure them away, giving himself a chance to sneak in and secretly steal the essence of the Divine Kingdom. Even a few sneaky sips could significantly increase his Divine Kingdom's area. But how to disrupt the ecology? Burning it down was definitely not an option. Most of the opposing plants were toxic, and a fire would result in toxic smoke, likely wiping out his own Ant-Men. Moreover, the poisonous magic people would certainly rush to extinguish the fire, which would be a case of alarming the snake in the grass. A concealed and lethal method must be employed, such as introducing a highly exclusive foreign species to cut off the life of other toxic plants. If the lower-tier poisonous magic people lost their income, unable to deliver their toxin, and without a Divine Master to intervene, internal strife should erupt. Half an hour later, his attention was captured by a plant named Fallen Kiwi Fruit. This plant had been notorious before the era of Divine Kingdoms, and had been classified as a disaster-level plant afterward. It was a fast-growing climbing vine that specialized in strangling and killing other plants to seize water and Even more bizarre was its reproductive ability, and not only could it sprout rooting buds at the leaf axils, but it also had large fleshy tubers underground. Even if only a broken branch remained, as long as it touched the soil, it could survive. Moreover, during its growth, the fallen kiwi fruit would release a special substance that altered the soil's pH and nutrient structure, strongly suppressing the growth of surrounding plants. One could say that wherever it went, not a blade of grass would grow. Guhan spent a few hundred credit points to buy a large batch of fallen kiwi fruit, giving the demigod poisonous magic people a new flavor. For the entire next day, he was immersed in the Divine Kingdom, conducting frenzied hybridization experiments. Guhan named it Poisonous Magic Potato. This new creation retained all the rogue characteristics of the fallen kiwi fruit: rapid growth, strong reproduction, suppression of other plants, while also inheriting the trait of the poisonous magic grass to absorb toxins and store them in its sacs. Most importantly, it had extremely low intelligence and would not follow any commands, only knowing to instinctively spread wildly, even prioritizing the strangulation and absorption of toxic plants. Guhan immediately arranged for the Ant-Men to take the poisonous magic potatoes into the opposing divine kingdom to plant them, with a large-scale planting around the perimeter and deeper planting within the kingdom. Afterward, he silently calculated that once the poisonous magic potatoes took root there, they would undoubtedly spread like cancer cells, causing a vast sea of toxic plants to wither. By the time the opposing poisonous magic people noticed something was amiss and attempted to address it, the ecological damage around the perimeter would likely have been substantial. However, there was also a hidden danger. After absorbing toxins, the sacs of the poisonous magic potatoes would be filled with highly toxic juice, which might attract the poisonous magic people. Regular poisonous magic people would not fear it. With their meager strength, consuming the poisonous magic potato would likely be fatal. However, extraordinary poisonous magic people would be different. They had strong resistance to toxins, and the poisonous magic potato would be like a miraculous tonic to them. This would effectively be a means of covertly supplying the extraordinary beings on the other side, helping them increase their strength. Who cares? Guhan shrugged dismissively, feeling that thinking further would only exhaust his mind. The high-intensity hybridization experiments and governance of the Divine Kingdom had already left him mentally and physically drained. After all, the poisonous magic potato was originally intended to disrupt the ecology. He never planned to recover it. As long as he could collapse the ecology on the opposing side, the goal would be achieved. Even if he ended up cultivating a few more extraordinary poisonous magic people, so what? As long as they dared to chase him through the cracks, he still held the trump card of forced reproduction. That would be like an old lady crawling into bed, giving him a good laugh. Dinner time. Tang Yanran carried the last steaming dish to the table, loosened her apron, wiped her hands, and turned to look toward the living room. Xiaohan, wash your hands and come eat. Tang Yanran called. Guhan, still drowsy, half rose from the sofa. He had slept soundly, stretched, and ambled into the dining room. For dishes and a soup adorned the table, their aromas filling the air. Guhan drew out a chair, sat, glanced about, and asked in puzzlement, "Where are Dad and Exai?" They would normally be helping in the kitchen at this hour. No sooner had he spoken than the front door clicked and was pushed open from outside. Gu Yanxiao came in first. His once crisp coat was flecked with dirt, a button missing, and a bruise darkened. Gu Exine followed, a backpack strap twisted to one side, hair in disarray, and the hem of her uniform smudged with dirt. Tang Yanran stood frozen for a moment, then exclaimed, "Good heavens! What have you two been doing?" Gu Yanxiao changed into slippers, brushed the dust from his clothes, and tried to laugh it off. "No, I went to pick Xinshin up from school. A few little brats blocked our way, and we had a scuffle." Guhan immediately rose and crossed to the doorway, examining his sister carefully. Finding no obvious wounds, he asked, "What exactly happened?" Gu Exine kicked off her shoes, tossed her bag onto the bench, smoothed her disordered hair, and said irritably, "I was being harassed online. Someone at school posted that you are my brother, and it's everywhere. A few off-campus hooligans have been blocking me lately. I told Dad, and he went to pick me up." Tang Yanran shot Gu Yanxiao a sharp look. "Your father went there. How did it turn into a fight? Didn't you try to—" Tang Yanran shot Gu Yanxiao a sharp look. "Your father went there. How did it turn into a fight? Didn't you try to reason with them? Girl, every day? I advised them to behave themselves." He raised his voice and gestured at his chest. "But one of them suddenly attacked me. I was careless and didn't dodge in time. I shouted for them to stop, but they kept coming. I shielded my daughter with a left front kick, then spun and delivered a right." Halfway through lifting his right leg, Gu Yanxiao sucked in a sharp breath, cried out, and clutched his lower back, hopping in. Gu Exine hurried to steady him and turned to Tang Yanran. "Oh, old Gu, don't try to show off. I'm fine, but Dad fought 5 of them and hurt his back. The security officers came afterward. Thank goodness I recorded the whole thing on my handheld device. We later made a report, and then came home." Tang Yanran looked at her husband, equal parts exasperated and indignant at his macho bravado, and muttered, "How brazen those little brats." Guhan frowned and stepped forward to help his father onto the sofa. "How did the security officers handle it?" he asked. Gu Exine walked to the water dispenser, filled a cup, and drank it down in one go. "They were taken in for education. We were deemed to have acted in justifiable self-defense." Tang Yanran shot Gu Yanxiao a reproving look. "Luckily our daughter is unhurt. You're already in your 40s. Enough posturing. Go clean up, rub some liniment on your waist, and have some loofah soup in a while." Guhan rose quickly and fetched a bottle of liniment for bruises from the drawer beneath the TV cabinet. He poured a little into his palm, warmed it between his hands, and pressed it into Gu Yanxiao's lower back, rubbing vigorously. "Ouch. Easy, easy. You are going too hard." Gu Yanxiao gritted his teeth. Guhan's hands kept working, and in his mind, he cursed the president of Dongjiang University 1,000 times over. Guhan said with some helplessness, "The president of Dongjiang University is entirely to blame. He even named me in that interview." He glanced at Gu Xian, who was sitting dazed on the sofa, and added with an apologetic tone, "Sorry you've had to put up with this." Next month at the Pro League, I'll make a public clarification for everyone. Gu Xian waved her hands repeatedly, all resistance on her face. No, if you draw more attention it will only get worse. The Gaokao is just a few months away, though I still want to survive it. Gu Han was taken aback by her words. He sighed softly, and after thinking it through realized she was probably right. If he were to win a championship next month, and then try to clear his name, it might invite scrutiny from the Ministry of Education. A senior official could suddenly demand that cultural scores receive heightened attention, and his little scandal would be blown out of proportion. That could spark a nationwide upheaval and long-lasting notoriety that would forever attach itself to his name. The thought made him uneasy. He forced a wry smile. All right, if this happens again, report it to the police right away. He produced his handheld device and fiddled with it a few times with practiced ease. Gu Xin's device buzzed in her pocket. She pulled it out to see that 10,000 credit points had been transferred to her. Her briefly sullen face cleared instantly, her eyes curved into a smile as she looked up at Gu Han and grinned. Thanks, bro. I knew being held up would be worth it. Tang Yinran, carrying the loofah soup from the kitchen, teased, You money-grubbing girl. Hurry up and wash your hands. The food is getting cold. The four of them gathered around the dining table. Gu Yanxiao sipped his loofah soup and mumbled, Today I had leather shoes on so I couldn't move properly. If I'd been in sneakers those brats wouldn't have gotten within reach. Tang Yinran was unsparing. Enough. That left front kick almost threw out your back. Stop bragging. Next time don't linger, take your daughter and go. After dinner Gu Han took it upon himself to wash the dishes that Gu Xian would normally do. Water sang in the sink. He held a white porcelain plate and absently wiped it with a cloth. It was obvious to anyone that Gu Xian had been deliberately targeted. His unwanted fame was tied to the Gaokao scores. Those street thugs would not be motivated by scorelines alone. Someone had clearly instructed them. This was no random grudge. Gu Han was certain the local surveillance cameras had been rendered useless and the speed of the security officer's response suggested orchestration. Had Gu Xian not recorded the incident, Dad might have been judged the aggressor and subjected to a few days' disciplinary reflection. Was the hand behind these acts becoming careless? It all felt so deliberate. He had sensed this since childhood. Someone had long been making small targeted moves against their family. Moreover, my father Gu Yanxiao seems to have been possessed by the god of misfortune. Wherever he worked during his youth, that company would invariably face troubles. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him an industry jinx. Either the boss would abscond with the funds, or he would be inexplicably dismissed. In the end, he was forced into a corner and had to work for Zhao Kun. My mother Tang Yinran wasn't any better. She tried to run a small business using her divine kingdom, and every time there was a glimmer of hope something would go awry. Either the supply chain would suddenly cut off or clients would inexplicably cancel orders, always throwing a wrench into her plans at the most critical moments. Before awakening my divine kingdom, I didn't understand much. But now I can say I have a thorough understanding of it. Logically, both my parents are awakened beings. Even if fate was against them, they should be able to make a living through some basic farming or animal husbandry. Yet they struggle to the extent that they can barely piece together my tuition fees. There was even a time when I fantasized that my parents were actually wealthy, and that this harsh environment was merely a— In short, many things defy logic, as if some malevolent force has latched onto our family with a large hand determined to keep us suppressed at the bottom. I stacked the clean plates into the cupboard, my mind drifting back to the days leading up to the college entrance examination. At that time I was studying at home, and upstairs Mr. Zhang had suddenly taken a fancy to playing the eru, producing sounds that were utterly unrecognizable, reminiscent of a saw cutting wood. Every night, like clockwork, he would start sawing away, driving everyone to distraction. My mother Tang Yinran had gone upstairs to negotiate several times, but Mr. Zhang always wore a face of apology, claiming that at his age this was just a hobby, and that he would be more careful next time. Yet as soon as the door closed, he would continue to play the eru with no regard. I was frustrated, and with revenge in mind followed this Mr. Zhang during the day. To my surprise, I discovered that the old man was an avid chess player. Every morning, he would take a thermos to the Central Park to play chess, sitting there for the entire day. The key point was that I had monitored him several times, and Mr. Zhang had no interest in the eru during the day. He would spend his time studying chess. He hadn't even touched the eru during daylight hours. A person who shows no interest in the eru during the day and doesn't even practice basic finger techniques would at night take it out and play a few notes. This was no hobby. He either had a serious illness or was doing it on purpose, and he maintained this behavior until his family moved away. I laid the cloth over the sink, my gaze turning cold. I needed to find an opportunity to fish for some answers and see who exactly was causing this trouble behind the scenes. I dried my hands and left the kitchen, spotting my father Gu Yanxiao on the sofa rubbing his lower back. Just a moment ago during dinner he had mentioned it was a minor issue, but now he could no longer hold it together. Dad, how's your back? Do you need me to put a patch on it? I pulled a plastic stool over and sat beside him. I'm fine. It's just my old problem. I moved too much earlier and pulled a muscle. Gu Yanxiao waved his hand, attempting to sit up straight, but winced in pain. I didn't press further, acknowledging that my father's health was indeed poor. I casually asked, Dad, have you sorted out your resignation? What have you been busy with lately? What's the situation with your divine kingdom? Mentioning the divine kingdom, Gu Yangxiu's expression immediately fell, and he sighed, pulling a cigarette from his box, placing it in his mouth, without lighting it. I took care of the resignation long ago. As for the divine kingdom, it has been redeemed, but it's basically ruined. Gu Yanxiao rubbed his waist, his tone heavy with resignation. During the last black market match, the opponent played dirty and pumped poison gas into my divine kingdom directly. Poison gas? I raised an eyebrow. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had to rent out my divine kingdom as a storage space. It couldn't even support a single animal. Gu Yanxiao gave a bitter laugh. I can't do anything about it in the short term. Right now, I've gathered some herbs to purify the poison gas. Upon hearing this, my heart stirred. Poison gas. My divine kingdom is currently growing a circle of Nangmo grass, which specializes in absorbing poison gas. While others fear poison gas, Nangmo grass thrives on it. However, I didn't rush to bring it out. I still had some suspicions. Given my father's state, we needed to take things step by step. Dad, what exactly happened during that black market match? I shifted the conversation to the critical point. Gu Yanxiao paused, his hand holding the cigarette still for a moment, his gaze turning complex, as if lost in distant memories. I wasn't supposed to participate in that match. The opposing team didn't show up. Gu Yanxiao leaned back against the sofa, his voice slightly hoarse. It was a semi-divine match of level 5. I was taken aback. A semi-divine match of level 5. You were already semi-divine back then. No, I was only a level 4 god, not a semi-divine. At that time, the highest tier of troops in my divine kingdom was only level 4 peak. Because the prize money was too high, it drove people mad. Gu Yanxiao chuckled self-deprecatingly. And I had the blade of breaking formation. Gu Yanxiao straightened his posture, a rare glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes, reminiscent of the genius he once was. My skill could weaken the target's defense by 50% against friendly attacks. Do you know what that means? It means that the opposing level 5 extraordinary being would be like a piece of paper in front of me. I had a complete chance to win. That match was a hot favorite, with the total betting pool reaching 500 billion. If I won, not only would I obtain the resources of that semi-divine, but just from the prize money alone, I could pocket 300 million. That would give me the money to buy you the best supplements. My nose tinged with bitterness, but I was also shocked by the prize money. How could I not be tempted by 300 million credit points? At the same time, I felt a sense of unease. Luckily, my father wasn't from my era and had the strength to defeat a semi-divine. If he participated in the defending match, I feared it would be difficult to secure a spiritual route. The skills of a god truly bring significant variables. What happened afterward? In truth, I had a guaranteed win. My opponent quickly fell under my assault, but he was unwilling to accept defeat and secretly used a purchased level 6 Nangmo person. Nangmo people are an incredibly terrifying race. They transcend with poison and can kill extraordinary beings with poison gas. As I thought about this, I fell into deep contemplation. Gu Yanxiao instinctively clenched his fists at this point. Because the battle was in my divine kingdom, the poison gas filled my realm, and all my followers, all my divine kingdom creatures perished from the poison. His followers also perished from the poison, but the level 6 Nangmo person survived, and the match officials declared him the winner. The essence of my divine kingdom was nearly depleted. It was your Uncle Zhao who called a halt and paid to save my life, otherwise my opponent might have destroyed my core. But 8,000 square kilometers of poison gas compressed into 300,000 square meters of divine kingdom, I was completely ruined. I had learned from my mother that Zhao Kun introduced my father to participate in the underground matches, but I didn't expect that he was also involved in the subsequent events. Gu Han asked in the end, Zhao Kun is the logistics god of my divine kingdom. The event organizers contacted him knowing I was in urgent need of money. He came to ask my opinion, and I agreed thinking it would work out, but unexpectedly ran into trouble. Gu Han nodded silently and said, don't consume those cheap medicines anymore, focus on restoring your health. We will find a way to deal with the poison gradually. I bought them all. The development of the divine kingdom cannot be rushed. You should also pay attention to your rest. Your mental state is not as good as it used to be. Gu Yanxiao smiled, gesturing with the cigarette in his hand as he walked straight to the balcony. Watching his father's silhouette, Gu Han fell into deep thought. Zhao Kun had actively introduced my dad to participate in those high-risk, half-god underground matches, and afterward, he paid to save my father's life. This old fellow has always been playing the role of the good guy, but my father is too close to see that he might truly be a wolf in deep water. Knock, knock, knock. A series of urgent knocks interrupted Gu Han's thoughts. Gu Yanxiao had just finished a cigarette, extinguishing the butt in the ashtray, and stood up to open the door. As the door opened, 2 uniformed security officers stood outside with serious expressions. Is this Mr. Gus' residence? The leading officer presented his credentials. Gu Yanxiao was taken aback for a moment, and quickly nodded. Yes, security officer. You are here regarding the trouble with those thugs this afternoon, right? That was purely an act of legitimate self-defense. My daughter recorded everything. The security officer waved his hand, interrupting Gu Yangxiu's explanation. Oh, we are not here regarding the self-defense case. May I ask who is Gu Han? As soon as he finished speaking, the air in the living room seemed to freeze for half a second. Gu Han pointed at his own nose, his face full of astonishment. Tang Yinran had just come out of the kitchen with fruits. Gu Xian hurriedly ran out of her room, and the whole family looked at the door in confusion. I am Gu Han. What do you want from me? Gu Han stood up. The security officer stepped forward, pulling out his identification, his tone official. You are suspected of a major case. Please accompany us to the station for further investigation. Upon hearing this, Gu Yanxiao rushed to stand in front of Gu Han. No, officer, have you made a mistake? My son is still in college. He spends all his time at home besides attending classes. How could he be involved in any major case? The security officer did not answer directly, but made a gesture for him to follow. The specific situation will be explained at the station. Gu Han, please cooperate with our work. Tang Yanran's eyes turned slightly red from anxiety as she grabbed Gu Han's arm. Mom, it's fine. Gu Han patted Tang Yanran's hand, turning to look at Gu Yanxiao and Gu Xian. It's just assisting with the investigation. They'll be back after a trip. You all wait for me at home. The family couldn't sit still. As soon as Gu Han got into the police car, Gu Yanxiao hurriedly took his wife and daughter to hail a taxi, closely following behind, all the way to the City Security Bureau. Name: Gu Han. Age: 18. After going through the routine opening statements, the lead officer opened a file and looked up at Gu Han. Name: Gu Han. Age: 18. After going through the routine opening statements, the lead officer opened a file and looked up at Gu Han. Do you know Wang Dafan, the procurement manager of Yunding Restaurant? Gu Han's eyelids twitched, and he immediately realized what trouble he was in. I know him, but I don't know his name. We have had transactions. The security officer nodded, his tone becoming more serious. This morning, Yunding Restaurant was reported by multiple consumers for selling counterfeit six-winged beast meat. The Market Supervision Department conducted a surprise inspection and seized a large quantity of unquarantined exotic meat on the spot. Furthermore, this Wang Dafan is also suspected of long-term tax evasion. Gu Han cursed silently, thinking, what the hell? This son of a gun didn't just take the dark accounts, but was also involved in such rotten affairs behind the scenes. The security officer stared intently into Gu Han's eyes. According to Wang Dafan's statement, the recent batch of high-end meat in their store was all sourced from you. We have locked you down based on the transfer records and the account on Xinyu you provided. Gu Han leaned back against the chair, his brain racing. Gu Han, according to Huaxiao law, the Baiyu six-winged beast is an exotic species cultivated by the Divine Kingdom. Such products cannot enter the market as meat without strict inspection by the Food Safety Department. This constitutes a severe threat to public safety. The security officer tapped the table. Moreover, there has been a massive transaction of tens of millions between you in a short period, and the Tax Bureau is already involved in the investigation. Before the situation is clarified, we will temporarily freeze the funds in your personal account. Gu Han felt a cold sweat break out on his back. That was close. Fortunately, Teacher Qin Lin's mother works in the Tax Bureau, and he had just finished paying his personal income tax. Thank you, Teacher Qin, you are truly a lucky star. Gu Han took a deep breath and sat up straight. Officer, I truly had no knowledge of Yunding Restaurant selling fake meat or tax evasion, and it has nothing to do with me. As for what you say about illegally treating Divine Kingdom species as meat. Gu Han pulled out his handheld device, quickly retrieving the transaction records of each deal and pushing it in front of them. Please take a look. The item we traded was called high-end ecological consulting. The security officer was taken aback, leaning closer to the screen. Moreover, that Baiyu six-winged beast was given to him as a gift after I provided consulting services. Each time the Divine Kingdom transferred, I specifically marked it as gifted. He can do whatever he wants with those gifts after receiving them, whether to keep them as pets or engage in any illegal activities. That is his personal behavior, and it has nothing to do with me. Looking at the evidence provided, the security officer was momentarily speechless. As for the tax issues, there's no need for you to investigate further. Gu Han retrieved another screenshot. I have fully paid personal income tax for these transactions. The tax payment certificate is right here. The Tax Bureau's system must also have the records. The two security officers exchanged glances, both seeing a hint of surprise in each other's eyes. Is he really 18 years old? The lead security officer picked up Gu Han's handheld device, carefully checked the certificates, and nodded. We will immediately submit your evidence to the Economic Investigation and Tax Departments for verification. If the situation is true, you indeed do not need to bear the main legal responsibility. Gu Han sighed in relief. However, due to the enormous amount involved in this case, and its severely negative social impact, you cannot leave the city until all investigation results are issued and your suspicions are thoroughly cleared. As he spoke, another security officer took out a silver-gray metallic bracelet and walked up to Gu Han. This is a Divine Kingdom suppressor. Please cooperate with us in wearing it. Gu Han's expression changed, instinctively shrinking back. Officer, I have already provided all legal proof and have no issue accepting the investigation, and I can accept the limitation of leaving the city. But this Divine Kingdom suppressor, is it really necessary? The Divine Kingdom suppressor, this device Gu Han had seen in a book. Once worn, it would release a special interference magnetic field, completely severing the host's mental connection with the Divine Master Space. The most critical issue is that tomorrow is the Underground Black Markets Championship match. At this juncture, being cut off from the Divine Kingdom means he won't be able to participate in the competition. Jing'an shook his head, his tone resolute. This is the rule. Suspects involved in illegal transactions with the Divine Kingdom must wear the suppressor during their bail period to prevent them from transferring Divine Kingdom assets or destroying evidence. With a click, the cold metal bracelet locked onto Guhan's left wrist. In an instant, Guhan felt the door of light in his mind, which had always been open, slam shut with a bang. He could no longer perceive the existence of the Divine Kingdom. Comrade Jing and I am a student, and I have an important Divine Kingdom exam tomorrow. Can't you make an exception? This, comrade, I understand you're anxious, but please don't rush, Jing'an said, while adjusting the parameters of the suppressor. The evidence you've provided is quite sufficient. We will expedite the verification. If all goes well, we should have results by midnight tonight. At the latest, you will receive a response by tomorrow afternoon. Please cooperate with our work for now. Guhan looked at the suppressor flashing a red light on his wrist and sighed helplessly. By tomorrow afternoon at the latest. After midnight, the championship match would begin. Comrade, given your situation is quite special, you can submit a bail of 2 million to have this removed. If the investigation confirms your innocence, the bail will be refunded to you. It's almost 10 o'clock. If I can't get this damn suppressor off before midnight, it'll be disqualified from the championship, but 2 million. My account is frozen. Where am I supposed to find 2 million? Exiting the interrogation room, his parents rushed over. What are you doing here? Nonsense. Gu Yanxiao glared. You were taken away by the police. How could we possibly... What's going on? Hurry up and tell us, don't make your mom worry. Guhan patted his mother's hand reassuringly as he looked at his family's anxious expressions. It's nothing serious. Let's sit over there and talk. Guhan led the three of them to sit beside the blue plastic chairs in the corner of the hall, lowering his voice to quickly explain the situation about the fake meat dealt by Yunding Restaurant and how he got implicated. Tang Yanran let out a sigh of relief, holding her chest as she calmed herself. As long as you're okay. I just saw the police's demeanor at home and thought you were in big trouble. But this business of yours is too risky. Gu Xian pouted from the side. That manager brought this upon himself. He deserves to be caught. It's truly harmful to others and oneself. I'm sure I'm fine. I paid personal income tax on every transaction. The tax bureau can verify my innocence once they check. It's just a temporary asset freeze. However, Guhan shifted his tone, lifting his left hand to show the Divine Kingdom suppressor to his family. The most troublesome thing right now is this device. Investigations take time, and my account is currently completely frozen. I can't withdraw a single cent. Guhan rubbed his slightly sore temples, his expression turning grave. The investigation results will be out by tomorrow afternoon at the latest. Before that, I must wear it, but I have something very important to do. He didn't dare mention the Underground Black Market Championship match to his family. Gu Xian whispered in complaint. What do we do? These police officers are really stubborn. The evidence is right in front of them, yet they insist on holding up for these few hours. The police have also provided a way to make an exception. By paying the 2 million bail, the suppressor can be temporarily lifted. Once the investigation concludes and confirms my innocence, the bail will be refunded. 2 million. The air fell silent for a few seconds after those words were uttered. Guhan leaned back against the chair, feeling somewhat helpless. His current funds of over 20 million were all frozen and inaccessible. Borrowing was definitely not an option. It was truly a case of a penny being able to defeat a hero. Once the three of them understood the large amount involved in the case, they realized Guhan had grown to an unimaginable extent, clearly aware that he truly had important matters to attend to. They could only suppress their worries and support him. The 1 million you gave me earlier, I haven't touched a cent. Tang Yanran's eyes turned slightly red and her voice was very soft. Mom usually doesn't spend much money buying groceries, and cooking doesn't require large amounts. I was going to save this money for you, so take it and use it. Gu Yanxiao cleared his throat twice, feeling a bit awkward. That, son, actually I've been used to my Divine Kingdom being useless for so many years. I haven't bought any of those supplements either. I can also scrape together just over 1 million so you can have it. Brother, the 20,000 you transferred to me plus my savings makes a total of 25,000. You might need money for your matters, so take mine too. Guhan opened his mouth, his throat tightening as he swallowed hard, unable to utter a single word. When he initially sent money to his parents, he sincerely hoped they could improve their lives and take care of their health. He thought that this money had already been spent on rent, debts, and medicine. Originally, he planned to disturb Teacher Qin late at night for a little help, but now it was no longer necessary. Alright, stop being so sentimental, you big man. Gu Yanxiao slapped Guhan's shoulder hard, causing him to sway. Quickly go to the payment window and pay the money. Get that cursed thing off. Guhan took a deep breath and nodded vigorously. He strode towards the payment window in the hall and quickly completed the bail procedures. The transfer of 2 million from his parents was successful, and the officer handling the procedures confirmed the receipt of funds in the system coming over with a special unlocking terminal. Your situation is special. The bail has been fully paid, and the Divine Kingdom suppression status is now lifted. Mr. Gu, please keep your communication open and cooperate with future summons at any time. The officer scanned the suppressor with the terminal, and with a crisp sound the metal bracelet fell off his wrist and landed on the table. Guhan closed his eyes and felt that he could once again enter the Divine Kingdom. He finally let out a sigh of relief. Comrade Jing, and is there Wi-Fi here? Sorry, there's no external Wi-Fi in the case handling area, and personal devices cannot connect to the internal net. Guhan slapped his forehead, realizing he had been a bit too hasty, thinking he could connect to the black market from the police station. His audacity was indeed remarkable, but thankfully they didn't allow it. He should hurry and take a taxi home. First he needed to upload the Divine Kingdom address as soon as possible. Upon returning home, Guhan rushed into his room, locked the door, and immediately operated his handheld device. Only when he saw the green prompt on the screen that read "Upload successful, qualification confirmed" did he collapse onto the chair, exhaling a long breath of relief. Today was truly thrilling. If he had been half an hour late, the system would have deemed him to have forfeited the match. Regaining his composure, Guhan opened his personal account and looked at the cold numbers. His primary source of income had been completely cut off. The mother six-winged beasts in the Divine Kingdom could be sold, but the white-feathered six-winged beast that had yet to be raised would likely have to be kept. Guhan casually opened the second-hand trading platform only to find the back-end messages empty. The mixed-breed spirit plants he had listed previously had barely gained any views and remained unsold. Indeed, doing honest business rarely yields profit. Guhan rubbed his temples. Overthinking was futile. There was only one path ahead to claim victory in tonight's championship match. This was not only to change the spiritual root network of the Ant Legion's cultivation aptitude, but also part of his grand plan for wealth. At exactly 12 o'clock, the carnival from the underground black matches of Jiang City officially began. Opening the software, the most prominent position on the homepage displayed a live stream entry that occupied most of the screen. The title was extremely eye-catching: Blood Battle to the End. Who is the first under the demigods? Guhan clicked into the live stream room. On the screen, a man wearing a clown mask stood in the center of a massive virtual arena, holding a microphone and shouting hoarsely. Welcome everyone to the event site for the first under the demigods in Jiang City. I am your old friend commentator. Tonight's competition will surely send your adrenaline soaring to the limit. Joker snapped his fingers, and a plethora of IDs immediately scrolled on the large screen behind him. Let me explain the competition format for tonight. In this championship match, a total of 150 top Divine Lords have registered to participate. In the first round, we will conduct pairwise duels with half of the 150 being eliminated, leaving 75 strong contenders. The system will randomly select one person from the 75 who advance to be the initial champion. The remaining 74 will compete for the right to challenge the champion. Participants who fail voluntarily forfeit or do not manage to challenge will be eliminated. The priority will be given to those with 10 consecutive victories, and anyone who completes 5 matches will be crowned tonight's champion. The champion does not have a surrender button, and each round only allows for a 5-minute rest and adjustment period. Challengers are not permitted to use venue resource cards. While this competition format is too twisted this year, right? If the internet connection is poor and one fails to challenge, it's equivalent to immediate elimination. Being selected as the champion isn't great either. Unless one wins, they are doomed to a collapse in the Divine Kingdom. This is purely a test of foundation and troop strength. This is the way of kings. Exciting. I love watching such brutal competitions. Oh, only champions like this can be deemed the first under the demigods. The War God Professional League is weak. This competition format is indeed cruel. The champion must complete 5 matches to prevent anyone from intentionally surrendering. If one enters the top 75, they will either be drawn as the champion and win flawlessly or successfully challenge, and then must complete 10 matches. Looking at it this way, it would be the best luck to be drawn at the start, given sufficient strength. Otherwise, one has to face the risk of failing to challenge. Now please prepare, as the first round of elimination matches is about to begin. Afterwards, our live stream will broadcast from the perspective of the challenger. The countdown quickly ticked down. Guhan closed his eyes, his consciousness sinking into the Divine Kingdom. This round of matching would not be live streamed. He had to decide the outcome as quickly as possible while conserving his strength. The countdown reached 0. The space distorted and Guhan's consciousness appeared above the battlefield of the... Guhan didn't even pay attention to the opponent's ID. All of his ant troops bore battle markings, and 200,000 hidden armored ants spread across the battlefield at lightning speed, while 100,000 ant soldiers charged forward. As soon as the opponent showed their head, the 200,000 hidden armored ants sent their forces into disarray as electric nets intertwined, like flickering lights resembling dancing electric snakes. The lightning suddenly converged, and the smell of scorched earth exploded. By the time the 100,000 ant soldiers reached the front, they were all charred black, rigid, and numb, unable to dodge. A one-sided massacre commenced. The opponent's skills were supposed to enhance the attack effects of their followers, but in this moment they had no room to exert their power. This was not because the opponent was weak. On the contrary, they had 20,000 followers, 500 of whom were level 4 extraordinary beings. Just 5 days ago they would have been a formidable opponent. However, at this moment the configuration of the ant army had changed drastically. One could only say that they were caught off guard by the fully armed ant army. In just 5 minutes this slaughter came to an end. Congratulations to riding an old lady across the street for advancing. You have been randomly drawn as number 7 from 63 participants. Please wait patiently for the other candidates to advance. So fast. Guhan came to his senses and realized that 12 people must have already advanced, immediately feeling the pressure. He stared blankly at the live stream room. Under Joker's guidance, the audience frantically placed bets on numbers, and the winning number was indeed the one that would select the champion from the 75. At that moment, Guhan felt a suffocating sensation, as if an invisible hand was crushing his heart. He was incredibly excited, hoping to be drawn as the champion in the first round, so that he could reduce the chances of facing those 12 strong contenders. Half an hour later, fate ultimately did not grant Guhan his wish. The first champion drawn was number 17, a divine lord named Hellbringer. No matter, the probability of being drawn was not great. Guhan decided to watch the live stream first to observe his opponent. There was a particularly troublesome aspect to watching the live stream. The champion's followers' strength, skills, and tactics would all be exposed. Challengers could completely study their targets through the live stream, even waiting for the champion's followers to expend their strength before launching an attack. At the very least, he could wait until the second round to try to seize the opportunity to challenge. The screen shifted to the champion Hellbringer's divine kingdom from the challenger's perspective, showcasing a typical volcanic terrain with lava flowing everywhere. The challenger, accompanied by 30,000 elves, was completely restrained by the terrain, yet still managed to engage in a back-and-forth battle, with Hellbringer's lizardmen decisively choosing to forfeit when half of their forces were lost. Hellbringer's ability was somewhat unique. It could envelop all followers in 4 rotating shields. If all 4 shields were broken, it would generate a recoil force to stun nearby enemies. This skill was quite powerful, possessing both defensive and area control capabilities. If Guhan's ant army faced it, they might get stunned in large numbers due to their superior quantity, which could be a bit tricky. However, the opponent's followers had also expended some strength, making it entirely manageable. Just as the match concluded, the live stream returned to Joker hosting the next betting round, while Guhan frantically clicked the yellow button to challenge. Guhan's fingers tapped on the handheld console screen, leaving behind a ghostly image. Damn, how long have these people been single? A large red cross appeared in the center of the screen, indicating a failed attempt to seize the challenge. 73 people vying for a single challenge spot. The event organizers are truly out of their minds. Unable to seize the challenge, Guhan simply switched to the live broadcast, observing the first challenger, the Hell's Messenger, and the battle situation. The first 4 matches were fought extremely fiercely. The Lizardman followers of the Hell's Messenger were indeed formidable, especially with their 4 protective shields that not only shattered, but also caused a counterattack stunning effect. Several waves of attackers rushed in, only to be repulsed by the counterattack mechanism, depleting their forces. However, by the 5th match, the situation took a sudden turn. The forces of the Hell's Messenger could no longer hold up. The attacker was a strong contender who quickly ended his winning streak. Then the live broadcast screen distorted in an instant. A tremendous oppressive force descended from the heavens as the vast divine realm of the Hell's Messenger, filled with volcanoes, began to collapse inward frantically. The ground was upheaved and boiling magma surged into the air. Tens of thousands of ordinary lizardmen had nowhere to escape, their bodies exploding into a mist of blood under the terrifying pressure. Flesh-shattered stones and magma were forcibly kneaded by that power. In less than a few minutes, the entire divine realm was drained of all its essence, transforming into a dark red compressed sphere of 500,000 square meters. Guhan stared at the screen, his scalp tingling. Was this what it meant to have the essence of a divine realm absorbed? Back in the day, his father had been similarly deprived of the essence of his divine realm, ultimately compressed into a wasteland of 300,000 square meters, having undergone such inhumane torment. The commentator Joker echoed in the live room, his tone tinged with madness. The core of the Hell's Messenger has completely shattered. Let us congratulate the new challenger. Guhan rubbed his face, wiping the cold sweat from his palms onto his pants. There was no way he could retreat. If such a situation arose, he would never allow the essence of the divine realm to be absorbed, even at the cost of exposing his skills. For the next 2 hours, Guhan repeatedly pressed the challenge button over a dozen times. All attempts were in vain, and he was completely convinced. As challengers and champions continuously alternated, the highest champion had achieved 7 consecutive victories, and Guhan realized he was not the only one exploiting the flaws in the competition system. Some champions directly ordered thousands of adult beast followers during the 5-minute break between rounds to fill the gaps in combat power, or borrowed followers from friends. Others filled the ground of their divine realm with trap buildings. The most extravagant one even acquired smoke bombs, turning the divine realm into a place where one couldn't see a finger in front of them, while his followers hid in the shadows to shoot arrows. Guhan thought that his own devouring flower could also be considered a trap, but smoke bombs were indeed very useful. However, such items required prior reporting, and he definitely couldn't buy them now. But at least the idea was sparked, and he quickly borrowed over 20,000 credit points from Gu Xian, rapidly searching through the plant category on the trading platform. Minutes later he locked onto a target. Mist flower, an ordinary plant with an extremely short growth cycle, which upon maturity can emit thick fog obscuring visibility. Without hesitation, Guhan spent all his credit points in one go to purchase mist flowers to plant in the divine realm. The thin white mist began to spread across the ground, quickly enveloping a quarter of the battlefield. He had planned with visibility reduced to less than 100 meters. He should wait a while. The white mist would eventually turn into thick fog. With the fog providing cover, the hidden armor ants wouldn't be exposed too soon, and it could also block some of the live broadcast footage, allowing for a surprise attack on the opponent. Halfway through the event, after 17 champions all had failed midway, no one had achieved 10 consecutive victories. Until the 18th champion entered the arena. Come be my son. This guy was a powerful and wealthy Peidoan player. After securing the champion position with brute strength, he exhausted the attackers in the first 4 matches using a large number of defensive buildings in his divine realm. By the 5th match, he directly used his financial power to say, "Brother, on the opposite side, he'll give you 40 million credit points if you concede." The live stream erupted instantly. The screen was flooded with comments, making it hard to see the footage. Refund the money. This is naked collusion. What a pathetic gamble. Refund. The commentator Joker wiped the sweat from his brow on stage, explaining dryly, "Everyone calm down. The competition rules do not explicitly prohibit financial exchanges between both parties. Financial strength is also a form of foundation." After the first instance, it became impossible to control. In the 6th match, 50 million. In the 7th match, a luxury apartment in the city center. In the 8th match, he directly smashed in a class divine building. By the 9th match, the attacking side didn't even send out followers. They directly opened their mouths to quote, "Boss, name your price. Come be my son, concede and acknowledge me as your father, and he'll give you 100 million. Thus the absurdity of 9 consecutive victories was born. The entire live stream was filled with cursing voices, and even Joker fell silent. As long as he won one more serious match, this guy would take home the Black Contest Championship. Guhan, the unlucky one, was so furious that his eyes turned red. This championship was the core of his entire plan. If it was snatched by this nouveau riche, he would be furious enough to vomit blood. As long as he won one more serious match, this guy would take home the Black Contest Championship. Guhan, the unlucky one, was so furious that his eyes turned red. This championship was the core of his entire plan. If it was snatched by this nouveau riche, he would be... The moment the button lit up with a red glow, Guhan's fingers shook violently at a terrifying speed. The screen froze completely, displaying a spinning loading icon at the center. Guhan felt as if his heart was about to leap out of his throat. The page refreshed, and a line of gigantic red text popped up. Challenge successful. Challenger riding grandma across the street champion, come be my son. Guhan exhaled a long breath, releasing the pent-up air in his chest. He collapsed into his chair, feeling as if all his strength had been drained, sliding down to the floor. That was close. But immediately after he jolted up, as if awakened from a dying state, his fingers crossed, and cracking, as he sank his consciousness into the divine realm, where another crack appeared. It was the entrance to the opponent's divine realm. Guhan surged in with his army of ants, and the opponent seemed somewhat dazed. Come be my son shrugged, saying, just when we were about to have a serious match, why don't you have any extraordinary followers? Never mind, I can save some money if this competition is really boring. Guhan felt a vein throb on his forehead. This person clearly thought he didn't even qualify to quote a price, and the 9 consecutive victories had truly scared him. There was an unquenchable fire burning fiercely in his chest. Meanwhile, the live stream's comments filled with lamentations. What's wrong with this old lady? None of the followers are even extraordinary. It's over, tonight's champion has been born. Excellent matching mechanism, no collusion, I'm satisfied. The insect race is all about the swarm. He must have advanced through sheer numbers. A roadside insect. Go dad. We are the champions. Bang. A small fist slammed heavily onto the wooden table, causing the water cup on it to jiggle slightly. Zhong Yamo, puffed up with anger, pointed at the holographic screen and shouted, how could it be him? That loser is still around. On the other side of the bedroom, Zhong Ran, dressed in a silk nightgown with her black hair casually draped, leaned lazily against the windowsill, flipping through a book. Hearing the commotion, she frowned slightly. It was hard for the military defense department to grant her leave, and she was trying to relax at home, but her sister's shouting was getting on her nerves. Can you be quiet for a moment? Zhong Ran turned a page, preparing to block out the noise. You've been screaming at the live broadcast all night. The whole building can hear you. Don't wake up mom and dad. Zhong Yimou ran over and tugged at Zhong Ran's sleeve, shaking it. Sister, I'm not overreacting. It's that evil old lady who cheated and beat me a few days ago. Now he's up against a super wealthy magnate, and the finals for the top contender in Jiang City is about to begin. Zhong Ran glanced at her sister. If you lack skill, you deserve to be beaten for trying to compete in underground matches. She closed the book in her hands. Looks like I really need to keep an eye on you. Though scolding her the title of top contender in Jiang City was indeed somewhat intimidating, and her curiosity was, come closer so I can see, Zhong Yimou mumbled. Even when you're a goddess, you're still so lazy. What do you know? The power of faith is precious. You're the lazy one, hurry up. Zhong Yimou pouted, and immediately pulled the holographic projection in front of Zhong Ran. The live broadcast was currently from Guhan's perspective. In the battlefield sky, a swarm of black-armored ant-men took to the air. They quickly formed ranks in midair and specially made arrows poured down like a torrential rain on the opposing. On the ground, the opponent, named Come Be My Son, was evidently wealthy, and a dozen surface-to-air missile launchers rose immediately from their position. Flames erupted as several waves of small anti-air missiles shot up into the sky, exploding into a multitude of sparks. But then a strange scene unfolded. The once ferocious missile launchers suddenly went silent. Not only that, but the sturdy defensive towers and heavy bunkers from the opposing side began to emit dull explosions from within, collapsing one after another without warning. A large cloud of smoke rose, completely dismantling the opponent's defensive works. Come Be My Son, is this your... The barrage of comments was filled with question marks. Guhan, of course, did not use any divine skills. The recent silence of the missile launchers and the collapse of buildings were all the work of the hidden armored ant-men. At the very start of the battle, Guhan had instructed 200,000 battle-marked hidden armored ant-men to infiltrate and destroy all high-value structures and heavy firepower points on the battlefield from within. As the finals approached, the perspective of the live broadcast was primarily locked onto him. His trump cards needed to be concealed. If the hidden armored ant-men unleashed their lightning net at this moment, the subsequent matches could easily be targeted. This move effectively destroyed a significant portion of the opponent's combat power, greatly reducing potential casualties among the ant-men. Come Be My Son saw that the defensive structures were in ruins, sneering, not expecting to encounter a tough opponent, but that was all there was to it. From the ruins of the battlefield, countless shadows began to surge. Guhan had observed this opponent during the competition. They were raising a rare, subhuman species, the werewolf clan. They possessed the basic intelligence of humans, and were significantly stronger than ordinary half-beasts. On ordinary days they were no different from humans, but they could actively transform into beasts. Once they entered wolf form, though, their intelligence would drastically decrease, their combat power could multiply. The werewolf clan was regarded as another form of extraordinary trait. After all, not all divine beings could activate extraordinary traits, making them highly sought after in the trading market, with a unit price reaching 2 million credit points. It is worth mentioning that the werewolf clan has the extraordinary trait of bloodlust, and Come Be My Son's divine skill is precisely bloodlust. It significantly enhances the recovery and pain tolerance of followers. It could be said to be a perfect match with the werewolf clan. The opponent clearly did not want to form any formations, opting for a brute force approach. 20,000 level 3 humans and 7,000 level 4 humans burst forth from the ruins, clad in loose, specially made leather armor. Upon transforming, their body sizes surged, and the armor was stretched tightly against their muscles. Each werewolf had gleaming metallic claw covers on their forepaws. Roar! The deafening roar echoed across the battlefield. More than 20,000 werewolves with blood-red eyes charged towards Guhan's army like a torrent, enhanced by the bloodlust skill. Guhan immediately ordered them to face the enemy. The front row of shielded armored ant-men stomped forward, their heavy shields forming an impenetrable wall in front of them. The shielded armored ant-men's size was already enormous, nearly matching that of the transformed werewolves. The two violent forces collided heavily. The screeching sound of metal grinding made one's teeth ache as the werewolves' metallic claw covers scraped against the shields, creating showers of sparks. The shielded armored ant-men instantly lit up with intricate patterns. Their strength surged exponentially. A level 3 werewolf lunged forward, trying to crush the ant-man in front of it with sheer weight. The shielded armored ant-man abruptly swung the shield horizontally, bracing against the impact. Then with another pair of powerful arms it grasped the werewolf's waist. Muscles bulging, the shielded armored ant-man lifted the 2-meter-tall werewolf off the ground and slammed it down hard. Dust clouded the ground, and the werewolf was left dazed. Before it could get back up, the hidden armored shrimp ant-men lurking behind the shielded armored ant-man suddenly sprang out. Their explosive fists accurately struck the werewolf's head. With a dull thud, the level 3 werewolf's head exploded like a watermelon, killing it on the spot. The ant-men were very experienced in dealing with enemies with high recovery capabilities. For a time, the frontline battle was surprisingly one-sided. But the good times did not last long. 7,000 level 4 werewolves soon surged forward. These fellows were larger, and their fur was unusually dense. Guhan had originally planned for the hidden armored ant-men to infiltrate through their nostrils and ears to cause destruction. However, the level 4 werewolf's nose hair and ear hair were so dense, resembling steel wire, that it was difficult for the hidden armored ant-men to penetrate in large numbers. A level 4 werewolf took a heavy punch from the ant-men and merely shook its head. It turned around, and with a swipe directly tore through the shield of the shielded armored ant-man, ripping off one of the ant-man's arms. Guhan quickly adjusted his strategy, sending in more ant-men. The black-armored ant-men gathered in groups, wielding long spears to skewer the level 3 werewolves, while 3 or 4 shielded armored ant-men simultaneously surrounded a level 4 werewolf, tightly restraining its limbs. Taking advantage of the moment, the werewolf opened its bloody mouth to roar. Several hidden armored ant-men seized the opportunity to burrow down its throat. The venom extracted from the devil flower was instantly released within the werewolf's body. The severe toxicity took effect, causing the level 4 werewolf's combat power to plummet, but it was still not enough to kill it. Then 4 ant shrimp men swarmed in, hammering at its vital points, barely managing to take it down. Both sides began to suffer significant losses. Outside the screen, Zhong Ran watched this scene, suddenly raising an eyebrow. Her reaction mirrored that of the barrage of comments. "Interesting," she said, staring at the battle on the live screen. "This guy's followers are comparable to the Elan people. How can a non-exceptional being contend with extraordinary werewolves? What new subhuman species is this? You don't feel unjust losing to him." Zhong Mo, on the other hand, huffed and crossed her arms, watching with an... The level 4 werewolves were being decapitated one by one, while the level 3 werewolves were being pushed away by the ant swarm. Looking at this scene, Come Be My Son could only feel the sweat forming on his forehead. Cultivating a level 4 werewolf requires a vast amount of resources and time, and his 7,000 werewolves were about to be wiped out. Meanwhile, the barrage in the live stream had gone wild. "Old Granny, kick him out. Old Granny, kill him. Let him suffer. I hate these rich kids who buy victories with money. There's no skill involved at all. Old Granny, teach him a lesson. Old Granny, are you selling?" The screen was flooded with text, nearly obscuring the visuals. The audience had long been displeased with this rich second generation who relied solely on money. "Stop, stop, stop. Old Granny, don't hit me, I'll pay you. Just name your price." The voice of Come Be My Son rang out in the Divine Kingdom, clearly laced with panic. The barrage instantly filled with opposition. "Kill him. Old Granny, don't take his filthy money, just annihilate him." Guhan's calm voice echoed, "I want the source of your Divine Kingdom." As these words left his mouth, the entire live stream fell into a brief pause. Then an overwhelming barrage of comments flooded the screen. "Damn, I love Old Granny too much. So badass. Old Granny is mighty. Drain him dry." Many wealthy viewers changed their names on the spot to show support for Old Granny, showering the screen with super rockets and luxury yacht effects. The commentator Joker shouted hoarsely, "Thanks to I've been beaten by Old Granny for sending 10 super rockets. Thanks to I want Old Granny's poetic socks for sending luxury yachts. Thanks to Old Granny's leg hair." On the battlefield, Come Be My Son felt cold sweat soaking his entire body. He was still young, with plenty of credit points left to spend, and he didn't want to die yet. "I won't fight anymore. I surrender." He shouted hastily, his tone softening. "You still need to guard the arena. Don't fight with me anymore. My Divine Kingdom is only 1,000 square kilometers. It won't provide much of a boost if consumed. Name your price, I'll buy my life." "Stop. Everyone stop. Don't hit me anymore." Guhan listened to his words and raised his hand. The charging ant punchers quickly halted their actions and retreated behind the defensive line of the shielded ant warriors, yet still maintained a surrounding stance, ready to pounce again. Guhan quickly calculated in his mind. This person wasn't stupid. At the brink of life and death, he didn't resort to threats from his family's power, but directly analyzed the pros and cons. What he said was indeed correct. To eliminate the remaining level 4 werewolves, the ant army would inevitably suffer significant casualties. The most important task now was to win the upcoming 10 rounds to secure the championship and obtain the Spirit Root network. Moreover, the opponent's financial resources were indeed substantial, and he was likely backed by a family or power in reality, making it unnecessary to offend directly. More importantly, over 10 million of his assets had been frozen by the authorities, and his main source of income had been cut off. He was in dire need of money. "You can stop if you want." Guhan spoke slowly. "I want 2 level 4 werewolves and 300 million credit. Additionally, all the defensive trap buildings in your Divine Kingdom, I want all brand new ones. Buy them from the mall and directly convert them into resource cards for me." It was essential to maximize the benefits. In his current state of lacking money and means, Guhan had also learned from him that defensive buildings could be used to kill enemies. "Alright, I agree. But firearms need to be reported. If I can't acquire them, I will exchange them for other higher grade items for you." The voice of Come Be My Son sounded relieved. He immediately opened the Divine Kingdom Mall and began clicking to purchase frantically, randomly grabbing 2 lucky werewolves. Just a few minutes later, a transaction notification popped up on Guhan's panel. Guhan clicked to take a look. Inside lay 2 biological cards sealing level 4 werewolves, an unnamed funding card worth 300 million credit points, and a thick stack of construction resource cards, including high-grade arrow towers, piercing positions, and flamethrower platforms. All brand new. Purchasing the construction resources alone must have cost at least 300 million, a total of 600 million, along with the 2 level 4 werewolves, to buy his own life. For this rich person, it was not a loss at all. Guhan unhesitatingly clicked to confirm the transaction. The virtual shadow of "Come Be My Son" began to flicker, preparing to exit the arena. Before disappearing, his voice echoed again. "Evil old granny, you're a smart person. I've bought many powerful buildings for you. If you can survive this competition, set a condition, and I'll invest in you." His tone had lost the previous disdain, instead carrying the shrewdness of a businessman. Guhan waved his hand, ignoring him. A blinding white light erupted in the center of the battlefield, expelling him from the Divine Kingdom. Joker's voice rang out at the right moment, at an extremely high volume. "Let us congratulate riding old granny across the street for becoming the new champion of this match. The next 10 rounds of defending the arena are officially starting now." Guhan stood above his Divine Kingdom shadow, gazing at the resource cards he had just acquired. 300 million credit points. This amount not only resolved his immediate crisis, but also allowed him more maneuvering space in the upcoming matches. Guhan directly used a small portion of the construction resource cards, placing them into the Divine Kingdom. His Divine Kingdom was not as large as the opponent's and needed to leave ample space for the battlefield, so he couldn't use them all at once and decided to divide them into several batches. Guhan first uploaded the coordinates of his Divine Kingdom, entering the 5-minute rest period and the live stream. He didn't expect that becoming the champion would also require a vast battlefield connection. It made sense. If the area of the contestant's Divine Kingdom was not large, it would easily be shattered. Guhan quickly made adjustments, with brand new high-grade defensive arrow towers rising from the midst of the enchanted flower thickets, heavy piercing positions hidden in the fog, and thick alloy defensive walls alongside iron serpentine banyan trees firmly enclosing the battlefield area. The entire defense line instantly elevated several tiers. With these firepower points, the defensive pressure on the ant army significantly decreased. He also summoned 50,000 ant soldiers from the semi-divine Divine Kingdom to replenish the troop losses from the previous battle. Now Guhan was about to face the true defending match. This was a hard battle. Without exposing forced breeding, he must challenge 10 level 4 Divine Masters with the strength of a level 1 Divine Master. Checking the construction resource cards in hand, they should last for 3 rounds. The money was substantial, and he even received a bit more than expected. Looking at the time, it was almost up. The challenge icon in the live stream had appeared, and an ID named Undead Calamity successfully challenged for the arena. The live stream was once again flooded with comments indicating that the opponent had considerable strength and fame. Guhan glanced at the odds of betting on him to win, had odds as high as 5 times. What a guy, coming out strong in the first match. Can I bet on myself to win? Guhan quickly took a look at the betting table. He could indeed place a bet, but he could only wager on his own victory, not on his loss, and the odds were halved. Half the odds are better than none. Guhan directly placed a massive bet of 300 million on himself to win, flooding the market with capital, which lowered the odds to a 4-fold difference. Without paying further attention to the declining odds, he figured that winning would net him double, which he could accept. Undead Catastrophe. Guhan immediately immersed his consciousness into his divine realm. At that moment in the live broadcast room, over 1 million viewers were scrutinizing Guhan's divine realm from the perspective of the attacker, Undead Catastrophe. The scene was shrouded in thick gray mist. Beneath him, vast clusters of bizarre flowers were exhaling mist, and occasionally emitting strange cries, severely obstructing his vision. In the depths of this mist, defensive structures of various sizes loomed faintly. This terrain is utterly disgusting. I can't see anything at all. It's all mist, it's just a futile struggle. What a pity for the old lady to encounter the Undead Catastrophe. The opponent's divine realm opened a teleportation portal. A large number of green-skinned goblins surged through the portal. Guhan, positioned high in his divine realm, gazed down at the dense mass of green and called up the detection panel of his smart assistant. 200,000 ordinary goblins. 80,000 first-level goblins. 60,000 second-level goblins. 30,000 third-level goblins. 5,000 fourth-level goblins. A total of 380,000 enemy troops. Guhan gasped at this number. The opponent's troop strength was indeed exaggerated, or weren't they the Undead Catastrophe? How do they raise goblins? Fortunately, Guhan was fighting on his own turf. Currently, his divine realm had 200,000 ant warriors plus another 200,000 hidden armor ants. The 200,000 ordinary goblins posed no threat in Guhan's eyes. Even unknown, the hidden armor ants could easily slay the goblins. Attack! The Undead Catastrophe wasted no time on idle talk and issued the order immediately. The 380,000 goblins began to advance. As they stepped into the cluster of naga flowers, several goblins began to die from inhaling the toxic gas. They attempted to destroy the swaying Naga flowers only to be met with a mouthful of poison rapidly depleting the 200,000 ordinary goblins. The ground suddenly erupted with a multitude of steel spikes. The first few hundred first-level goblins charging in were pierced through their bodies, screaming in agony as they hung on the spikes. Immediately afterward, the high-level arrow towers hidden in the mist began to operate. Thick arrows shot out with a whistling sound, plowing through the goblin horde and creating clear paths. The toxic gas in the flower clusters grew increasingly potent. The ordinary goblins were completely annihilated, while the first and second-level goblins with slightly better toxin resistance only lasted a few dozen meters before collapsing in groups. Guhan furrowed his brow, sensing that something was amiss. The opponent's command was too unusual. They were essentially sending low-tier troops to their deaths. So far, 34,000 goblins had perished. The third-level goblins charged over the corpses of their companions, their bodies also tainted with the toxic fluid from the Naga flowers, their skin beginning to blacken and rot, though it was not yet life-threatening. Just as they burst out of the toxic mist zone, all the crossbow beds Guhan had set up in the inner circle opened fire. A barrage of crossbow bolts rained down on the area. The third-level goblins, already suffering from severe poisoning, could not withstand the assault and quickly faced heavy casualties. He stared intently at the remaining 5,000 fourth-level goblins that continued to advance. The opposing Divine Lord had not made a sound, not even casting a single skill. Guhan did not send the ants out to intercept. The outer toxic mist was too dense. The Naga flower's toxic mist did not differentiate between friend and foe. If the ants charged out, they too would be unable to withstand such potent poison. Once they entered the heart of the battlefield, the recovery abilities of the fourth-level extraordinary beings were terrifying. As the toxins from the Naga flowers began to take effect on them, their powerful physique forcibly suppressed it. Engaged. Guhan decisively issued the command. The ant army, which had been lying in ambush, surged forth in an instant. On the misty battlefield, the two sides collided head-on. The shield-armored ants took the front line, using their sturdy shields to withstand the fourth-level goblins' spiked clubs. The fourth-level goblins wielded immense strength. When they smashed down the shields of the shield-armored ants, shattered instantly. But at the moment the shields broke, the ant-punch shrimps hiding behind them sprang out, delivering powerful blows to the goblins' throats and eyes. The melee battle was extraordinarily brutal. 5,000 fourth-level extraordinary fighters were indeed terrifying. Guhan could only rely on the coordination of multiple troop types using numbers to make up for the quality gap. The hidden armor ants drilled into the wounds of the goblins to release venom, while the ant-punch shrimps focused their attacks on vital points. By the time the number of ants dropped to 150,000, the last fourth-level goblin was finally smashed in the head by a group of ant-punch shrimps. Guhan gasped for breath. He stared at the sea of corpses, yet he did not hear the system announce the victory notification. Not over yet. Guhan's heart sank suddenly. The undead catastrophe. The hairs on his body stood on end as he hastily laid out the remaining defensive structures in the center of his territory. A disconcerting sound echoed across the battlefield. In the live stream, the mountain of corpses began to tremble violently. The undead catastrophe finally activated his Divine Lord's class Skillbone Soldier transformation. The corpses of 380,000 goblins split open. Moreover, even the 50,000 ant warriors that had just died also split open. A number of stark white standard bone soldiers crawled out from the bloodied corpses, their hollow eye sockets ignited with ghostly green soul flames. 43,000 skeletal undead soldiers. They picked up weapons from the ground and moved their fleshless necks, charging towards the remaining 150,000 ants in the heart of the battlefield, resembling a torrent of bones cascading down, a white flood surging in all directions. Cold sweat beaded on Guhan's forehead. He finally understood why the opponent had been sending troops to their deaths earlier without panic. The 380,000 goblins were meant to cover the battlefield with corpses. These skeletal undead were all mere automata. The Naga flower's toxic mist had no effect on them, and even the lightning from the hidden armor ants was ineffective. And his greatest trump card, the forced reproduction skill, was completely ineffective against these skeletal frames. The skeletal army completely overwhelmed the remaining 150,000 ants. The defensive structures activated all at once, and in an instant the sounds of clashing weapons filled the air as the black and white torrents churned together with bone fragments flying everywhere. The good news was that these undead did not inherit the strength of the deceased in life. Each undead's power was around that of a second-level follower. If it weren't for this, Guhan would have definitely lost this time. He would have had no choice but to call for support from the million ants in the demigod's divine realm to rescue the situation, which would have constituted a violation of the rules, resulting in disqualification. The undead catastrophe, however, did not linger in battle. He understood that his advantage lay in numbers. Second-level undead were not particularly strong, and there was no need to engage in a drawn-out fight. He needed to quickly distance himself from those defensive structures. As long as he recklessly charged into the heart of the divine realm, such a massive undead army could definitely not be stopped. Capturing the core of the Divine Realm would quickly end this match, a tactic he had used successfully countless times. He directed the undead to advance towards the heart of the Divine Realm, the white flood completely ignoring. Thick fog obscured the view and towering alloy walls firmly enclosed the battlefield, their surface smooth and sturdy. The undead army crashed against the walls, producing a sound that made one's teeth ache. The undead at the front could not climb up and could only tread in place, resembling a group of robots merely following orders. The undead behind them surged forward, stepping atop their companions' skeletal remains to climb upwards. Within just a few minutes, piles of bones accumulated, threatening to surpass the towering wall. However, behind the alloy wall, massive iron vine banyans lined up, forming a second barrier. The skeletal undead swung their blades, sparks flying as hundreds of thick vines instantly entangled and strangled them, the sound of grinding bones rising and falling. The constraints of the iron vine banyans bought precious time for the Ant-Man army. The black-armored Ant-Men rose collectively into the air, rushing ahead to form a black defensive line from above, intercepting the undead attempting to climb over the bones of others. The Ant-Punch Shrimp Warriors unleashed a flurry of punches, their battle patterns shimmering as they relentlessly struck the advancing undead, filling the air with the scent of scorched flesh. The sound of fists whooshing through the air shattered clusters of bones which fell like dust. Below, the shielded Ant-Men formed a line, creating a massive barrier, transforming under the alloy wall into bulldozers, clearing away the amassed skeletal undead in the corners, destroying the footholds for the undead to climb. As time passed, black-armored Ant-Men continued to fight until exhausted, falling from the heights. The Ant-Punch Shrimp Warriors' fists burned and cracked, while the shielded Ant-Men, exhausted and perished, still braced their bodies against the piles of bones until they were overwhelmed by the subsequent undead. Guhan stared intently at the battlefield, his fists clenched tightly. The situation was improving. It could only be said that the undead Calamity did not anticipate that he would set up a defense around the battlefield, and not just one but two layers of insurance. Even if he split the undead army into several groups, hoping to break through from different directions where defenses might be weak, the rows of iron vine banyans left him in despair. Undead Calamity, damn. Why are there so many of these demonic trees? The skeletal undead only understood how to follow orders, and their numbers rapidly diminished as they scattered to climb over the high walls and iron vine banyans. Undead Calamity, damn. Why are there so many of these demonic trees? The skeletal undead only understood how to follow orders, and their numbers rapidly diminished as they scattered to climb over the outside the alloy defense wall. A thick layer of bone dust and debris covered the ground. The voice of the host Joker finally sounded. This match was defended successfully. The challenger remains the one riding the old lady across the road. They won. Guhan let out a long breath, his back soaked in cold sweat. The once massive ant army now comprised only 7 wobbly shielded Ant-Men and 3 Ant-Punch Shrimp Warriors gasping for breath on the ground. The rest of the Ant-Men had fallen exhausted in the prolonged battle. Guhan narrowly triumphed with a faint advantage. At that moment, the livestream chat was in total chaos. The screen was filled with the wails of disgruntled gamblers. Refund. Give me back my credit points. Over 400,000 undead. What is the undead Calamity doing? How could they lose? I bet my entire 3 years' salary on you, and you let me down. What the hell race are the followers of the old lady? So numerous, powerful, and with such incredible endurance. Does anyone know where to get these creatures? The viewers in the live stream frantically asked questions, but no one could provide an answer. At this moment, Guhan looked at the settlement screen, showing an additional 300 million principal and 200 million in winnings, yet there was no joy on his face. He only felt a sense of fear. That battle had been too perilous. He looked at the ground covered in skeletal debris and the 15,000 ant corpses that had perished, and a terrifying thought flashed through his mind. If the undead Calamity had a sufficiently short cooldown for their godly skill, and if they could transform those 15,000 ant corpses back into skeletal undead, then he would be utterly defenseless. This was a challenge beyond his level. It was not a friendly spar. A slight misstep could result in the collapse of his divine nation. I was still too naive. I can't afford to be careless any longer. Guhan vigorously rubbed his cheeks. Despite all the preparations he had made, he still felt somewhat strained. Even his skills had moments of ineffectiveness. He had underestimated these top-tier competitors who could emerge victorious among tens of thousands. Oh, everyone had their own trump cards. Guhan's expression gradually darkened. He had reached this point by continuously learning from battles and making timely adjustments. The livestream chat began to stir again. The old lady has no troops left. What a chance to pick up the scraps. Look at his divine nation. There are only 10 disabled followers left, and those defense towers. Whoever goes next will win. It's a free chance to take the defensive spot. Seize it. The chat rolled furiously, and the remaining 20 contestants' eyes turned red. To them, the old lattice trump cards had been completely exhausted, and now the divine nation was nothing but an empty shell. Whoever seized the attack spot could easily take down this severely weakened challenger. The attack announcement lit up next attacker Old Lady Collector. Upon seeing this ID, Guhan raised an eyebrow. The name clearly indicated that they were targeting him. With only 5 minutes of rest, the new betting pool quickly opened. Guhan glanced at the odds panel. Although he had just achieved an upset victory over the undead Calamity, everyone had witnessed his followers being exhausted. As a result, the odds of him winning remained high, even higher than the previous match, skyrocketing to an astonishing 8-1. Guhan looked at these odds and felt even more vigilant. With such high odds, was this another big player? Or did these gamblers think he was doomed, placing all their bets against him? Regardless of the reason, Guhan had no intention of holding back. He directly wagered the 500 million credit points he had just won, leaving nothing behind. After uploading the coordinates of his divine nation, he immediately began arranging troop deployments. As the countdown reached 0, the duel officially began. Old Lady Collector laughed as he entered. Old Lady, if you don't want your divine nation to be destroyed, it's best to hand over all your resources. I can spare your life. This person was clearly well prepared. He dispatched 40,000 level 3 lizardmen and 8,000 level 4 lizardmen without any low-level followers, all wearing gas masks. There were even hundreds of giant wind swallowers resembling toads. Upon appearing, they opened their mouths to suck in the thick fog, their chests and bellies swelling like balloons. The wind swallowers were all poisoned to death, but the fog became thinner and visibility was restored. Old Lady Collector was about to speak when he witnessed a horrifying sight that would haunt him for life. Behind the flower thicket, numerous valiant followers were densely packed, and even on the distant Alloy City wall, many followers could be seen, some crouching, some standing, their antennae waving, their numbers shockingly exaggerated. It was like lifting a blanket to find the bed infested with cockroaches. Guhan no longer wanted to experience the feeling of luck and anxiety, thus he gathered a million-ant army on standby. Even the underground nests of his small divine nation were filled with ant-men. In such a scene, Old Lady Collector could only awkwardly laugh. Haha. When a person is left speechless, they truly become speechless. Wasn't it said that the old lady had no followers? Wasn't it said that this was a guaranteed win? How did a free hand become a gift? What a joke. Just a moment ago, we couldn't even defeat the undead catastrophe with over 400,000. With this setup, isn't that just a pure loss? I won't disturb you then. In leaving, haha. I forfeit. The system confirmed the forfeit, and the lizard man was instantly teleported out. The live stream chat exploded. The rapidly scrolling text on the screen was dizzying. Who the hell said the old lady had no followers? Come out and take a hit. This number is simply outrageous. My lady is amazing. Isn't the area of that divine kingdom not that large? Where did all these followers come from? This ecological structure definitely has issues. How can so many survive? I'm not betting anymore. Give me my money back. The wind on the rooftop is so strong, can someone make some room? I've understood. Follow the old lady to buy the villain near the sea. Next round, I'm going all in on the old lady. Guhan ignored the commotion outside and glanced at his account balance. The previous bet of 500 million credit points rolled into the pot, and it had now turned into 2 billion. His assets quadrupled. What else am I selling? This is how money comes in fast, earning 2 billion a day. He muttered unhesitatingly, betting the entire 2 billion on his own victory, setting up a trust. The system announced the countdown for the third defense battle, and the attacker's ID flashed on the public screen. Before the countdown even finished, and before the betting table had a chance to open, the system directly popped up a notification. The attacker has forfeited, and the defender wins. At this moment, the independent communication channel for participants was already in chaos. Who just won the draw? If you have no strength, don't try to claim the challenge. Noob, just hide in the back and wait for opportunities. Don't come here to deliver dishes. Get lost. Let me do it. The old lady is mine. The draw for the fourth battle ended, and the attacker's ID was scammed in online dating for $2.50. A beam of light appeared, revealing a well-equipped Halfrek Legion. At the front were 30,000 Tier 3 heavy shield soldiers holding heavy alloy shields. Behind them were 10,000 Tier 4 Halfrek archers. With the experience of the previous fighters, they all wore gas masks, and a line of giant wind-swallowing beasts was sacrificed to absorb the poisonous mist. Scammed in online dating for $2.50 directly activated the divine skill 2 birds with 1 stone. This allowed the single target attack from allies to bounce damage to nearby enemies. 10,000 Tier 4 archers simultaneously drew their specially made longbows. The sound of bowstrings tightening blended into a piercing cacophony. With 10,000 arrows plus skill enhancements, if all hit, that would instantly unleash damage equivalent to 20,000 arrows. In just one exchange, Guhan lost over 10,000 ant soldiers, realizing the effectiveness of the enemy's skills. As long as the enemy could maintain stable output for dozens of rounds, his 500,000 ant soldiers would be completely wiped out. Although the battle pattern shield armor had incredible defense, it could withstand at most 1 attack against Tier 4 archers. If the enemy Halfreks also possessed bloodline berserker traits, their lethality would double. Guhan immediately commanded the black-armored ants to ascend rapidly, drawing the attention of the archers, while trying to spread out their positions to shoot from above. Defensive structures also turned their directions, shooting a concentrated rain of acidic arrows directly at the Halfrek archer camp. The Halfrek heavy shield soldiers reacted quickly, raising their shields overhead to create a flawless metallic dome. The arrow rain crashed against the alloy shields, clanging loudly. Although it couldn't inflict damage, it significantly limited the archers' output. The archers hiding behind the shields simply couldn't aim. Halfreks are clumsy. With their extraordinary Tier 4 physical qualities, ordinary blades and swords do little harm, but when faced with incoming arrows, even if they know there's little damage, they instinctively dodge. On the surface, the shield-armored ant army connected head to tail, curling their bodies together, the outer layer of armor interlocking, transforming into giant shield-armored spheres with diameters exceeding 100 meters in the blink of an eye. The viewers in the live stream watched in astonishment. What is this thing? Why does this look a bit like a shield-armored armadillo? But it's much larger than that. Wow. The followers of the old lady can even merge. As the giant shield-armored sphere took shape, Guhan did not let them charge immediately. Because visible ripples had already appeared in the air, the invisibly armored ants had long infiltrated the Halfrek. The gas masks prevented them from entering the bodies of the Halfreks, as 200,000 invisibly armored ants adhered to the outer surface of the Halfrek's armor. The battle patterns glowed, and the stored electrical energy was released without reservation. Lightning crackled, and lightning surged forward. Zzz. The air trembled as blue-white arcs of electricity jumped and connected between the Halfreks. The intense electric current directly penetrated the alloy armor, drilling into the bodies of the Halfreks. Ugh! The wretched screams echoed across the battlefield. 30,000 Tier 3 heavy shield soldiers simply couldn't withstand such high-voltage shocks. Their massive bodies twisted and convulsed violently, and they could no longer hold onto their heavy shields, which clattered to the ground. Some weaker Halfreks collapsed to the ground, their bodies curling unnaturally, soaking the ground beneath them. The originally indestructible shield wall formation collapsed instantly. Tier 4 archers had stronger physiques, barely managing to use their longbows to prop themselves up, but their muscles were still uncontrollably convulsing, unable to muster the strength to draw the bowstring. The lightning subsided. Now's the time, crush them. Guhan's voice echoed above the Divine Kingdom. Hundreds of giant shield-armored spheres rolled forward with a thunderous crash, and many of the collapsed heavy shield soldiers, before they could even scream, were crushed to the point of their intestines bursting. The invisibly armored ants took the opportunity to stab with their venomous stingers, harvesting the injured. The shield-armored giant balls sped through the heavy shield soldiers' ranks, crashing into the archer formation with no obstacles. The sound of bones shattering rose and fell. The Halfrek screams were drowned out by the dull crashing sounds. Scammed and online dating for $2.50 stood at the edge of the Divine Kingdom, eyes blood-red, howling in hysteria. Berserk. Activate Bloodline Berserk for me. The Halfrek archer on the brink of death suddenly erupted with dazzling red light, and its size expanded at a visible rate. Guhan looked at the Halfreks on the battlefield that had fallen into a frenzy, raising his eyebrows. Indeed, those who could reach this point were no ordinary individuals. The shield-armored spheres were chopped apart by Tier 4 Halfreks wielding great axes, and the ant soldiers surged out from the spheres. The clan's stone carvings once recorded such crazed enemies, and the ancestors had long had countermeasures. They skillfully took turns attacking the Halfreks, knees waiting for them to fall before striking fiercely at their heads. The opponent's skill made the level 4 Halfrek terrifying in close combat. A single axe strike felt like hitting two ant-men, slaughtering everything like a meat grinder. Guhan faced losses of nearly 100,000 ant-men before he could barely secure his fourth consecutive. Each match was against tough opponents with a number of level 4 believers exceeding 10,000 and various Divine Kingdom skills emerging endlessly. Guhan even brought out the class building to secretly use. The profits from the consecutive victories were extremely exaggerated, directly rolling up to 7 billion. During this time, Guhan also invested 3 billion, converting it all into powerful one-time trap buildings, reaching the 10th match with only 90,000 ant-men left and 130,000 hidden armor ant-men. The countdown for the challenge flashed on the screen in the competition hall. After 10 minutes passed, the challenge quota had yet to appear, and the remaining contestants were all intimidated. Because the ruthless ones had all failed their challenges, the rest were those who had relied on tricks to get by. They dared not bet, as in every previous challenge someone believed that this was the limit of the old woman, yet each time they were slapped in the face by believers who emerged from nowhere. The old woman's believers seemed to never run out, and each one was incredibly formidable. No one dared to try, fearing that she might suddenly produce 200,000 troops from the ground. At this moment, the Black Match live broadcast room had exploded with excitement. The online viewer count directly broke 10 million. Spies from various factions, even some big figures from Jiang City, were drawn to this low-tier Black Match. The barrage refresh rate was so fast that the characters were barely visible. I swear on my brother's eternal singlehood that this old woman is definitely using a skill to clone believers. Nonsense, it's clearly lightning control. Didn't you see how those people were shocked in the previous matches? In my opinion, it's resurrection. He can definitely resurrect believers. I suggest a thorough investigation. This is definitely a demigod who has been knocked down coming here to fish. Just when everyone thought this last match would end in a draw, someone challenged. ID art is exploding. The screen switched instantly. Over 10 million viewers followed the challenger's perspective directly entering Guhan's divine kingdom. What greeted their eyes was a scene of devastation with broken buildings and corpses everywhere. The only thing intact was the peculiar flower bed in the front row. This time there were really only 90,000 believers left. Art is exploding let out a long breath. He thought there would be no end to the killing. He was considering giving up if he entered and found believers piled up again, but now he didn't want to run. Oh, perhaps he could still fight. He held 9,000 level 4 wise men and 30,000 level 3 wise men. Wise men are physically weak creatures, but are extremely skilled in using tools and tactical combinations. The key point was that his divine master skill was corpse explosion. As long as allied corpses fell, they could be detonated directly with power equivalent to a full-force strike. With 90,000 remaining soldiers in a pile of dilapidated defensive towers, he had confidence for a fight. The 30,000 level 3 wise men raised their heavy steel shields, forming a dense tortoise shell formation, and began to advance towards the heart of the battlefield. Suddenly a sharp crack echoed in the air. Blue high-voltage electric arcs ran wildly across the ground. A number 1 suddenly appeared in sight, marking the level of the extraordinary creature by the intelligent assistant. Even in the live broadcast room, Joker suddenly transmitted an off-screen voice. Director, stop. Zoom in again. On the broken alloy city wall, the swirling white mist was torn apart by the lightning, revealing a gap. A tiny black figure stood atop the city wall. The barrage in the entire live broadcast room came to a halt for 3 seconds. Then an unprecedented explosion of excitement followed. Holy SHD. Level 1. Extraordinary. The old woman's extraordinary believer appeared. After reaching the 10th match, is she finally going to reveal her extraordinary trump card? Even if it's only level 1. But this is a believer of the old woman. The audience went wild. What a joke. The old woman's believers could contend with level 4 believers even without being extraordinary. The friend requests in the software backend have already surpassed 5,000. Guhan opened the list and selected all to approve with one click, followed by setting a Donut Disturb message for friend requests. If it were before, when he wasn't wealthy, he might have reached out to a few major powers to secure some investments. But now he had 45 billion in his account, a sturdy backing that required him to heed no one's opinions. Cooperating with major powers necessitated certain interactions, making it easy to be pulled out from the online realm. After dealing with these complicated matters, Guhan finally opened the event interface and found the Shining Champion gift pack. He clicked to claim it. One card was an anonymous fun card worth 100 million credit points. Guhan casually transferred this 100 million into his black market account. He wasn't planning to move this money to the Divine Realm account just yet. Not only was it currently frozen, but having such a sudden influx of money could easily trigger official scrutiny. Some say that black market software is equally unsafe, but in reality there is no truly safe environment. Whatever protects you also restricts you unless you stand at the pinnacle. Overthinking will only cause internal consumption. It is better to convert all resources into strength. Guhan used the second card, and a peculiar plant appeared in the Divine Realm with lush roots that seemed to flow with golden liquid. This is the Strength Divine Plant, Spirit Root Link. Consuming its leaves can alter the spiritual root quality of believers, which is the fundamental reason Guhan was determined to secure the championship. Guhan felt as if he had effortlessly sailed past countless mountains. In this battle, a large part of the Divine Realm was devastated, the ecological environment severely damaged, and numerous creatures were affected by the battle. Guhan promptly purchased a large number of species and entrusted the ant people to rebuild. Fortunately, the breeding area for the six-winged beasts had cleared up, and Guhan planned to fill it with hybrid versions of the Spirit Root Link, looking for a plant that was easy to cultivate, matured quickly, and had a developed root system as the parent. Carrots, yams, potatoes. He arranged them all, conducting multiple experiments to select the best. Once in large quantities, who needs leaves? They could eat the roots directly to rapidly enhance their spiritual root quality. Then why not directly hybridize the Spirit Root Link with intelligent beings to create believers? It would essentially be a walking Spirit Root Link, and their cultivation quality would improve in no time. Guhan swallowed. Would the Spirit Root Link consume its own roots? This idea seemed absurd, but theoretically, it was absolutely feasible. He decided to give it a try, organized everything, and exited the Divine Realm. Now that he had money, he could browse them all to look for suitable intelligent races. He opened the handheld device and instinctively glanced at the E-Town network software, sneering internally, "Sorry, I'm simply not familiar with you." When the rift to the other world opened, he wanted to check out the pure blood flame dragon hatchling, But that dog platform displayed a contemptuous message: your account assets do not meet the requirements to view this product's base price. Please strive to improve your wealth level. 30 years have passed, and now I have 46 billion. To hell with that dog platform. Guhan decisively uninstalled eTown Network, then skillfully opened the black market software, which allowed direct access to the black market. He entered intelligent species in the search box. The page refreshed, instantly displaying countless exotic races. Titan race normal adult height is 10 meters, lifespan in the thousands of years, low reproductive capacity. Known extraordinary trait: big is truth. No Titan will refuse to grow larger. Their size will adapt to the area of the divine realm, continuously increasing. Selling price, 50 million credit points each. This race is an excellent breeding material. Who wouldn't like large beings? A regular Titan ant could likely crush a third-level believer with a single slap, but they occupy a lot of space and are currently not suitable for the divine realm. Merfolk's subhuman race reproduces rapidly with robust physiques. Adapted to marine environments, lifespan of hundreds of years. Known extraordinary trait: cannot be hit. It may be a fish, or it may not be, but it is very slippery. Cannot be hit, unaffected by enemy combat skills. Selling price, 200,000 credit points each. This extraordinary trait should provide immunity against skills that turn corpses into undead and group weakening. My skills are not considered combat, so they should be effective, right? Otherwise that would be too extraordinary. Merman race, subhuman type, affinity for water, rapid reproduction, and strong mental power. Known extraordinary trait: racial discrimination. They despise merfolk and all races with legs. Attacks on legged aliens will always be critical hits. Selling price, 100,000 credit points each. This type of believer cannot be raised together, otherwise it would lead to internal strife in no time. Mushroom people, fungal amalgamation, strong adaptability, asexual reproduction, fast growth, low intelligence. Known extraordinary trait: no distinction between you and me. You are the flesh that fell off me, aren't you me? Mushroom people do not distinguish between themselves and others. They can freely merge or split, sharing memories. Selling price, 100,000 credit points each. If they could hybridize into spirit root mushroom people, they could usually consume their own spirit root mushrooms to enhance their quality. If they could activate extraordinary traits and share insights, collectively the path of cultivation would be smooth sailing. Moreover, at such a low price, this is perfect for breeding material, unlike the Titan race's size restrictions. Guhan directly added them to the shopping cart, planning to have the dedicated customer service handle it later. After all, products in the black market are not necessarily genuine. There are no platforms or legal constraints making it easy to be deceived. Handing it over to them might cost a bit more, but it provides assurance. Browsing the mall is truly addictive. Guhan didn't even make an immediate payment for the experiment and planned to continue exploring. At that moment, his handheld device vibrated. It was a call from the security bureau. After the call was connected, the voice of the case officer came through. Mr. Gu, the investigation into the case at Yunding Restaurant has been completed. Wang Dafa is suspected of embezzlement and commercial fraud, and he has confessed everything himself. The tax clearance certificate and transaction records you provided have been verified as accurate. Thank you very much for your cooperation. Your personal account has been unblocked, and the 2 million bail will be refunded through the original route within 7 working days. Guhan responded a couple of times before hanging up, finally feeling that this matter had come to a stable conclusion. Once his taut nerves relaxed, an overwhelming sense of fatigue surged through his entire body. After 11 consecutive high-intensity black matches, and experiencing several extreme stretches during that time, combined with the previous questioning from the police department, his mental strength had been pushed to the limit. After taking a day off from Qinlin, he collapsed into bed and slept soundly until the next afternoon. His mother Tang Yinran woke him up when she brought him food. After this summons from the police department, his parents realized that their son Guhan was no longer a mere pawn. After reminding him to prioritize safety, they could only silently pray for him. The first thing Guhan did upon waking was to quickly open the software to check his black market account. The 46 billion in funds was still there. After eating something, he immediately entered the divine realm. He arranged for a large batch of species cards to be listed on the black market, and within less than a second they all showed as out of stock. The speed at which they sold out was clearly due to a large number of buyers using scripts to snatch his species cards. He needed to quickly arrange for more queen ants to be released. He had already put up over 10 rounds of products, each one being cleared in an instant. If it weren't for 100 million in incoming funds, he would have suspected that the software was swallowing his goods. The software indeed lacked much confidentiality, since the event organizers sent him a mandatory email. Guhan frowned as he opened it. The content was roughly that he had become a VIP of the Abyss Coliseum, and they had assigned him a dedicated customer service representative available 24 hours a day, hoping to see him participate in black matches again. Guhan had anticipated this. Although he was just an unnamed small fry not worth the attention beneath demigods, it was hard to ensure that the event organizers wouldn't keep an eye on him. He believed it would be quite easy for them to find him. Before the defending match, he might not have paid much attention, but after witnessing the skeletal undead of the undead calamity, he was no longer so confident about the safety of the divine realm. The forced breeding skill targets living beings, inanimate objects, mechanical entities, and even any unknown intruders which could not be resisted. They could only rely on the strength of the believers in the divine realm. All the world is bustling with activity for profit. As long as faces aren't torn, it's appropriate to maintain some cooperation to buy himself some time for growth. Guhan found the dedicated customer service window in the software and authorized all the products on his personal page for the software to sell. He only requested that the price of the Ant-Men remain not too high externally, and he also authorized them to operate the fast-growing battle pattern grass, which was very powerful and could elevate the strength of believers to a new level. It would definitely have a great market. Moreover, only Guhan could cultivate it, giving him a monopoly. He believed they would definitely make a big profit. Some might ask how the battle pattern grass could be sold. Wouldn't others become stronger after consuming it? Guhan's answer was yes, but now that he had money, there would definitely be better options. The great battle pattern grass was not suitable for his current identity. The most urgent matter now was still the origin of the demigod's divine realm. As long as he secured the 80,000 square kilometers, he would have more space to develop, especially since a larger area could allow for the purchase of Titan race creatures to create some Titan species to guard the divine realm. Guhan already had some insights on this. According to the news brought back by the Ant-Men, the previously arranged bag demon potatoes were wreaking havoc in the opposing divine realm. The originally dense poisonous plant C, on the other side, now had its periphery filled with bag demon potatoes, which were spreading inward, strangling the poisonous plants. The effect was surprisingly good, entirely thanks to those poison-collecting bag demons. They attempted to use venom to kill these plants that had sprung up from unknown origins. While venom was usually effective for weeding, this time, they had encountered their brethren. Bag demon potatoes also grew by feeding on venom. These ordinary bag demons not only failed to poison them, but instead caused them to thrive even more. It may also be that the bag demon race takes pride in their toxicity. They have invited a level 1 bag demon to administer poison. Indeed, some bag demon potatoes were poisoned to death, but others that developed well withstood that wave of venom and absorbed all the dead bag demon potatoes. Having tasted the sweetness of their brethren, the bag demon potatoes' pursuit of extreme toxicity led those with lower intelligence to start cannibalizing each other, devouring and absorbing one another. Guhan was greatly shocked when he learned this news, but fortunately the outcome was favorable. The income of the lower-tier bag demons decreased, but the collection of poison above remained unchanged. The extraordinary nobles did not care at all, leaving the lower tiers to squeeze out their own bag poison to fill the gap in poison collection. Unfortunately, under such oppression, no resistance army emerged. The lower-tier bag demons would only fight amongst themselves, and there were even instances of fighting without expelling poison mist, but rather shockingly, they picked up weapons to fight. Guhan took this opportunity to have the Ant-Men fully mine the veins, taking away everything that could be extracted. He planned to set up the brain storage as the bag demon race, and send it to the opposing divine realm to drain their intelligence, letting barbarism and conflict escalate. Without a god lord on the other side, they simply couldn't shut down the brain storage. This thing was indeed quite useful. The extraordinary beings who lost their intelligence would ultimately kill each other, just like the bag demon potatoes. The Thunder Servants would naturally be affected by the battles and poisoned to death, and the Ant Army would also need to retreat back to the divine realm. In the end, only that level 9 bag demon remained. With low intelligence, it should be able to lure it away, but the challenge lay in the poisonous gas scattered over the 80,000 kilometers. Yesterday, those challengers brought a group of large toads to target his bag demon poison, which impressed Guhan at the time. It seemed to be called Wind Swallower, and that thing could clear all the fog in his entire divine realm in one breath. Guhan directly placed an order on the black market, spending 10 million credit points to buy a large batch of mother wind swallowers, hoping to try swapping the bag demon half-god with the big-mouthed toad. Guhan even thought of a name for the new species wind-swallowing bag demon, as calling it swallowing bags. He planned to cultivate a large batch of wind-swallowing bag demons to send in to clear the poisonous fog, which would be faster and more efficient than the bag demon flowers, and they possessed bag demon bloodlines, allowing them to endure longer without being immediately poisoned. The dedicated customer service of the software had successfully completed the transaction for the mushroom spirit, and Guhan directly received it via email, adding it to his divine kingdom. As the light faded around, one Ametertal creature appeared in the battle pit. This being had no facial features or limbs, resembling a larger version of an abalone mushroom. After forcibly breeding it with spiritual roots, there was surprisingly no stress response. Only the mushroom fluff on its head gradually turned green. Is this considered a moving plant or a vegetative animal? Guhan circled around it, feeling puzzled. Just as he was pondering, a squad of black-armored Ant-Men, who had just switched shifts from the opposite divine kingdom's mining area, happened to pass by. The team leader of the Ant-Men stopped his antennae twitching as he seemed curious about the suddenly appeared giant mushroom. Just as the Ant-Man approached, the previously motionless mushroom spirit suddenly reacted. Its green mushroom fluff vibrated violently, followed by a muffled bang. A vast cloud of green spores burst forth from the mushroom fluff, carried away by the wind, while its head returned to its original color. As those tiny green particles touched the soil, they began to expand, grow taller, and deform at a visible speed. In just a few seconds, tens of thousands of small spiritual root mushrooms erupted like splashes of paint in the uneven battle pit. To Guhan's astonishment, the mushroom spirit gradually adjusted its shape, ultimately transforming into a white Ant-Man, swiftly catching up to the departing Ant-Man squad. Guhan was stunned. This wasn't just strong adaptability, it was practically a change of race. He immediately exited the Divine Kingdom to search for detailed information on the mushroom spirit. Lines of information popped up. Mushroom spirit, a low intelligence, subordinate race. Lacks independent civilization and is extremely reliant on imitation and parasitism. Biological characteristics: when sensing other intelligent races, it will disperse spores. The fungal entity will rapidly develop and perish, transforming into the shape of that race and forcibly integrating into their population, while the fungus will also mimic their scent to avoid expulsion. Warning: spores reproduce at an extremely fast rate. Without natural enemies or human intervention, they may encroach upon the living space of existing races easily, leading to ecological imbalance in the Divine Kingdom. Guhan closed the terminal, exhaling deeply. No wonder this thing was priced at only 100,000. Just that tremor produced tens of thousands of spiritual root mushrooms. He wondered if those spiritual root mushrooms would also possess this biological feature once they grew. In the following days, Guhan attended classes daily, remaining as inconspicuous. He wondered if those spiritual root mushrooms would also possess this biological feature once they grew. In the following days, Guhan attended classes daily, remaining as inconspicuous as a transparent person. In the back row of the lecture hall, the instructor at the podium was explaining the microecology cycle of the Divine Kingdom. Guhan rested his chin on one hand while swiping on his device with the other. The buzz around the forum regarding the Ant-Man remained high, with a thread specially opened by a user analyzing the stats of the Ant-Man. Then he saw a hot post analyzing how a level 1 extraordinary Ant-Man could defeat several level 4 believers, complete with a screenshot of the Ant-Man's silhouette in the white mist. Wasn't that Chang Sheng? As people debated in the thread, Guhan finally realized that the sudden surrender of the opposing player was due to seeing Chang Sheng. Watching the silly netizens seriously analyzing and imagining Chang Sheng's power, Guhan couldn't help but chuckle, causing nearby female classmates to glance over with frowns. He opened various trading platforms to search for Ant-Men. There were even those same follower figures and Ant Punch shrimp figurines. Although the Ant-Men had short lifespans and could only be obtained through purchase, many novice Divine Lords and even seasoned veterans still bought them for transitional combat power. Paired with the newly emerged rapid growth battle rune grass, they could even challenge higher levels. Power. It always captivated people, and even some classmates had purchased Ant-Man, allowing Guhan to finally stop worrying about exposing his identity. Turning off the device, Guhan stealthily entered the Divine Kingdom. For the past few days, he had been instructing the Ant-Men to plant rapid growth spiritual roots in various corners of the Divine Kingdom. Paired with the newly emerged rapid growth battle rune grass, they could even challenge higher levels. Power. It always captivated people, and even some classmates had The device vibrated. It was a brief message from Qin Lin: "Come to my office after school." Half an hour later, Guhan. The device vibrated. It was a brief message from Qin Lin: "Come to my office after school." Half an hour later, Guhan pushed open the door to the instructor's office. Qin Lin, dressed in a sharp business suit, was reviewing the documents in her hand. "Sit," she said without looking up, pointing to the chair opposite her. Guhan pulled out the chair and sat down. "The league starts in 10 days, and I have already submitted your registration information," Qin Lin said, putting down the documents and looking at him. "How are you preparing?" "It's okay, just playing around." Guhan leaned back against the chair. This was the truth. Ever since he won tens of billions in the black matches, he had completely lost interest in this officially organized school league, which felt like a child's play. The championship prize for the Jiang City Battle God League was a mere 50 million credit points, not even enough for him to buy something in the black market. If it weren't for having promised Qin Lin to bring back a championship, he truly wouldn't want to show his face. To him, these classmates were like children, easily crushable. He would have to pretend to be an ordinary Ant-Man and rely on numbers to roll over them to secure first place and call it a day. To him, these classmates were like children, easily crushable. He would have to pretend to be an ordinary Ant-Man and rely on numbers to roll over them to secure first place and call it a day. Saturday's practical training. "It seems I really need to teach you a lesson." "I really didn't know, I just didn't sleep well," Guhan hurriedly responded. He didn't want to provoke Qin Lin at this critical moment. The Ant-Men were gaining traction and he needed to stay low-key to avoid drawing attention. Qin Lin chuckled, opening a drawer and taking out a sealed black folder, teasingly pushing it in front of him. "I know you're a wealthy person earning millions daily and look down on that prize money. I'd take a look at this instead." That's not true. Business has been bad lately, and I can't make millions anymore. Guhan bypassed the sarcasm, jokingly responding. Inside was an official red-headed document just issued by Jiang City. This is the special reward list added by the sponsors of this year's league. The first prize not only includes 50 million in prize money, but also a special reward. Guhan casually glanced at the first line of the list. Guhan stared at that line, his breath momentarily halted. 10,000 square kilometers. He had racked his brains to plan for the semi-divine kingdom of the demon, which was just 80,000. Guhan stared at that line, his breath momentarily halted. 10,000 square kilometers. He had racked his brains to plan for the semi-divine kingdom of the demon, which was just 80,000 square kilometers. Now just within reach was 10,000. What was going on? A city-level professional league was actually offering 10,000 square kilometers as a reward. Has the official gone mad? Can they even offer such a thing as a reward for students? Guhan suddenly looked up. It's not provided by the official, Qin Lin replied, putting away the document. It's sponsored by a large consortium collaborating with the Tang family and Jinghai. I don't know the specifics, but it seems it's meant to give a certain outstanding junior an opportunity. Such a treasure at this level isn't just given out by large families. They prefer to find a suitable opportunity for that junior to obtain it legitimately to silence any dissenters. However, there's a risk in doing so. If the championship is seized by someone else, it would mean giving away a gift for free. Unless they are truly confident that this junior will secure the reward. The Tang family. Guhan licked his lips, the earlier casual mood vanishing completely. This professional league was excellent. He had to participate well in the professional league. Qin Lin's face appeared somewhat melancholic as she rubbed her brow, saying, "It's precisely because the reward has turned into divine source that I am even more worried." With a sigh she added, "Don't be too arrogant, this championship is not so easily won." "What? Are you afraid it'll lose in 15 extraordinary crystals?" Qin Lin shot him a glare. With the Tang family's interference, the competition system has completely changed. Originally, each grade had corresponding championship rewards, but now they have changed the grade challenge into an overall championship. Guhan, leaning back thoughtfully in his chair, seemed to realize that this junior from the Tang family was indeed someone to be reckoned with, hence the emphasis on the competition. Your strength is commendable. You may not fear the top students from the second and third years. But the fourth-year students already have some who have stepped into the third-level Divine Lord realm, and the skills of the Divine Lords are incredibly diverse. This reward is truly extravagant. 10,000 square kilometers of divine source. Some geniuses who originally did not plan to participate in the competition have signed up. In such an environment, if a fourth-level Divine Lord suddenly appears, I wouldn't be surprised at all. Just keep your mind at ease. Guhan stood up, adjusting his clothes. This championship is as good as mine, no matter who. Watching Guhan walk away with his hands in his pockets, Qin Lin shook her head helplessly. He was always so confident and stubborn. She hoped he could truly handle it. Stepping out of the office building, Guhan strolled along the tree-lined path of the campus, contemplating the upcoming professional league. If the black match were held in the Abyss Arena, he would certainly unleash his full power, shielded by his online identity. However, the professional league is different. It is a live offline broadcast, and he would need to control his scores accurately. He couldn't be too ruthless. If he scared those sheltered geniuses with psychological shadows, his days ahead would not be peaceful. Upon returning home, Guhan dove into his room, locked the door, and plunged his consciousness directly into calculating the time those spiritual root mushrooms should have matured. So Guhan headed straight to the cultivation area at the edge of the battlefield, where a vast expanse of green greeted him. About 10,000 spiritual root mushrooms had successfully survived. Guhan pondered for a moment, searching around in the divine realm. In the underground nest in the room that once belonged to the priest, he found the slumped figure of Cuny Mater. This fourth-level intelligent being, captured for breeding, had completely opened up after undergoing electrotherapy. Here, with good food and shelter, as well as battle-pattern grass, spiritual root vines, and dragon scales fruit, he was among the precious materials. But what kind of person is Guhan? He could squeeze out urine from a mere frog, and arranged a life of comfort for him, with a 3-day work and 4-day rest schedule. Cuny Mater was not resistant to this. Compared to his previous life in the divine realm, he had transformed from an ordinary person into a superhuman through intense training. Having been subjected to relentless competition among soldiers of the same period, he had long grown weary of that. He fully integrated into Guhan's divine realm, actively transformed, imparted combat experience, and was deeply loved by the ant people. Even during work hours, he felt that the ant queen had become much more charming. Cuny Mater felt his body lighten as an invisible force hurled him directly into the cultivation area. He stabilized himself midair, but had not yet grasped the situation when the surrounding 10,000 spiritual root mushrooms seemed to sense something and suddenly reacted. Bang, bang, bang. In a series of muffled sounds, the 10,000 spiritual root mushrooms exploded in unison, dense green spores bursting forth like smoke bombs, instantly engulfing the area. As a gentle breeze passed, the spores dissipated. Cuny Mater stepped back to observe, the spiritual root mushrooms were slowly changing. Soon 1,000 identical green beings stood neatly in front of him. He swallowed hard and tentatively raised his left hand. The 1,000 green beings simultaneously raised their left hands as well. He then tried taking a step back. The 1,000 green beings also took a step back at the same time. He discovered that these green beings were like his shadow, perfectly mimicking his movements, even reflecting his facial expressions with striking accuracy. Hyuni Mater quickly accepted all of this. After all, anything strange could happen in this divine realm, and he had grown accustomed to it. Perfect. Guhan watched this scene with great satisfaction. It seemed the spiritual root mushrooms had inherited the characteristics of the mushroom creatures. However, a thick layer of green spores had fallen to the ground, and it looked like a new batch of small spiritual root mushrooms was about to sprout. If this breeding speed continued uncontrolled, the entire divine realm would be filled with spiritual root mushrooms within a century. Changsheng gathered the clan and eat all the newly sprouted small mushrooms as well. Changsheng received the divine decree and immediately directed the ant people to start. These small mushrooms imbued with S-level divine properties were a great supplement for the ant people. During this time, the believers in the divine realm had been consuming spiritual root vines in large quantities. After testing with the spirit stones, this generation had begun to show initial signs of spiritual roots, prompting Guhan to issue a second divine decree. Changsheng impart the spirit connection chapter and all your insights from this period to the ant people and those green beings. Hyuni Mater will assist and ensure these soldiers are well prepared. Thus, the grand era of spirit connection in the divine realm officially commenced. The concentration of spiritual energy in the current divine realm had multiplied unimaginably compared to before. The low-level spiritual minds previously buried underground had now grown into large-scale, small spirit stone veins. Yet as Guhan gazed down at the million square meters of the divine realm, his brow gradually furrowed. It had become crowded again. Exiting the divine realm, Guhan opened his handheld device and habitually browsed the Divine Lord Forum. The news of the Tang family sponsoring the origin of the divine realm had indeed taken the top spot, with many posts discussing the professional league. However, Guhan's attention was drawn to a post occupying an advertising slot. Codename Jiangxing Loan King. Total debt 103 billion credit points. Reward amount 50 billion credit points. Requirements: breach his divine realm, retain the core of the divine realm for handover. Note: target's identity is unknown. The rewarder only provided a rough range of the divine realm coordinates. No other responsibilities are assumed. Participants bear their own life and death. Estimated strength suspected to be above demigod, unafraid of poison and electricity. Guhan glanced at the post, his expression turning somewhat peculiar. This Jiangxing Loan King. It can't be me, right? When did I owe 100 billion? How come I didn't know? This is outrageous. If this were before, Guhan would have been delighted. Now he was a bit cautious, as it might just be a coincidence. Ultimately, Guhan still opened the dialogue box for the exclusive customer service of the Abyss Arena. Are you there? Help me by the origin of the divine realm. Making it hard to Ultimately, Guhan still opened the dialogue box for the exclusive customer service of the Abyss Arena. Are you there? Help me by the origin of the divine realm. The customer service quickly replied, Dear VIP, hello. The origin of the divine realm is an extremely scarce strategic resource with a market price of about 1 billion credit points per square kilometer. Moreover, due to its extreme scarcity, there is typically a 200% premium. It is a rare find. 1 billion per square kilometer with a twofold premium comes to 3 billion. His current 100,000 square meters was actually only 1 square kilometer. If this could be resolved with money, that would be ideal. Guhan glanced at his account. After winning in the black matches and the sales commission, he had over 53 billion in hand. Moreover, millions were coming in every day. Sometimes when the battle pattern grass matured, it could guarantee 100 million in a day. He had never been this wealthy in his previous life. Guhan felt unusually confident. Furthermore, as the area of the divine realm expanded, the divine plants he could manage would increase, and his income would multiply, leaving him with no worries. Just ensure you successfully complete the transaction for me. Take whatever you can get, and the premium is negotiable. The customer service agent sent an extravagantly exaggerated emoji of clinging to someone's leg, followed by a lengthy, effusive message. Dear VIP, customer greetings. Divine essence from the black market is highly heterogeneous. Bulk acquisition carries substantial risk. We have specially checked the company's internal reward vault and found precisely 1 reserve of divine essence spanning 100 square kilometers, a rarity seldom offered externally. Given your influence and VIP privileges on our platform, I can arrange for an internal purchase. After premium markup, the total price amounts to approximately 28.8 billion credit points. Considering your capital liquidity needs, our platform offers specialized installment loan services. With your demonstrated potential and strength, full repayment within 1 year will be effortless. Moreover, I have secured the lowest possible interest rate for you. Just 1 billion credits for the first year. How does this proposal strike you? 100 square kilometers. 28.8 billion credits. This dedicated agent was indeed skilled, outwardly attentive to the client's interests, offering scarce resources and low-interest loans. Yet his true intent was to bind the client irrevocably to the Abyss Coliseum through this colossal debt. Should this deal close, the agent would earn a staggering commission, but he gravely underestimated Guhan. Though Guhan now possessed considerable wealth, assets having surged to 53 billion credits, he remained uncompromising on price negotiation. And if he had already resolved to take a loan, then borrowing merely 28.8 billion was trivial. His relentless drive to rise, to survive near-fatal trials in underground matches, stemmed precisely from refusing to settle for inferior substitutes due to financial constraint. If he was going to act, he would go all in. Guhan typed swiftly, "Do you take me for someone desperate for funds? Moreover, if this reserve originates from your internal vault, the markup is absurdly excessive. Do you truly regard me as a gullible fool? If you wish to distinguish yourself among your peers in customer service, your vision must broaden. Given my capabilities and future potential, a mere 100 square kilometer reserve of divine essence holds no allure for me. Maximize it, do you understand? Push my loan limit to the absolute maximum permitted within your authority." The agent on the other side of the screen froze mid-typing, stunned into silence. Originally, he had introduced the 100 square kilometer reserve merely to gauge Guhan's receptiveness to financing, to test the waters with this dark horse newcomer, since not all clients accepted loans. He never anticipated such audacity, that this patron would deem even that amount insufficient. To further inflate the loan ceiling, Guhan escalated, "Let me be frank, I possess numerous treasures of comparable rarity, such as the accelerated version Battleweave Grass." Within 3 seconds of sending that message, the reply arrived, "This is my grave oversight. My sincerest apologies, esteemed patron. I misjudged your stature entirely. I shall immediately reassess your maximum eligibility. Kindly await my updated proposal." Dealing with intelligent people saves time. His commission hinged directly upon this transaction, so he would undoubtedly exert his utmost effort. Roughly 10 minutes elapsed. This time, instead of plain text, a densely detailed electronic agreement appeared. "Esteemed patron, this is the highest tier solution I am authorized to procure for you. Please review it at your convenience." Guhan opened the document and skimmed its core clauses. The platform offers an extraordinary loan of up to 2 trillion credit points. Interest is waived for the first year, thereafter it accrues annually at 10%, 200 billion credits per annum. Funds may only be used to acquire a 1,000 square kilometer reserve of divine essence from the internal vault, a doubling of the original premium, yet still acceptable. More critically, the supplementary terms stipulated the client must submit coordinates of their divine realm, and within 1 year grant the Abyss Coliseum exclusive agency rights to no fewer than 10 substitute divine plants. Breach triggers classification as malicious loan fraud, obligating repayment of tenfold the loan amount as penalty. Furthermore, the Coliseum software will forcibly seize funds directly from the client's personal account until full settlement is achieved. Though legally unenforceable, the software belonged to the company itself. No pretense was needed, automatic deductions were technically feasible. Thus the agreement served merely as a solemn integrity warning. Guhan had anticipated this scenario earlier. Nevertheless, a corporation of such scale would hardly covet his mere tens of billions in liquid assets. 1,000 square kilometers represented a 1,000-fold expansion over his original divine realm. Given sufficient space, supplying 10 substitutes posed no challenge. Even 100 would present no obstacle. A 2 trillion credit loan. Now that sounded like a proper offer. Clearly the lending firm had grossly miscalculated the prowess of Jiang Qing, the loan sovereign. Without hesitation, Guhan signed his nickname at the bottom of the holographic document and uploaded his divine realm coordinates. He tapped confirm transaction. Instantly upon protocol activation, his interface flashed an alert: account frozen. He opened his ledger. His previously serene balance of 53 billion credits now appeared uniformly gray. Account status read frozen under high-risk debt supervision. Guhan arched a brow. Remarkable. Truly, crows across the realm share the same black feathers. Hardly had he affixed his signature to a 2 trillion credit promissory note than they locked down his entire cash flow. He switched back to the chat window and confronted the agent directly. "How dare you treat a distinguished patron thus? You demand repayment while simultaneously compelling labor, and then freeze every cent in my account. What twisted logic is this?" The agent replied instantly, evidently prepared with rehearsed justification. "Esteemed patron, please calm yourself. This is an automated risk control mechanism triggered by the system. Given the unprecedented magnitude of your loan, company policy mandates that prior to submission of initial collateral, all assets in your account be automatically frozen. However, I may grant you a 10 billion credit operational allowance. Once you deliver a specimen of your first substitute divine plant for evaluation, and its value is verified, your account will be unfrozen immediately." Guhan snorted coldly, made a mental note, then retrieved a resource card containing the accelerated version Lingzhen network, the least effective variant from his earlier research, and transmitted it. This is the substitute Lingjin network, short growth cycle ingestible directly by ordinary life forms. 10 doses yield 1 tier advancement. 3 tiers confer a modest probability of enhancing innate spiritual root quality.